Volume 12. Chapter 1101, Shanghai. Chapter 1101, Shanghai. Xiao Yan, who had appeared in front of Protector Wu's sight, had a face filled with a dense ferocity. There were some faint traces of blood on the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were in tatters. At a glance, he appeared a little miserable. Clearly, the sweeping firestorm earlier had caused him to suffer some injuries. Of course, these little injuries were not worthy of even being mentioned if they were compared to Tian Shi's group. Protector Wu's body stiffened in the face of that dense voice. His expression had turned much whiter. He could clearly sense the fierce force brewing in the hand on his neck. If the killing intent in Xiao Yan's eyes rose, it was likely that Protector Wu would immediately die in his hands. Xiao Yan's left hand wiped away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes did not contain the slightest emotion as they stared at Protector Wu. This Protector Wu from the Hall of Souls had displayed a fierce might on the Misty Cloud Mountain in the Jiama Empire back then and had even captured Yao Lao in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. A couple of years after that incident, he had finally fallen to Xiao Yan's hands in the most miserable condition. Back then, did you imagine that you would end up in this situation today? Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. However, the smile was dangerous. His soft voice caused a chill to rise in Protector Wu's heart. If you kill me, the Hall of Souls will definitely make it difficult for you to survive in the Central Plains region. You should clearly be aware that my Hall of Souls is not the Ice River Valley. Protector Wu forcefully endured the chill within his heart. He hardened his mouth and threatened him in a deep voice. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced over before he indifferently laughed. An uneasiness suddenly rose in Protector Wu's heart when he heard this laugh. Before he could struggle, a hot, invisible flame surged out of Xiao Yan's palm and swiftly wrapped around him. Ah! The invisible flame had just made contact with Protector Wu's body when he suddenly emitted a sharp, miserable screech. The special soul-burning effect of the fallen heart flame was painful as torture to the current Protector Wu, who no longer had the protection of that mysterious, black fog. A miserable sharp screech resounded over the sky. After which, it spread across the entire Yi city. A countless number of people quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Xiao Yan acted as though he did not hear Protector Wu's miserable screech. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he looked at Protector Wu, who was becoming sluggish within the flame. He only flicked his finger just as Protector Wu's soul was about to scatter and sucked the flame into his body. At this moment, Protector Wu's head was drooping. His aura was extremely weak. The waves of searing pain emitted from deep within his soul caused his body to involuntarily twitch. Is it very painful? Xiao Yan looked at the extremely weary Protector Wu. His hand, wrapped around Protector Wu's neck, increased its strength. A savage expression once again surged up his young face. The bitterness that teacher has suffered in the Hall of Souls is likely 10,000 times greater than this. Therefore, it is only right that your soul be completely scattered. Protector Wu's body twitched. After this burning by the fallen heart flame, he did not even possess any strength left to speak. He widened his mouth, but no voice was emitted. If one were to describe his current emotion, it would be a type of regret. This kind of regret was not because he had captured Yao Chen. Instead, the regret was because he had not killed off Xiao Yan with a slap back then. The Xiao Yan at that time was just like an ant in his eyes. One slap and he would have easily taken his life. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was due to all the factors back then that had resulted in this current situation. Clap clap. A clear clapping sound suddenly rang out from the sky. Xiao Yan's eyes followed the sound and glanced over, only to see a smiling Tian Huazunjia and the gloomy-faced Tian Xuanzi opposite him. It is unexpected, even the old me has miscalculated this time around, Tian Xuanzi slowly spoke. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan glanced at Tian Xuanzi. He was just about to speak when waves of weariness were emitted from his body. He knew in his heart that the Skyfire 3 mysterious flame had already reached the time limit. Xiao Yan swiftly took a couple of medicinal pills, that recovered Dou Qi, out of his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Only then did his pale white face appear a little better. Your ability to defeat Tian Shi's group by relying on your 2-star Dozong strength has exceeded the expectations of the old me. Unfortunately, my Ice River Valley will not allow any mistake this time around, Tian Xuanzi faintly spoke. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed when he heard his words. A thought passed through his mind and the earth demon puppet a short distance away rushed over with lightning-like speed. After which, it stood guard beside him. At this moment, Xiao Yan's condition was gradually weakening. There was no telling just how things would develop if another strong enemy were to appear. There is no need to use words to scare the younger generation. You will not be able to act today, Tian Huazunjia raised his eyes. After which, he glanced at Xiao Yan and said, you should rest first. Leave this person to me. Xiao Yan slightly nodded when he heard this. His eyes cautiously stared at Tian Xuanzi. His current condition was unsuitable to continue fighting. If that old fellow were to attack him, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not even be able to last 5 exchange. Rest? Do you really think that the people from my Hall of Souls can just randomly be captured? An indifferent voice slowly resounded over the sky like a thunderous roar just when Xiao Yan was about to turn around and withdraw, causing a countless number of people to become shocked. After this indifferent voice sounded, one could see the cold air barrier that surrounded Yi City began to ripple. Immediately, the cold air was forcefully torn apart. A black fog surged in from all directions. After which, it lingered in the sky in front of a countless number of shocked eyes. The black fog surged before it slowly faded a moment later. 10 figures were revealed under it. The auras of these 10 figures were all quite strong, especially for the figure in the leader's spot. He was a black-robed, blue-haired, old man. Not even a little energy seeped from his body. However, this entire area shook intensely the moment he appeared. A Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls? Waves of uproars suddenly erupted within Yi City when the 10 figures appeared. Quite a number of people revealed dull faces. This Yi City could be called extremely lively today. Experts one would hardly ever see were revealing themselves one after another. Xiao Yan's body also suddenly stiffened when this group appeared. His face instantly became gloomy. He did not expect the people from the Hall of Souls to make it here this moment. Tian Huazunja's expression had also changed slightly at this moment. His eyes stared firmly at the blue-haired, old man. Other people might not be able to sense his aura, but he was clearly able to sense it. This person's strength is even greater than Tian Xuanzi in front. It is likely that he has reached the strength of a 2-star Dou Qi. Today, the situation is becoming worse. Compared with Xiao Yan's and Tian Huazunja's expressions, Tian Xuanzi's face revealed a smile at this moment. He glanced at Tian Huazunja's expression and his heart involuntarily felt a little joyful. He cupped his hands to the blue-haired, old man and laughed, "Kuko, it is actually Qinghai Zunja. It is unexpected that this problem has even alarmed a great person like you. Tian Xuanzi, it has been a long time since we have last met." "How do you do?" The blue-haired, old man, who was addressed as Qinghai, cupped his hands to Tian Xuanzi. He said with a faint smile, "I have merely received an urgent message. This venerable self is coincidentally leading some people to perform a task. I have come out of curiosity after receiving the message. Honorable Elder Qinghai, quickly capture Xiao Yan. He is someone whom the Hall Chief has personally ordered to be captured." Protector Wu, who was being grabbed in Xiao Yan's hand, also appeared to have gained some sanity just before his death after seeing the appearance of Qinghai. A hoarse, low roar was shouted from his throat with all his might. Xiao Yan's eyes turned cold. An invisible flame surged out and wrapped around Protector Wu. After which, he took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and stuffed Protector Wu into it with his miserable screams. Xiao Yan's finger then rubbed the mouth of the bottle and formed a fire seal. Xiao Yan tossed the jade bottle into his storage ring. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at Qinghai's group in the distance. Qinghai's muddled eyes slightly narrowed upon seeing that Xiao Yan had sealed Protector Wu in front of his own eyes. His eyes revealed some surprise as he stared at Xiao Yan and questioned, "You are that Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan did not reply to his words. He shifted his feet and moved himself behind the earth demon puppet. "Kuko, how unexpected, you dare to swagger about despite being the target of the Hall of Souls. This courage of yours is really not bad." Qinghai laughed when he saw that Xiao Yan did not reply. He shook his head and spoke somewhat lazily, "Release that fellow. You should also make a trip to the Hall of Souls with this venerable self." Tian Huazunja's face sank when he heard Qinghai's words. His body was just about to move when Tian Xuanzi in front of him followed close behind. He appeared just like Tian Huazunja's shadow, holding him back at the same time. "Get lost." Tian Huazunja's expression was gloomy as he coldly cried out. "Kuko, I will not mind doing so if you have the ability," Tian Xuanzi faintly laughed. After which, he said to Qinghai Zunja, "This person is also a companion of Xiao Yan. However, you can just leave him to the old me. You can just focus on capturing that brat." Qinghai's turbid eyes swept over Tian Huazunja. Surprise flashed across them. Immediately, he nodded and laughed, "In that case, I shall trouble you. This venerable self will come and aid you after capturing Xiao Yan." Tian Xuanzi nodded with a grin. He looked at Tian Huazunja across from him, whose face was gloomy. A dense smile flashed across Tian Xuanzi's eyes. Qinghai withdrew his eyes from Tian Huazunja. After which, they slid to the ice-cold face of Xiao Yan. With a faint smile, he gently pressed his foot against the empty air and the space in front of him swiftly became distorted. This action of Qing Hai caused Xiao Yan's expression to slightly change. His body quickly withdrew. However, a crazy expression flashed across his eyes while his body was swiftly withdrawing. Xiao Yan's body had just pulled back when the space in front of him became distorted. Immediately, Qing Hai Zunji's body appeared. A shriveled hand was clenched and the space around Xiao Yan instantly solidified, locking Xiao Yan in place. This solidified space was something that Xiao Yan would naturally be able to escape from should he be in his peak condition. However, after having used the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, he was in his weakest moment. How would he be able to escape? Little fellow, there is not a single person my Hall of Soul wants but cannot obtain. Qing Hai's face wore a smile as he slowly stepped through the empty air. He walked toward Xiao Yan. After which, he paused in front of Xiao Yan. He extended his hand and grabbed at the top of Xiao Yan's head. The crazy expression in Xiao Yan's eyes grew denser as he watched the hand come closer. The few types of heavenly flames within his body began to swiftly merge. Just when Qing Hai's hand was about to reach the top of Xiao Yan's head, the surrounding solidified space was suddenly shattered. A mightier spatial strength spread out with lightning-like speed. Even Qing Hai's body showed some signs of sluggishness at this moment. The space solidified as an elegant, white-clothed figure slowly appeared in front of Xiao Yan in front of a countless number of eyes. A bone-chilling voice reverberated across the sky. Hurt him and you will die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1102, Cold Ice Throne. Chapter 1102, Cold Ice Throne. The smile on Qing Hai's face, that had been filled with a laziness, suddenly changed the moment the delicate, elegant, white-clothed figure appeared. He withdrew his hand in a lightning-like manner. His body shook. He escaped from the solidified space around him. After which, he swiftly withdrew. Who are you? You dare to intervene in the matters of my Hall of Souls? A furious cry was emitted from Qing Hai's mouth while he withdrew. The distorted space slowly became calm in front of a countless number of gazes. That white-clothed figure clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The lady was wearing a white dress. Looking from a distance, she emitted an ethereal demeanor. Her snow-white, long hair fell to her lovely buttocks. A gentle breeze blew over and her snow-white hair drifted in the wind, appearing elegant and alluring. Due to her position, many people were unable to see the exact appearance of this lady. However, from her fit, delicate waist, one could tell that she was a rare beauty. Xiao Yan would naturally not find this figure foreign. Who else could this person be other than the little fairy doctor? Have you succeeded? Xiao Yan was stunned as he looked at the little fairy doctor, who had appeared in the nick of time. Finally, he ended up asking out of surprise. The little fairy doctor turned her head. She revealed her lovely smile as her beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Yan. She nodded slightly and curled her lips into an enchanting arc. After which, her eyes suddenly noticed the remnant trace of blood that still lingered on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, a chill was added to her arc. She softly inquired, "Is he the one who injured you?" "Relax. The one who injured me is suffering from an injury that is 10 times more serious than mine." Xiao Yan smiled. His eyes carefully sized up the little fairy doctor in front of him, and he found that he was no longer able to detect the other party's exact strength. At this moment, the feeling the little fairy doctor gave him was just like an unfathomable, quiet lake that did not allow one to see its bottom. "Your strength? You have broken to the Dou Zun class?" Xiao Yan's voice contained a joy that he could not hide. The little fairy doctor slightly smiled and nodded. She was currently feeling incomparably well. The woeful poison body, which had troubled her for many years, fell under her control when the poison dam was formed. From now on, she need not be worried about her poison body accidentally erupting and causing death. The woeful poison body would no longer be a double-edged sword. Instead, it had become a sharp weapon only she could control. "You are also in cahoots with Xiao Yan?" Qing Hai's expression sank as he cried out with a cold voice after seeing Xiao Yan conversing happily with the little fairy doctor. The little fairy doctor finally turned her head over slowly after hearing Qing Hai's cry. Her pretty eyes swept over him. After which, she lightly nodded her head. "This matter is a grudge with my Hall of Souls and Xiao Yan. Please think twice before participating. Otherwise, you might end up offending a faction you cannot afford to offend for just a momentary gain." Qing Hai solemnly cried out. A furious expression flashed across Qing Hai's eyes when he saw the situation. From the way the other party had solidified the space with her bare hands, it was likely that the other person's strength was slightly stronger than his. However, he could not tell if she had stepped up to become a 3-star Dou Zun. How is it possible that so many experts are aiding this brat? Tu Dou Zun. Even my Hall of Souls cannot take this lightly. Qinghai's heart was somewhat alarmed and uncertain as his gaze swept over Xiao Yan behind the little fairy doctor. He had difficulty imagining just how Xiao Yan was able to get two elite Dou Zuns to be his bodyguards, given that he was born on the edge of the continent. Hall of Souls. I have never heard of it. Even if I have, it is not even as important as a single strand of his hair. The little fairy doctor merely smiled and replied in the face of Qinghai's threat. Xiao Yan was helpless when he heard this. It seemed that Qinghai was about to jump up and down. These words were too much of a blow. As expected, the little fairy doctor's words had just sounded when Qinghai's expression turned gloomy. A blue-colored glow was flickering on his eagle-claw-like, shriveled hand. A moment later, he said in a dense voice, "In that case, allow this venerable self to test if you possess the qualification to say these words. Gonde, lead the others to capture that brat. Leave this person to me to deal with." After hearing Qinghai's cry, the other 9 experts from the Hall of Souls, who were standing in the sky a short distance away, immediately responded in unison. They slowly spread apart and began to surround Xiao Yan as they approached him. The aura of these 9 people were all quite strong. Although they could not be compared with Tianxi, the leader, who was called Gonde, possessed the strength of a 7-star Dozone. The others were a little weaker, but they were also existences that could not be underestimated. If Xiao Yan were at his peak condition, he would still be able to contend against them. However, it was likely going to be a little difficult with his current condition. The little fairy doctor glanced at her surroundings. She gently opened her mouth and a gray-colored fog was spat out. Immediately, it spread with the wind, transforming into a cluster of grayish fog. Coincidentally, it covered the space around Xiao Yan. This gray-colored fog was not dense and one could see well through it. Those outside could clearly see Xiao Yan, who was within it. However, no one dared to charge forward because anyone who knew their stuff could tell that this ordinary gray-colored fog contained an extremely lethal poison. That Gonda's 9 men group looked at the gray-colored fog. After which, they faced each other. They could sniff a kind of dangerous feeling within the fog. A gloominess flashed across Gonda's eyes. His gaze turned to his companion. He pointed his finger and commanded with a deep voice. The expression of a black-clothed man changed slightly when he heard this. However, under Gonda's dark, gray face, he could only grit his teeth and summon the Dou Qi within his body. The Dou Qi was wrapped around his body before he carefully made contact with the gray-colored fog. Sizzle sizzle. The Dou Qi on the black-clothed man's body had just made contact with the gray fog when it suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. And grayish color surged onto his face with lightning-like speed. After sensing this change, that black-clothed man hurriedly pulled back in horror. After which, he sat in the sky and circulated his Dou Qi to expel the poison. Upon seeing this scene, the expressions of Gonda's group immediately changed. A terror flashed across their eyes when they looked at this gray fog. Seeing that these fellows were helpless, the little fairy doctor finally let out a faint smile. Her pretty eyes turned to Qinghai in front of her. A chill flashed across her eyes. This old fellow was thinking of capturing Xiao Yan. This was something which she could not allow. I am also thinking of testing just how strong an elite Dou Zun really is. Today, I shall use you to test my strength. The little fairy doctor sweetly smiled. She gently clenched her hand and a gray-colored aura lingered over her long fingers. Even the surrounding space formed a slight ripple while the gray Dou Qi was flowing around. Qinghai's expression stiffened when he saw this. Immediately, a fierceness flashed across his eyes. His body moved and space distorted. He took the lead to appear in front of the little fairy doctor. His shriveled hand was just like an eagle claw as it carried an intense spatial ripple and grabbed at little fairy doctor's long neck. The little fairy doctor gracefully shifted her feet and easily dodged Qinghai's sharp attack. The gray Dou Qi lingering on her hand suddenly swelled. After which, her long fingers pressed against the empty sky, and she pressed them toward Qinghai's body at lightning-like speed. Qinghai's expression changed a little when he faced the gray Dou Qi on the little fairy doctor's hands. He could clearly sense danger when that gray Dou Qi rushed over. Bang! A blue-colored glow surged on Qinghai's fist. After which, it carried a rippling spatial strength as his fist violently smashed into the little fairy doctor's hand. The two had just collided when a dark black spatial line was opened in the sky. The little fairy doctor's lovely body trembled while Qinghai took 2 to 3 steps back before stabilizing his body. Qinghai stabilized his body. However, his expression was an unusually ugly one. The vast and might Dou Qi within his body surged. After which, it agglomerated in his palm. A moment later, he could hear a sizzling sound. 3 tiny blood pillars shot out of his palm. A blood stench permeated the interior of the blood pillars. Just what kind of poison vapor is in the hands of this woman? It is this terrifying? A shocked expression flashed across Qing Hai's eyes after forcing out the poison that had invaded his body. It was his first time meeting such a lethal poison. The little fairy doctor did not give chase after forcing Qing Hai back. She moved her body and appeared beside Xiao Yan. After beckoning with her hand, she pulled the poison fog around her. Immediately, the space beside her once again became distorted. Tian Huazunjia's figure also appeared at this moment. Xiao Yan is injured. We are outnumbered and should not continue being entangled with them here. Let us leave first before deciding what to do next. Tian Huazunjia spoke with a deep voice after appearing. The little fairy doctor slightly nodded. This kind of place was indeed unsuitable to stay for long. I will destroy that cold air barrier. You should bring Xiao Yan and leave. Tian Huazunjia looked at the permeating cold air in the sky and spoke. Tian Huazunjia did not wait for a reply after saying those words. His body flashed and he appeared under the cold fog barrier. After which, he violently swung his fist. Bang! The punch smashed into the cold fog and the entire cold fog barrier began to shake. The dense, cold fog was swiftly becoming thinner. Qing Hai Zunjia, attack. Don't allow them to flee. Tian Shuangzi also understood the intention of Xiao Yan's group after seeing this. His expression turned cold. Their ice river valley had summoned such a great army to come to this place. What face would they have if Xiao Yan's group managed to flee in the end? Qing Hai understood what to do when it came to such a situation even without Tian Shuangzi opening his mouth. The both of them flashed, transforming into light shadows as they ruthlessly rushed to Tian Huazunjia below, carrying mighty spatial strengths. Chie! The two figures had just rushed out when the little fairy doctor darted out from under Tian Huazunjia. She waved her hand and a grey poison vapor spread. Due to them being afraid of the potentness of this poison, both Tian Shuangzi and Qing Hai could only hurriedly stop their bodies. Tian Huazunjia once again threw a merciless punch while the both figures paused. After throwing this punch, the cold air barrier that permeated the sky finally revealed a tunnel. A joy appeared in Tian Huazunjia's eyes when he saw this. He pulled Xiao Yan to him as he cried out to the little fairy doctor behind him, "Let's go!" Tian Huazunjia's cry had just sounded when he grabbed Xiao Yan and took the lead to rush through the tunnel that had appeared in the barrier of cold air. However, his body had just advanced when the space around the cold air tunnel became distorted. Dense spatial ripples spread out of it. It is unexpected that the woeful poison body can be controlled. Ugh, I have miscalculated. A sigh was emitted from the distorted space. An ice throne vaguely appeared from space. There was a figure wearing a white robe on the throne slowly standing up. Cold air surged all around them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1103, Bing Zunjia. Chapter 1103, Bing Zunjia. The chilly air in the sky suddenly reached its peak when the white-robed figure in the distorted space slowly stood up. Snowflakes scattered down from the sky. Within a short moment, the entire Yi city was under a sea of snow. Looking from a distance, it appeared wrapped in silver, looking exceptionally enchanting and cold. The forward-charging bodies of Xiao Yan's three-person group stopped at this moment. Immediately, a sense of danger rose from their hearts. Their bodies moved and pulled back with lightning-like speed. While the three of them were pulling back quickly, a cracking sound was suddenly emitted from within the distorted space. Immediately, a faint black ice stairs was slowly extended out. The white-robed figure slowly descended using these black ice stairs. Countless numbers of gazes were immediately thrown over when this white-robed figure revealed himself. The person who had suddenly appeared was wearing white robes. He had a tall figure, and his face appeared to be quite young. There was some indifference being emitted from between his brows. Even though this was the case, it was still extremely difficult to hide his handsome appearance. However, there seemed to be a feminine demeanor being emitted from his handsome appearance. Additionally, there was a dark black snowflower drawing in between this mysterious, white-robed man's eyebrows. When one's eyes looked at it, this image seemed to freeze even one's soul, appearing exceptionally unusual. The white-robed man placed both of his hands behind him. He stood on the black-colored ice stairs as snowflakes that scattered down from the sky whizzed and rotated around his body. The weak snowflakes currently possessed an extremely frightening destructive strength. This is the Valley Chief of the Ice River Valley, Binghe? Heavens, this old demon has actually come himself. For a woeful poison body, he has summoned such a great force. Isn't it a little too frightening? Yi City did not lack some people who possessed great knowledge and experience. Hence, numerous exclamations involuntarily resounded when they saw the white-robed man standing with his hands behind him in the sky. Everyone within the Yi clan had become dull at this moment. Xian Lan's expression was ghastly white. Her body involuntarily swayed a little. The Valley Chief of the Ice River Valley. The great name of this expert was known by almost everyone in the Middle region. It was usually quite rare to see such an expert. Unexpectedly, this legendary figure had personally appeared because of Xiao Yan's group. Greeting, Valley Chief! Tian Shuangzi in the sky saw this white-robed figure, who had suddenly appeared. A joy surged up his face as he respectfully greeted him. Where is Tian Shi? The white-robed man's eyes slowly swept around him before he suddenly asked. Tian Shuangzi revealed an embarrassed face when he heard this. He pointed to a large pit within Yi City. An unconscious and seriously injured Tian Shi was lying in it. The white-robed man's eyes followed the direction of Tian Shuangzi's finger. He glanced over for a moment before slightly nodding. The snowflakes around him suddenly began to rotate a little faster. It is unexpected that even Valley Chief Bing has personally gotten involved. Xing Hai by the side also cupped his hands to the white-robed man. Although he was also an elite Dou Zun, Xing Hai was aware that there was quite a large gap between him and this Valley Chief from the Ice River Valley. The gap between each star within the Dou Zun class was far from what an ordinary person could imagine. It was a kind of extremely fixed hierarchical system. It was quite difficult for someone in the Dou Zun class to challenge another of a higher level. Moreover, this Ice River Valley's Valley Chief had been renowned in the Central Plains for much longer than Xing Hai. The white-robed man merely nodded in the face of Xing Hai's cupped hands. Xing Hai did not show any signs of being angry due to this. He smiled, unconcerned. Valley Chief Bing, that person called Xiao Yan is someone the Hall Chief has personally asked for. Please give my Hall of Souls some face after you have captured them and hand him to me. Surprise flashed across Bing Zunjia's eyes when he heard Xing Hai's words. His eyes weighed Xiao Yan with some interest. This person was personally demanded by the Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls? The glint flickered within Bing Zunjia's eyes. A moment later, however, he withdrew the thought of attempting to capture this person together with his target. He had seen that person from the Hall of Souls back then. He was indeed extremely frightening. There was no need to form an enmity with that person just because of this little fellow. That would really not be worthwhile. Even he was a little afraid of this mysterious being known as the Hall of Souls. I only desire the woeful poison body. Bing Zunjia's eyes slowly shifted. A moment later, they paused on the little fairy doctor. Both of his eyes emitted an extremely rare heat. Xiao Yan's three-person group had bunched together the moment Bing Zunjia appeared. Their eyes were grave as they studied him. This fellow's strength is really terrifying. It is likely that he is not weaker than Tangjin from the Burning Flame Valley. If we exchange blows with him, it is likely that even the current little fairy doctor will not be a match for him. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly flashed. This situation was definitely a dangerous one. If they did not resolve it properly, it was likely that this Yi City would really be the place of Xiao Yan's despair. Some of the Dou Qi in my body has recovered. If we really end up at a critical final moment, I will use the final extermination Lotus Flame even if I have to forcefully do so. Otherwise, it is likely that all of us will have difficulty escaping from this catastrophe. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly flickered. Various thoughts of fleeing continuously flashed in his heart. Xiao Yan, I will hold them back after this. You and old Mr. Yao should seek an opportunity to escape. A somewhat ice-cold hand gently grabbed Xiao Yan while his thoughts were swiftly circulating. A low whisper was emitted at the same time. Xiao Yan slightly knit his brows. It seemed that the little fairy doctor had also sensed that this Bing Zunjia would be difficult to deal with. It is likely that it won't be easy even if we wish to leave. The other side possessed 3 Dou Zuns. Moreover, there is Bing Zunjia whom we cannot see through. Tianhua Zunjia gently sighed. He had finally sensed the severity of the situation. I will not hurt you if you leave with me. Bing Zunjia seemed to have not heard the conversation between Xiao Yan's group. His gaze contained a fiery heat as he stared at the little fairy doctor. His voice had also become unusually gentle. In your dreams. The little fairy doctor's face was ice-cold. A gray-colored flow lingered over her hand. There was a deadly aura permeating around here. This was woeful poison vapor. However, this woeful poison vapor had currently become the sharpest weapon in the little fairy doctor's arsenal. The woeful poison vapor had just appeared when it swiftly agglomerated into a poison arrow. It emitted a swoosh sound. The space in front of it became distorted, and it disappeared. The space in front of Bing Zunjia also became distorted. The poison arrow shot out from it, targeting his heart. Bing Zunjia merely smiled in the face of the poison arrow that had jolted over. His head leaned back slightly and he inhaled with his mouth. A suction force was emitted and he sucked the woeful poison vapor into his body. A gray aura surfaced on Bing Zunja's face as the woeful poison vapor entered his body. A moment later, this grayish color disappeared. The unusual glow in his eyes also became denser. This is the purest woeful poison vapor. Bing Zunja's face was extremely comfortable after inhaling a deep breath of air. Immediately, he felt some melancholy as he sighed. The purer it is, the greater the desire I have to obtain you. Once I have obtained you, my woeful poison body might become the most perfect constitution. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group changed when they heard these words. They looked at Bing Zunja with shocked faces. He also possessed the woeful poison body? The woeful poison body is divided into those natural and artificial ones. My woeful poison body is an artificial one. However, it doesn't matter. As long as I am able to obtain her woeful poison body, I will be able to make up for this defect. Bing Zunja gently licked his lips. His sinister voice resounded around Xiao Yan's group while he did so. So it is an artificial woeful poison body, Xiao Yan sighed in relief. He had heard that it was possible to make a woeful poison body. However, it was extremely difficult. Moreover, one would have to bear the great risk of dying. Even if one ended up succeeding, one might only possess a useless constitution in the end. It was many times lousier when compared to the little fairy doctor's natural woeful poison body. No wonder the Ice River Valley is searching for a woeful poison body. It is because of this reason. Bing Zunja rubbed the black-colored snowflower between his eyebrows after speaking. After which, he gently laughed. I am really too excited. I have told all of you this. The black-colored snowflower flashed as the laughter sounded. The snowflakes that were whizzing around him instantly turned a strange black color at this moment. After which, he lifted his hand and gently pointed at Xiao Yan's group. Xie. That whizzing, black snowflakes immediately swept out after his finger pressed down. After which, they shot toward Xiao Yan's group from all directions. The little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunja's expression slightly changed when they saw Bing Zunja unleash an attack. The two of them blocked Xiao Yan. Mighty Dou Qi surged out of their bodies and formed a monstrous Dou Qi wall in front of them. Qi Qi Qi. Countless black-colored snowflakes shot into the large Dou Qi wall like hidden weapons, deeply embedding into it. After which, wave after wave of strange black color swiftly spread apart. In the blink of an eye, it was saturated in the Dou Qi wall. Bang! The Dou Qi wall collapsed following the spreading of the black color. Two unusual black colors transformed into two ferocious-looking black dragons. They carried roars as they charged toward the little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunja. The little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunja swiftly withdrew when they saw this. Two mighty Dou Qi pillars surged out of their palms and violently collided with the two black dragons. Bang! The two collided and a spatial crack spread apart like spider webs. Humph, dot. This fierce exchange caused the little fairy doctors and Tianhua Zunja's bodies to tremble. A muffled groan was emitted from their throats. Immediately, their feet pushed against empty air, and they swiftly withdrew 100 meters. They fought 2 against 1, but the one who had obtained the upper hand was Bing Zunja. His might was actually this terrifying. Bing Zunja smiled faintly after defeating the little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunja with one attack. He glanced at Xiao Yan. After which, he randomly waved his hand and one of the black dragons, that had disappeared, was once again formed. It roared as it pounced toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes gradually turned blood red when he saw the black dragon charging over. The heavenly flames within his body had already been merged beforehand. A somewhat illusionary fire lotus was slowly appearing in his palm. The black dragon roared and pounced over. It was accompanied by a bloody wind as it was swiftly magnified in Xiao Yan's eyes. With the approach of the black dragon, the fire lotus on Xiao Yan's hand gradually became less transparent. However, his expression was growing paler. The black dragon had fiercely rushed over in front of a countless number of eyes. However, just as the fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hand was about to completely appear, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. 2 elderly figures appeared in a strange fashion. They waved their sleeves and scattered the black dragon. After the black dragon crumbled, a green-colored figure began to slowly appear in the distorted space behind those 2 elderly figures. A gentle voice that contained an ethereal aura resonated over the land. If he is injured, the Ice River Valley will disappear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1104, Reuniting with Xun Er. Chapter 1104, Reuniting with Xun Er. A soft, gentle voice lingered over the sky. The snowflakes across the sky suddenly paused when the voice spread. After which, they melted, forming visible ripples that spread out in all directions in a circular fashion. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were blood red, suddenly trembled when this gentle voice, that contained an ethereal feeling, reached his ears. The blood color within his eyes swiftly scattered and the annihilation fire lotus in his hand quietly disappeared. Xiao Yan's throat vaguely rolled as his eyes slid to the distorted space with an expression of disbelief. This voice, almost a soul-deep familiarity. Even if Xiao Yan had forgotten his own voice, this voice, that had already been deeply imprinted in his heart, would never be forgotten by him. Xun Er. Xiao Yan's throat rolled. A moment later, a soft muttering tone slowly unfurled from his mouth. The voice contained a false dreamlike feeling within it. The expression of Binghe, which had originally been indifferent, changed because of this sudden unexpected change. His eyes stared at the two elderly figures in front of the distorted space, and they immediately narrowed. While Binghe's expression changed, his gaze landed on the distorted space. A delicate, green-colored figure slowly walked away from that spot. After which, she gently strode out of the distorted space in front of a countless number of eyes, appearing in this snowflake land. The green clothes on the lady's body were not luxurious. However, they faintly contained a distinguished aura that seemed to originate from nature. This kind of distinguishment was not that of an earthly aura. Instead, it was a noble aura that belonged to the overlord of this world. It was just like the bloodline of a king with a long history, and it had not vanished despite time. The figure's long black hair was randomly restrained by a pale purple ribbon, compliantly hanging along the moving figure's body. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would form and the black hair would flutter, emitting a feeling out of this world. The figure appeared as though she was a fairy who had accidentally entered the mortal realm, possessing an ethereal aura that did not allow others to hide. Many eyes were shifted up and paused on the flawless face of the green-clothed lady. Her white skin appeared as though it would break by just blowing over it, even though it contained an alluring, rosy redness. There was a gentle smile on her face that possessed the gentleness of a spring breeze. This smile was filled with an unusually magical aura. It was as though all the worries in one's heart would instantly disappear upon seeing her smile. This kind of lady appeared as though she was a fairy with the spiritual aura of the world covering her, causing her to appear perfect. The green-clothed lady slowly walked out of the distorted space. She did not look at Binghe. Instead, she slowly turned around in front of a countless number of eyes. Her bright pupils gently glanced at the young man behind her. An involuntarily sweet laugh was emitted when she saw the look of disbelief on the face behind her. The smile that had suddenly bloomed was just like an epiphyllum, emitting a shocking allure. This caused a countless number of people below to become absent-minded under her beautiful smile. A smile that could destroy a city. Idiom, describe a great beauty that could bewitch the ruler and result in the downfall of a city. The picture-like lady shifted her feet and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. She extended her clean, white, jade-like hand and gently pressed it on Xiao Yan's head. It was as though she was estimating his height. An alluring ripple finally rose within her bright pupils, which were usually as rippleless as an old well. Xiao Yan gege. The girl stood prettily in front of Xiao Yan as everyone around watched. Her bright lips parted and a gentle voice as smooth as silk gently sounded. Xiao Yan widened his mouth. His heart trembled due to his excitement. However, his face did not show that he had lost himself. His watched that lady whom he had thought of frequently. During these few years, the girl back then had become extremely beautiful. Moreover, Xiao Yan was pleased to find that there was still a familiar feeling in her autumn water-like eyes that warmed his heart. The appearance of the lady in front of him had really changed. Her demeanor, strength, and face was sufficient for her to become the goddess within the hearts of many people. However, the moment Xiao Yan laid his eyes on her, he understood that regardless of how she had changed, she was still that little girl who liked to follow beside him and repeatedly call out Xiao Yan gege. Xiao Yan's body gently trembled. A moment later, he was finally unable to endure the emotion that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. He took a step forward, extended his arms, and embraced the extremely beautiful lady in front of a countless number of exclamations. This sudden action of Xiao Yan had slightly surprised Xun Er. Her small mouth emitted a soft gasp before a bright redness flew onto her face. She gently struggled for a moment before giving up. Both she and Xiao Yan were no longer the youths from back then. She could sense the emotions that had been suppressed in Xiao Yan's heart. This feeling caused warmth to appear in her eyes. The eyes of the two black-clothed elders, who had appeared earlier, suddenly revealed a sharpness the instant Xiao Yan hugged Xun Er. However, after seeing that Xun Er did not even put up the slightest resistance, they ended up facing each other. Immediately, they helplessly shook their heads. They were already somewhat aware of why Xun Er had brought them along on this trip of hers out from the Gu realm. However, they still felt some disbelief now that they had witnessed it with their own eyes. There was an unknown number of young, handsome men with monstrous talents within the Gu clan who were infatuated and attracted to her. However, all of them merely received an indifferent treatment. Even when she was occasionally chatting with a smile, there would be a cold indifference that kept one at a distance, being emitted from her. These two old men had never met any man who dared pull Xun Er into an embrace in all these years. If this matter is to spread in the Gu realm, it is likely that those brats would go crazy. A white-haired, black-clothed man rolled his eyes and involuntarily muttered, "Miss Xun Er's eyesight should be very good. From what I know, this person is a person from the Xiao clan." The other black-clothed, old man faintly added, "Xiao clan? That person's descendant?" The white-haired, old man was startled when he heard this. Immediately, his eyes were somewhat strange as he glanced at Xiao Yan. After which, he smiled and said, "No wonder." However, even if this is the case, it isn't easy to obtain the acceptance of the Gu clan. After all, he is merely that person's descendant and not that person himself. Moreover, young Miss is someone from the Gu clan, whose bloodline has been the perfectly cared for nearly 1,000 years. Young Miss will know her limits with regards to this. It is useless for us, old fellows, to say anything. Cuckoo, hopefully. While these two were softly chatting, Tianhua and the little fairy doctor behind Xiao Yan were startled by this scene. Tianhua was still alright. He was merely surprised that Xiao Yan was acquainted with such a powerful person. The strength of the two black-clothed, old men was something that even he could not see through. They were at the very least 2 stars higher than him. The little fairy doctor's eyes were stunned as she studied Xiao Yan's back. After which, she glanced at the person in Xiao Yan's embrace. A slight dimness flashed across her pretty eyes without being detected. She had occasionally heard Xiao Yan mention this lady named Xun Er. From the tone he used when speaking about her, she was able to identify a hint of love. This caused her to be somewhat surprised. She clearly understood Xiao Yan's character. This fellow might appear warm, but he had seldom revealed such an emotion to anyone, especially a lady. This kind of love caused even the little fairy doctor to involuntarily feel some envy within her heart. Ever since she had been acquainted with Xiao Yan, she had only seen Xiao Yan reveal such an emotion once. The source of this emotion was the green-clothed lady in his embrace. Xiao Yan ruthlessly hugged the person in his embrace. The lady's gentle body had poured a kind of energy into his heart that had become somewhat tired after this battle. Xun Er allowed Xiao Yan to hold her. Some pittiness flashed across her bright eyes. She was clearly aware just how difficult it had been for Xiao Yan after she had left. His clan was nearly destroyed, and his teacher was captured. These numerous blows had ruthlessly pressed down on his tender shoulders, causing Xun Er to feel a pain in her heart for him. However, the thing that caused her to feel pleased was that Xiao Yan did not collapse in the face of these hardships. He stubbornly endured through them and slowly walked from the Jiama Empire to the Black Corner region and from the Black Corner region to the Central Plains. Moreover, he had shined bright in the process. The current Xiao Yan was no longer that tender, young man, who could only rely on his heated blood to do things. Instead, he was a genuine expert, but... Xiao Yan Gigi, don't blame Xun Er for not being beside you all these years. Xun Er's gentle voice appeared to possess a demonic strength, causing the fatigue in Xiao Yan's heart to quietly disappear. His passion and liveliness suddenly recovered because of her. Do you think of me as such an unreasonable person? Xiao Yan smiled. He gradually returned the emotions back into his heart. After which, he rubbed Xun Er's head and relaxed his arm. After seeing this person once again, he felt as though his entire body was filled with an endless amount of strength. You are injured? Xun Er's bright eyes suddenly paused on some blood traces on Xiao Yan's body. Her pretty eyes froze as she softly asked. Her voice might be gentle, but Xiao Yan keenly sensed the surrounding natural energy begin to quietly surge. The one who made me bleed currently has an injury that is 100 times worse than mine. Xiao Yan smiled. His finger pointed at a couple of deep pits and some rubble within Yi City. Xun Er curled her mouth into a smile. Her beautiful pupils looked at the cold air permeating all around her. After which, she gently turned around. Her pretty eyes stared at Binghe a short distance away. A golden-colored flame slowly appeared in her bright eyes while her gentle voice slowly sounded. Will you leave the subsequent matters to Xun Er? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105, Golden-Colored Flames. Chapter 1105, Golden-Colored Flames. Xiao Yan was surprised when he heard Xun Er's words. However, he did not attempt to stubbornly maintain the so-called pride of a man. He gently nodded. Putting up a brave front could nicely be described as being hot-blooded, or it could also be described as being reckless. With Xiao Yan's experience, he would naturally not act like some ordinary young person right now, straining his neck and overexerting himself to endure on. If he did that, he would be laughed at by others. Be careful. The smile on Xun Er's face became even richer when she saw that Xiao Yan did not reject her. She did not want Xiao Yan to form a clear distinction between them. Bing He, who saw their eyes gradually turn to him, looked at Xun Er and frowned. He slowly demanded, "Who are you?" "This is a matter of my Ice River Valley." Bing He was naturally not a fool since he had been able to become the valley chief of the Ice River Valley and reach his current level. Ever since Xun Er had appeared, he could tell that this lady has a strong background. However, the members of the Gu clan usually kept a low profile. Some ordinary people had never even heard of this clan, that originated from the primordial times. From this, one could tell just how low a profile the Gu clan kept. It was also due to this that Bing He had difficulty identifying Xun Er's group when he saw them for the first time. After all, the Dou Qi continent was huge. There were as many experts as there were clouds. Even Bing He did not dare say he knew all the experts in the world. What an overbearing Ice River Valley. Xun Er stared at Bing Er only to slightly grin. Bing He's expression slightly turned sour in the face of Xun Er's laugh. He was naturally aware that the other party was not praising him. His gaze vaguely swept over the bodies of the two black-clothed, old men, and he immediately discovered that their strengths were equal to his. This venerable self only wants the woeful poison lady. If he is your friend, this venerable self can let bygones be bygones. However, I will definitely not let off that woeful poison lady. Bing He's gaze flashed across the two black-clothed, old men before pausing on the little fairy doctor. Finally, he spoke in a solemn manner. He was naturally able to tell that this mysterious lady and the brat called Xiao Yan possessed a deep relationship. Xun Er's bright eyes swept over the little fairy doctor when she heard this. Coincidentally, the little fairy doctor's eyes had also shot over. Both ladies' gazes interacted in the air. There was an unknown feeling within both of their eyes. A moment later, they turned away without leaving a trace. Valley Chief Bing, you cannot let that Xiao Yan off. Qing Hai by the side hurriedly yelled out when he saw the situation. Xiao Yan was a person the Chief of the Hall of Souls had personally ordered to capture. How would he return an account to his superiors if Xiao Yan were allowed to leave? You should act by yourself if you wish to capture him. Bing He's expression sank as he quietly scolded this old fellow for not understanding the situation. He dared to cry out loud right now. Qing Hao's expression also changed slightly upon hearing Bing He's reprimand. A chill flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. He was an honorable elder from the Hall of Souls. Although he was courteous to Bing He, it did not mean he needed to grovel to him. The two of you need not argue. You will not be able to bring anyone away from here. Grab your people and leave this city within 1 minute and I will allow you to leave. Xun Er raised her pretty eyes and faintly instructed these two, who had already started to bicker among themselves before the battle had started. Bing He's and Qing Hai's expressions became a little ugly when they heard Xun Er's words. The factions they represented were not ordinary factions, especially the Hall of Souls behind Qing Hai. It was a great support that allowed him to do anything without feeling fear. The factions in the Central Plains that could cause the Hall of Souls to be afraid were existences that could be counted with one's fingers. Although those two black-colored elders had a great deterring effect, it was still insufficient to cause the both Bing He and Qing Hai to get lost just because they were told to. He, what an arrogant tone. It is really rare to find anyone in the Central Plains who dares to say such words to my Hall of Souls. Qing Hai's elderly face revealed a sinisterness. He laughed in a strange fashion. Little girl, I would advise you not to end up letting the faction behind you offend an existence they cannot offend for a little man. These words might appear a little imposing if the Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls were to say them. However, you do not possess the qualification. Xun Er's small mouth was lifted into a slight arc. She shook her head and spoke with a half-smile. There seemed to be very few existences that the Gu clan could not afford to offend on this continent. There are still 30 seconds left. A slight gold-colored flame suddenly moved within Xun Er's bright eyes. The expressions of Bing He and Qing Hai sank. A moment later, Bing He finally could not control himself as he coldly laughed. If he were to turn around and leave in such a dejected state, the Ice River Valley would really end up losing a great amount of face. It is the first time that Bing He, has met such an arrogant member of the younger generation after having lived in this Central Plains for so many years. Bing He crackled in a dark and cold manner. The black-colored snowflake between his eyebrows flickered with an unusual luster. A black-colored cold air slowly surged out of his body. With a clench of his hand, a piece of black ice cracked as it extended out of his hand, transforming into an unusual black ice prick. The front of the ice prick was unusually sharp. Its entire body was even covered in a spiral pattern. At a glance, it contained a feeling that caused one's entire body to become cold. If one were struck by this thing, it was likely that a head-sized hole of blood would end up appearing on their body. Elders. Xun Er's face did not reveal the slightest ripple in the face of Bing He's movement. Her eyes merely turned to the two black-clothed old men a short distance away. The two black-clothed elders hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands together upon hearing Xun Er open her mouth. They smiled and said, "Young miss, please rest assured, leave it to the both of us." The white-haired, black-clothed old man turned his head after speaking. His eyes landed on Bing He as he laughed. "Kuku, I have long heard that Valley Chief Bing He has practiced the Ice Sun Force until its pinnacle. The old me really wishes to experience it." After the last word sounded, the white-haired, old man stepped through space and appeared a short distance in front of Bing He. His face was filled with a warm smile. "Old fellow, since you have made your choice, just leave these two to me." The other black-clothed, old man helplessly shook his head before turning his eyes to Qinghai and Tianxuanzi. Bing He's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the smiling white-haired, old man in front of him. A denseness surfaced in his eyes. His foot stepped on empty air as a strange, black-colored ice cube appeared out of nowhere. After which, it transformed into a dozen long spears made of black ice that cut through the air and rushed toward the old man with lightning-like speed. The white-haired, old man smiled upon seeing this. He clenched his hand and a mighty deep yellow Dou Qi surged explosively out of his body. It formed a thick mud wall in front of him, receiving those long spears made of black ice amid a wave of puffing sounds. Young miss does not like to wait for people. The old me shall hurry and fight with you. The white-haired, old man's foot stepped through the empty air. A deep yellow Dou Qi covered his body. It transformed into a ferocious-looking ground dragon, emitting wave after wave of roars. Finally, it was accompanied by another low roar as it swiftly shook the air and pounced toward Bing He. Even with Bing He's great strength, he had no choice but to treat such a fierce attack by the white-haired, old man seriously. Immediately, the strange black ice pricks suddenly began to rotate at high speed, and they ruthlessly rushed toward the white-haired, old man. The other black-clothed, old man stepped through the empty air while the white-haired, old man was attacking Bing He. Step by step, he walked toward Qinghai and Tianxuanzi. "Tianxuanzi, the both of us should join hands and test this person. What do you say?" Qinghai's expression became gloomier as he watched the black-clothed elder slowly approaching with each step. Finally, he uttered these words to Tianxuanzi by the side with a deep voice. Tianxuanzi glanced at the fierce battle between the white-haired, old man and Bing He, who had clashed together. After which, he nodded. The current situation was not an optimistic one. Moreover, there were two other elite Dozuns, who had yet to join the fight. That mysterious green-colored lady did not appear ordinary. "I can only go all out." Tianxuanzi clenched his teeth. Bing He had yet to give the order to retreat. Naturally, he dared not flee alone. Hence, all he could do was fight. "Gande, attack and kill Xiao Yan." Qinghai's expression was cold as he cried out a command to the few experts from the Hall of Souls. Ganda's group, which had remained in the sky, were startled when they heard his order. Immediately, their faces contained a bitter smile. Currently, there were two elite Dozuns by Xiao Yan's side. Would they not be delivering themselves to death if they were to step forward? Although they thought like this in their hearts, none of them dared to disobey Qinghai's orders. They could only swiftly calm their minds. With a wave of a hand, all of them hurried to the spot where Xiao Yan and Xun Er were located. "All elders of the Ice River Valley, listen up. Aid the Hall of Souls. Attack and capture Xiao Yan." Tianxuanzi's cold cry sounded. Those Ice River Valley's elders in the sky faced each other when they heard this. All they could do was toughen their heads and rush out. Qinghai only nodded after seeing them move. His dark, cold eyes suddenly turned to the black-clothed, old man, who had already arrived in front of him. His gaze crossed with Tianxuanzi, and he coldly laughed. Mighty Dou Qi surged out of his body. With a swoosh sound, the two of them spread apart. After which, they moved their bodies and fiercely attacked the black-clothed man from both the front and back. While these two big battles had erupted, Ganda's group had gradually formed a fan shape and spread apart. They surrounded Xiao Yan and Xun Er. No one dared to approach the little fairy doctor or Tian Huazunjia behind this pair. However, the two of them did not do anything either. They clearly understood that this mysterious, green-clothed lady was not ordinary. Xiao Yan's eyes swept around him. He slightly knit his brows. That expert from the Hall of Souls called Ganda was not weaker than Protector Wu. There was naturally little need to feel any worry if this person was alone. However, there was currently many experts. Even an ordinary expert at the peak of the Dozong class would not be able to endure. Just as Xiao Yan was hesitating about whether he should intervene or not, Xun Er gracefully shifted her feet. She slowly took a step forward and slightly curled her hand. A golden-colored liquid like flame suddenly curled and rose. The expression of Xiao Yan changed when this golden flame appeared because there was a heavenly flame uprising in his body at this moment. This is also a heavenly flame? Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the mysterious golden-colored flame in Xun Er's hand. A flabbergasted expression gradually surged into his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1106, Defeat. Chapter 1106, Defeat. The golden-colored flame was just like liquid as it slowly flowed around Xun Er's fingers. While it did so, the surrounding space formed some meandering spatial cracks following the outline of the flow. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the golden-colored flame. The shock in his eyes was difficult to hide. It was not that he had never seen a heavenly flame, but this golden-colored flame in Xun Er's hands caused him to feel afraid for the first time. When this golden-colored flame appeared, even the glazed lotus heart flame within his body emitted a slight trembling noise. It was the first time Xiao Yan had witnessed such a situation in all these years. Xiao Yan could understand the meaning behind the slight trembling sound emitted by the glazed lotus heart flame. This was fear. By being able to cause the glazed lotus heart flame to feel so afraid, it was obvious that the golden-colored flame in Xun Er's hand was definitely not an ordinary heavenly flame. After all, the glazed lotus heart flame was the product from the merger of the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame. Although it was not ranked on the heavenly flame ranking, it should be able to enter the top 10 if one were to rank it. Even a heavenly flame of such an existence felt afraid because of Xun Er's golden-colored flame. Just how terrifying was this thing? On the heavenly flame ranking, there are only two types of flames with a golden color among the top 10 spots. One is the 9 quiet gold ancestral flame that is ranked 7th, and the other is the gold emperor incinerating heavenly flame that is ranked 4th. I wonder just which one of these flames is Xun Er's flame. Xiao Yan mused within his heart. Of course, he could not be completely certain. The heavenly flame ranking was a great authority. However, there were a countless number of mysterious items in this world. Many people believed that there were more heavenly flames than what was recorded on the heavenly flame ranking. Therefore, Xiao Yan could not be certain that the golden-colored flame Xun Er was using was one of these two heavenly flames. The golden-colored flame flowed around Xun Er's finger in an agile manner while her eyes slightly shifted. She looked at the experts from the Hall of Souls and Ice River Valley around. A faint smile was revealed on her elegant and alluring face. Attack! Gandha's group felt an uneasiness rising in their hearts the moment the golden-colored flame appeared. However, there was no reason for them to pull back now. Over a dozen people maneuvered their Dou Qi at the same time. After which, they transformed into many frightening Dou Qi pillars that launched at Xiao Yan and Xun Er from all directions. That scene was indeed a little majestic and grand. Enormous Dou Qi pillars cut through the sky and instantly arrived. Xun Er raised her hand gently, and her small mouth gently blew on the golden flame. Puff! The golden-colored flame suddenly swelled with the wind after Xun Er blew on it, transforming into a golden-colored flame barrier that wrapped around both Xiao Yan and her. Chi chi chi! Many Dou Qi pillars ruthlessly smashed into this golden-colored flame barrier. Although they caused numerous ripples to appear, the attacks ultimately did not scatter the flame barrier. One could tell what kind of terrifying defensive strength this flame barrier possessed. The expressions of Gandhi and the others changed a little when they saw their combined attacks easily blocked by Xun Er. Before they could attack once again, however, Xun Er slowly raised her head. A golden-colored flame flashed across her autumn water eyes. Go! Xun Er pressed her finger against the empty air as she gently commanded. The surrounding golden-colored fire barrier immediately blasted apart after her voice sounded. It transformed into over a dozen firelights that emitted sizzling sounds. After which, they rocketed through the air. Within a flash, they appeared in front of Gandha's group. They hurriedly gathered their Dou Qi to put up defenses in their shock. Chi chi chi, dot. The golden-colored firelight quietly shot into the vast, mighty Dou Qi defenses of Gandha's group. Before this group could sigh in relief, however, a slight grug sound quietly appeared. Immediately, an intense searing pain was emitted from their chest. The entire group slowly lowered their heads with much difficulty, only to see a half-finger-large blood hole had unknowingly materialized in their chests. The surroundings of the bloody hole did not have the slightest hint of fresh blood. The flesh and the blood appeared as though they had completely ablated and disappeared. Gandha's group widened their mouths. Their eyes turned to the Dou Qi defensive wall in front of them. Immediately, their gazes focused on the holes in the wall. The Dou Qi defense that they had formed with much difficulty was just like paper to the light ray of fire. It was completely without any blocking ability. What is this flame, dot? The life force within the bodies of the experts from the Hall of Souls and the Ice River Valley swiftly disappeared. Their bodies swayed and finally fell headfirst in front of the many stunned gazes below. The golden-colored fire light did not appear to be overly accurate. Hence, not everyone's hearts had been penetrated. Some of those who would luckily avoid being killed, like Gonda, did not even wait for Xun Er to speak. They hurriedly withdrew with terrified faces. Only at this moment did they understand that this young, green-clothed lady was even more terrifying than the man beside her. After only one exchange, all the experts from the Hall of Souls and the Ice River Valley were either killed or injured. This scene caused the hearts of many to be covered with a chilly air. Just where did this demon lady come from? How could she be so frightening? Xun Er slightly widened her small mouth after randomly defeating Gonda's group. After which, she swallowed the frightening, golden-colored flame into her body. She turned her head, saw Xiao Yan's stunned face, and involuntarily curled her lips into a gentle smile. Ugh, it seems that you have been walking ahead of me. Xiao Yan spoke with a bitter smile when he saw Xun Er looking over. Originally, he had thought that his achievement was already quite great. However, after seeing her tactics today, he finally understood that there was always those who were stronger. Xiao Yan Gege cannot put it this way. Xun Er relies on the bloodline of her ancestor, yet you have relied on your own strength to reach this stage. If we were to really compare, 10 Xun Er cannot be compared with you, Xun Er softly laughed. Xiao Yan felt a little better in his heart after hearing Xun Er's comforting words. He could only helplessly sigh when it came to these matters. He had no choice. Xun Er was born with a better background. This cold chi formation should also be broken. Xun Er only turned her head after seeing the surprised expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually disappearing. She looked at the cold chi that wrapped around the city. With a flick of her finger, a ray of golden light flashed out from its tip and disappeared. Soon after the ray of golden light disappeared, the energy of this entire place suddenly rippled. A moment later, numerous vast and mighty Dou Qi pillars rushed in from outside of the cold chi barrier, forcefully tearing this barrier apart until it was filled with holes. Tons of cold vapor seeped out. The temperature of this place gradually returned to normal after this cold vapor seeped out. The cold fog also quietly disappeared. Numerous sounds of rushing wind appeared after the cold fog scattered. Immediately, many black figures appeared in front of Xun Er in an orderly fashion and bowed to her. Xun Er slightly nodded at these black figures that had appeared. She waved her hand and they once again transformed into numerous black figures that spread apart, scattering around the city and remaining alert for any sudden changes. Xiao Yan's eyes only returned after these black figures disappeared. His heart was shaken as he inhaled a deep breath of air. Was this the strength of the Gu clan? It was indeed terrifying. The shock in Xiao Yan's heart continued for a long period of time before it was finally interrupted by the energy explosions that suddenly sounded in the distant sky. His eyes followed the sound and could see Qinghai and Tian Shuangzi being defeated in the hands of that black-clothed, old man. Fighting alone against two people, yet still obtaining the upper hand. From this, one could tell just how terrifying the strength of this black-clothed, old man was. It seems that Xun Er's warning does indeed have a reason. From the attitude these people use for her, she likely possesses an extremely high position in the Gu clan. If I do not possess a strength that would cause this Gu clan to take me seriously, attempting to stay beside her would likely be utter nonsense. Xiao Yan slowly clenched his fist. With his current Do Zong strength, he was far from the strength the Gu clan required to view him seriously. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he would have to use all of his abilities just to deal with an expert at the peak of the Do Zong class. Therefore, he needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. Attempting to increase his strength would mean that Xiao Yan had to find a new heavenly flame as soon as possible. There is less than a year's time until the start of the pill gathering. Moreover, there will be a complicated selection process. Hence, this timing will have to be brought forward. Xiao Yan gently exhaled a breath of air. In order to raise his strength as fast as possible, he needed to obtain the 3,000 burning flames of the pill tower, but Xiao Yan once again raised his head after making up his mind. His eyes landed upon the battle between the white-haired, old man and Bing Yi. At this moment, the both of them were having an intense fight. Dark black lines repeatedly appeared in the empty space where the both of them had exchanged blows. The frightening energy ripples caused the hearts of a countless number of people to tremble. Bang! Two figures collided in a lightning-like manner in the sky. A loud, soul-stirring sound erupted. However, that white-haired, old man heartily laughed. His shriveled palm suddenly shot out a green crystal glow. Numerous mysterious hand seals were formed. He received the sky-burying seal from this old me. Xiao Yan's brows were suddenly lifted when he heard the loud laugh of the white-haired man. Sky-burying seal? The fourth seal of the God Seal skill? Bing Yi was also stunned because of the cry from the white-haired man. Sky-burying seal? This name was a little familiar. Sky-burying seal? God seal skill. This thought swiftly flickered in Bing He's heart before his body suddenly trembled. An aghast expression was finally revealed. His eyes gathered on the green-colored figure in the distance. She is actually a member of the Gu clan? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1107, Forcing the Enemy to Withdraw. Chapter 1107, Forcing the Enemy to Withdraw. Bing Yi's eyes stared at the green-clothed lady in the distance, who was standing on empty air. The shock in his eyes was difficult to hide. The Gu clan, this ancient faction, that kept a low profile, would seldom show themselves in the Central Plains. However, an expert who had reached a certain qualification and weight would learn just what kind of terrifying strength this clan, which had descended from ancient times, possessed. Ever since Xun Er appeared, Bing Yi might have made some guesses about her status and background, but he had never sent his guesses in the direction of this Gu clan. After all, the clan kept a low profile. It was extremely rare for such a publicized event to occur. Moreover, there were many experts in the Central Plains who also possessed hidden factions. Quite a number of these factions had a strength that could contend with the Ice River Valley. However, due to the various rules within their factions, they were not as renowned as this Ice River Valley. However, if the Ice River Valley were to offend the other party until they could no longer endure it, even the Ice River Valley would suffer a little. It is expected that she is actually someone from the Gu clan. Bing He's expression turned a little green. At his level, he naturally knew quite a lot about the mysterious Gu clan. Forget about the other things. Just being able to open a realm and create their own world was enough to cause quite a number of top factions to be humble. Only at this moment did he understand that the word Xun Er had uttered when she revealed herself was not an empty threat. With the unfathomable strength of the Gu clan, destroying his Ice River Valley was not an impossible task. The white-haired, old man ignored Bing He even as the expression in his eyes changed. The jade-green glow on his hand grew denser. A moment later, it agglomerated in a lightning-like manner and transformed into half-a-foot-large jade-green energy palm. The palm was filled with numerous dark black scars, and a frightening spatial strength seeped out of it. This caused the space around the palm to split apart and form numerous dark black cracks. Ha ha! The white-haired, old man's sharp eyes swept over Bing He after seeing his fist imprint form. A loud laugh was emitted from his mouth. Immediately, he waved his hand, and the unusual palm with a countless number of strange, black threads covering it suddenly rushed out. The energy of above the city suddenly began to riot after the energy palm was sent forth. Even the cloud layer in the sky was churning. Bing He had naturally heard of the renowned God Seal skill. Hence, his expression instantly became solemn. He knew that it was pointless to say anything at this moment. All he could do was receive the attack from this old fellow, who had become excited from the battle. Bing He clenched his teeth as this thought rushed through his heart. The black-colored snowflake on his eyebrows suddenly flickered, forming an unusual luster. Black-colored, cold chi continuously surged out. Ice Soon Force, Freezing Sky Palm. The black-colored, cold chi agglomerated in Bing He's hands in a lightning-like fashion. It shook in a layer of thick, black ice quietly gathered on his palm. This ice layer might not appear mysterious, but it gave one a kind of unusually dense chill. The black ice palm was swiftly formed. Bing He's feet suddenly stomped on the ground as his body rushed forward. The next instant, he appeared in front of the mysterious palm. His expression was solemn as he ruthlessly threw his palm forward. The palm moved as Bing He desired. At the same time, the surrounding cold air immediately became violent. Deep within the black ice was a fatal poison. If it were to strike a person's body, their physical body and even their Dou Qi would instantly freeze. Bang! The two experts were just like two falling stars that flew across the sky in front of the eyes of a countless number of people. They collided in a brilliant manner. A shockingly loud sound reverberated across the sky. A terrifying energy storm spread through the sky as numerous 100-meter-long, dark black lines quietly appeared like gullies in the empty air. This scene was just like the sky had suddenly opened its ferocious mouth, causing one's heart to feel a chill. The energy storm spread, carrying a hurricane that swept over the sky. Countless numbers of large trees from the forest around the city were torn from the ground. After which, they flew into the distance, as though it was a scene from the end of the world. What a powerful energy collision! A fight between elite Dozuns is like this. Xiao Yan's eyes were a little startled as he looked at the spatial cracks that had formed in the sky. The space of this place was usually stable. However, such a crack was formed. From this, one would tell just how great the energy from the fight was. Bang! The energy storm spread across the sky and the two figures rushed back. While pulling back, their feet rubbed against the empty air, forming dark black scars. Haha, how enjoyable. The Ice River Valley's Ice Xun force is indeed a little unique. The white-clothed old man withdrew over a dozen steps before he stabilized his body. He raised his head and looked at Bing Zunjia, who had been forced back even further, before involuntarily letting out a hearty laugh. Bing He's body shook in the distance as he stabilized it. His hand slightly trembled and a grave expression flashed across his eyes. The God Seal skill was indeed worthy of being a secret skill of the Gu clan. Its might was this frightening. Xun Er's eyebrows bunched up when she saw that Bing He had only suffered minor injuries despite his miserable state. Her bright eyes glanced at the white-clothed old man as she softly chided, "Old Lin, don't waste time. We do not have much time for this trip of ours." The white-haired old man appeared humbled upon hearing Xun Er open her mouth to speak. He respectfully acknowledged her words. "This miss, please wait," Bing He hurriedly uttered. His expression changed when he heard Xun Er's voice in the distance. "What is it? Is Ice River Valley's chief planning on pursuing me to hand the people over?" The corner of Xun Er's mouth was curled. Her voice contained faint ridicule. Bing He bitterly laughed. His eyes slid to Qinghai and Tianshuangzi, who was exchanging blows with the black-clothed man. He solemnly cried out, "Tianshuangzi, come back." Upon hearing Bing He's cry, Tianshuangzi, who was bitterly enduring, braced his attention. He did not have the time to say anything to Qinghai beside him. His body moved and he hurriedly withdrew. Within a couple of flashes, he had already appeared beside Bing He. Using a low and uncertain voice, he asked, "Valley Chief? The matter today is the fault of my Ice River Valley. The Ice River Valley asks for this young lady's forgiveness if we have offended you." Bing He ignored Tianshuangzi. He grit his teeth and cupped his hands to Xun Er amid numerous stunned gazes. Tianshuangzi by the side was looking at Bing He with a dull face when he heard his words. He had never heard Bing He utter such words before. Just what is the background of these people? Tianshuangzi was not a fool. After thinking for a while, he had finally gained a grip on the situation. If the other party merely relied on two elite Dou Zuns, it was impossible for them to get Bing He to act in this manner. Therefore, it was obvious that there was definitely a frightening background behind the mysterious lady that even the Ice River Valley was extremely afraid of. "Bing He, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to throw the face of the Ice River Valley away?" With Tianshuangzi's withdrawal, Qinghai did not dare stay entangled with the black-clothed old man. He also hurriedly fled the battle and furiously yelled to Bing He. Bing He ignored Qinghai's furious cry. Although he really wished to obtain the woeful poison body, he would give it up without any hesitation if the precondition to doing so was offending the Gu clan. After all, the Hall of Souls might not be afraid of the Gu clan, but his Ice River Valley did not possess that kind of strength. Xun Er had also felt surprised because of Bing He's sudden change of heart. She fell deep into thought. It seemed that this person had become aware of their identity. Xiao Yan Gege? Xun Er mused for a moment before turning her head. She turned her gaze to Xiao Yan. Her meaning was obvious even without saying anything. She was waiting for Xiao Yan's decision. Although Xun Er's action was subtle, it was still noticed by Bing He's group. Immediately, their eyes were surprised as they shifted to Xiao Yan. This subtle action let them to know that despite the frightening background of this lady, she seemed to be following Xiao Yan's lead. "This brother, my Ice River Valley will not interfere in the matter of the woeful poison body in the future." Bing He's eyes flashed as he cupped his hands together and solemnly promised. Xiao Yan glanced at Bing He. He smiled and replied, "Valley Chief Bing really knows how to joke. This matter is but a misunderstanding. Since Valley Chief has already put it this way, Xiao Yan will naturally not pester you." Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart why Bing He was treating him this politely. The reason was because of Xun Er. The Ice River Valley was considered quite strong in the Central Plains region. With the current strength beside Xun Er, it was likely impossible to completely eradicate it. Moreover, the Gu clan might not allow her to do something like that for an outsider. Therefore, frightening the Ice River Valley off today was already the best ending. Naturally, some of the grudges between them would be handled by him when he possessed the strength to fulfill them in the future. He had no intention of borrowing the strength of the Gu clan. Bing He sighed in relief after hearing Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan's strength was unworthy of his attention. However, he needed to carefully deal with the Gu clan. Currently, with Xun Er intervening, he could only leave in a dejected manner regardless of how unwilling he was. "I will get some people to take care of the mess in Yi City and will not stay any longer today." The many gazes below caused Bing He to involuntarily clench his fist. After which, his eyes turned to Xun Er as he solemnly said, "This young miss, hopefully the matter today is only some small grudge and will not influence any relationships after this." Xun Er naturally understood what he wanted to convey. She smiled slightly and softly replied, "I also hope that today's matter will not occur a second time. Otherwise, the place I will have to visit next time might perhaps be the Ice River Valley." Bing He's expression slightly changed. He forced a smile and waved his sleeves. The space behind him became distorted and his body slowly disappeared into the distorted space. Tian Xuanzi hurriedly followed him. Qing Hai's eyes looked at Bing He's group leaving in a dejected manner. His heart finally began to panic a little. His body moved and the space around him became distorted. However, he was just about to flee when two black figures strangely appeared beside him. Their hands firmly locked onto his shoulders. "What do you want with me?" Xiao Yan grinned when he heard Qing Hai's furious cry. His smile was filled with an icy coldness. He did not have much of a grudge with the Ice River Valley. However, he was in a situation where he would rest until the Hall of Souls disappeared. Hence, Bing He's group was allowed to leave, but Qing Hai was not. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108, Seal. Chapter 1108, Seal. Qing Hai's body was completely sealed by the white-haired, old man and his partner. The Dou Qi within his body had even ceased flowing at this moment. He struggled for a while, but he was unable to escape. Finally, his fierce eyes suddenly turned to Xiao Yan and coldly laughed, "If you dare to hurt the old me, it will be equivalent to you becoming enemies with the Hall of Souls. The old me doesn't know just what kind of background you have, but offending the Hall of Souls is an extremely foolish action." "Kuko, what arrogant words! Is the Hall of Souls that great?" The white-haired man by the side strangely laughed when he heard Qing Hai's words. Xiao Yan's group stepped through the empty air and paused in front of Qing Hai. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan uttered, "Even if I don't do anything to you, the Hall of Souls will still not let me off. Therefore, your threat is useless against me." Xiao Yan's eyes turned to the two elders on Qing Hai's sides after speaking until this point. He cupped his hands together and respectfully said, "I have troubled the both of you. Kuko, it is merely young Mrs. orders. There is no need to thank us." The black-clothed elder smiled and waved his hand. Xun Er grinned. Her bright eyes turned to the vicious-looking Qing Hai and asked, "Xiao Yan Ge, how do you plan to deal with this honorable elder from the Hall of Souls?" "Let's seal him. An honorable elder is not an ordinary protector. It is likely that even the Hall of Souls will feel some heartache if they lose him. He might be of some use when rescuing teacher in the future." Xiao Yan mused for a moment and finally gave a suggestion. "You wish to seal the old me? In your dreams, dot." Qing Hai's expression became ferocious when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Immediately, he let out a dense, cold laugh. His face suddenly flushed red, and the Dou Qi within his body forcefully attempted to free itself from the restraints of the black-clothed, old duo as it launched through his body in a wild manner. "Be careful, he wants to self-destruct." Xun Er's expression changed when she saw Qing Hai's appearance. She grabbed Xiao Yan and withdrew at a lightning-like speed. The faces of the black-clothed, old man and white-haired, old man sank. Both of their palms swiftly pressed against Qing Hai's body. Numerous soft grug sounds appeared and a faint, blood fog seeped from where their palms landed. "We cannot stop him. This is a self-destruct unique to the Hall of Souls." The two black-clothed elders frowned after failing to stop Qing Hai's self-destruct despite their efforts. They helplessly shook their heads as their bodies moved. Subsequently, they quickly withdrew. Wisps of blood fog seeped out of Qing Hai's skin after the two of them pulled back. His eyes also protruded out. Threads of blood flowed out from them. A wild, tyrannical energy was channeled around his body in an uncontrolled manner, causing the surrounding space to become distorted. Bang! An increasing amount of fresh blood appeared on his body. A moment later, a shocking explosion finally sounded in front of the eyes of a countless number of people. His flesh exploded, and the frightening explosive energy suddenly swept out like a hurricane across the sky. Under this frightening energy hurricane, even Xiao Yan's group could only lower their bodies. The might from the self-destruction of an elite Dou Zun was quite frightening. If they were to be pulled into it, their fates would be quite miserable. The raging hurricane-like energy continued for nearly 3 to 4 minutes before it gradually scattered. Only at this moment did the dark color that covered the sky disappear. Xiao Yan knit his brows and looked at the gradually scattering energy hurricane. He did not expect the old fellow to be this ruthless. This old fellow had self-destructed without even allowing Xiao Yan to say any more words. An elite Dou Zun will not die so easily. This kind of self-destruction will only destroy his physical body. If his soul escapes, the Hall of Souls will not find it difficult to create another body for him. Tian Huazunja shook his head and spoke somewhat regretfully. He was the best example of this. Hence, he talked about this matter with the greatest authority. Xiao Yan softly sighed. All of these old foxes were not ordinary people. That is only if his soul can escape. Xun Er by the side smiled when Xiao Yan sighed. He turned his head upon hearing her words, only to see her autumn water eyes get covered by a golden color. A faint golden glow shot out of her eyes. Xun Er's golden pupils slowly swept across the sky. A moment later, they suddenly paused in an empty stretch of sky. Her pretty eyes were lifted. After which, her body moved. The next time she appeared, she was already in the empty area she had been looking at. A golden-colored flame lingered on her hand as it was ruthlessly smashed into an empty area in front of her. The space rippled after this punch was thrown. It split and formed a palm-sized spatial crack. Xun Er's hand curled when the spatial line appeared. A suction force surged out. Xiao Yan's group immediately heard the frightened voice that was suddenly emitted from the crack line. After which, an illusionary spiritual body was forcefully pulled out of space itself. The spiritual body had just appeared when it threw a punch at Xun Er with a vicious expression. However, a sizzling sound erupted when his hand touched the golden-colored flame. A sharp miserable cry resounded across the sky. Xun Er faintly smiled. She waved her hand and the gold-colored flame surged out. After which, it wrapped around Qinghai's spirit. Qi. The golden-colored flame lingered around Qinghai's body. Following which, a thought flashed across Xun Er's heart and the flame swiftly shrank. A spiritual body was quickly shrinking amid a sharp miserable cry. A moment later, it transformed into a palm-sized golden-colored flame. Xun Er held this cluster of gold flame with her hand and rushed down, landing beside Xiao Yan. She tossed the flame to him and gently laughed. Xiao Yan ge, I'll give him to you. Xiao Yan received the light cluster and some surprise flashed across his eyes. By borrowing the fallen heart flame, he was able to detect the soul. However, he was unable to reach deep into the spatial crack. It was unexpected that Xun Er had managed to do this. Xiao Yan took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. He stuffed the light cluster into it and rubbed his finger over the mouth of the bottle. A circular, invisible flame appeared over it. After which, he returned the jade bottle to his storage ring. A Dou Qi class soul might be of much use to him in the future. Fallen heart flame? Did First Elder Su Qian jump in anger because of you? Xun Er glanced at the invisible flame. Her eyes curled into a crescent shape as she covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He bitterly laughed. If you had not appeared this time around, it is likely that I would have found it difficult to escape this time around. Hey! Young Miss received news about you soon after you stepped into the Central Plains region. After which, she ignored the dispute within the clan and forcefully brought the two of us out of the Gu realm. Only after running across half of the Central Plains did we arrive here. Fortunately, you are all right. Otherwise, young Miss would have really exploded. Kuko, honestly speaking, the old me has never seen the appearance of young Miss when she is angry. The white-haired, old man by the side curled his mouth and laughed. Old Lin. A faint, bright redness surfaced on Xun Er's face as she chided. Kuko, I will not say anymore, The white-haired old man hurriedly waved his hand when he heard her cry. Upon seeing Xun Er's little girl-like embarrassed appearance, he exchanged looks with the black-clothed elder beside him. Both of them quietly sighed in their hearts. Xun Er had always maintained a rippleless, old well-like emotion within the Gu realm. There was seldom anyone in the clan who could get her to reveal a smile. Her cold and indifferent manner, along with her special status, caused her to appear like a goddess, making it difficult for others to approach her. However, they had never expected the usual Ice Mountain-like, young goddess to reveal little girl-like feelings in front of this fellow called Xiao Yan. This caused the both of them to feel pleased and helpless. With her position in the Gu clan, it was really quite difficult if Xiao Yan wanted to be together with her. Even if he was the descendant of that person. However, forget about matters in the future. If the feelings Xun Er felt for Xiao Yan were to spread to the Gu realm, it would immediately stir a great wave. After which, there would be a countless number of furious, young male geniuses from the Gu clan who would step forward. Their aim would definitely be Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw the faint, bright redness on Xun Er's face. His heart felt a little touched. Although he and Xun Er were separated by a great distance, she had always been paying attention to him. These feelings had grown undoubtedly very deep. Xiao Yan felt a little joyful and proud when he thought of this. Xun Er's character was just like an unearthly pure lotus. Perhaps it was due to her bloodline, but ordinary things would have difficulty causing her emotions to fluctuate. Even when it came to the matters of the opposite sex, it would be extremely difficult to invade her heart. Fortunately, before this future goddess could completely master her emotion, Xiao Yan had placed an imprint that was difficult to remove in her heart. This imprint ultimately allowed Xiao Yan to successfully pull this perfect goddess, that countless number of people desired, into his embrace. If those many things had not occurred when they were still children, and if things were to develop normally, Xiao Yan and Xun Er would not have had much of a social connection. With Xun Er's subsequent growth, it was likely that no one would be able to walk into the heart of this matured goddess. However, there was no such thing as if. Currently, Xiao Yan had already planted a deep impression in Xun Er's heart. When it came to anyone or any matter related to Xiao Yan, her cold and indifferent appearance would automatically slip off. This point was also the thing that caused the two elders to sigh emotionally. Xiao Yan's hand rubbed his still somewhat giddy head. This was the sequelae after having used the Skyfire 3 mysterious change. After which, Xiao Yan turned his eyes and looked at the little fairy doctor, who was standing quietly behind him. He was just about to say something when he discovered that the eyes of the two ladies collided together. Based on his instincts, he seemed to have sensed the surrounding temperature showing signs of rising. Cough. Xiao Yan softly coughed before facing Xun Er and introducing the little fairy doctor. This is the little fairy doctor. After saying those words, he looked at the little fairy doctor and introduced Xun Er. This is Xun Er. The little fairy doctor and Xun Er slightly smiled without any prior agreement after hearing Xiao Yan's introductions. After which, they took a step forward. The two females extended their jade-like, white hands and gently shook them in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. The smile that had surfaced on Xiao Yan's face after seeing the two shake hands suddenly stiffened because he discovered a gray-colored Dou Qi flow and the golden-colored flame slowly rising from both of their hands. Two outstanding ladies had started an instinctive comparison in front of Xiao Yan during their first meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109, Plans. Chapter 1109, Plans. The strange gray-colored chi flow and the golden-colored flame quietly collided where both of their hands made contact. However, no loud sound appeared. The two of them quietly mingled. A slight sizzling sound and energy ripple erupted from the point of contact. This sudden unexpected change caused the black-clothed, old man to be startled. He hurriedly stepped forward and wanted to intervene. However, he stopped after hesitating. His gaze carefully swept over the little fairy doctor and surprise flashed across his eyes. Her appearance and demeanor did not lose to even Xun Er. Moreover, the thing that surprised him most was the little fairy doctor's strength. Such a young elite Dozun was indeed quite shocking. Just what was so good about this little fellow? He had so many outstanding ladies beside him. What are the two of you doing? Xiao Yan by the side similarly experienced a change in expression due to the sudden battle between the little fairy doctor and Xun Er. He hurriedly extended his hand over. When he was about to forcefully pull the two ladies apart, the jade-like hands, that had been together, gently withdrew. The gray-colored Dou Qi flow and the golden-colored flame swiftly scattered. I have long heard that little fairy Dr. Jijia's older sister, woeful poison body is really strong. It really lives up to its reputation now that we have met. However, thank you for taking care of Xiao Yan Gge during this period of time. Xun Er gently took a step back, rubbed her hand mildly, and spoke with a slight smile. I have also heard Xiao Yan mentioning you many times. Now that we have met, you are indeed a lady blessed by the heavens. No wonder you are constantly on his mind. The little fairy doctor replied with a warm smile. Although these two ladies appeared exceptionally warm when they spoke, Xiao Yan could sense an unusualness within their voices. He bitterly laughed in his heart. These two ladies had the capital to be proud. One had a natural poison constitution while the other possessed the bloodline of an ancient Dou Qi. Now that they had met, there was a vague feeling of the both of them refusing to give in to the other. Could this be the opposition between two outstanding ladies? Alright, this matter is over. Let's all rest for a while. Moreover, this is not a good place to chat. Xiao Yan shook his head and helplessly spoke. Xun Er and the little fairy doctor nodded slightly upon hearing his words. Seeing them nod, Xiao Yan took the lead to move his body and land in the Yi Clan manor in the center of the city. Xun Er's group followed close behind as a countless number of gazes watched them. The entire Yi city also began to turn into an uproar after Xiao Yan's group rushed down. The soul-stirring battle today would likely spread throughout the central plains like the wind. Yi Zhong and all the clan members of the Yi clan hurriedly stepped forward after Xiao Yan's group landed in the Yi clan manor. After today's shocking battle, Yi Zhong had finally witnessed Xiao Yan's ability. Even a faction as strong as the Ice River Valley was forced back in a dispirited fashion despite having sent out all of their strongest people. From this, one could tell just how strong Xiao Yan was. Although he clearly understood that most of this was due to the sudden arrival of reinforcements, he also understood that being able to summon these reinforcements was part of Xiao Yan's repertoire. Big brother Xiao Yan, are you alright? Xian Lan's face was filled with joy when she saw that Xiao Yan was fine. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He pointed at Xun Er and said to Xian Lan. This is Xun Er, I think that you should have also heard of her. He, one of the founders of Pansgate. Senior Xun Er. Being a member of Pansgate, how can I have never heard of her? Xian Lan covered her mouth and saucily laughed. Xun Er was also startled when she heard her reply. Her elegant face immediately revealed a gentle smile that caused the hearts of those young people from the Yi clan to rapidly beat as she softly said, "Cuckoo, so you are also a student from the Inner Academy. Elder Yi Zhong, can you please arrange a place for us to chat?" Xiao Yan grinned and turned to Yi Zhong. "Cuckoo, Mr. Xiao Yan really knows how to joke. Such a small matter is naturally not a problem." Yi Zhong hurriedly nodded upon hearing his request. He personally led the way at the front. Xiao Yan smiled. He led Xun Er, the little fairy doctor, and the rest followed. The courtyard was still filled with many members of the Yi clan. Some of the younger members revealed envious expressions when they saw the two ladies with demeanors possessing individual advantages. An ordinary person was already blessed by the heavens to have either one of them, yet Xiao Yan was able to enjoy the both of them. From the way they saw it, what was there to regret if one lived until such a state in life? Xiao Yan naturally did not have the time to bother about the thoughts of these people. Under the leadership of Yi Zhong, all of them walked into the meeting room of the Yi clan. Yi Zhong sensibly led the outsiders into the room and then left after the group had taken their seats, leaving this place to Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan sat on a chair and his tensed body finally relaxed. He sensed the piercing pain in his veins and involuntarily parted his mouth. The sequelae of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was quite great. If his body was not extremely strong, it was likely that he would have long since been left on the ground unable to get up. Xiao Yan Gege, what are your subsequent plans? Xun Er pushed the teacup beside her to Xiao Yan as she inquired with a gentle voice. I need to rescue teacher from the hands of the Hall of Souls. The strength of Xiao Yan's hand holding the teacup involuntarily increased. A chill flashed across his dark black eyes. Xiao Yan Gege's teacher should be Yao Zunjia, Yao Chen, from back then, right? Xun Er was not surprised at Xiao Yan's answer as she softly inquired. She had done some research after having returned to the Gu clan. Hence, it was not surprising that she was aware of Yao Lao's identity. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. Yao Chen? The black-clothed, old man by the side was slightly astounded when he heard that name. Immediately, his eyes glanced at Xiao Yan in surprise. He said, it is unexpected that he is your teacher, that old fellow's medicinal refining skills are something that hardly anyone on this Dou Qi continent can match. Cuckoo, that's right. Back then, we had also met Yao Chen a couple of times. However, the both of us were merely ordinary Dou zones at that time. The other white-haired, old man also laughed and let out a sigh full of emotions. Xiao Yan grinned. His eyes turned to Xun Er, who was in deep thought, as he asked, what is it? The Hall of Souls will definitely take precautions against you after the matter today. They might even shift the place where they have imprisoned Mr. Yao Chen. If you were to boldly head there, it is likely that you will only deliver yourself to their hands. Xun Er hesitated for a moment and replied. You should not underestimate this Hall of Souls. My Gu clan has exchanged blows with them many times over the years. However, we have not hurt their core. With your strength, even if you have these two Dozuns by your side, it is likely very difficult to rescue Yao Chen from the hands of the Hall of Souls if you do not plan properly. The white-haired, old man also reminded. Young miss cannot stay for too long this time around. She must return in at the very most 10 days. Your status is a little unique to our Gu clan. Before you possess the ability to protect yourself, the old me feels that it is best that you do not make contact with the Gu clan. Xiao Yan gently knit his brows. Although he was uncertain just what unique meant, he was aware that there was some relationship between the Gu clan and the Xiao clan. Moreover, the Dou Qi ancient god's jade on him was something that the Gu clan wanted to obtain. Yao Lao had reminded him back then that it was best not to leak word about it. Otherwise, it would definitely attract a fatal disaster. Due to this point, Xiao Yan would be careful when making contact with the Gu clan. Xiao Yan Gege, the strength of the Hall of Souls is far more than what you have seen. Therefore, you must not be careless. The matter of rescuing Mr. Yao Lao and Uncle Xiao all relies on you. Xun Er's expression was a little grave. She was afraid that Xiao Yan would head to rescue Yao Lao now and is reckless and end up landing in the hands of the Hall of Souls. After all, the true intention of the Hall of Souls was the Dou Qi ancient god's jade in Xiao Yan's hands. Xiao Yan's expression was a little dark and solemn. After the recent battles, he had basically exposed all the strength around him. With the information channels of the Hall of Souls, it was likely that they would soon be aware of the information. If he still led his group over, it was likely that he would really not only fail to rescue Yao Lao but even end up losing his entire group along with himself in the process. The hand Xiao Yan used to hold the teacup tightened a little. His heart was fretful. Every additional day he allowed Yao Lao to remain in the Hall of Souls would be an additional day of suffering. This caused him to feel as though his heart was being sliced by a blade. Xun Er softly sighed after seeing Xiao Yan's face. She ceased saying any additional words. The hall descended into silence after she stopped speaking. A moment later, Xiao Yan finally exhaled a deep breath of air. His voice was low and deep. I will not head to the Hall of Souls for the time being. Xun Er sighed in relief within her heart when she heard his words. She said, Xiao Yan Gege, please rest assured. Mr. Yao Chen is not an ordinary Dozun. The Hall of Souls will not take his life so easily. Once I return, I will use the strength of the Gu clan to find the location where Yao Chen is imprisoned. If I receive any news, I will immediately dispatch someone to inform you. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. Since this moment was not the best time to rescue Yao Lao, he would need to prepare for the matter of the Pill Tower's pill gathering. If he was able to obtain the 3,000 burning flames, his strength was bound to soar. At that time, he would be able to fight against experts at Bing He's level. Once that occurred, he would quietly gather helpers and rescue Yao Lao from the hands of the Hall of Souls in one attempt. As for his father Xiao Yan's eyes became slightly dim when he thought of his father. Ever since Xiao Zhan had disappeared back then, there had not been any news of him. Since the soul light spot on the two Shi ancient gods jade still existed, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would have thought that Xiao Zhan had been killed by the Hall of Souls. Perhaps I might be able to obtain some news relating to father from Qinghai's mouth. Xiao Yan's finger rubbed the ring on his finger. A dense expression suddenly flashed across his eyes. Being an honorable elder of the Hall of Souls, it was likely that Qinghai was aware of many things. However, regardless of whether it is rescuing Yao Lao or father, all of that is based on the precondition of me possessing sufficient strength. Hence, 3,000 burning flame. I will obtain you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1110, Mystery of the Ancient Jade. Chapter 1110, Mystery of the Ancient Jade. The hustle and bustle created from the soul-stirring battle during the day finally paled as night gradually covered Yi City. However, many people's hearts were still filled with excitement and exhilaration because of the battle. A battle of this level was something rarely seen across the Central Plains. What piqued the curiosity of the people in Yi City was the identity of the green-clothed lady who appeared near the end. These people in the Pill region clearly understood just what kind of strong faction this Ice River Valley was, yet even Bing He had submitted in front of a countless number of eyes. All of this was due to the mysterious, green-clothed lady. From this, one could tell that just what kind of a shocking background this lady possessed. A crescent moon hung in the dark black night sky as somewhat icy moonlight scattered down, covering the city that had been devastated during the day with a layer of faint silver yarn. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged in a guest room deep within the Yi clan manor. Both of his hands had formed a training seal. There was a heated aura vaguely lingering around him as he inhaled and exhaled. Although Xiao Yan did not suffer an overly serious injury from the big battle during the day, his Dou Qi had basically been exhausted. Moreover, the overbearing energy that had been created when using the Skyfire 3 mysterious change had also caused some damage to his body. If he didn't have a strong physical body, it was likely that some of his veins would have burst apart because of the overbearing energy. Wave after wave of natural energy slowly entered Xiao Yan's body. After undergoing a refinement, they transformed into clusters of Dou Qi that flowed through his veins. This caused the faint feeling of pain emitted from his veins to gradually reduce. This quiet training lasted for 2 to 3 hours before Xiao Yan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. His pale white face had recovered a sleek redness. The exhausted Dou Qi within his body had become much fuller after some recuperation. My strength is still insufficient. With my current strength, I can at the very most deal with experts at the peak of the Dozun class. As for Dozun class experts, unless I use the final extermination Lotus Flame, it is likely that I will have difficulty harming them. Xiao Yan opened his eyes, sensed the condition within his body, and sighed in relief. After which, he immediately mused to himself in his heart. There were a little too many experts who had appeared in the big battle today. This allowed Xiao Yan to truly understand his strength. In the Central Plains, one must rely on one's fist to speak. If Xun Er had not arrived in time today, it was likely that the fate of his group would not have been good. However, if he possessed enough strength, to the point where he need not fear the valley chief of the Ice River Valley, he would naturally be able to rely on himself to resolve such a situation instead of relying on his luck and waiting for others to aid him. Xun Er was able to rescue him once, but what about the second time, or the third, or the fourth? Although the strength of the Gu clan behind Xun Er was very strong, Xiao Yan was also quite afraid of this Gu clan. He was uncertain just what kind of relationship the Xiao clan had with the Gu clan back then. The other party's intention was very clear. They also wanted to obtain the Dou Qi ancient god's jade from Xiao Yan. Of course, they were different from the Hall of Souls in that they used gentle tactics while the Hall of Souls used all means at their disposal, whether fair or foul. The matter of Xun Er intervening to rescue him would likely reach the ears of the Gu clan very soon. Xiao Yan was uncertain what their attitude toward him would be. However, one needed to think of the worst scenario if anything happened. If this Gu clan were to attack him one day in an attempt to snatch the Dou Qi ancient god's jade, he needed to be in possession of a strength that belonged to him. Xiao Yan believed that even if the Gu clan were opposing him, Xun Er would not attack him. This point could be proven by the fact that the Gu clan was still unaware that the Dou Qi ancient god's jade was with him even now. Since Xun Er was able to keep such an important matter a secret, it was possible for him to tell where he was within her heart. Of course, if this were to really happen, it was likely that Xun Er would descend into a swirl between love and kin. At that time, she would suffer regardless of who was victorious. This was also something that Xiao Yan did not wish to say. No matter how I put it, it all boils down to me not being strong enough. If I possess sufficient strength, even the Gu clan would not forcefully attack me. Xiao Yan softly sighed. His fists suddenly tightened. With each advancement of a star, he was able to sense that strength was the most important thing. Family, love, clan, etc., all these things could only be protected with sufficient strength. A glaring expression flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. His hand gently touched his chest. There was still over half of the demon poison spot remaining. If he were to completely refine this thing, Xiao Yan believed that he would be able to become a 4-star Dozong. Once he obtained the 3000 burning flame, he might even be able to reach the peak of the Dozong class. At that time, he would possess the ability to fight even when facing a super expert like Binghe. Once I have fully recovered from my injuries, I will refine the demon poison spot. This thing has remained in my body for so many years. It is time to completely get rid of it. Xiao Yan clenched his fist as he finally made up his mind in his heart. Xiao Yan slowly relaxed. He was just about to enter his training state once again when his eyes suddenly turned to the window of the room. He smiled and said, "Since you are already here, why are you still hiding?" A soft laugh was transmitted into the room after Xiao Yan smiled. Immediately, a green-colored figure drifted in. She stood prettily in front of Xiao Yan and smiled as she said, "It is already so late, yet Xiao Yan Gege has yet to rest?" Xiao Yan watched this elegant and enchanting lady in front of him under the gentle lamplight. A boiling heat quietly rose in his heart. The emotions he had suppressed for many years appeared to be like an erupting volcano in the absence of anyone else. He could not suppress its eruption. Xiao Yan extended his hand and grabbed Xun Er's snow-white cat-like hand. Where he touched was completely smooth, appearing just like warm jade, causing him to like the feeling so much that he was unwilling to release her hand. Xun Er's face revealed embarrassment that an outsider would never see after her hand was grabbed by Xiao Yan. However, she did not free her hand. After being separated from Xiao Yan for so many years, her feelings had not only not faded but had become warmer, like the accumulated sediment following the flow of time, spreading to every part of her body. Xun Er shifted her feet and sat by the side of the bed. Her face gently leaned against Xiao Yan's broad shoulders as she softly muttered, "Xiao Yan Gege, Xun Er has really missed you all these years." Hearing the feelings of attachment in the lady's words would shock any outsider who heard them. Xiao Yan felt a warmth in his heart. His arm rolled down, and he hugged Xun Er's delicate and soft waist. After which, he buried his head into her smooth, black hair and sniffed the faint fragrance. The slight frustration within his heart seemed to vanish at this moment. Xun Er allowed Xiao Yan to hug her. A moment later, she finally raised her head. Her intelligent eyes of her looked at Xiao Yan's face as she flipped her hand. A golden-colored scroll appeared in it, and she handed the scroll to Xiao Yan. "This is the last 3 seals of the God Seal skill. With Xiao Yan Gege's current strength, you should be able to practice the 3rd seal," Xun Er softly said. "Xiao Yan Gege should not reject it. The Central Plains is not the Black Corner region. There are as many experts as there are clouds here. One would be safer if one has more skills to preserve one's life. Xun Er cannot continue to remain here. Therefore, you cannot find an excuse to reject this God Seal skill." Xiao Yan was startled when he saw the glittering, golden scroll. He felt some helplessness. This girl seems to be always thinking of pushing her things on him. Xiao Yan hesitated a little in the face of Xun Er's eyes. However, he did not put up much of a resistance, and he soon took the scroll. He was interested in this God Seal skill. Moreover, Xun Er was right. If one did not have sufficient skills when roaming the Central Plains, it was likely that one would be less safe. Xiao Yan had also long since experienced the might of the God Seal skill. The open mountain seal and sea flipping seal could be considered strong killing moves when he was at the Dou Wang and Dou Huang class. Following Xiao Yan's advancement to the Dou Zone class, the might of these two seals was much weaker. If he wanted to raise his strength, he would naturally need to practice the remaining training methods for the God Seal skill. A smile surfaced on Xun Er's face when she saw Xiao Yan accept the scroll. The current Xiao Yan no longer possessed the kind of insolent sharpness that he had back then. Instead, he was a lot more matured and restrained. That's right, Xiao Yan Gege, you did not allow anyone else know about the matter of the Dou Qi ancient god's jade, did you? Xun Er appeared to have recalled something as she suddenly asked in a serious voice. That's right, Xiao Yan trailed off. This thing had far too great of an implication. He naturally did not dare to inform anyone about it. Even the little fairy doctor, Tian Zunjia, and the others did not know about the existence of the Dou Qi ancient god's jade. Xun Er finally sighed in relief upon hearing him. This Dou Qi ancient god's jade, is it something that the Gu clan wished to obtain? Xiao Yan frowned slightly and asked. Xun Er hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. She nodded and softly said, the Dou Qi ancient god's jade is related to the mystery of Dou Di. I think that Xiao Yan Gege is also aware of this matter. Ever since the ancient times, seldom do any experts manage to break through to the Dou Di class. Those Dou Dis back then all seem to have vanished overnight. We can only find some remnant information from some ancient text. Xiao Yan braced his attention after hearing a great secret of the continent for the first time. He said, in other words, if one were to cobble together the pieces of the Dou Qi ancient god's jade, one would be able to obtain the method to advance to the Dou Di class? The Dou Qi continent is incomparable vast. There are some remains left behind by the ancient experts since ancient times. However, most of these remains are incomplete. Even though this is the case, each time such a remain is discovered, it would stir a large commotion on the continent. Xun Er's pretty eyes turned to Xiao Yan when she spoke until this point. She said, most recently, there was a broken Dou Di relic. A countless number of experts were there at that time. Old Mr. Yao Lao also participated. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. He had occasionally heard Yao Lao mention that the flame mantra was something that he had obtained by chance. Could it be that the flame mantra was obtained from that so-called Dou Di relics? The Dou Qi ancient god is the last Dou Di that has appeared on the Dou Qi continent that we know of. He left behind a Dou Di mansion hidden within empty space. This Dou Di mansion is well preserved. My Gu clan and the Hall of Souls are thinking of entering it. The Dou Qi ancient god's jade is the key to opening that Dou Di mansion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:11, Lost in Passion. Chapter 11:11, Lost in Passion. Xiao Yan's expression became increasingly more solemn upon hearing Xun Er's words. It was indeed as Yao Lao had said. The implication of the Dou Qi ancient god's jade was indeed too great. Dou Di, this was a form to address the ruler of this world. The value of anything even the least bit related to this name would soar. This point was something that could be identified from just watching the Gu clan. The blood of a Dou Di flowed in the bodies of the members of the Gu clan. This had resulted in the current position of the Gu clan on the Dou Qi continent. Although no one dared call it unique, it could definitely be considered among the peak. Therefore, before Xiao Yan Gege has absolute strength, you must not expose the Dou Qi ancient god's jade in your hands. Xun Er's expression was unusually grave when she spoke. The current Xiao clan had declined. Even though the ancestors of the Gu clan and the Xiao clan had an agreement, there was currently a great difference in opinion in the Gu clan regarding this matter. If this matter were exposed, it was difficult to be certain that some experts in the Gu clan would not privately do something. At that time, Xiao Yan would be in danger. Xiao Yan slowly nodded as he studied Xun Er's grave expression. He softly said, the reason the Hall of Souls captured my father is also due to this? Xun Er gently nodded and replied, the Xiao clan could once be considered a top-tier faction on the Dou Qi continent. At that time, the strength of the Xiao clan was something that even the Ice River Valley had difficulty comparing with. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard her. He had never expected the Xiao clan have once been brilliant. Unfortunately, following the flow of time, the Xiao clan gradually declined. After which, some of the ancestors of the Xiao clan could only leave the Central Plains and finally settle down in the Jiama Empire, Xun Er softly explained, following the decline over these generations. Other than a few members of the Xiao clan, everyone else, including the younger generation, is unaware. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. By being able to develop the Xiao clan to that extent, it is likely that the ancestor of the Xiao clan back then was someone with extraordinary strength. Kuko, that ancestor of the Xiao clan, was indeed an absolutely brilliant person. Within a short few hundred years, he stood at the peak of the continent. There were only 4 people on the entire continent who were a match for him. Xun Er smiled as she told Xiao Yan more. She appeared to be aware of what Xiao Yan was thinking after watching his expression. Even though Xiao Yan was already prepared, he still could not help but feel stunned when he heard her words. There was only 4 people in this vast continent who could compare with him. This achievement was indeed shocking. It is unexpected that this ancestor possessed such an achievement. Xiao Yan felt as though his blood was boiling by just imagining this. The talent of that ancestor is something that even the Gu clan greatly admires. Under his leadership, the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Gu clan were very good at that time. This alliance agreement was also formed at that time. Xun Er smiled as she added more. Alliance agreement? That ancestor of the Xiao clan once did the Gu clan a favor. When he was about to die, he impeached the Gu clan to take care of the Xiao clan and preserve the bloodline of the Xiao clan at any critical moments. This alliance agreement was quite effective for a short time after he died. However, with the flow of time and the Xiao clan's disappearance from the Central Plains, this alliance agreement gradually lost its effect. Xun Er looked at Xiao Yan and said, "One of the reasons I went to the Xiao clan back then was because father wished for me to have a quiet childhood. The other is that some people in the clan wanted me to take the Xiao clan's Dou Qi ancient god's jade." Xiao Yan grinned. His smile was a little cunning and pleased. However, they did not expect to not only fail to obtain the Dou Qi ancient god's jade, they did not know they would lose an even more precious treasure. What? Xun Er was startled after hearing his words. After seeing Xiao Yan's crafty smile, she finally understood what Xiao Yan was saying. A lovely, embarrassed color immediately flew onto her face. That's right, what is the name of the ancestor of the Xiao clan? Xun Er's lovely, embarrassed expression had stirred a nefarious flame within Xiao Yan's lower abdomen. He parted his mouth slightly as he hurriedly suppressed it. He did not wish to scare off this little lady, who appeared cold and indifferent to others, but revealed lovely embarrassment in front of him. Xun Er's hand parted a thread of black hair in front of her. She covered her mouth and softly laughed. Why? Are you planning to view this ancestor as an idol? He is my ancestor. I am his descendant. How will it look if I don't even know the name of his elderly self? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes as he replied. Xun Er slightly smiled and softly replied, that ancestor of the Xiao clan is called Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian? Xiao Yan repeated this name in his mouth before laughing. He is indeed worthy of being an ancestor of the Xiao clan. His name is really domineering. Xun Er rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan. Her enchanting manner caused him to stare at her without diverting his eyes. After having not seen this girl for a couple of years, it appeared that her appeal was growing. Her frown and smile were all filled with a natural charm that was difficult to hide. The ancient tomb of Xiao Xian is in the Gu realm. However, that ancient tomb possesses a mysterious strength. Those from the Gu clan cannot enter it. Although some of those with extremely powerful strength within the Gu clan could forcefully enter it, they did not dare to randomly barge in, especially since the Xiao Xian ultimately did the Gu clan a favor. Therefore, no one has been able to enter this ancient tomb after so many years. Xun Er's eyes wandered when she spoke until this point. She looked at Xiao Yan and voiced her thoughts. If I have guessed correctly, it is likely that only you, a member of the Xiao clan, can enter it. If you have the opportunity to head to the Gu realm, you might perhaps go and take a look. You could end up gaining something there. Xiao Yan's expression became a lot more serious after hearing her words. He said in a solemn voice, I will naturally have to make a trip to the tomb of an ancestor. Once I have sufficient strength in the future, I will move the tomb of the ancestor to the Xiao clan and get the descendants of the Xiao clan to worship him day and night. It is likely that Elder Xiao Xian would feel very pleased if he heard your words. Xun Er softly laughed. Immediately, she appeared to have recalled something and said, That's right, it is best that you do not spread the word that you are the descendant of Elder Xiao Xian. Although the Xiao clan shined brightly on the continent for a period of time back then, it had also offended some powerful factions. Some of those factions still exist even today. If they were to discover this, it is likely that they would bring you some trouble. Are these factions as strong as the Ice River Valley? Xiao Yan fondled his chin and asked. The factions in the Central Plains region cannot be summarized by the phase 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, 4 pavilions. The Central Plains region is incomparably vast. There are quite a number of hidden factions. For example, my Gu clan is not ranked among them, but would anyone who has some knowledge dare to say that the Gu clan cannot make it? Xun Er helplessly shook her head and continued, some of the factions in the Central Plains regions that keep a low profile might quietly possess a strength that is not weaker than these ranked factions. After all, there will always be some old demons who do not show themselves behind them. Even the Ice River Valley does not only possess the strength that you can see on the surface. Xiao Yan rubbed his head, feeling a little speechless. This was indeed worthy of being the Central Plains region. It did live up to the phrase hidden dragons and tigers. Xiao Yan Ge, Xun Er will not be able to stay long during this trip. Otherwise, I would bring you a lot of trouble. You will have to rely on yourself for everything after I leave. Hence, you must not be reckless. Xun Er gently rubbed Xiao Yan's face and worried about him. Upon hearing that Xun Er was about to leave, Xiao Yan involuntarily tightened the grip of the hand he used to hug her narrow waist. His eyes stared intently at this lovely face in front of him as he asked, when can I head to the Gu realm to look for you? Xun Er involuntarily lifted the corner of her lips into a sweet arc when she heard his question. She replied, as long as you have confidence in yourself, you can come anytime you like. No matter what happens, all Xiao Yan Ge needs to know is that Xun Er will stand on your side. Xiao Yan slowly nodded upon hearing her words. He tightly hugged Xun Er and softly said, relax. I know just how many challenges and how much trouble I will face when I head to the Gu realm. I will not be reckless because I want them to know that your eyesight is the best. Since the ancestor of the Xiao clan back then was able to get the entire Gu clan to respect him to such an extent, Xiao Yan believed that he would sooner or later be able to reach that level. At that time, it was likely that no one within the Gu clan would be able to stop him even if he wanted to be together with Xun Er. Xun Er smiled as she lowered her snow-white chin. She was unconcerned about how strong Xiao Yan was, but she was afraid that Xiao Yan would be discriminated against and receive the supercilious eyes of members of the Gu clan if he did not possess sufficient strength. Xiao Yan lowered his head. He looked at the enchanting smile in close proximity. This bewitching smile would only bloom with such an allure in front of him. Xiao Yan stared intently at Xun Er. A fiery heat had involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. His hand, holding Xun Er's waist, involuntarily moved. After which, it broke through her clothes and touched her jade-like, warm, smooth. Xun Er's face immediately turned fiery hot as she sensed Xiao Yan's hand creating a mischief. However, a fog seemed to be ripping through her autumn water eyes at this moment. There was a dryness in Xiao Yan's mouth as his throat rolled a little. The nefarious flame in his lower abdomen earlier had suddenly surged, causing a lustful flame to materialize in his eyes. Xun Er's face became more and more crimson with embarrassment as she sensed the change in Xiao Yan. Due to the slowly moving hand of Xiao Yan on her waist, she let out a slight moan. This slight moan was just like a demonic sound that caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly beat even faster. He finally could not control himself as he embraced this lovely figure. As his hands moved up and down, he also kissed her alluring little mouth. The two lips made contact. That gentle creamy feeling suddenly caused both of their bodies to become fiery hot at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11-12, Resolving the Demon Poison Spot. Chapter 11-12, Resolving the Demon Poison Spot. Xiao Yan's body was stiff for an instant before it was enveloped by an even denser, more lustful flame. He took the opportunity presented by Xun Er's stiff body to force his tongue in. He was just like a bandit that was plundering wantonly. Xun Er was similarly shocked by Xiao Yan's boldness until her mind became much blurrier. Only after Xiao Yan had barged in did she reflexively begin to struggle. However, the current her appeared exceptionally weak. Her frightening strength, where her punch could penetrate space itself, seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. The lustful flame burned within Xiao Yan's chest. His roaming hand around Xun Er's waist involuntarily climbed. A moment later, it finally touched a softness that caused one to brace one's attention. The soft touch was just like a spark that lit the fuse of some explosive. Xiao Yan's hand quietly undid her green clothes, revealing her snow-like skin. Young miss, the old me has something to discuss with you. A dry elderly cough suddenly sounded outside of the door just when Xiao Yan was about to gradually peel everything off of the person in his embrace. The elderly voice was clearly transmitted into the room. This elderly voice contained a powerful Dou Qi that seemed to explode beside Xiao Yan's and Xun Er's ears, suddenly waking the both of them from a state of being lost in passion. After recovering her clear head, Xun Er saw the extremely intimate posture of the two of them and the clothes that had already been half stripped from her, revealing her snow-white skin underneath. Her face immediately turned so red that it appeared as though blood was about to drip from it. A pair of dark eyes stared angrily at Xiao Yan in her embarrassment. She extended her hand and pulled the blanket over, wrapping it tightly around her body as she did so. Xiao Yan also recovered his mind at this moment. He helplessly spread his hands as he looked at Xun Er's embarrassed anger. After which, he awkwardly said, "That, it is not my fault, ugh, no, ugh." Xiao Yan tried to defend himself before eventually lowering his head, dispirited. He did not expect his self-control to be this poor in front of Xun Er. Xun Er's lovely and enchanting face involuntarily revealed a smile when she saw the dispirited Xiao Yan lowering his head. However, this smile was quickly withdrawn by her. Her body hid under the blanket as she hurriedly put on her clothes amid a trudging sound. After which, she softly said, "You rascal, you are actually having such crooked thoughts." Xiao Yan raised his head. He moved his lips and muttered with a helpless face, "What can I do against Xun Er's allure, but a moment ago?" "Don't say it." Xun Er's face once again turned red. She hurriedly extended her hand and blocked Xiao Yan's mouth. However, he ended up grabbing her hand instead. She thought that Xiao Yan was about to do something bad again when she saw a love that could not be hidden in his dark black eyes. The bright redness on Xun Er's face became much paler under Xiao Yan's eyes. She bit her lower red lip with the back of her teeth as hesitation flashed across her eyes. Immediately, she abruptly lowered her head and gave Xiao Yan's face a superficial peck. "Xiao Yan Geg, the bloodline in Xun Er's body has yet completely awakened. I cannot perform any intercourse. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Wait until we meet again, alright?" Surprise immediately flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard the soft mosquito-like voice that sounded beside him. He turned his head, only to see the usually crystal-clear earlobes of the girl had turned a fiery red in color. Xun Er felt her head explode when she spoke. Even she could not imagine that she would utter those words. Immediately, she ceased saying anything else to Xiao Yan. Her body moved and she rushed out of the room. Xiao Yan gently clenched his hand as he studied Xun Er's figure. The creaminess from earlier seemed to have remained. This old fellow interrupted something good. How inconsiderate. While Xiao Yan was quietly muttering under his breath, the two black-clothed, old men outside the room were walking up and down just like ants in a hot pot. Their eyes appeared a little red. They had been protecting Xun Er all this while and had naturally discovered that she had suddenly come to Xiao Yan's room earlier. They did not think much of it, but following the flow of time, they seemed to have sensed something amiss. Xiao Yan and Xun Er were both young. Now that they had reunited, they were just like dry wood and a strong flame, igniting upon contact. If they were an ordinary man and woman, it was fine if they ignited. The two of them would definitely not do something this inconsiderate. However, Xun Er was not an ordinary lady. She was the person with the most perfect bloodline in the Gu clan within the last 1,000 years. If she were to hand her body to Xiao Yan today, Xiao Yan would definitely be chased to the ends of the world by the furious Gu clan. At that time, the two of them would also face the offense of not properly protecting Xun Er. Their fates would not be any better than Xiao Yan's fate. All of this was because Xun Er was really too important to the Gu clan. The two of them continued walking back and forth in front of the entrance. A moment later, they suddenly came to a halt. Their eyes looked at each other and saw the red eyes of the other party. Finally, they nodded. They suddenly turned their bodies and forcefully pushed the door. Creak. Their hands were about to make contact with the door when the door was suddenly opened. Xun Er's figure appeared in front of the two of them. "Young miss." The two black-clothed, old men were a little agitated when they saw Xun Er coming out. Their old eyes contained an impulse to cry. If this young man and woman were a little impulsive, it was likely that the entire Gu clan would become crazy. Seeing the appearance of these two, Xun Er's face, forcefully maintaining a cold and indifferent look, involuntarily reddened a little. However, her voice appeared exceptionally calm. "Old Lin, what are the both of you doing?" The corner of the white-haired, old man's mouth slightly twitched. He immediately asked with a faltering voice. "Young miss, you and Xiao Yan didn't do anything, right? What nonsense are the both of you thinking?" A bright redness once again surged onto Xun Er's face after being asked so directly. She viciously stared at the two of them while feeling some guilt. After which, she pushed the two of them aside and hurried back to her room. The two black-clothed, old men finally sighed in relief after hearing her words. "There doesn't seem to be any change in young Mrs. Aura. It is likely that she did not do that," the white-clothed, old man observed Xun Er in the distance. He rubbed the cold sweat off his forehead and spoke. "That is because the both of us had come in time. Given young Miss' character, would her ears have become so red if nothing had happened? Fortunately, they did not reach that stage." The black-clothed, old man rubbed his heart, which had been beating like a drum, while bitterly laughing. "Ugh, fortunately, if it really reached that point, the both of us would be sinners of the Gu clan," the white-haired, old man sighed. Even with the calmness of the black-clothed elders, some palpitations involuntarily surged into their hearts when they thought of the importance of Xun Er to the Gu clan. They immediately glanced at Xiao Yan's room with vicious looks. After which, both of their bodies moved and they slowly disappeared from in front of the room. What occurred tonight was likely the most alarming experience of their lives. Within the room, Xiao Yan hugged the blanket that had been wrapped around Xun Er earlier. He was lost for a moment. After which, he bitterly smiled and set it down. He was a little reckless during the event that had occurred tonight. After hearing what Xun Er had said, it was clear that she could not perform any intercourse at this moment. If the Tugu clan elders had not said anything earlier, it was likely that he would have ended up making a big mistake tonight. Xiao Yan softly sighed and inhaled a deep breath of air, gradually calming his mind in the process. After gradually calming his mind, the golden-colored scroll that Xun Er had given him appeared in his hand. Inside it was the last 3 seals of the God Seal skill. Xiao Yan was extremely interested in this God Seal skill. Based on what was recorded on it, if he mastered all 5 seals, its strength would be comparable to that of a Tian-class Dou technique. Xiao Yan was unclear about the might of a Tian-class Dou technique. However, he was able to obtain some clues from the 5-ring flame expelling technique. With the help of this Dou technique, he had used his own strength to defeat Tian Shi and Bing Xian, the expert trio from the Ice River Valley. The result of the battle was indeed glorious. Xiao Yan held the golden-colored scroll and played with it a little. After musing, he did not immediately begin to practice it. Instead, he returned it to his storage ring. After his conversation with Xun Er, Xiao Yan had gained a more complete understanding of the importance of strength. A Dou technique can be practiced any time. Raising my strength is the most important thing. Xiao Yan's expression gradually turned grave. His hand suddenly pulled apart his clothes, revealing the black-colored vortex of the demon poison spot. In the past, he had been afraid that the swift increase in his strength would result in his foundation being unstable. However, after using the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan gained some control of the strength of energy on higher levels. Hence, it was time to completely resolve this demon poison spot. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was no longer difficult for him to completely refine the demon poison spot. With the capacity of Xiao Yan's body, it should be possible for it to completely absorb the enormous amount of pure Dou Qi contained within it. In other words, resolving this demon poison spot that had troubled Xiao Yan for many years was a matter of course. Xiaobai Yan, I shall now unceremoniously accept the great gift you gave me back then. Xiao Yan's hand gently rubbed the demon poison spot on his chest. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. He swiftly crossed his legs and sat down. With a change of the seal formed by his hands, the jade-green flame within his body furiously began to burn. After which, it wildly charged to the location of the demon poison spot. The interior of the demon poison spot contained all of the Dou Qi of Xiaobai Yan. Back then, Xiaobai Yan had been a 2 to 3 star Dou zone no matter how one put it. Although the current demon poison spot was no longer complete, Xiao Yan's strength would definitely soar if he could successfully refine all of it. This situation was something that Xiao Yan was happy to see. The current him needed sufficient strength. Without strength, everything was just unrealistic plans and empty talk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1113, Breakthrough. Chapter 1113, Breakthrough. The jade-green flame turned into a storm within Xiao Yan's body with just a thought from his mind. After which, it gathered around the demon poison spot. The high temperature caused the poison to wiggle continuously. Wave after wave of faint black fog spread out. Currently, the demon poison spot had already lost its qualification to act fearlessly within Xiao Yan's body like it did in the past. Back then, it was able to completely ignore the glazed lotus heart flame. However, with the increase in Xiao Yan's strength, the little fire seedling back then had turned into a large being. The demon poison spot appeared just like a herd of goats that had been targeted by a pack of wolves when the jade-green flame that surrounded it. It felt as though it was trembling. It was able to sense that its good days had come to an end. Xiao Yan's mind coldly smiled as he observed this demon poison spot. Back then, this thing had tortured him until he had suffered. Now, however, it had become nourishment to raise his strength. Refine. Xiao Yan cried out softly within his heart. Immediately, the jade-green flame, surrounding the demon poison spot, suddenly rotated at a high speed. Numerous fire seedlings swarmed over from all directions like a countless number of fire threads, forcefully cutting the demon poison spot into many portions. Following the separation of the demon poison spot, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the glazed lotus heart flame was also separated. It wrapped around the many tiny demon poison spots and began to separate and refine them. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut within the room. Wisps of jade-green flame slowly rushed out of his skin, gradually increasing the temperature of the room. As more time passed, the poison contained within Xiao Yan's body was gradually turned into nothing under the refinement of the glazed lotus heart flame. After the demon poison spot was refined, the waves of pure Dou Qi hidden within the poison would surge out. After which, they flowed like floodwater through Xiao Yan's veins, causing his body, which had originally been exhausted of Dou Qi, to be swiftly filled. His aura was slowly recovering to its peak. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was not too difficult to refine the demon poison spot. Everything proceeded smoothly and naturally. All he needed was time. Time was just like water and one could not afford to squander it. Xiao Yan was unaware that 3 days had passed during this refinement. Xun Er and the others had come to find him during these 3 days and found that the tightly shut door was a little strange. It was fortunate that they were not reckless people. After sensing the hot air pouring from the room, they could guess that Xiao Yan should be training. Hence, they did not forcefully disturb him. Yi City had become a lively place during Xiao Yan's 3 days of quiet training. The reason for this liveliness was naturally because of the soul-stirring battle that had occurred a couple of days ago. The appearance of Xiao Yan's group and the place they stayed were all in the Yi clan, causing the Yi clan's recent reputation to be replaced. Many people had thought that the Yi clan had already declined. However, looking at it now, it seemed that there was an extremely powerful patron behind them. It was also because of this that some of those factions with ill intent for the Yi clan did not dare do anything for now. Even the experts from the Ice River Valley ended up leaving in a dispirited manner. There was no need to even talk about them. By relying on the reputation of Xiao Yan's group, the Yi clan had also enjoyed a period of silence. It had been a long time since the Yi clan had enjoyed being the focus of everyone's attention. Xiao Yan sat on the bed in a room steaming from hot air. Perspiration vaporized from his pores, causing his clothes to tightly adhere to his skin. At this moment, his face had also turned an unusually flushed red. The originally fist-sized demon poison spot on his chest had transformed into a tiny black spot. One could even vaguely see a faint green flame surrounding this tiny, black spot. Wisps of white fog were emitted from Xiao Yan's nose as he breathed. At this moment, Xiao Yan's breathing had become unusually mighty. The majestic Dou Qi within his body was just like a surging flood, carrying a gushing sound as it swiftly flowed through his veins. The injuries within his body, that had appeared as a result of using the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, were fully healed. Moreover, his condition was even better than before. The vast and mighty Dou Qi whizzed as it flowed within Xiao Yan's body. It seemed to vaguely possess a fierce momentum as though it was pushing through a bottleneck. Following the more and more powerful Dou Qi within his body, Xiao Yan's body turned a flushed red. Tiny threads of Dou Qi pillars erupted from countless pores all over his body like steam. Crack! The Dou Qi rotated at high speed. This continued for a moment before Xiao Yan's body suddenly stiffened. A slight sound that appeared as though it did not exist rang out from deep within his soul. A comfort that was difficult to describe spread through Xiao Yan's body after this slight noise appeared. It immediately spread to every corner of Xiao Yan's body. The slightly swollen feeling, that formed because of the appearance of the vast and mighty Dou Qi, disappeared at this moment. A feeling of desiring more replaced it. I have broken through to 3 stars, ha! Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened at this moment. There were some traces of a jade-green flame flowing within his black eyes. Xiao Yan lowered his head and looked at his chest. The demon poison spot had yet to be completely refined. He was still able to see many small, black-colored spots. The agglomeration of Xie Yan's lifetime of Dou Qi was not a small sum. Currently, my body is in its best condition. It is really a pity if I give up like this. Xiao Yan looked at the small, black-colored spots. He hesitated for a moment and did not immediately end his training condition. Instead, he once again shut his eyes, directing his mind. Since he had already refined the spots to such a state, he should completely resolve them. However, he wondered if the Dou Qi that remained in the demon poison spot would allow Xiao Yan to advance to a 4-star Dou zone. The remaining demon poison spot was unable to hold out against this refinement by Xiao Yan. Within half a day, the tiny black spots completely disappeared from Xiao Yan's chest. Only at this moment did the demon poison spot, that Xie Yan had planted within Xiao Yan's body, completely vanish. If that old fellow in the underworld came to be aware that his demon poison spot had not only failed to take Xiao Yan's life but had instead aided the advancement of Xiao Yan's strength, it was likely that he would be extremely furious. After refining the remaining bits of the demon poison spot, the pure Dou Qi that remained flowed through Xiao Yan's body. There might be a great amount of Dou Qi, but it did not reach the point where he showed signs of breaking through to the 4th star of the Dou zone class. The gap between the levels in the Dou zone class were extremely large. It was not an easy matter to raise one's strength even if Xiao Yan possessed a training nourishment like the demon poison spot. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He sensed that the energy in his body was just a nudge away from being able to touch the barrier between the levels. He had underestimated the enormous energy needed for his strength to leap forward by 2 stars. It was unexpected that even the demon poison spot had failed to satisfy this squandering. I already feel that I am able to touch the barrier of a 4-star Dou zone. If I give up now, it is impossible to tell just when I will have such a feeling in the future. Xiao Yan sighed. At this moment, the arrow was already strung on the bow. It did not allow him to relax. Since the Dou Qi within the demon poison spot had already been completely refined by him, he would have to provide himself with the necessary resources. This thought had just flashed across his heart when he waved his hand. Bright red medicinal ingredients flashed and appeared from within his storage ring. After which, they remained suspended in the air. All of these medicinal ingredients were all of the fire affinity, and they naturally possessed a great amount of fire affinity energy within them. Xiao Yan opened his mouth and exhaled as he looked at these medicinal ingredients. A mouthful of jade green flames surged out and wrapped around all of these medicinal ingredients. Bang! Bang! These medicinal ingredients split apart after being surrounded by the flame. Wave after wave of powerful fire affinity energy spread out of them, filling the interior of the room. According to common sense, the energy within medicinal ingredients cannot be directly absorbed by a person. Moreover, it was indeed a waste to use the energy within medicinal ingredients like this. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have so much time to refine all of them into medicinal pills to consume. If he wasted them, then so be it. In any case, he needed to possess sufficient energy to successfully break through to a 4-star Dou zone today. Xiao Yan nodded only after sensing the surging energy that filled the room. He once again shut his eyes. With the support of this energy, he should be able to successfully reach the level of a 4-star Dou zone. While Xiao Yan was trying his best to raise his strength, over 10 black shadows were accompanied by a bloody wind as they flew across the sky over 500 kilometers from Yi City in a wild manner. Upon a closer look, one would discover that these large black figures were numerous 4-winged beasts with a single sharp horn on their heads. Some figures in purple-black clothes were standing on the heads of these single-horned beasts. A vague majestic aura was quietly undulating from their bodies. A man was standing with his hands behind his back on a 4-winged single-horned beast right at the front. The man was extremely handsome, but there was a gloomy expression on his face as his eyes stared at the distant northern horizon. Commander Ling Quan, based on the information we have obtained, young Miss should be in Yi City in the Pill region. A man in purple-black robes respectfully reported from behind the handsome man. Ling Quan was a familiar name. This person was the commander of the so-called Black Submerged Army, who had a conflict with Xiao Yan back when he had taken Xun Er away from the inner academy. Ling Quan. That trash from the Xiao clan is also there, right? Ling Quan faintly asked. A dark and solemn fury flashed across his eyes. Hearing this, the person behind hesitated for a moment before nodding. Ling Quan was expressionless. His eyes looked to the north while his fist slowly tightened. A ferocious expression flashed across his eyes. Little trash, I gave you a warning back then to keep your distance from young Miss. Looks like if I do not give you an unforgettable lesson this time around, you will not put this commander's words in your heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1114, Commander Ling Quan. Chapter 1114, Commander Ling Quan. Dense, crimson energy permeated the spacious room. The high temperature spread, causing this room to appear as though it was on fire. Hot air was steaming within it. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the bed. His body was just like a bottomless pit as it continuously absorbed the surrounding bright red energy into his body. Following the entrance of this bright red energy, his skin began to show a crimson color. Perspiration continuously surfaced on his face, followed its outline, and dripped down like flowing water. This was the first time that Xiao Yan had directly absorbed the energy within medicinal ingredients. During his previous trainings, he would blend or refine the medicinal ingredients and unleash the energy within the medicinal ingredients to their limits. However, he currently did not have sufficient time. The opportunity to break through would disappear in a flash. He did not know when it would appear again if he were to wait. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had the protection of the heavenly flame within his body. Although absorbing the crimson-colored energy would still result in waves of searing pain, it was not as though he was unable to withstand it. Fortunately, this also did not cause much harm to his body. Majestic, crimson energy poured into his body. After being refined, the energy was transformed into pure Dou Qi and invaded Xiao Yan's veins. The Dou Qi quickly flowed and brought about the feeling of being filled with energy. Xiao Yan focused his mind once again. Due to the increasing amount of energy entering his body, he was able to sense the signs of the breakthrough opportunity that had appeared earlier. Bang bang! An increasing amount of Dou Qi gathered within Xiao Yan's veins. It emitted a low and deep roar like floodwaters. Each time the Dou Qi traveled along a vein, it would cause Xiao Yan's soul to tremble. This kind of feeling caused one to be mesmerized. The bright red energy within the room began to emit waves of whistling sounds as the suction force, erupting from Xiao Yan's body, suddenly strengthened. The energy transformed into many substance-like Dou Qi pillars that collided with Xiao Yan's body. After which, the energy would follow Xiao Yan's pores or breathing and invade his body. The crimson energy shuffled past his pores and skin. This kind of fiery hot feeling caused Xiao Yan to feel as though he had been thrown into a pot of chili sauce. Swish swish. In the face of this plundering by Xiao Yan, the crimson energy that permeated the room became paler. His aura had become mightier in the face of this swallowing. Hiss. When the last wave of crimson energy successfully entered Xiao Yan's nostrils, his slightly trembling body suddenly stiffened. He appeared to have transformed into a statue at this moment. He did not even make the slightest movement. The interior of the room suddenly descended into a strange silence. There was the vague sound of floodwater galloping present. If one were to follow the source of this noise, one would discover that this noise was coming from within Xiao Yan's body. While Xiao Yan remained as still as an old meditating monk, a vast and mighty aura was slowly being awakened, just like a waking lion. Outside of Xiao Yan's room was a quiet and serene courtyard. The courtyard was decorated with many flowers that would let out a faint fragrance when a breeze blew over. There was a stone pavilion located in the courtyard. At this moment, two beautiful figures were sitting in this stone pavilion. They sat peacefully and a chessboard was placed between the two of them. Occasionally, a clear tick sound would appear when a chess piece landed on the board. Note that the chess here refers to Go/Weiqi. If Xiao Yan were to come out at this moment, he would definitely be shocked by this scene. These two ladies, who vaguely opposed each other from the moment they met, were quietly sitting down to play chess at this moment. It caused one to feel some disbelief. Little fairy Dr. Jejia, I heard Xiao Yan Gege mention you back at the Inner Academy. He said that you are his best friend. Xun Er's hand held a white jade chess piece. She gently placed it down. After which, she lifted her bright eyes, looked at the warm, alluring face across from her, and spoke with a smile. The little fairy doctor's delicate hand paused slightly while it was picking a chess piece from the chess box. Her eyes slightly rippled as she replied, he is also my best friend. Xun Er smiled gently and asked with a voice as light as the wind, only a friend? The little fairy doctor slightly raised her eyes. She looked at this beautiful lady in front of her and smiled in a non-committal manner. How could she fail to hear the probing intention in Xun Er's words? Although the other party was not a simple person, she herself was not an innocent person either. By being able to form a dictatorship like the poison sect within a place like the Chuyun Empire, the little fairy doctor had to be quite scheming on top of merely possessing some strength. However, she did not like to display this side of her when she was beside Xiao Yan. Xun Er's hand paused when she saw the little fairy doctor's non-committal response where she neither agreed nor disagreed. Xun Er's hand slightly trembled. Her pretty eyes revealed a deeper meaning as she looked at the little fairy doctor. She softly said, I will be leaving soon and will have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Yan Gege in the future. As long as I am alive, nothing will happen to him. The little fairy doctor looked straight at Xun Er. Her warm voice contained a needless to say tone. Xun Er slightly nodded in the face of the little fairy doctor's reply. She gently stretched her lazy waist and immediately revealed an alluring yet delicate curve. She was just about to stand up when her eyebrows suddenly became vertical. After which, she raised her head and looked at the distant sky. The faint sound of rushing wind was wildly charging over from that spot. Swoosh! The little fairy doctor also turned her head when Xun Er had sensed it. Her eyebrows were knit as she asked, is it the Ice River Valley? Or the Hall of Souls? No, they are the people from the Gu clan. Xun Er shook her head and replied. It should be the Black Submerged Army. I can smell the unique scent of the four-winged single-horned beast. A slight ripple appeared within the space of the stone pavilion. Immediately, the black-clothed, old men flashed and appeared. They glanced at the distant sky before speaking. They should have received orders from the Gu clan. After all, the activity from the big battle a couple of days ago was a little too large. The other white-haired, old man nodded and agreed. These fellows really follow me like shadows. Xun Er shook her head. Her expression was somewhat displeased. There's no choice. The Black Submerged Army is controlled by the Elders Council of the Gu clan. Those old fellows, who will not die, desire that the young miss remain in the Gu realm forever. The black-clothed, old man coldly laughed. He appeared to dislike this so-called Elders' Council. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Over a dozen figures rushed down from the four-winged single-horned beasts. After which, they appeared in the air of the courtyard where Xun Er was located. Their eyes swept over the courtyard and paused on Xun Er. The commander of the Black Submerged Army greets young Miss. A fiery heat flashed across the eyes of the handsome, young man, wearing a purple-black robe, when his gaze paused on Xun Er. He landed before cupping his hands together and respectfully greeting Xun Er. Xun Er's eyebrows were vertical. She demanded, "What are all of you here for?" "Cuckoo, the elders are worried this young miss might be hurt outside. Therefore, they ordered me to bring young miss back to the Gu realm." Ling Quan smiled at Xun Er. After which, his eyes swept over the courtyard, but he did not find Xiao Yan's figure. His eyebrows were immediately knit. "There are the both of us protecting young miss. What could happen? Don't tell me that you, a young fellow, who is only a 5-star dozong after having just finished the D-altar baptism, can be relied on to protect young miss?" The white-haired, old man laughed. His tone was not the least bit courteous. His status in the Gu clan was not something that a young person like Ling Quan could compare with. Old Lin really knows how to joke. "This is an order from the elders, and I cannot reject it, can I?" Ling Quan cupped his hands together and spoke with a smile. He did not dare to slight this white-haired, old man. The white-haired, old man did not say anything more after seeing that Ling Quan had brought the matter of the elders forward. His eyes slid to Xun Er and awaited for her decision. "Young miss, the elders are really anxious this time around. You have even exchanged blows with the Hall of Souls during this trip of yours. If they become aware of your identity and perversely do something, the Gu clan will turn into chaos. Therefore, the elders have already given a firm order this time around. If we fail to bring young miss back, the few of us will be punished when we return." Ling Quan looked at Xun Er and spoke with a solemn voice. Xun Er gently raised her eyebrows. She was already aware that if the matter of her exchanging blows with the Hall of Souls were to reach the Gu realm, the Gu clan would have immediately dispatched some people to fetch her back. However, she did not expect them to come this soon. Xun Er mused for a moment. After which, she turned her eyes to the tightly shut room and said, "I will return after another 2 days." Ling Quan slightly frowned upon hearing this. After which, his eyes also looked to the room. A cold expression flashed across his eyes as he smiled and said, "It is rumored that the young master of that Xiao clan is also here, right? I wonder where he is." "Cuckoo, it has also been a couple of years since I last saw him at the Jianan Academy. I wonder just what level he has currently reached." The expressions of Xun Er and the little fairy doctor in the stone pavilion slightly unhappy when they heard the vague ridicule within Ling Quan's words. Creak. While the two of them were conversing, the tightly shut door was slowly opened. A figure straightened his body and slowly walked out. At the same time, a faint laugh was emitted. "It is actually the Commander Ling Quan from back then. Cuckoo, excuse me for having not been here to meet you. However, Commander Ling Quan has only reached the level of a 5-star dozong despite having trained for so many years." This has really caused Xiao Yan some surprise. The smile on Ling Quan's face was slowly withdrawn. His expression immediately became dark and solemn. He stared at the young figure as the figure slowly walked out of the room. He did not expect the trash, which did not even have the qualification to speak in front of him before, would dare to coldly mock him. Did this person think that he could do anything with young miss protecting him? The icy coldness within Ling Quan's eyes had become denser when Xiao Yan's figure finally stepped out. After which, he appeared in the courtyard. His face was covered with a brilliant smile. A majestic aura slowly spread out of Xiao Yan's body the moment he appeared. The gloomy-faced Ling Quan suddenly narrowed his eyes as this aura spread. "Dozong? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1115, Blood Jade Token. Chapter 1115, Blood Jade Token. Ling Quan's expression had become quite ugly as he looked at the young man standing there emitting a majestic aura. 4-star dozong? Ling Quan's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Xiao Yan. His heart was filled with disbelief. When he had seen Xiao Yan at the Inner Academy back then, Xiao Yan only had the strength of a Douling. At that time, Xiao Yan did not even possess the qualifications to meet his eyes. If not for the presence of First Elder Su Qian back then, he would have definitely given Xiao Yan a memory that he would not forget. However, Ling Quan had never expected this trash of the Xiao clan to reach the Dozong class when they finally met again after only a short few years. Moreover, Xiao Yan was only 1 star weaker than him. How could Ling Quan not be stunned by this vast difference? While Ling Quan's expression was gloomy, Xiao Yan's eyes slowly swept across him. Immediately, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a slight smile that was filled with a chill. Back then, this fellow had wanted to fight him when fetching Xun Er. If First Elder Su Qian had not intervened back then, the result would have been an unimaginable one. Even though the two of them did not exchange blows back then, Xiao Yan firmly remembered this Ling Quan in his heart. The ridicule that Ling Quan had given him back then was something that he had firmly remembered in his heart. Xiao Yan was not some magnanimous person. Back then, Ling Quan had humiliated him when he was still weak. This person even wanted to murder him toward the end. This point alone was enough to make sure Xiao Yan never forgot him. It is unexpected that the Xiao clan, which has declined to such an extent, is able to produce an expert Dou Zone. This has really surprised this commander. Ling Quan looked at Xiao Yan in a dark and solemn manner for a moment before he coldly laughed. There is no need for Commander Ling Quan to spend the effort. Who can clearly speak about such things? Back then, I was only a Dou Ling when you met me. A couple of years later, it will perhaps be difficult to determine who was the stronger or weaker one, Xiao Yan slightly smiled as he replied. Ling Quan also shook his head upon hearing the ridicule in Xiao Yan's tone. He coldly laughed, a villain achieving his goal. However, you have only reached a 4-star Dou Zone, yet you dare to act arrogantly in front of this commander? In my eyes, you are little different from the you back then. Although Xiao Yan was weaker than him by only 1 star, Ling Quan was confident he could completely defeat Xiao Yan if they were to fight. This confidence was not without reason. After all, the training that Ling Quan had received in the Gu clan along with the Qi method and Dou skills he practiced were all top-notch. He really did not believe that he, who had undergone such an elite training, would be weaker than the trash, Xiao Yan, who had to learn everything himself, However, in my eyes, the current you is nothing, Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. He possessed an extreme dislike for this Ling Quan. Moreover, it was perhaps due to Xiao Yan's hatred for Ling Quan having accumulated since back then, but now that Xiao Yan had met this fellow again, it was really difficult for Xiao Yan to be nice to him even with his self-control. A denseness gradually surfaced on Ling Quan's handsome face because of Xiao Yan's rude words. His gloomy eyes bore into Xiao Yan as a killing intent flashed across them. Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little even with Ling Quan's cold-eyed glare. He looked at the other party. His dark black eyes revealed a chill surging within. The two of them faced each other in 2 majestic auras slowly saturated. There was a vague killing intent. It was obvious that these two people were not good friends from the moment they met. Ling Quan. Xun Er's pretty face turned slightly cold while she cried out. She appeared to have sensed the partially present killing intent within Ling Quan's eyes. After being shouted at in this stern manner by Xun Er, even Ling Quan did not dare to slight her. He hurriedly withdrew his eyes, bowed, and cupped his hands to Xun Er. However, the dense killing intent within his eyes became more intense when he lowered his head. Xun Er had shouted because of Xiao Yan. This caused his heart to feel an extreme anger. Of course, he naturally did not dare to place this fury on Xun Er. Therefore, Xiao Yan had become the best target for his anger. Young Miss, the elders sternly told us before we left that we must bring young Miss back to the Gu realm without wasting even half a day's time. If anyone dares to stop us, we are allowed to kill them regardless who they are. Ling Quan cupped his hands and respectfully explained. However, after speaking, his dangerous eyes slowly drifted toward Xiao Yan. Xun Er, are you leaving? Xiao Yan by the side was startled when he heard this. He ignored Ling Quan's gaze as he glanced at Xun Er with a slight frown. Xun Er hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. This period of time was when her bloodline was awakening. The members of the clan would definitely be worried of her being outside. If she did not return this time around, it was likely that the true experts from the clan would personally come the next time. At that time, some unexpected changes might occur if they were to meet Xiao Yan. This was not something that she wished to see. Xun Er took a couple of steps and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Her warm hands adjusted Xiao Yan's somewhat messy clothes as she softly said, I cannot remain outside for too long this time around. Otherwise, I will end up bringing some trouble to Xiao Yan Gege. Once Xiao Yan Gege has resolved his issues, you should be in possession of the ability to come to the Gu clan. Xun Er will wait for you. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the girl in front of him, whose pretty face revealed some attachment. He was quiet for a moment before slowly nodding. After all, he was not an unreasonable person. Xun Er had been doing everything for his sake. If he were to insist, he would really have let her down. Wait for me. Xiao Yan ignored those around him as he grabbed Xun Er's jade-like waist and whispered to her. A faint, bright redness surfaced on Xun Er's elegant face as she lowered her snow-white chin. Release young miss. Ling Quan's eyes were red as he looked at Xun Er, who was being exceptionally intimate with Xiao Yan. The jealousy within his heart had nearly covered his sense of reasoning. He had always viewed Xun Er like a goddess in his heart. He did not allow others to taint her, yet the goddess in his heart had revealed the emotions of a girl to Xiao Yan, a complete reversal of her usually cold and indifferent attitude in the Gu clan. How could this not cause Ling Quan to become as furious as a wild beast? Ling Quan, remember your status. The matters regarding young miss are something you cannot scream out loud. The face of the black-clothed elder by the side sank as he reprimanded Ling Quan. Ling Quan knows his offense. Ling Quan's face trembled upon being reprimanded by the black-clothed old man. He immediately inhaled a deep breath and the redness in his eyes gradually disappeared. However, his eyes were dark and cold when he looked at Xiao Yan. Let's go. Xun Er appeared to have completely ignored Ling Quan's voice. She took a deep look at Xiao Yan before gently taking a step back. After which, she turned around and left. Her elegant face returned to its cold and indifferent appearance when she passed by Ling Quan. Her calm and completely rippleless voice caused Ling Quan's fist to tighten. Xun Er bunched her eyebrows together after her voice sounded. She looked at the stiff and unmoving body of Ling Quan by the side. Her face became a little chilly as she solemnly questioned, "Commander Ling Quan?" Ling Quan inhaled a deep breath of air upon hearing Xun Er's deep voice. His eyes were dark and vicious as he looked at Xiao Yan. However, he ended up slowly shaking his head as he said, "Young miss, please leave first. Ling Quan still has a task by the elders to carry out." Xun Er's expression changed upon hearing his words. She suddenly turned around and her cool eyes focused on Ling Quan. She said each word with a pause, "I have said, now, immediately, leave this place." Ling Quan clenched his teeth tightly, but ended up shaking his head again. Ling Quan, you are really becoming bolder. The faces of the black-clothed elders slowly turned dark and grave when they saw him shake his head. They took a step forward in unison. A frightening aura covered Ling Quan. The dozen-plus people who had followed Ling Quan here faced each other upon seeing this unexpected change. However, they did not dare to say anything. Ling Quan was their superior while Xun Er possessed a noble status. At this moment, choosing to be blind and deaf was the best option. Ling Quan's knees buckled slightly in the face of the frightening aura from the two black-clothed elders. However, he forcefully endured it. His dark and solemn eyes stared firmly at Xiao Yan, causing one to shudder even without feeling cold. The more Xun Er shouted at him because of Xiao Yan, the greater the density of the jealousy in his heart. This jealousy had even caused his reasoning to become blurry. The little fairy doctor and the others by the side also knit their brows when they saw this unexpected development. However, they did not say anything. After all, this was a matter of the Gu clan, it was best if an outsider did not interfere. However, she could also tell that this person called Ling Quan seemed to hate Xiao Yan. She had already made up her mind. If this person were to obediently leave, he could consider himself lucky. If he foolishly attempted to do something, she would let him understand that regardless of whether or not the Gu clan was terrifying, this Ling Quan did not possess the qualification to scream in front of Xiao Yan. Old Lin, capture him and bring him back. Xun Er's face had gradually turned ice cold. She waved her sleeves and coldly ordered. Acknowledged. The two black-clothed elders respectfully responded upon hearing this. They took a step forward and were about to attack when Ling Quan suddenly took 2 steps back. A flash appeared over his hand and a palm-sized, blood-red jade tablet appeared in it. There was a flamboyant Gu word written on it. Gu jade token? The two black-clothed elders paused their footsteps upon seeing this blood-red jade token. Their faces suddenly changed. Young miss, it is not that Ling Quan refuses to listen to your orders, but I have received a firm order. Ling Quan's hand firmly held the blood-red jade token. His eyes were unusually dense and cold when he stared at Xiao Yan. The smile on the corner of his mouth appeared exceptionally sinister. The elders have given me a serious order. If I meet a member of the Xiao clan during this trip, I am to invite him back to the Gu clan for a gathering. If the other party refuses, I have the right to use force to forcefully remove him. Therefore, Xiao Yan, you should obediently leave with me. Ling Quan's chilly voice slowly resounded within the courtyard, causing the temperature of this place to become unusually cold. TL, the token is like an item that can be used to order certain groups of people around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:16, Week. Chapter 11:16, Week. The atmosphere within the courtyard stiffened at this moment. A gentle breeze blew over, but it was unable to resolve the tense atmosphere. In front of the blood-red jade token in Ling Quan's hands, even the two black-clothed elders did not dare do anything. This blood jade token possessed an extremely powerful deterrence within the Gu clan. Even the two of them did not dare to easily ignore it. Xiao Yan's eyes turned to Ling Quan. Immediately, they paused on his dense face. A chill slowly surged within Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. Xun Er's eyes paused on the blood-colored jade token in Ling Quan's hands for an instant. Her face had also become very dangerous. She did not expect this fellow to be in possession of the blood jade token. Ling Quan, leave with me now, and I can treat it as though nothing has happened. Xun Er inhaled a gentle breath of air. Her bright eyes stared at Ling Quan as she slowly spoke. The corner of Ling Quan's mouth slightly trembled. A moment later, he slowly shook his head. The more Xun Er acted like this, the greater the intensity of the killing intent in his heart was. Young miss, this is an order from the elders. I have no right not to obey it. Xun Er's expression gradually calmed down in the face of the words from Ling Quan. She softly said, "All right, I will remember this." Ling Quan's face slightly changed when he heard Xun Er's soft tone. In his heart, he knew that he had really angered Xun Er this time around. It is all because of this little trash from the Xiao clan. Even if I have to take the risk of offending young miss today, I will ensure that I give this trash a memory that he will have difficulty forgetting. Ling Quan's expression became scarier. His wild beast-like eyes bore into Xiao Yan. After which, the hand he used to hold the blood jade token slowly tightened and a slight cracking sound appeared. Are you going to follow me or should I remove you by force? A hoarse, cold voice was slowly emitted from Ling Quan's mouth. Xiao Yan's eyes looked at Ling Quan. The corner of his mouth was finally lifted into a dense, cold arc. This fellow had successfully roused the killing intent within his heart. Do you really think that this is still the same as back then? Ling Qian laughed in his extreme anger when he heard these words from Xiao Yan. He said, "All right, it looks like you refuse to return with me to the Gu clan, right?" Xiao Yan smiled as he nodded. How could he not know that Ling Quan was trying to find an excuse to attack him? However, how would the other party know that he was also adopting such a mentality? Given the grudges from back then, would he not appear a little useless if he simply allowed Ling Quan to leave like this? Moreover, the current Xiao Yan really wished to let the commander of the Black Submerged Army know that even though he could easily take Xun Er away from him back then, this commander lost the qualification to do so now if Xiao Yan did not allow it to happen. Ling Quan also smiled when he saw the grin on Xiao Yan's face. The dense, cold killing intent within his smile could be sensed by even a blind person. Today, this commander will let you know that regardless of how you jump, you are but an ant in the eyes of the Gu clan. Do you really think that your clan, which does not even possess the qualification to step into the Central Plains, is that Xiao clan from back then? Ling Quan slowly stepped forward. A vast and might aura surged out of his body like a volcano, sweeping over the sky. If you take another step forward, death. A soft and gentle voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, a white-colored, elegant figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Gray air was slowly rising from the little fairy doctor's body. Ling Quan's eyes slightly narrowed when he saw a little fairy doctor appearing. With his ability, he was naturally able to sense the little fairy doctor's frightening strength. Are you going to rely on a woman? Back then, you relied on Su Qian from the Inner Academy. This time around, you rely on a woman to step forward. When will you rely on yourself? If that ancestor of yours came to be aware of this in the underworld, it is likely that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace, no? Ling Quan's eyes turned to Xiao Yan. His voice was filled with ridicule and disdain. Firstly, as long as it is a strength that one can command, it is a strength that belongs to oneself. Naive words like relying on other people will only end up causing others to laugh at you. If you did not rely on the name of the Gu clan, what are you with your strength as a 5-star Do zone? Xiao Yan faintly curled his lips. His smile was becoming bone-chillingly cold. Secondly, you do not have the qualification to mention the ancestor of the Xiao clan. Thirdly, when dealing with you, there is no need for anyone else to help. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at Ling Quan, whose face had twitched repeatedly while Xiao Yan spoke. After which, Xiao Yan pulled the little fairy doctor and gently got her to move aside. The little fairy doctor's eyebrows were slightly vertical when she felt his tugging. You don't really think that I am unable to deal with someone of this grade, do you? Xiao Yan turned his head, looked at the little fairy doctor, and asked with a smile. The little fairy doctor helplessly shook her head when she heard this. She could only do as he wanted. This person called Ling Quan was someone that she really despised. Xiao Yan Gege, you need not hold back. I will take care of all consequences. Xun Er spoke with a faint voice. By being able to get her, someone who possessed a cold and indifferent character, to utter these words, it was obvious to what extent Ling Quan had angered her today. The two black-clothed elders by the side exchanged looks with one another. After which, they let out bitter laughs. They quietly scolded Ling Quan for not being sensible. Did he think he could recklessly act just because he was holding the blood jade token? They could imagine that even if this fellow could successfully return to the Gu clan, his future fate would definitely not be a good one. Xiao Yan smiled. His eyes turned to the surroundings of the courtyard. He cupped his hands together and said, Elder Yi Zhong, this is only some private matters. It does not have anything to do with the Yi clan. Please just leave this place to us for a moment. Mr. Xiao Yan really knows how to joke. Forget about this plot of land. As long as you open your mouth, the old me will not protest, even if it is this entire Yi manor. Yi Zhong, who was outside of this courtyard, hurriedly replied with a smile. The Yi clan had been attracted over by the four-winged single-horned beasts in the sky. Moreover, he also understood that those who were related to Xiao Yan were definitely not ordinary people. Most likely, the Yi clan could not afford to offend them. Xiao Yan grinned. His eyes turned to the gloomy-looking Ling Quan and said, Commander Ling Quan, are you planning to fight alone or are you going to do it together? Xiao Yan's eyes drifted over the dozen-plus figures who had followed Ling Quan here as he uttered a question. These people were quite strong. However, the strongest among them had only reached the peak of the Dou Huang class, and they were not worthy of his attention. Stop acting arrogant in front of me. I, alone, will be enough to take care of you. Ling Quan savagely smiled. He suddenly clenched his hand and a lightning glow flickered over it. The silver glow extended and transformed into a lightning long spear. After the formation of the long spear, Ling Quan stomped his foot on the ground and his body rushed into the sky. The long spear in his hand pointed at Xiao Yan from a great distance as he coldly laughed. Today, allow me to see just what qualification you, this trash from the Xiao clan, has to act this arrogantly. Xiao Yan slightly smiled. A murderous intent covered his eyes. His body moved and he was already in the sky the next time he appeared. He grabbed with his hand and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in it. Xie. The coldness in Ling Quan's eyes surged the moment Xiao Yan appeared. The long spear in his hand shook and a bright lightning glow lingered over it. Immediately, the spear shook, transforming into a large bolt of lightning. It moved like a dragon had shot toward Xiao Yan while carrying a thunderous roar. Xiao Yan's eyes calmly looked at the lightning long spear that rushed over. He did not show the slightest intention of dodging it. A jade-green flame lingered over the heavy ruler as it was hacked down with great force. Clang! The heavy ruler was accompanied by a jade-green flame as it ruthlessly cut through the air. After which, it collided with the thunderbolt-like dragon. Sparks shot in all directions. The two figures were shaken until they took repeated steps back the moment they collided. At the same time, Ling Quan's expression vaguely changed. The powerful force that was transmitted through his spear had caused his palm to feel a little numb. Brat, you really have quite a great brute strength. Ling Quan furiously laughed. His body moved and an afterimage remained in the original spot. The next time he appeared, he was already a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. He swung the lightning spear, and it appeared like a randomly dancing silver snake as it trickily pierced toward all the fatal spots on Xiao Yan's body. Lightning snake dance. Chi chi chi. Numerous spear afterimages surfaced in the air. However, Xiao Yan's body turned illusionary at this moment. He occasionally shifted and narrowly dodged all of Ling Quan's sharp spear techniques. A chill flashed across Ling Quan's eyes when he saw that Xiao Yan's agility was so mysterious. His palm abruptly smashed into the spear handle. This suddenly explosive force caused the lightning spear to shoot out like a crossbow. Even the space itself was torn along the way, forming a dark black fissure. Chie! The long spear shot out at a lightning-like speed. However, a fire hand rushed out just when it was about to strike Xiao Yan's chest. This fire hand forcefully grabbed the body of the spear and stopped its forward momentum. Xiao Yan abruptly clenched his hand and the long spear was snapped apart. It transformed into a countless number of silver snakes, which finally turned into nothingness as the flame rose. Fancy spear techniques are completely useless. A cold smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he destroyed Ling Quan's long spear. The spear technique might be fast, but under the cover of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, all of it was completely useless. Ling Quan's expression finally revealed a drastic change for the first time after the long spear was destroyed. Ling Qian's body rushed back. At the same time, both of his hands formed some seals with lightning-like speed. They were hand seals that Xiao Yan was extremely familiar with. It was the God Seal skill. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, First Change. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. With his current strength, using the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change was something he could accomplish almost instantly. He had already mastered this first change to the point of complete mastery. After letting out the cold cry, Xiao Yan's aura suddenly soared. It reached a level that was equivalent to Ling Quan's strength. His body moved as a silver glow flashed. After which, he appeared in front of Ling Quan in a ghost-like manner. A frosty expression flashed across his dark black eyes. Open mountain seal. Xiao Yan's speed caused Ling Quan's heart to be shaken. Ling Quan's hand seal was swiftly completed, and it was immediately thrown forward. Let's see just how you will open the mountain. Xiao Yan's firm punch, void of any fancy moves, ruthlessly smashed into Ling Quan's hand just as it was just thrown forward. A jade-green flame surged out at this moment. Xiao Yan could not be more familiar with this open mountain seal. He clearly knew about the point it released its strength and some of its weakness. This punch also made contact with the point on Ling Quan's palm where the strength would be scattered the most. Bang! A flame shot throughout the sky and a slight cracking sound appeared on Ling Quan's wrist. His forehead was instantly covered in cold perspiration. However, Ling Quan's mental strength could be considered quite good. His feet swiftly stepped back after having been ruthlessly counterattacked by Xiao Yan. Additionally, one of his hands had once again formed some seals, yet before the seals could be completely formed, a fire hand appeared out of nowhere and firmly grabbed his hand. Your spear technique is fanciful, your seals are formed too slowly, and your Dou Qi is thin. You are far lousier than my expectations. How disappointing. I shall give you a one-word evaluation. Xiao Yan's hand firmly grabbed Ling Qian's palm as he slowly shook his head. His eyes contained some pity as he looked at Ling Qian's pale face. Weak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1117, Repaying Debt. Chapter 1117, Repaying Debt. A calm voice slowly resounded over the sky. After which, it gently spread. The dozen-plus black submerged army members, who were Ling Quan's subordinates, were stunned. They had never expected Ling Quan to be this miserably defeated in Xiao Yan's hands. They had clearly seen the lightning-like exchange earlier. Xiao Yan didn't even use a single Dou technique since the beginning. In other words, Xiao Yan had relied on the Dou Qi within his body, yet not only did he block all of Ling Quan's Dou techniques but he had captured Ling Quan in a lightning-like fashion after only a couple of exchanges. The shock that had been formed by this scene was considerably great to them. He is the trash of the Xiao clan that Commander Ling Quan spoke of? Such strength, even among the members of the younger generation of the Gu clan, he could be ranked within the top 10. The dozen-plus people faced each other. All of them saw a shocked expression in each other's eyes. Xiao Yan's simple attack had given them a great shock. This little fellow's fighting experience is much greater than Ling Quan's fighting experience. Moreover, his Dou Qi is sturdy. At one glance, one can tell that he is someone with a very strong foundation. Ling Quan's strength was obtained after having undergone the D-altar baptism. Moreover, it has not been tempered much after the baptism. Compared to Xiao Yan's Dou Qi, his Dou Qi is extremely faint. The black-clothed elders slowly nodded after watching the scene in the sky. Their voices contained some praise. From the sturdiness of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi, they could tell that he had truly relied on himself to train one step at a time. A person with such tough character would definitely advance much further on the training road compared to Ling Quan in the future. This fellow Ling Quan has really suffered out his own humiliation this time around. Xun Er by the side did not feel the least bit surprised by the lightning-like battle earlier. She had an impeccable understanding of Xiao Yan's strength. Ling Quan had been blessed with outstanding talent since he was young. Although he had undergone the elite training of the Gu clan, he had seldom experienced a life-and-death duel. His combat experience was just like that of the heavens and the earth when compared with Xiao Yan. Normally, it was not possible to tell anything from one's aura, but the gap between the two was clearly revealed now that they had fought. Ling Quan's expression had turned ashen because of Xiao Yan's evaluation, which was filled with pity. His body continuously trembled. A moment later, his face suddenly turned as red as blood. The Dou Qi within his body turbulently surged. Roar! Ling Quan's face was as bright red as blood. His aura had also suddenly soared at this moment. A majestic, silver-colored Dou Qi agglomerated in his palm in a lightning-like fashion. Innumerable silver snakes wiggled all over the place. His palm subsequently shook and violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's hand. Bang! Ling Quan's sudden change had caused Xiao Yan to slightly lift his eyebrows. His hand curled as he narrowly dodged the hand of Ling Quan that flew over. His right hand was tightened into a fist as he punched toward Ling Quan's chest with lightning-like speed. Bang! The lightning blow on the surface of Ling Quan's body hovered before rapidly rotating. It formed a half-foot-large lightning shield in front of his chest in the blink of an eye, completely blocking this punch from Xiao Yan in the process. Do you think that you, trash from the Xiao clan, has the qualification to evaluate this commander? The lighting shield formed wave after wave of ripples as it blocked the force on Xiao Yan's fist. Ling Quan's face had become unusually ferocious at this moment. Blood lingered in his eyes, causing him to appear quite terrifying. Secret technique? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the aura of Ling Quan, which had suddenly soared. His body flashed and he nimbly took over a dozen steps back. Transforming blood skill? This fellow really doesn't want to live. He has even used this kind of self-harming secret technique. The expressions of the black-clothed elders in the courtyard involuntarily sank when they saw this. Immediately, their gazes turned to Xun Er as they asked, "Young miss?" "There is no need to bother about him," Xun Er shook her head. The corner of her mouth contained a faint, cold smile. "He is merely seeking his own humiliation." A lightning glow flashed all over Ling Quan's body in the sky. A blood-red thing was vaguely seeping out. His gaze stared savagely at Xiao Yan as he clenched his fist. A lightning longspear, filled with traces of blood, slowly appeared. Xiao Yan watched Ling Quan, who was carrying a frightening momentum. His eyebrows were vaguely knitted. The secret techniques of the Gu clan was quite strong. Currently, the strength of this fellow should be close to the level of a 7-star Dou zone. However, regardless of how strong the secret technique is, it is completely useless if one does not possess a firm foundation. Until now, you have yet to reach even half of my expectations. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. He had indeed overestimated this Ling Quan a little. Although Ling Quan's strength had reached that of a 5-star Dou zone, from the way Xiao Yan looked at it, he was at the very most similar to a 4-star Dou zone. If he did not possess the help of those high-class Dou techniques, even some 3-star Dou zones with a strong foundation could fight with him for over 100 exchanges. Ling Quan had used a secret technique and forcefully raised his strength to that of the peak of a 6-star Dou zone, near that of the 7-star level. However, in the eyes of Xiao Yan, who had used the first change of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Ling Quan still did not pose much of a threat. What do you consider yourself? Once this commander captures you, I will personally treat this mouth of yours. Xiao Yan's words had caused the ferocity within Ling Quan's eyes to become denser. A moment later, he finally let out a dense smile. His body trembled and disappeared from the spot. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head after seeing Ling Quan's figure disappear. His feet suddenly but gently shifted half a step to the left. Qi. After his feet had just shifted, the space behind Xiao Yan suddenly rippled and a lightning-like spear penetrated out of it like a bolt of lightning. After which, it brushed by Xiao Yan's shoulder and flew past. The body of the spear suddenly shook after it missed. Immediately, it curled into a strange arc as it ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. He leaned his head back and the long spear skimmed past his face. His feet stomped on empty space at the same time, and his body rotated swiftly like a gyroscope. Soon after, an extremely forceful kick was ruthlessly swung at the empty space beside him. Bang! The kick flew out and a ripple was formed from the empty space. Ling Quan's body flashed and appeared. A lighting glow shield once again appeared in front of him. However, this shield was unable to block all the force. The remaining strength still shook Ling Quan until he miserably took a couple of steps back. Ling Quan's expression had become dark and solemn after his body pulled back. With the help of his withdrawing momentum, the seal on his hands once again changed and a majestic Dou Qi was swiftly formed on his palm. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. His body moved, transforming into a blurry black line that rushed out. After suffering from the last loss, Ling Quan no longer dared to approach Xiao Yan. His hand released the lightning long spear, and his body formed a half-rotating stance. At the same time, his feet ruthlessly kicked the handle of the long spear. Qi! The lightning long spear was just like a silver dragon. Borrowing this fierce force, it shot toward Xiao Yan in a ferocious manner. Xiao Yan's figure paused as he watched the silver glow shooting over. An afterimage remained while his body suddenly accelerated. His body leaped, and his toes accurately pressed on the body of the long spear. After slight contact, Xiao Yan's body appeared in front of Ling Quan in a ghost-like manner. See flipping seal. Xiao Yan had just materialized when a chilly glow flashed across Ling Quan's eyes. The energy crystal-like handprint ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's front. Ling Quan's handprint was swiftly expanded in Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. Xiao Yan's head suddenly turned with great surprise. At the same time, his palm rushed out from beside his ear as he extended his hand. After which, his elbow ruthlessly cut forward like a blade. Crack! Xiao Yan's elbow was covered by a jade-green flame as it ruthlessly smashed against Ling Qian's wrist. The powerful force caused Ling Quan's wrist to emit a clear bone-cracking sound. Xiao Yan's attack was ruthless and swift. He did not even allow Ling Quan to react even a little as his elbow smashed Ling Quan's wrist. A merciless expression also flashed across his eyes as his fist, that was covered by a jade-green flame, ruthlessly smashed toward Ling Quan's face. Before Ling Quan's miserable cry could be emitted, because of the intense pain that was transmitted from his wrist, a hot and fierce wind that blew in front of him caused his head to be covered with cold sweat. During this short dozen-plus exchanges with Xiao Yan, he could truly be considered to have experienced what it meant by staking one life to take another. Moreover, the thing that caused Ling Quan's heart to become cold was that only Xiao Yan was attempting to take another's life during the entire fight. Each time Ling Quan attacked, Xiao Yan would dodge right at the most dangerous and critical moment. Bang! The fist that was wrapped by jade-green flame was just about to strike Ling Quan when a lightning barrier once again appeared. It barely managed to block the punch amid a low and deep sound. Before Ling Quan could relax after having blocked Xiao Yan's attack, he was shocked to find so many fist shadows suddenly appearing in front of him. The fierce and vicious force contained in each fist shadow caused his heart to tremble. Bang! 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 The fist shadows poured onto the light shield in front of him like a storm, causing ripples to continuously form. A moment later, a boom finally sounded. The shield burst apart under this clear sound. Bang! A coldness appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes when the lightning shield was blasted apart. Xiao Yan's fist changed, and it ruthlessly slammed into Ling Quan's face with his shocked eyes. Grug! Xiao Yan's fist landed firmly, causing Ling Quan to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood along with a couple of teeth. His body violently shot backwards like a bird with its wings broken. After which, he heavily collided into a wall of the courtyard. The frightening force shook the wall until it collapsed. Rock fragments flew in all directions, transforming into a pile of rubble. Xiao Yan was expressionless. His body flashed, and he landed from the sky. A leg ruthlessly shot out and kicked the pile of rubble. A sharp miserable scream sounded after a deep, dark hole was formed. Xiao Yan's foot slowly landed on the rubble. He curled his hand and a suction force surged out. Many rock fragments were shattered. After which, Ling Quan, who was covered in fresh blood, was revealed under the rock fragments. After glancing at Ling Quan, Xiao Yan grabbed with his hand and sucked Ling Quan into his palm from across space. Commander Ling Quan, does this trash of the Xiao clan possess the qualification to evaluate you? Xiao Yan's hand gently held Ling Quan's neck. Currently, all he needed to do was use a little strength, and this commander of the Black Submerged Army, who had acted arrogantly in front of him back then, would lose his life, but... Ling Quan struggled for a moment as he looked at the smiling face. His eyes finally revealed some terror. He recalled that Xiao Yan had never even used one Dou technique in this fight with him. This was a kind of contempt, but even though this was the case, Ling Quan still lost. Moreover, he had lost so miserably. Only at this moment did he understand that the Xiao Yan, standing in front of him, was no longer that small Dou Ling from the inner academy back then. A river flows 30 years west and 30 years east. One should never look down on a young person. TL, never look down on the young as they got a lot of time to grow. Today, it was his turn to repay the debt from back then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:18, Departure. Chapter 11:18, Departure. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was curled into a cold smile as he observed the terrified expression that surfaced in Ling Quan's eyes. He believed that after the fight today, he would leave behind an imprint and a phobia in the other party's heart. In the future, regardless of what level this Ling Quan reached, this shadow of failure would surface from deep within his soul as long as he stood in front of Xiao Yan. This would result in Ling Quan being unable to maintain his peak condition in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan tightly held Ling Quan's neck with his hand. A moment later, he tossed Ling Quan, ruthlessly sending him into the stone pillar of the stone pavilion. That powerful force caused some lines to spread across the stone pillar. Grug! Ling Quan could not resist spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood after receiving such a heavy blow. His life force was weak as he lay on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Commander Ling Quan. Those dozen-plus members of the Black Submerged Army hurriedly rushed over upon seeing this. Ling Quan was after all their superior. If he was beaten to death by Xiao Yan in this place, they would definitely have difficulty escaping punishment when they returned to the Gu clan. Relax, he is still alive. Xiao Yan randomly rubbed his fist on his clothes as he faintly informed them. Although he really disliked this Ling Quan and Xun Er said that she would take responsibility if anything happened, he was still not a reckless person. He clearly understood that if he were to kill Ling Quan, Xun Er would end up in trouble, especially if she took responsibility for everything. Xiao Yan was not happy to have such a thing occur. Those 10+ Black Submerged Army finally sighed in relief after hearing Xiao Yan's words. They faced each other only to quietly sigh. One of them separated from the group and picked up Ling Quan, who had turned into a pile of mud. After which, their bodies moved, and they rushed onto the four-winged single-horned beast. They had never received that whatever elder's order. Moreover, even if they did receive it, they did not dare to attack with Xun Er around. After all, they did not have the same backing Ling Quan had behind them. Young one, you are really ruthless in your attacks. It is likely that Ling Quan will require 2 to 3 months to completely recover from those injuries. Moreover, even if he does fully recover, he will likely suffer from some sequelae. The black-robed old man glanced at Xiao Yan with deeper meaning as he commented on the situation. Xiao Yan smiled. Although those injuries were serious, it was at the very least better than losing one's life. If he was not afraid of giving Xun Er some unnecessary trouble, Ling Quan would have died today. Xiao Yan's eyes turned to Xun Er beside him. A reluctance surged into his heart. He asked, "Are you leaving now?" Xun Er gently nodded. She had only been with Xiao Yan for a short while, yet Ling Quan's group had already come chasing her. If she were to stay a little longer, it was likely that the ones who would come next would not be at Ling Quan's level. Moreover, if the other party still insisted on bringing Xiao Yan back to the Gu clan, there would truly be some trouble. Seeing this, Xiao Yan softly sighed and ceased saying anything to hold her back. He knew that Xun Er had her reasons for being in such a hurry to leave. Wait for me in the Gu clan. After I participate in the pill gathering and rescue Yao Lao, I will head to the Gu clan to look for you. Xun Er sweetly smiled upon seeing Xiao Yan's serious expression. She softly inclined her snow-white chin and said, "Xun Er will wait for you." After saying this, Xun Er studied Xiao Yan before she ceased staying any longer. Her lovely body moved, and she leaped into the sky. She gently landed on the head of the four-winged single-horned beast. Black hair fluttered, causing her to appear like an otherworldly fairy. Her ethereal demeanor gave one a dazzling feeling. Haha, little fellow Xiao Yan, take care. Quickly raise your strength. Do not let young miss come and help you out next time. As a man, one would be more capable if one relies on oneself. The black-clothed elders laughed to Xiao Yan. The space around them immediately became distorted, and their figures slowly disappeared from the spot. They were already on the four-winged single-horned beast the next time they appeared. Xun Er turned her head and looked at the young man, who was standing tall and straight below. A moment later, she gently swung her sleeves. A wild wind was lifted, and the four-winged single-horned beast emitted a low, deep roar. After which, it flapped its four wings, carrying a wild wind as it swiftly flew out of Yi City. Xiao Yan Gege, take care. A gentle voice was transmitted with the wind. After which it lingered and entered Xiao Yan's ears. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the black figures that gradually became distant. His hands were slowly tightened under his sleeves. Xun Er, wait for me in the Gu clan. I will reveal a strength that even the Gu clan will have to look at. I want to let them know that your eyesight is correct. The Xiao clan does not have anyone who is useless. The enormous black figure swiftly disappeared in the horizon. At the same time, the atmosphere within the courtyard had become a little lonely as a result. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the black figures disappearing into the horizon. Only a long while later did he let out a soft sigh. Relax, it is not as though you cannot meet each other in the future, the little fairy doctor softly comforted as she stood behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also smiled when he heard this. He nodded his head, turned to the corner outside of the courtyard, and asked with a grin, Elder Yi Zhong, can you please come in for a meeting? Haha, Mr. Xiao Yan is too courteous. Yi Zhong's laugh hurriedly sounded soon after Xiao Yan spoke. Immediately two figures swiftly entered the courtyard. They were Yi Zhong and Xian Lan. Xiao Yan turned his body and sat down within the stone pavilion. Yi Zhong and the rest followed him in. After which, all of them sat down and focused their eyes on Xiao Yan. Elder Yi Zhong, may I know how much time is left until the start of the pill gathering? Moreover, what is the selection before the pill gathering all about? Xiao Yan smiled as he inquired. The information Xiao Yan knew about the pill gathering was not as detailed as what Yi Zhong knew. If we were to count the exact time left, we should have around 7 months. However, the pill gathering is a distinguished event that is rarely seen in the pill tower or even within the Central Plains region. Hence, there are also many rules to follow. Quite a number of people will arrive at the Holy Pill City half a year or even a year before the start of the pill gathering. Yi Zhong laughed. Holy Pill City? Haha, the Holy Pill City is the location of the Pill Tower's headquarters. It is also called Pill City. Yi Zhong smiled and explained. The selection of the pill gathering is meant to eliminate some of those who are there only to make up the numbers. After all, the pill gathering is the grandest alchemist gathering across the continent. The alchemists without skill do not have the qualification to participate in it. Those participants of the pill gathering will require a recommendation letter first. This is not much of a problem. It is merely a formality. When the time comes, the old me will prepare one for Mr. Xiao Yan. My Yi clan might be declining, but it still possesses the qualification to write this letter of recommendation. Other than the extremely harsh requirement on one's ability, the other aspects of the pill gathering are quite alright. There is also quite a loose requirement when it came to the participant's age. As long as one is not an old demon who is renowned across the continent, everyone else can participate. Of course, everyone can only participate in the pill gathering once in their lifetime. If one were to participate in it this time around, one would no longer have the qualification to participate the next time around. There is no restriction on age? Isn't this a little unfair to some of the younger alchemists? Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he heard this. He knit his brows as he commented. Haha, where is there absolute fairness in this world? Moreover, most of those who have the confidence to come and participate in the pill gathering possess some talent. All of them thinks that they are of sufficient weight. Yizhong shook his head and laughed. The selection of the pill gathering is separated into the heaven, earth, and man levels. In other words, it is equivalent to 3 elimination rounds. Only those who can last through the heaven elimination round and remain behind possess the qualification to participate in the final competition. Heaven, earth, and man levels? Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his eyebrows. It was indeed worthy of being the grandest alchemist gathering. Just the selection alone was already this complicated. Haha, it is indeed quite troublesome. Those who wish to participate in the pill gathering will mostly arrive at the Holy Pill City around 2 to 3 months ahead of time. In other words, Mr. Xiao Yan only has 4 months of preparation time. Yi Zhong grinned and nodded. 4 months, Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly upon hearing this. Only now did he sense just how pressed for time he was. He needed to obtain the 3,000 burning flames. Before that, however, he had to obtain a top 10 spot in the pill gathering. Otherwise, everything else would just be empty talk. Xiao Yan had also thought of forcefully taking it. However, the pill tower was a top faction in the Central Plains region. Forget about the matter of him not having the strength to forcefully snatch it. Even if he managed to successfully snatch it, the party he would offend would be all the alchemists in the Central Plains region. He would become the common enemy of all alchemists. Xiao Yan felt his head become numb by just thinking about it. Moreover, the frightening aspect of the pill tower was not its surface strength, but its terrifying summoning ability. Xiao Yan had experienced the ability of a high-tier alchemist to gather people. Moreover, when this number was magnified a countless number of times, that summoning ability would likely be extremely difficult to be described by the word frightening. Looks like I will have to seriously practice medicinal refinement during these 4 months. Xiao Yan softly sighed as he muttered quietly in his own heart. Although he was quite confident in himself, this pill gathering would not be like the Jiama Empire's alchemist grand meeting. All the outstanding alchemists across the Central Plains would swarm to the pill gathering. This was because everyone knew that as long as one were to stand out in the pill gathering, it would be equivalent to becoming an elite among the alchemist occupation anywhere on the continent. That honor was likely the ultimate aim a countless number of alchemists strived for. Hence, even Xiao Yan felt a lot of pressure when facing these outstanding alchemists that came from all over the continent. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air after making up his mind in his heart. His eyes glanced at Xian Lan beside him before looking at the smiling face of Yi Zhong. His finger gently tapped the stone table before he finally asked a moment later, "Elder Yi Zhong. I promised Xian Lan back then that I will aid your Yi clan in regaining the Pill Tower's elder seat. I, Xiao Yan, am someone who keeps his word. Can you tell me about the qualification one requires to enter this elder seat?" Xian Lan and Yi Zhong were initially startled when they heard his question. A wild joy and excitement surged onto their faces soon after. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1119, Elder's Seat. Chapter 1119, Elder's Seat. The faces of Yi Zhong and Xian Lan were covered with uncontrolled joy and excitement before they gradually calmed down. After the events that had happened during this period of time, there was no longer anyone within the Yi clan who dared to feel the slightest doubt about Xiao Yan's abilities. Mr. Xiao, it is not considered especially difficult in order to enter a Pill Tower Elder's seat. Of course, this is speaking in relative terms. At the very least, my current Yi clan is unable to meet that criteria. Yi Zhong rubbed his hands and sighed. There are a total of 5 great clans within the Pill region. These 5 great clans have existed since long ago. During that time long ago, the clan heads, who had established the 5 great clans, were all the core members of the Pill Tower. According to the rules, as long as the 5 great clans are able to meet some requirements in the future, they will be able to occupy a seat in the Pill Tower Elders' seats. The 5 great clans all have extremely large forces. With the huge name of the Pill Tower, they can basically roam this Pill region without restriction. Even factions like the Ice River Valley see them have to be courteous to these clans. The current Yi clan is not among this list. Speaking here, Yi Zhong's face was quite dark. Every once in a while, the Pill Tower will perform an assessment of the 5 great clans. Only those who pass the test are able to maintain a spot among the elders' seats. What kind of assessment? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and softly asked. The Pill Tower attaches much importance to the grooming of the younger generation. The target of the test is naturally members of the younger generation. Yi Zhong glanced at Xian Lan beside him and softly sighed. The quality of the Yi clan is declining with each subsequent generation. It appears as though all the pill refining talent has gradually been milled away. It is even inferior to some outside alchemists. Xian Lan's talent is already considered quite good among this batch of younger generation. However, she has only reached the level of a tier 5 alchemist. Xian Lan's pretty face was filled with an ashamed expression upon seeing Yi Zhong's gaze. During every test, the 5 great clans must send out a member of the younger generation to take the test of the Pill Tower. If they pass the test, they will be able to maintain their seat. However, if they fail to pass the test, things will become a little risky. Yi Zhong bitterly laughed. My Yi clan has already failed twice. If we fail again this time around, not only will we completely lose the qualification to enter the Pill Tower Elder's seat, but we will also be eliminated from the 5 great clans. The 5 great clans is a shortcut to entering the upper echelons of the Pill Tower. Therefore, a countless number of eyes are watching us. Once our Yi clan is eliminated, those fellows eyeing us up will immediately charge forward. But is the test extremely harsh? Xiao Yan softly asked. Yi Zhong nodded and sighed. The lowest qualification to participate in this kind of test is that the alchemist must reach the 6th tier. If one wishes to pass it, one must reach the level of a tier 7 alchemist in order to do so. Xiao Yan nodded after hearing this. He slowly replied, tier 7 is not a very hard requirement. These old bones of mine have only reached this level after training for so many years. With Mr. Xiao Yan's talent, it is naturally not difficult. However, which of the younger members of my Yi clan can reach this stage? Yi Zhong bitterly laughed as he said, moreover, the worst thing is that the Yi clan has already failed twice. During this test, we must enter the top 3 among those who take it in order for us to be considered to have passed. Top 3? Xiao Yan was startled. Ugh, the other 4 great clans are growing more than us. There are also many talented individuals within the clan. Although they might not dispatch the elites among their younger generation to participate, it might still be extremely difficult for our Yi clan to obtain the top 3 even if we really have a young tier 7 alchemist. Yi Zhong sighed. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head at the decline of the Yi clan upon hearing this. Other people did not need to send out their elite talents to pass the test. This Yi clan, however, is unable to even pass the test. They were all the 5 great clans, but this Yi clan was really a little too miserable. Yi Zhong appeared to be aware of what Xiao Yan was thinking in his heart after seeing his expression. His old face was a little red. The once renowned clan had declined to such an extent in this generation. He had completely lost this old face of his. Leave the matter of the test to me. However, can one get the help of an outsider for such a test? Xiao Yan asked after pondering the matter. He did not wish to give Yi Zhong's weak heart a blow when he saw his pitiful manner. No, Yi Zhong shook his head before he immediately hurriedly added, however, there is a way to be flexible, but Mr. Xiao Yan would have to suffer a little because of this. Xiao Yan was stunned as he frowned and asked, what do you mean? Yi Zhong glanced at Xian Lan beside him. He hesitated a little before replying, when introducing you to the Pill Tower, we can say that Mr. Xiao Yan is the son-in-law to be of the Yi clan. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed upon hearing his solution. He solemnly demanded, isn't this idea a little too rancid? It is fine since I am a man, but how will the female party interact with others in the future? Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not be too worried. This is only a formal manner of address. No one will ask you to take the slightest responsibility for it. Yi Zhong sighed. The Yi clan has already reached the point of a life and death situation. All the members of the Yi clan are prepared to take the last gamble. This price is something that we must accept. Xiao Yan tightly knit his eyebrows. It was a moment later before he asked, you can get me to represent your Yi clan in that whatever test, just like this? Yi Zhong nodded his head. He sincerely answered, as long as the Yi clan can pass the test this time around, the Yi clan will be able to regain its seat. Thus, we will have enough time to develop. Mr. Xiao Yan will not have any relation with the Yi clan once we have passed the test. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed after seeing the pleading old face of Yi Zhong. This old fellow really appeared to have walked to a dead end. If Xiao Yan was to turn around and leave now, it was likely that the Yi clan would really completely decline. In the future, they would only end up being an ordinary clan. Moreover, without the protection of the Pill Tower, some of their enemies would become fearless. At that time, it was likely the Yi clan would truly be finished. Big Brother Xiao, please help the Yi clan this once. Xun Lan is willing to do anything for you as long as the Yi clan is alright. Xun Lan beside Xiao Yan suddenly knelt down while Xiao Yan was deep in thought. She spoke in a desolate manner. Xiao Yan's expression drastically changed when Xun Lan knelt down. He waved his sleeves and a gentle strength forcefully lifted Xun Lan up. That stubborn girl had just been lifted to her feet when she began to kneel again. The little fairy doctor by her side could not help but helplessly shake her head upon seeing this. She extended her hand and stopped Xun Lan. It is not as though you do not know Xiao Yan's character. He will naturally not wash his hands after making a promise to you. By kneeling like this, you will only irritate him. The little fairy doctor softly explained after seeing Xun Lan's pretty red eyes. Xiao Yan sighed. His gaze swung to the pleading Yi Zhong as he said in a deep voice, "Forget it, we will do as you say. However, I must say this beforehand. You better not think of using this son-in-law tactic to get me to stay in the Yi clan. If you intend to pull me into your little scheme, you should not blame me for not giving you any face." Mr. Xiao Yan, you can rest assured that Yi Zhong is not such a shameless person. Yi Zhong's face was immediately filled with wild joy when he heard Xiao Yan accept. His appearance of having found hope in despair caused his old heart to continuously beat. The little fairy doctor by the side also sighed in relief. She turned her eyes only to see Xun Lan's pretty face become a little unnatural. She was immediately startled and asked, "He said son-in-law. The female party is not you, is it?" Xiao Yan's body stiffened upon hearing this. He quickly turned his head in surprise and looked at the flushed red, pretty face of Xun Lan. He bitterly laughed with some embarrassment. This old fellow is not so cruel, is he? Xun Lan's face revealed a forced smile. She softly replied, "Big Brother Xiao Yan need not be worried. Grandfather has said that this is only a formality. Big Brother Xiao Yan will definitely be a top-level being in the Dou Qi continent in the future. It is not as though Xun Lan is a girl who doesn't know her limits." The little fairy doctor by the side watched the blue-clothed girl's face become much redder after the girl finished speaking. She involuntarily glared at Xiao Yan. The words this fellow had spoken were really too hurtful. Xiao Yan was a little embarrassed. If Xun Lan had not informed him about the 3,000 burning flames, it was likely that he would still be randomly looking for one at this moment. Moreover, Xun Lan had been following him and had been a great help after he had arrived in the Pill region without even uttering a single complaint. All she had done was enough to get Xiao Yan to treat her as a friend. Otherwise, who would bother with this whatever Yi clan? Ugh, I will leave this matter to Elder Yi Zhong and will do my best to cooperate with you. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed. He turned his head, ruthlessly cut Yi Zhong with his eyes, and spoke. Yi Zhong dryly laughed, but he did not dare to touch Xiao Yan's anger. He said, "The test this time around will begin in 2 months' time. Therefore we must leave the Holy Pill City 2 months from now. If Mr. Xiao Yan requires any medicinal ingredient during this period of time, please feel free to inform the old me. The Yi clan will help prepare everything for you." 2 months? So soon? Xiao Yan was immediately startled upon hearing this. Was this time frame not a little too rushed? Yi Zhong bitterly smiled and nodded. If they weren't so pressed for time, he would not need to humbly beg a member of the younger generation even if this younger generation's pill refinement skill was not inferior to him. Ugh, 2 months it will be then. Xiao Yan could only nod his head once he understood the situation. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan was also extremely curious about the Pill Tower. After all, it was basically the holy ground in the hearts of all alchemists on the continent. Yi Zhong sighed in relief after hearing Xiao Yan voice no objections. After discussing some of the matters regarding the pill gathering with Xiao Yan, he pulled the red-eyed Xun Lan with him as he withdrew from the courtyard. Xiao Yan stood outside of the stone pavilion and watched the distant back of Yi Zhong. There was some anticipation vaguely leaping within his dark black eyes. The Holy Pill City, just how grand would this legendary alchemist's holy ground be? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1120, Bitter Pill Refinement Training. Chapter 1120, Bitter Pill Refinement Training. Xiao Yan undoubtedly felt pressed for time after having agreed to Yi Zhong's request. He needed to try his best to practice and raise his medicinal refinement skill within 2 short months. Facing outstanding alchemists who came from all over the continent and trying to stand out among them caused even Xiao Yan to feel the weight of the matter. This kind of competition was completely different than an ordinary battle. This was a fight on a completely different level. The difficulty of such a competition was also much harsher compared to using Dou Qi to wildly charge forward. After all, refining pills did not rely on going out with a bang. It required one to be calm as one controlled everything within a medicinal cauldron to an extremely precise degree. Another way to describe raising one's medicinal refining skill was burning money, or rather burning medicinal ingredients. No matter how outstanding the talent of an alchemist was, actual practice was still the most important. If one needed to practice refining pills, one naturally must not lack medicinal ingredients. At Xiao Yan's level, the medicinal ingredients he used to practice were not ordinary items. If there had not been a powerful faction supporting him, one would really end up feeling dwarfed by these things. Fortunately, despite the Yi clan being in decline, their collection over the years was still quite rich. Moreover, they were indeed truly prepared to place all their hopes on Xiao Yan this time around. They tried their best to satisfy all of Xiao Yan's various requests. Those rare medicinal ingredients were continuously placed in Xiao Yan's area under Yi Zhong's order. If he was still stingy at this moment, it was likely that the Yi clan would really be finished. With the Yi clan supporting Xiao Yan with its entire strength, he was saved the trouble of having to go around in search of medicinal ingredients himself. The only thing he needed to do was refine the medicinal pills. Regardless of whether the refinement succeeded or failed, he was, at the very least, gaining some experience from the process. This kind of experience was the unique and personal treasure of an alchemist. Following the accumulation of experience, it would sooner or later erupt and bring about a great change. Not a single one of those grandmaster-level alchemists on the continent discussed things. All of them, without exception, possessed rich experience that an ordinary person would have difficulty matching. Talent might be important in the alchemist world, but experience was also something that one must not lack. Regardless of how Xiao Yan was pressed for time during these years, he had never stopped refining pills. Moreover, the rich medicinal formulae that Yao Lao had left him helped pave a smooth path. This had enabled him to advance further than an ordinary alchemist given the same amount of time. Of course, Xiao Yan naturally understood that he was definitely not the only alchemist in the entire continent who possessed such outstanding talent. There were some who had a much better start than him. It was definitely not a simple thing to surpass those people during the gathering. Therefore, Xiao Yan needed to put in a great amount of effort during the 2 months that remained, placing all of his attention on the refinement of pills. A high temperature spread through a spacious chamber, causing the chamber to turn into something like an oven. Hot air curled and rose. If an ordinary person were to remain in this place for 10 minutes, it was likely that that person would flee after finding it difficult to breathe. The secret chamber was built using a kind of crimson stone. This kind of stone was called magma rock and was obtained from a volcano. Not only was it hard, but it also possessed the unique effect of retaining heat. It was specially used to build some pill refinement rooms, and its effect was spectacular. There was not the slightest gap within the chamber. At a glance, it appeared as though it was made by someone who had emptied the interior of an extremely large magma rock. At this moment, quite a number of jade boxes were piled within this chamber. A faint, dense medicinal ingredient fragrance wafted out of them. After being baked by the surrounding high temperature, the scent became much denser. There was a rock platform in the middle of the chamber. A skinny figure was seated with his legs crossed on the stone platform. A crimson medicinal cauldron was suspended in the air in front of him. A jade-green flame that was burning fiercely in the cauldron. The high temperature pervading the room came from within the medicinal cauldron. The person seated there was naturally Xiao Yan, who was bitterly practicing his medicinal refinement skill. Ever since he had felt pressed for time, he had spent all his time here. As long as he was free, he would refine pills. Although it was full of bitterness and was tiring, all of these hardships were naturally nothing as long as it was for the 3,000 burning flame. The jade-green flame fiercely danced within the interior of the medicinal cauldron. While the flame burned, one was able to vaguely see an embryonic medicinal pill being formed. A faint pill fragrance diffused through the room. The embryonic medicinal pill gradually became round under the grilling flame. After around an hour or so, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. He flicked his finger and the cover of the medicinal cauldron flew aside. A green, bright glow rushed out of the cauldron before settling on his hand. The thing that landed in Xiao Yan's hand was a thumb-sized round medicinal pill. Although this medicinal pill was small, it would definitely stir envious gazes if it were to be auctioned outside. The name of the medicinal pill was called Instant Chi Pill. This was a kind of depletion-type medicinal pill. It barely reached that of the Tier 7 low-grade level. It was able to allow one to recover some Dou Qi within a short period of time. Moreover, it was quite effective when an elite Dou zone consumed it. If one were to fight an opponent until both parties' Dou Qi was exhausted, consuming this medicinal pill would allow one to recover some Dou Qi. One might be able to turn the situation around with this recovery. Hence, some of strong experts would prepare a few of them. However, this kind of medicinal pill was very expensive. Those experts without some wealth would likely not be able to randomly consume it. It should be known that Xiao Yan had never prepared an instant Qi pill in the past. One reason was that it was a high-tier pill, while the other reason was that the medicinal ingredients required were complicated and expensive. Who could consume it like eating beans? Xiao Yan took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After which, he placed the instant Qi pill in his hand into the bottle. At this moment, there were 6 instant Qi pills of similar quality within the bottle, Xiao Yan's harvest during these 20 days. During this half a month, Xiao Yan had never stepped out of this chamber. There would naturally be someone who would personally deliver the medicinal ingredients after he had used all of them up. All of his focus was on pill refinement. After forgetting to rest or eat during this period of time, Xiao Yan naturally benefited. He had successfully refined quite a number of medicinal pills at the Tier 7 low-grade level, and he had even successfully refined a Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal pill. After this crazy pill refinement, Xiao Yan could clearly sense how his medicinal refinement skill had grown. Of course, Xiao Yan's pill refinement talent was something that even Yao Lao could not deny. Before Yao Lao had left, Xiao Yan could, at the very most, refine a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Now, he was able to refine a Tier 7 medicinal pill because of his hard work. Although Xiao Yan's hard work was a large factor, his talent was also of critical importance. However, the 20-plus days of crazy pill refining caused Xiao Yan to feel a little stunned. He had discovered the Dou Qi within his body growing at a slow pace. Only after some thought did he come to a sudden understanding. Pill refinement was a task that exhausted the person doing it. This kind of exhaustion was a burden on one's Dou Qi and mental strength. Once the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body was exhausted during this period of time, he would immediately enter his training mode. After he recovered his Dou Qi, he would continue the refinement. With this kind of exhaustion and replenishment, it was not surprising that his Dou Qi was growing. Xiao Yan gradually recovered some Dou Qi after sitting on the stone platform. Only then did he exhale a breath of air. He softly muttered to himself, "With my current pill refinement skill, the success rate of refining a Tier 7 low-grade medicinal pill is already quite high. If it's a Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal pill, the success rate is a little lower, but it is still passable. Naturally, it is already much better than some ordinary Tier 7 alchemists. However, this is insufficient. If Xiao Yan wanted to stand out in an alchemist gathering of this level and enter the top 10, it was obvious that it would be difficult to rely on a Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal pill. According to Xiao Yan's guess, he would, at the very least, need to feel confident when refining a Tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill in order to be assured that he could enter the top 10. Tier 7 high grade. Xiao Yan slowly tightened his fist. A ruthless expression flashed across his eyes. It was only a high-grade Tier 7. He did not believe he could not do it. This fierce thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. He grabbed with his hand and a jade box, filled with medicinal ingredients, was pulled over. He waved his hand, and the many medicinal ingredients within it immediately floated up. A dense medicinal fragrance came pouncing over. Xiao Yan gently inhaled a breath of air. He flicked his finger and the medicinal ingredients rushed into the medicinal cauldron. After which, the seal formed by his hands changed, and the jade green flame within the medicinal cauldron roared to life. The crazy way Xiao Yan refined pills during his retreat caused even Yi Zhong and the others to feel a little worried. They also let out a sigh at the same time. The abilities that Xiao Yan had obtained at such an age really did not come from nowhere. When compared to his crazy pill refining, the members of the younger generation of the Yi clan were really no different than trash. Xiao Yan's pill refinement retreat lasted for an entire month. During this month, he did not take a single step out of the pill refinement room. What he had obtained was also quite dazzling. The number of Tier 7 low-grade and middle-grade medicinal pills that he had successfully refined had continued to increase. Xiao Yan had even gradually become adept at refining Tier 7 high-grade medicinal pills after many failures. From the looks of it, a Tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill may appear if he was feeling well. A hurried bell sound was suddenly emitted from outside the pill refinement room after a month of bitter training. Xiao Yan's pill refinement state was broken by this sudden bell. After being slightly startled, his expression began to change a little. He knew that this bell was the emergency call of the Yi clan. Something has happened to the Yi clan? Xiao Yan tightly knit his brows. He swiftly got up and opened the door to the pill refinement room. Now that he had already made a promise to the Yi clan, Xiao Yan naturally could not simply stand idly by the side if something happened to them during this period of time. Moreover, he had also exhausted a large portion of the Yi clan's collection and felt a little bad. He knew that the Yi clan had placed all of their hopes on him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1121, Xiao Clan. Chapter 1121, Xiao Clan. Xiao Yan had just exited the pill refinement room when he saw the little fairy doctor outside. He quickly walked to her and frowned as he asked, "What has happened?" The little fairy doctor spread her hands as she glanced at the frowning Xiao Yan. She replied, "The Yi clan has encountered some trouble." Trouble? There is still someone who dares to find trouble, the Yi clan? Xiao Yan's eyes swept around him and discovered that the Yi clan's guards, who were originally here, had already left. Clearly, the trouble this time around was not ordinary. However, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel a little strange was that there were very few people who dared to find trouble with the Yi clan after the big battle back then. Just who had come this time around? The ones who have come this time around are not an ordinary faction. The little fairy doctor appeared to understand what Xiao Yan was thinking when she glanced at him. She laughed. Xiao clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Pill region. Xiao clan. Xiao Yan knit his brows. He had naturally heard of the 5 great clans of the Pill region. This Xiao clan was one of them. Of course, this clan could not be compared with the declining Yi clan. There seemed to be a never-ending number of talented alchemists in that clan. This caused the reputation of the Xiao clan to grow greater. Other than the Dan clan, which kept an extremely low profile, it was likely that the Xiao clan was the strongest among the 5 great clans. Moreover, the Xiao clan was considered part of the upper echelons of the Pill Tower. With this backing, even a faction like the Ice River Valley would not dare to easily offend them. After all, everyone in the Central Plains knew about the Pill Tower's ability. That was why the Xiao clan was on the rise. The influence of the Pill region was expanding. Compared to the declining Yi clan, one could be considered in the sky while the other was on the ground. Why have they come to find trouble with the Yi clan? Xiao Yan mused. He did not expect the Xiao clan to come and interfere. It seems to be because of a marriage related to Xian Lan. Back then, when Yi Zhong and the others were in a desperate situation, they had planned to get Xian Lan to marry into the Xiao clan. Thus, the Xiao clan would be able to help them pass the test. However, the Yi clan would end up being swallowed by the Xiao clan. Therefore, the Yi clan gave up on this marriage after you arrived. Who would expect the Xiao clan to suddenly come and insist on bringing Xian Lan away? The little fairy doctor explained the situation. Xiao Yan's expression slightly sank upon hearing this. This Xiao clan was quite overbearing. They might say that they want to marry Xian Lan, but it was likely their intentions were the Yi clan. Where is old Mr. Yao? He is already present in the front yard, standing guard and preventing the Xiao clan from using force. Xiao Yan nodded. He mused for a moment before turning around and heading to the front yard. He gravely said, "Let's go, I want to see just how great this Xiao clan is. This is the first time that I have heard of something like forcefully snatching someone." The little fairy doctor smiled and lowered her chin. She gently shifted her feet and followed close behind. A large group of people were currently clustered in the front yard of the Yi clan at this moment. The atmosphere was exceptionally intense, on the brink of breaking into a fight. The spacious front yard was clearly divided into 2 lineups. On one side was Yi clan's group while on the other side was nearly 100 pale red-robed human figures. These people were standing extremely straight. Their auras were quite domineering. Their eyes, watching the Yi clan's group, revealed the superiority they felt. Of course, the position the current Xiao clan had in the Pill region was not something that the Yi clan could compare with. There were 2 red-robed old men standing at the front of the Xiao clan's group. These 2 people wore indifferent expressions. A majestic aura was permeating their bodies. Both of their hands were inserted into their sleeves. From the looks of it, they were not ordinary people. Of course, the one that was the most eye-catching was not these 2 people. Instead, the most eye-catching were a gray-robed old man and a young man wearing purple-colored alchemist's robes. The gray-robed old man appeared to be quite old. His face was filled with heavy wrinkles, and he appeared to be near the end of his life. However, by being able to stand right at the front, one did not even need to use one's head to know that the status of this person was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, anyone with even a little potential would be able to discover a dangerous aura radiating from him despite it not appearing as majestic as the 2 red-robed old men. This aura was something the 2 red-robed old men could not compare with. The man wearing a purple-colored alchemist robes was young and handsome. However, there was a haughtiness that was difficult to hide under his handsome appearance. Of course, just by looking at the badge on his chest, no one would comment on his arrogance because he had the qualification to be this haughty. The badge was pale blue in color and it vaguely appeared as though it was being burned by fire. The interior of the flame was a tower figure. 7 bright, purple gold stars were shining around the tower, causing it to appear extremely glaring. Tier 7 Alchemist. Moreover, it was an alchemist badge that was issued by the Pill Tower. This young man, who appeared to be less than 30 years old, was actually a Tier 7 alchemist. Young Master Xiao Dan, my Yi clan is indeed at fault for revoking the agreement back then. However, the Qiao clan did not protest even a little before this, yet it has shown up with a fanfare now. May I know what you mean by this? Yi Zhong solemnly demanded. His expression was a little ugly as he studied this group of people, who had come with ill intent. Cuckoo, Elder Yi Zhong must be joking. How can such a big event like marriage be treated as child's play? Your Yi clan took the initiative to mention it back then. How will you let my Qiao clan account to the outside world now that you have suddenly retracted it? The young man wearing the purple-colored alchemist's robes faintly smiled. His hand was gently clenched and a wisp of flame jumped over the tip of his finger. He immediately glanced at Yi Zhong. Could it be that Elder Yi Zhong is purposefully playing with the Qiao clan? Yi Zhong's expression changed upon hearing this. Xiao Dan, you better not try to twist your words to make up for your fallacious argument. Everyone knows of your Qiao clan's wild ambition in wanting to swallow my Yi clan. You don't need to use such a matter as an excuse. The green-faced Xun Er could not endure Xiao Dan's overbearing manner, resulting in furiously crying out. The young man smiled at the pretty, green face of Xun Er. He said, Xun Er, no matter how you put it, I am still considered your fiancé. It is really a little too unruly of you to scream at me. I will teach you some proper manners once you enter the Qiao clan in the future. Young Master Xiao Dan, this marriage was only at an initial stage, where it is still being considered. No actual decision had been made. Therefore, my Yi clan has the right to revoke it. Yi Zhong's expression sank as he said, Xun Er will not marry into the Qiao clan. We will treat this marriage as non-existent in the future. I hope that young Master Xiao Dan will not continue pestering us over this matter. Xiao Dan narrowed his eyes upon hearing Yi Zhong's words. He said with a faint smile, Cuckoo, the current Yi clan really does have some ability. Do you really think that your Yi clan can regain the glory of back then after the big battle in Yi City? My Qiao clan is not the Ice River Valley. Xiao Dan's words contained an additional denseness to them when he finished speaking. Yi Zhong's face became green when he heard Xiao Dan be this blunt. However, he did not dare to say anything to contradict him. The Qiao clan had produced quite a number of outstanding alchemists. Its ability to gather people was even greater than the Ice River Valley's ability. Moreover, it had also helped some of the Dou Qi class super-existences refine medicinal pills throughout the continent. With this favor, these people would likely not reject the request of the Qiao clan. Should these people be gathered together, their might would indeed be at a level that even the Ice River Valley could not compare with. Asterisk cough asterisk. Yi Zhong, there are some things that cannot be retracted once said. Since you have mentioned it, the Qiao clan will lose a great amount of face if it is retracted. Moreover, having a marriage with the Qiao clan will also be quite beneficial to your Yi clan. The grey-cloaked, old man, who had not spoken since the beginning, finally raised his eyes and slowly said, Today, we have come on the order of the head of the Qiao clan. We must bring the person with us. Yi Zhong's expression changed upon hearing this. However, he was a little afraid when he looked at this grey-clothed, old man. He bitterly replied, even Luo Yizunjia has personally come. The Qiao clan really thinks highly of my Yi clan. A marriage to the Qiao clan might perhaps temporarily resolve our urgent problems, but this Yi clan would likely have to change its surname to Qiao in the future. Therefore, I cannot abide by this. The grey-clothed, old man shook his head. He slowly shifted his foot forward. After he took this step, a frightening aura immediately surged out of nowhere, like a large wave that had become hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It suddenly filled the hall, causing the faces of some of the weaker members of the Yi clan to immediately turn ashen. Humph. An elderly figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Zhong's group when the aura of the grey-clothed old man erupted. His foot stomped on the ground as an invisible ripple spread out from his foot in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, another vast and mighty aura spread, blocking the terrifying aura of the grey-clothed old man. Although the Qiao clan is powerful, it really doesn't have the demeanor of a large clan by bullying others in this manner with its strength. The one who had suddenly appeared was naturally Tian Huazunjia. His eyes were locked onto the grey-clothed old man as he faintly chastised. Dou Qi? The sudden appearance of Tian Huazunjia had caused the grey-clothed old man to be slightly startled. He immediately narrowed his eyes. Senior, this junior is Xiao Dan. The matter today is something between my Xiao clan and the Yi clan. I hope that senior will not intervene. If you have any matter regarding pill refinement in the future, you might perhaps be able to find my Xiao clan. Xiao Dan also slightly frowned before immediately cupping his hands together and speaking in a deep voice. He did not show any fear like an ordinary person would when facing a Dou Zun. With the great strength of the Xiao clan, it did not lack some elite Dou Zuns who wanted to ask the elders of the clan to refine pills for them. Due to him having seen many of them, he no longer felt afraid. Refining pills? Tian Huazunja merely smiled when he heard this. He faintly replied, that is not necessary. The old me naturally has a more suitable person to look for if I wish to refine a pill. Moreover, I have been tasked by him to guard the Yi clan. How can the old me not intervene? Xiao Dan's expression slightly changed when he understood that Tian Huazunja did not give him any face. He immediately warned in a solemn voice, today's matter is an order by the head of the clan. That person must leave with us. No one can stop us. Otherwise, that person will be an enemy of my Xiao clan. The expressions of the members of the Yi clan became ugly upon hearing the words spoken by Xiao Dan since they carried a threat. Coco, the Xiao clan is really imposing. However, I am definitely protecting this person today. While the large hall had descended into silence, a faint, cold laugh suddenly sounded. It caused Yi Zhong, Xianlan, and the others in the hall to be startled. A joy immediately surged onto their faces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1122, Betting. Chapter 1122, Betting. A faint, cold laugh sounded within the front yard, causing Xiao Dan's expression to become much darker and more solemn. He turned his head, and his eyes landed on a door leading to the front yard. Two figures slowly appeared at that spot. I was wondering why the Yi clan had suddenly become so firm. It has found quite a number of helpers. Xiao Dan watched Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor as they slowly walked over. The corner of his mouth moved slightly as he spoke with a cold laugh. Xiao Yan looked at this man in front of him, who appeared quite young. His eyes paused for a moment on the badge on his chest and some surprise flashed across them. This Xiao clan was indeed worthy of being an alchemist family. The younger generation that it had groomed was actually this strong. It was the first time in all these years that Xiao Yan had seen such a young Tier 7 alchemist. Of course, Xiao Yan did not feel surprised that the other party was able to gain such an achievement. The continent was very vast and there would definitely be some pill refining geniuses. This, along with the grooming of an alchemist family like the Xiao clan from a young age, their achievements would naturally be far from what an ordinary alchemist could compare with. If I remember correctly, you should be called Xiao Yan, right? This person is the woeful poison lady who stirred a great commotion within the pill region? Xiao Dan's eyes lingered over Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor before speaking with a faint smile. Xiao Yan stopped beside Tian Huazunja. He smiled and softly said, the style of the Xiao clan is indeed quite grand. Mr. Xiao Yan, this person is called Xiao Dan. He is known as a pill refinement genius that comes once in 100 years within the Xiao clan. Despite his young age, he has already reached the level of a Tier 7 alchemist. He is also quite well known in this pill region. Yi Zhong softly explained who he was to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His eyes landed on Xiao Dan and said, young Master Xiao Dan, the matter between the Yi and Xiao clan is just a small grudge. Why don't each of you take a step back? A chill flashed across Xiao Dan's eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan's smiling face. He faintly said, take a step back? How will my Xiao clan account to the outside world? Back then, my Xiao clan had made a public announcement after the Yi clan came to talk about this marriage. If we fail to marry now, would the Xiao clan not lose a great amount of face? Can this still be considered a small grudge? In that case, young Master Xiao Dan is insisting on bringing her with you today? Xiao Yan slowly took a step forward and softly laughed. Xiao Dan narrowed his eyes in the face of Xiao Yan's somewhat bullying demeanor. With his pill refining talent, seldom would any member of the younger generation treat him like this during all these years. Xiao Dan not only did not take a step back as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him, instead, he took a step forward. The gap between Xiao Yan and him was a short foot. His eyes stared at Xiao Yan as he said, Xiao Yan, I have heard about you and know that you are able to fight, but you should get things right. My Xiao clan is not the Ice River Valley. As long as my Xiao clan utters the word, even you would likely feel an extreme headache. I even dared to kill a member of the Hall of Souls. Do you think that your Xiao clan is even more difficult to deal with than the Hall of Souls? Xiao Yan slowly spread his 5 fingers as he calmly replied. Xiao Dan's expression finally changed upon hearing this. With the ability of the Xiao clan to summon helpers, it could indeed be comparable to the Ice River Valley. However, by comparing it to the Hall of Souls, their Chao clan would lose that qualification. After all, the Hall of Souls stood shoulder to shoulder with the Pill Tower. Their Chao clan was merely relying on the Pill Tower. How could they be compared to the Hall of Souls? Xiao Yan, I know that you are bold, but sometimes, you should be a little more rational. These people might not be able to bring Xan Lan away, but the next time we come, I believe that just the 2 elite Dozuns behind you would be of little use. My Chao clan does possess this ability. With Xiao Dan's pride, it was naturally impossible for him to submit to Xiao Yan. Therefore, he immediately and coldly laughed as he responded in a deep voice. Offending the Chao clan for the Yi clan is really not worthwhile. If you are willing, my Chao clan will welcome you as a friend. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He said, forget it, young Master Xiao Dan. What you have said does not attract me, please leave today. I will not hand Xan Lan to you. Xiao Yan. You better know the situation. Xiao Dan furiously cried out. His expression sank after being rejected by Xiao Yan in such a straightforward manner. Xiao Yan faintly smiled. Both of his hands were crossed in front of him as he studied Xiao Dan. He did not show any signs of giving in. Xiao Dan's expression became graver after being looked at by Xiao Yan in this manner. The gray-robed, old man's wrinkle-filled face was scrunched. Immediately, he took a slow step forward. You will remain behind if you take another step forward. Just this one-star Dozun strength of yours does not have the qualification to behave atrociously here. The gray-robed, old man had just stepped forward when the white figure in front of him flashed. A clear, cold voice was transmitted into his ears. The gray-clothed, old man's expression changed slightly upon hearing her words. His eyes stared at the little fairy doctor in front of him and a fearful expression flashed across them. He could sense that the little fairy doctor was also an elite Dozun. Moreover, her level was likely even higher than his. The words of the little fairy doctor had just sounded when it appeared to have broken the tense swords-drawn atmosphere. All the people from the Chao clan, including the 2 red-robed, old men suddenly took a few steps forward. Majestic auras rippled over this place like a wave, forming a great pressure. Humph. Tianhua Zunjia let out a cold snort after seeing the 2 red-robed, old men step forward. He also took a step forward and appeared on Xiao Yan's left side. A mighty aura surged out and suppressed the auras of nearly 100 people on the opposite side. Cuckoo, why? Is young Master Xiao Dan planning to use force? However, just a 1-star Dozun alone does not appear to be able to suffice. Xiao Yan faintly smiled as he commented. Xiao Yan, you should not be so pleased with yourself. Offending my Chao clan is not something fun. Even if we end up failing this time around, there will definitely be an even stronger lineup coming the next time around. What can you do at that time? A cold glint flashed across Xiao Dan's eyes when he spoke. He turned his eyes to Yi Zhong's group as he coldly laughed. At that time, this group would at the very most just leave. However, the Yi clan will likely become the target for the Chao clan to vent its anger. It is likely that the Yi clan would be removed from the Pill region in the future. The expressions of Yi Zhong's group involuntarily changed upon hearing this. However, what other path did the Yi clan have at this moment? If they lost Xiao Yan, the Yi clan would completely decline. Moreover, if they abandoned Xiao Yan and complied with the marriage between the Chao and Yi clan, it was likely that the Yi clan would also be removed very soon. Yi Zhong did not believe that the Chao clan would genuinely help the Yi clan recover its former glory. The reason the Chao clan was acting in this manner was merely to swallow the Yi clan and strengthen the Chao clan. The Yi clan will act on Mr. Xiao Yan's orders. Yi Zhong's eyes flickered for a moment before he made up his mind. After which, he cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yan's back and spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Dan's expression turned gloomier upon seeing him bow. His voice was dark and cold as he said, "Alright, you, Yi Zhong, are really becoming bolder and bolder." Yi Zhong was too lazy to bother with Xiao Dan's cynicism. No matter what the case was, a grudge between the Yi and Xiao clan had indeed been formed. "Young Master Xiao Dan, please leave." Xiao Yan spoke in a calm voice. Yi Zhong's choice had caused him to be a little surprised. This old fellow had placed all of his chips on Xiao Yan. If anything happened to Xiao Yan midway through, it was likely that the Yi clan would be completely finished. Xiao Dan's expression was volatile. He would not simply be chased away empty-handed. However, if he wanted to use force, the other party had 2 elite Dozuns and need not fear his side. After musing for a long while, Xiao Dan's eyes suddenly swept over Xiao Yan's body. He inquired, "It is rumored that you are also an alchemist?" "I do know something about pill refining," Xiao Yan randomly replied. It seemed that this fellow was indeed unwilling to simply give up. "In that case, do you dare to make a bet with me? If I lose, the Chao clan can choose not to have this marriage. However, if I win, you will not get involved in this matter." "What do you say?" A cold smile flashed across Xiao Dan's face as he asked. Oh? Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows. He appeared to be a little interested as he inquired with a smile, "May I know how young Master Xiao Dan is intending to gamble?" The cold smile in Xiao Dan's heart swiftly widened after seeing Xiao Yan show some interest. If they were to really fight with Dou Qi, it was likely that he would not be a match for Xiao Yan. However, if it came to competing with pill refinement skill, he would let Xiao Yan know that he was attempting to be impressive in front of a true master, seeking his own humiliation in the process. Ridicule flashed across Xiao Dan's heart. However, the smile on his face appeared brilliant as he replied, "Since we are both alchemists, we naturally cannot fight like those chuffs. We should follow the rules of alchemists. Let's challenge each other in terms of playing with fire." A cluster of faint black flames suddenly rose from Xiao Dan's hand once his words sounded. Immediately, the cluster wiggled in his palm. It transformed into two dark black, small snakes that continuously slid around his finger, appearing as obedient as spirits. "Mr. Xiao Yan, do not promise him. Xiao Dan possesses an unusually great talent when it came to controlling flames. Even in the Qiao clan, one can count the number of people who surpass him with one's fingers." Yi Zhong hurriedly piped in upon hearing Xiao Dan's words. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard this. It was unexpected that Xiao Dan possessed such a talent in terms of flame control. "What do you say? If you don't dare accept the challenge, you can just say the word." "I am not a person who will make things difficult for others." Xiao Dan stared at Xiao Yan as he coldly smiled. "The words make things difficult for others really appear a little comical when uttered from your mouth." Xiao Yan grinned and shook his head, ignoring Xiao Dan's sinking expression. "Don't us your glib tongue. Are you going to compete? If you are not, I might end up returning with nothing. However, the people who will arrive next time will not be so easy to deal with," Xiao Dan coldly said. He felt some fury leaping within his heart when he saw the smile on Xiao Yan's face. "Since you like it, I will accompany you," Xiao Yan smiled. That smile contained a cunningness no matter how one looked at it. Xiao Yan had never competed with others in terms of playing with fire before. However, the only thing he was aware of was that he specialized in this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123, Playing with Fire. Chapter 1123, Playing with Fire. Even Xiao Dan was involuntarily startled when he saw that Xiao Yan had really ended up agreeing to this bet. A cold smile involuntarily spread over his face. "You are indeed bold." After laughing with a voice that appeared to either be filled with ridicule or praise, Xiao Dan turned his head and respectfully said to the gray-clothed old man, "Honorary Elder Ku, please leave this matter to me." The gray-clothed old man nodded his head without any change in expression upon hearing this. However, he let out a sigh of relief within his heart. The cool eyes of the little fairy doctor had caused him to form goosebumps. It was not as though he had never heard of the reputation of the woeful poison body. However, it was indeed the first time that he had seen a woeful poison body that had reached the strength of the Dou Zun class. "Just step back." After seeing the gray-clothed old man step back, Xiao Dan turned his body to those behind him and waved his hand. That group of people hurriedly pulled back and immediately created an empty space in the front yard. "Mr. Xiao Yan, you really intend to compete in terms of playing with fire with him?" Yi Zhong hesitated for a moment after seeing what was unfolding. Finally, he could not help but ask in a soft voice. Xiao Dan's reputation when it came to playing with fire was really incredible. Even though Xiao Yan was also a Tier 7 alchemist, it was a little risky if it was merely a competition in terms of fire manipulation. Xiao Yan tilted his head. It was naturally best that he could use a method that involved the least effort to get rid of this people. "Ugh, since Mr. Xiao Yan insists, we'll do as you say." Yi Zhong could only bitterly smile and nod his head after seeing that he was unable to change Xiao Yan's mind. He immediately reminded, the faint black flame in Yi Zhong's hand is an extremely powerful beast flame. It is rumored that the Qiao clan spent a great amount of effort in order to obtain it from the body of a rank 8 magical beast. Its strength is extremely great. Although it cannot be compared with a heavenly flame, an ordinary flame would have difficulty contending against it. Xiao Yan did not feel surprised upon hearing this. He had already sensed that the faint black flame was quite strong when it had appeared. Yi Zhong waved his hand after reminding Xiao Yan. Everyone slowly pulled back and left a spacious area for the two of them. The smile on Xiao Dan's face became denser when everyone withdrew. He slowly took a step forward and flicked his finger. The faint black-colored flame on his hand immediately surged. It wiggled above his head and formed a faint black, large eagle. The flame appeared strange as it burned due to its dark and dense appearance. This flame of mine is called the Dark Demon Flame. It was obtained from the body of the dark sky three-headed lion, a rank 8 magical beast. The black-colored fire eagle lingered over Xiao Dan's head. It emitted a sharp eagle cry. There was some pride in Xiao Dan's eyes when he introduced his flame. This dark demon flame might not be comparable to a heavenly flame, but its might was also spectacular. Back then, the Qiao clan had spent a great amount of effort in order to obtain this flame. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the large, black eagle. He slightly nodded. There was indeed a reason why this fellow was arrogant. An ordinary alchemist was unable to compare with this Xiao Dan, who was able to control his flame with such familiarity. Unfortunately for him, manipulating fire was a speciality of Xiao Yan, especially after he had practiced the flame creation skill. Xiao Yan's control over fire had already reached a pinnacle level. If Yao Lao were to see Xiao Yan's current flame control, it was likely that Yao Lao would definitely praise him. This bet was something Xiao Dan thought was going to be easy to win. However, he did not infer that this would also be Xiao Yan's speciality. Xiao Yan flicked his finger and a wisp of a green-colored flame slowly rose from its tip. After which, it left the tip of his finger and soared with the wind. It swiftly transformed into a large fire wolf that howled at the sky. The wolf howl continued to linger in the air of the entire city. This green-colored flame was naturally the green lotus core flame. If it came to playing with fire, Xiao Yan was more familiar with manipulating the green lotus core flame. The temperature slowly rose after the green-colored fire wolf appeared. The eyes of Xiao Dan abruptly shrank. His eyes greedily glanced at the fire wolf. It is indeed a heavenly flame. The rumors are true. This brat possesses a heavenly flame. However, one cannot merely rely on the strength of a flame when playing with fire. Possessing a heavenly flame does not mean he can win. Xiao Dan licked his lips as he coldly laughed in his heart. His finger suddenly pointed at the fire wolf over Xiao Yan's head. Immediately, the black fire eagle emitted a loud eagle cry as it glided over the sky. After which, it emitted a swoosh sound as it cut through the air and rushed toward the fire wolf with lightning-like speed. Howl! The green-colored wolf merely let out a long howl in the face of the fire eagle's attack. After which, its back shook and a pair of fire wings extended from it. The wings were flapped as it widened its ferocious mouth and violently collided with the fire eagle. Flames shot in all directions as the two ruthlessly pounced on each other, biting at the other party in an uncontrolled manner. The flames over their bodies were eroding the other party without due care for their lives. Everyone below was a little amazed as they looked at the wild snapping of the two fire beasts. They had seen fights between Dou Qi, but a fight between flames was rarely seen. The two fire beasts wildly bit at each other in the sky, but they were also unusually agile. They flipped their bodies and leaped all around. An ordinary expert would not be able to catch them. Everyone clearly understood that this was due to their control over their flames. If it was someone with weaker skill, there was no need to even discuss forming a fire beast and fighting with another. It was likely that just maintaining the form of the beast would have exhausted all of their spiritual strength. Wisps of flames continued to drift from the sky as the two fire beasts fought each other. After which, they slowly scattered. Xiao Yan placed both of his hands behind him. His eyes focused on the fight in the sky. All it took was a thought of his to control the fire beast. This kind of fight was a contention between the strength of their spiritual strength. Compared with Xiao Yan's free and easy attitude, Xiao Dan's face appeared a little more solemn. During the first exchange between the fire beasts, he had come to an understanding that he had met with a tough opponent this time around. The other party's control of the fire beast and the degree of reality of the fire beast were not inferior. If this continues, the dark sky demon flame will not be able to hold out against the heavenly flame. Xiao Dan slightly frowned as he watched the flame of the black eagle become paler during the fight in the sky. A moment later, he let out a cold laugh. He rubbed his storage ring and a fiery red jade bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the cap of the bottle and a bright blood-like flame exited it. After which, Xiao Dan bit his middle finger and a drop of blood fell into it. So what if you possess a heavenly flame? Can you defend against two of my flames? An intense ripple immediately formed on the cluster of bright blood-like flames after the fresh blood dripped into it. Under Xiao Dan's control, it transformed into a blood-red hound. Its blood-red eyes contained a cold luster. Its forepaws stepped on the ground as it charged into the battle in the sky. Together with the black eagle, it wildly bit at the fire wolf, tearing apart the green-colored flame on the wolf's body with each bite. Waves of uproars immediately sounded within the courtyard when everyone witnessed the scene. Those from the Qiao clan let out a cheer while those from the Yi clan faced each other, appearing to be somewhat quiet as they did so. They did not expect Xiao Dan to be able to control multiple flames at once. It should be known that each type of flame required a great amount of spiritual strength. If one controlled two types of flames, the rate of exhaustion would be increase. Additionally, one had to multitask. Hence, there were very seldom any alchemists who possessed the ability to control multiple flames. It seemed that Yi Zhong's warning was not without reason, since Xiao Dan had an outstanding talent in flame manipulation. Xiao Yan also slightly knit his brows because of this scene. He faintly said, "There are but two flames." After uttering these words, the fire wolf, being controlled by his mind, agilely dodged. Its ferocious mouth mercilessly crunched down on the black eagle and hound. For an instant, the sky was chaotic as flames randomly flew in all directions. Yi Zhong's group sighed in relief when they saw the fire beast, which Xiao Yan had created, swiftly defeating its opponents. It was indeed worthy of being a heavenly flame. If it was some other flame, it was likely that it would have been torn into pieces by the two fire beasts. Xiao Dan frowned when he saw the firewolf, created from a heavenly flame, was this strong. A ruthless expression flashed across his eyes. He waved his hands and two more jade bottles appeared in front of him. Their caps were opened. A gray and a purple flame soared out of the bottles. Even Yi Zhong's expression on the Yi clan side had turned a little pale when he saw the two clusters of flames appearing. He did not expect Xiao Dan to reach a stage where he could control 4 types of flames at the same time. This was something that even he had to admit that he was unable to achieve. Humph, playing fire with me. If you weren't relying on the heavenly flame, you would not even be able to last one exchange against me. Xiao Dan coldly laughed. Another 2 drops of blood entered the 2 clusters of flames. Immediately, the 2 clusters of flames transformed into fire beasts that charged forward. After which, they surrounded the green-colored fire wolf. Under the attacks of the 4 fire beasts from all directions, even the fire wolf, formed from a heavenly flame, was unable to endure. By controlling 4 types of flames, their combined attack was indeed very strong. However, it was obvious that this was the limit of Xiao Dan. One could tell this from the pale whiteness on his face. Xiao Yan, playing with fire does not merely rely on quality. Quantity is also very important. You should remember this in your heart when you compete with others in the future. The smile on Xiao Dan's face became richer as he watched the firewolf being defeated. His eyes swung to Xiao Yan as he involuntarily laughed in a somewhat pleased tone. Xiao Yan faintly glanced at him. Immediately, he laughed, "Thank you for your reminder, young Master Xiao Dan. Since this is the case, I shall win with quantity." After uttering such instigating words, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. 10 jade bottles appeared. After which, a boom sounded, and they burst apart. After the 10 jade bottles broke, 10 clusters of flames of various lusters slowly rose in front of numerous stunned eyes. After which, they wiggled for a moment before transforming into 10 ferocious fire beasts. These flames were all beasts' flames. They were nourishment that Xiao Yan had obtained for the life-transforming flame. However, now that he possessed the core bead, the beast's flames had lost their purpose. It was unexpected that he was able to use them now. Xiao Yan's eyes alighted upon Xiao Dan's face, which had turned dull almost instantly. The corner of his mouth contained ridicule. You can only control 4 types of flames, yet you dare to come out and compete with others in terms of flame manipulation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1124, Which of the Qiao Clan? Chapter 1124, Which of the Qiao Clan? 10 clusters of different colored flames transformed into ferocious fire beasts that slowly rose into the sky. Various colored glows landed on the stunned expressions of everyone below as they did so, causing the scene to appear exceptionally comical. The 10 types of flames along with the earlier green lotus core flame formed a total of 11 flames. Xiao Yan was able to control 11 flames with his own strength. The courtyard was silent as everyone watched the shocking scene. It was a moment later before some noises from the inhalation of cold air slowly appeared. Each time one controlled an additional flame, it would impose a harsh toll on one's spiritual strength. With Xiao Dan's ability, he was at the most able to control 4 types of flames. Moreover, this had already allowed him to reach the point where he could hardly find any opponent within the Qiao clan, yet the current Xiao Yan allowed him to understand what was meant by there was always someone better out there. 11 types of flames. Even if Xiao Dan were to use all of his spiritual strength, it was likely that he would be unable to completely control them, much less transforming them into beast forms to fight with others. Fierce flames rose into the air. The high temperature that spread down caused Xiao Dan's mouth to dry. His already somewhat pale face became even paler. Xiao Yan's ability was a very big blow to him. How is it possible? Xiao Dan softly muttered in his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiao Yan appeared much younger than him. How was it possible for him to control 11 types of flames? This level was something that even his sister, who was regarded as a witch in his clan, was unable to do. Impossible. Xiao Dan's eyes had become much redder after he muttered that word. He appeared just like a gambling addict about to lose all of his fortune. He let out a furious roar as a thought passed through his heart. The 4 fire beasts in the sky emitted low, deep roars as they charged at Xiao Yan's multicolored fire beasts. Xiao Yan watched Xiao Dan, who was going all out, with an indifferent expression. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He randomly waved his sleeves and the 11 fire beasts in the sky appeared like ferocious tigers descending from a mountain as they collided with Xiao Dan's 4 fire beasts. After which, they began to tear and bite at each other in a crazy manner. Clusters of flames continued to scatter. Xiao Dan's 4 fire beasts descended into an outnumbered situation in the face of Xiao Yan's terrifying numbers. They did not endure for long before the flames on their bodies were gradually torn apart. After which, they slowly disappeared one after another in front of the many eyes in the front yard. By the time Xiao Dan's last fire beast disappeared, 9 out of 11 fire beasts belonging to Xiao Yan still survived. Xiao Dan's body shook when the final fire beast disappeared. His feet immediately took 2 steps back in panic. A groan was emitted from his throat at the same time. Those fire beasts contained some of his remnant spiritual strength. Hence, the disappearance of those fire beasts caused some damage to his spiritual strength. Xiao Dan, who was pulling back, was hurriedly supported by the 2 elders behind him. His eyes stared at the 9 fire beasts in the sky, and his face alternated between white and green. He had never expected the bet he had thought he was going to win would end up with him being defeated in such a miserable manner by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Dan. He widened his mouth and the firewolf transformed into a wisp of green-colored flames. The flame shot down before entering Xiao Yan's mouth. Those 8 other fire beasts gradually turned into nothing within a short moment. These flames, that had yet to be refined into a flame seed, could only be used once. After a single usage, they would scatter if the energy within them was not replenished. Young Master Xiao Dan, please leave. Xiao Yan withdrew the green lotus core flame. His expression was much better when compared to Xiao Dan. He had practiced the flame creation skill and was extremely familiar with flame manipulation. Moreover, the strength of his spiritual strength was far from what the likes of Xiao Dan could compare with. Xiao Dan's expression became much uglier when he heard his command. He had lost to Xiao Yan in front of so many people. Moreover, he had lost in flame manipulation, his specialization. This was undoubtedly equivalent to giving him a ruthless slap. Alright, no wonder Yi Zhong would place his hopes on you. You do indeed possess some skill. I have underestimated you. Xiao Dan inhaled a couple of breaths of deep air. He suppressed the fury that arose from embarrassment, rising in his heart as he spoke in a dark voice. Xiao Yan faintly smiled. Xiao Dan might say that he was a tier 7 alchemist, but from the way Xiao Yan saw it, Xiao Dan would, at the very most, be at the low-grade 7th tier. He could not be considered a great opponent. It would not be troublesome if Xiao Yan were to meet him at the pill gathering in the future. I have lost today. Rest assured that I will keep my word. My Chao clan will not come and find trouble for a period of time. Xiao Dan's dark and ferocious eyes suddenly turned to Yi Zhong's group after he spoke. He then continued in a dense, cold manner, however, it is merely the ravings of a lunatic if your Yi clan wishes to regain an elder's seat. My Chao clan will be unwilling to see such a thing occurring. There is still less than a month before the test begins. I want to see whether your Yi clan can rely on him to squeeze into the top 3 spots. Yi Zhong's expression slightly changed. He coldly said, there is no need for you to worry about this matter on behalf of the Yi clan. Xiao Dan frostily smiled. His gaze immediately swung to Xiao Yan as he said, Xiao Yan, you are indeed very strong. However, I believe sooner or later, you will end up regretting offending the Chao clan. Have you finished saying all that you need to? If you have, please, Xiao Yan crossed his fingers and faintly commanded without giving Xiao Dan an additional look. Xiao Dan was filled with fury because of Xiao Yan's indifferent attitude. If 2 elite Dozuns were not backing Xiao Yan up, it was likely that he would be unable to control himself and get Kui Zunjia to attack, giving this hateful fellow a vicious lesson. You are an alchemist. I think that you will also participate in the pill gathering. At that time, there will naturally be someone from my Chao clan who will take care of you. Let's go. Xiao Dan's eyes glared at Xiao Yan in a dangerous manner. A moment later, he tossed out some ruthless words before suddenly turning around. With a wave of his hand, he left this yard with a great unwillingness while carrying a body filled with fury. All the experts from the Chao clan behind him faced each other before letting out a quiet sigh and hurriedly followed. The members of the Yi clan sighed in relief when they saw the people from the Chao clan leaving in a dispirited manner. Cheers sounded as a result. The respect in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Yan also became more prevalent. Big brother Xiao Yan, thank you. Xian Lan sighed in relief in her heart. Her pretty eyes looked at Xiao Yan as she spoke with some joy. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, "Since I have promised you, I will protect the Yi clan. At the very least, until I have fulfilled my promise. Mr. Xiao Yan, everyone in the Yi clan will never forget the great favors you have done for the Yi clan. Please feel free to ask if there is anything you need my Yi clan to do in the future. Even though there are some things that we are unable to do, my Yi clan will try its best." Yi Zhong cupped his hands together and bowed to Xiao Yan as he spoke in an unusually serious manner. "I am unworthy of such a solemn and respectful ceremony from Elder Yi Zhong. Please do not continue." Xiao Yan slightly leaned his body forward as he replied with a smile. Yi Zhong smiled when he heard his words. His eyes wandered in the direction Qiao Dan had disappeared. However, there was some worry in his eyes as he sighed. "From the words that Qiao Dan uttered earlier, I think that witch from the Qiao clan has likely returned." "Which?" Xiao Yan raised his head upon hearing this, feeling a little uncertain as he did so. Yi Zhong bitterly laughed when he saw Xiao Yan's uncertainty. He asked, "Mr. Xiao Yan, what do you think of Qiao Dan? His character is nothing great, but he does have some skill in terms of flame control. Moreover, he is able to reach the level of a Tier 7 alchemist at such a young age. His talent is worthy of being described as a genius." Xiao Yan voiced his thoughts. Although Qiao Dan was arrogant, he did possess decent ability. "This Qiao Dan is unable to show even the slightest bit of arrogance in front of the witch of the Qiao clan," Yi Zhong softly explained. His tone contained an exceptional bitterness. If his Yi clan could produce such a person, would he still need to worry about their strength? This kind of witch was a terrifying character where she alone could be relied on to support the entire clan. Oh? Surprise flashed across his eyes. The Qiao clan had such a person? This witch is called Xiaoying. Her entire life has been filled with a legendary hue. When she was born, she already displayed a spiritual strength that shocked others. Her mother was nearly killed by the spiritual strength that spread from her. When she was 7 years old, she had formally become an alchemist. At 15, she caught the eye of the Pill Tower and an exception was made to take her in as core disciple of the Pill Tower. She has trained quietly in the Pill Tower for 5 years. At 20, she became the youngest Tier 7 alchemist in the Qiao clan. Currently, she is 22. Yi Zhong's soft voice lingered over the yard, causing all the members of the Yi clan to lower their heads in shame upon hearing this. Compared to Xiaoying, they were merely useless people just waiting to die. Of course, they were not the only ones who reacted like this. Even Xiao Yan's face displayed a solemn expression. The Central Plains region was indeed filled with many hidden talents. If the reason he possessed the current achievement was due to a combination of both talent and effort, this Xiaoying was likely really a little witch blessed by the heavens. Reaching Tier 7 at 20 years old. During these 2 years, she would definitely have advanced. I guess the current her. Yi Zhong paused when he spoke until this point. His face was filled with bitterness. The current her should be at least at the peak of the Tier 7 level. The entire yard was completely silent. A 22-year-old peak Tier 7 alchemist. This achievement would likely enter the top 10 even when compared with the 1,000 years of alchemist history. Xiaoying will definitely participate in this pill gathering. According to tradition, if one wishes to slowly advance to be one of the giant heads of the Pill Tower, one must be the champion of a pill gathering. Yi Zhong sighed. This Xiaoying is quite ambitious. Therefore, she will definitely not give up this pill gathering. Yi Zhong's eyes turned to the grave face of Xiao Yan and slowly said, "This girl will be a great opponent of yours in the pill gathering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1125, Pressure. Chapter 1125, Pressure. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he nodded. If this Xiaoying really possessed a relaxed character, it was likely that he would not like this kind of life while being on a high position. Coco, but Mr. Xiao Yan need not be too afraid. That Xiaoying might be strong, but if you were to compete with each other, no one will know just who will come out on top as long as she has yet to reach Tier 8. Unless she has reached this level, there is no guaranteed victory. Refining medicinal pills occasionally relies on one's condition and luck. Everyone will meet with failure. Yi Zhong hurriedly laughed. He thought that Xiao Yan was worried after seeing him descend into silence. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. Tier 8 and Tier 7 were two completely different concepts. After all these years, it was likely that the only alchemist he had met who could refine a Tier 8 medicinal pill was Yao Lao alone. Xiao Yan had met some Tier 7 alchemists after having arrived in the Central Plains region. However, he had never met a Tier 8 alchemist. It was likely that even some Dou Zun class experts would need to be extremely courteous to an alchemist of this tier. They would possess a position that was similar to the height Yao Lao reached in the Central Plains back then. The reason why there were so few Tier 8 alchemists clearly indicated how difficult it was to advance to this level. A Tier 7 alchemist might be able to do extremely well in the Central Plains. However, if one wanted to reach the point where even an elite Dozun would willingly come to be your fighter, one would, at the very least, need to reach the 8th tier. Xiao Yan withdrew from the thoughts within his heart as he smiled and said, "Relax, I will definitely do well in this pill gathering. I will do my best regardless of how strong the opponents are." Yi Zhong grinned and nodded upon hearing his reply. He said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, the test of the 5 great clans will begin in less than 1 month's time. We still need to leave for Holy Pill City in advance. Therefore, we must leave in around 20 days. This pressing schedule caused Xiao Yan to frown. Immediately, he nodded. He was currently pressed for time, and he could no longer waste any. However, it was fortunate that his pill refinement training had gradually progressed well. Although he had yet to successfully refine a Tier 7 high-rank medicinal pill, his chances of success when refining some low and middle-grade medicinal pills had significantly raised. With this speed, Xiao Yan sooner or later would be able to successfully refine a Tier 7 high-rank medicinal pill. All you need to do is inform me before you leave. I will rest for 1 day before continuing my retreat and practicing hard for a period of time." Even Yi Zhong involuntarily wiped some cold sweat off his face when he heard that Xiao Yan was going to continue his tortuous training. Pill refinement was an extremely tiring and troublesome matter. Based on common sense, it was impossible for even a Tier 7 alchemist to refine pills all day long. After all, this was really too exhausting. This was originally the case based on common sense. However, Xiao Yan had not only been born with a powerful spiritual strength but he also had the help of a heavenly flame. This enabled him conserve his stamina when refining pills. Hence, if other Tier 7 alchemists could at the very most refine 3 medicinal pills per day, Xiao Yan would be able to refine 6, 10, or many more times the amount they could. In other words, his 1 day spent in bitter training was equivalent to training a couple of days by others. Of course, this kind of wild, uncontrolled training was extremely harsh. However, Xiao Yan had suffered many hardships during these years. He might not have anything else, but his character was tough after being honed all these years. The achievement that Xiao Yan possessed today was definitely not something that he had suddenly obtained. Yi Zhong felt some admiration for Xiao Yan after wiping off his cold sweat. He said in a solemn voice, "Ugh, Mr. Xiao Yan, please continue to train with peace of mind. You can just inform the old me if you do not have enough medicinal ingredients. Even if I have to exhaust the entire collection of my Yi clan, I will definitely support Mr. Xiao Yan until you have completed your training." Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He once again chatted with Yi Zhong about some matters related to the pill gathering before returning to his own room while the others returned to theirs. Xiao Yan once again entered the pill refinement room on the 2nd day after having resolved the trouble that came with the Chao clan. After which, he announced that he would undertake a retreat to engage in harsh training. Soon after, an endless amount of rare medicinal ingredients were carried out of Yi clan's warehouse, and they were piled in the pill refinement room. Due to Xiao Yan having stepped forward, the Yi clan was temporarily no longer faced with any disturbances from the Chao clan. Additionally, the little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunja would occasionally show themselves. This caused the factions coveting the Yi clan to hold back a little. 2 elite Dozuns, this lineup was definitely not something an ordinary faction could contend with. Without the trouble that came from the outside world, the Yi clan became much quieter. Time gradually flowed by amid silence, appearing just like the sand seeping between one's fingers. Perhaps it was due to the approaching pill gathering, but the entire pill region became unusually lively. Almost every part of the pill region was experiencing traffic that was larger than usual. Moreover, some more observant individuals would discover that various alchemists of different ascents from various places were beginning to appear within the pill region one after another. Clearly, these people were here because of the pill gathering. The pill gathering was not only a grand event in the alchemist's world, but it was also a grand event for the Central Plains. Each time the pill gathering began, the pill region would become the focal point of the entire Central Plains region and sometimes even the continent. Countless numbers of people or factions would swarm over like hungry wolves who had smelled the fragrance of flesh. An alchemist was the most respected occupation in the Dou Qi continent. Everyone was envious of an alchemist's abilities. Some alchemists might not be strong when it came to combat strength. However, that alchemist only needed to take out a small medicinal pill in order to get experts to fight on his or her behalf and take the other party's life. Hence, everyone on the continent knew that it was best to avoid offending an alchemist, especially a high-tier alchemist. This was because these people were like a beehive. The moment one touched a high-tier alchemist, one would end up inviting an endless amount of trouble. A high-tier alchemist was also someone some factions wanted the most. In order to get one of them under their wings, many factions would issue attractive offers. There were even some factions who would end up fighting until blood flowed like a river in order to snatch a high-tier alchemist. The distinguished position of alchemists caused the pill gathering to be an exceptionally important occasion. Everyone knew that this kind of gathering would attract talented alchemists from across the continent. Those who could stand out among them definitely possessed a great strength. As long as a faction managed to recruit one of these alchemists, it would undoubtedly mean that their strength would rapidly soar. These were the reasons why so many people were coming to the pill region. Moreover, with the flow of time, this extremely vast pill region would likely fill with even more people who would come after hearing about the pill gathering. While the human traffic within the pill region was beginning to soar, the time of the 5 great clans test also approached. Everyone from the Yi clan respectfully stood outside of a pill refinement room in the deepest parts of the Yi clan. The ones standing at the front were Yi Zhong, Xian Lan, and the few Yi clan's elders. Today was the last day before they would begin traveling to the Holy Pill City. It was also the day that Xiao Yan would finish his retreat. Xiao Yan did not even take half a step out of the pill refinement room during these 20-something days. The hot environment within the pill refinement room caused even some of the members of the Yi clan, who had delivered medicinal ingredients, to be afraid of staying for long. Usually, they would gently place the medicinal ingredients down before hurriedly withdrawing in silence. Dark clouds would frequently gather in the sky near the backyard of the Yi clan during these 20-odd days. There was even some lightning gathering within the dark clouds a couple of times. However, the clouds would suddenly scatter just when a bolt of lightning was about to descend. This kind of change in the sky naturally attracted the attention of Yi Zhong and the rest. All of their hearts were a little shaken. They could clearly sense the surging energy ripple emitted from the sealed pill refining room when the pill lightning was about to descend. This kind of energy ripple was extremely similar to the situation that appeared when some Tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill were about to take shape. Although they did not know why the surging energy ripple would suddenly disappear every time it reached a critical moment, all of them understood that this was something done on purpose by Xiao Yan. Regardless of Xiao Yan's intentions, they were able to vaguely understand something. This period of bitter training seemed to have improved Xiao Yan's pill refinement skill. Creak creak. While various thoughts quietly lingered in the hearts of Yi Zhong's group, the tightly shut stone door was slowly opened. A great amount of heat immediately spread out from within. A skinny figure slowly walked out as the temperature rose. A moment later, he appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. The skinny figure's clothes were a little messy. His black hair was scattered around his head, and his face possessed a sparse beard. He looked quite miserable. Nevertheless, his dark black eyes were unusually bright. For some unknown reason, Yi Zhong's group vaguely felt that Xiao Yan was a little different from before, especially as they watched him walk out of the pill refinement room. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126, Spiritual States. Chapter 1126, Spiritual States. This kind of change was not obvious, but it gave Yi Zhong's group a kind of strange feeling. It appeared as though Xiao Yan, who was in front of them, had become more dazzling than before he had undertaken the retreat. The little fairy doctor and Tian Huazunjia were also a little startled because of this change. The little fairy doctor was still fine, but Tian Huazunjia seemed to have fallen deep into thought. Xiao Yan was a little surprised upon seeing so many people outside the door after he walked out of the training room. He helplessly shook his head and questioned, "Elder Yi Zhong, there is no need for such grandness, is there?" Cuckoo, Yi Zhong hurriedly recovered upon hearing his words. He laughed before waving his hand and scattering the clan members who had gathered here. With a smile, he said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, we will begin our journey to the Holy Pill City tomorrow. Are you prepared?" Xiao Yan nodded. It was unexpected that time had passed so quickly during his retreat. Nearly a month had passed within the blink of an eye. "Mr. Xiao Yan, nothing is wrong with you, is there?" Yi Zhong glanced at Xiao Yan. He seemed to vaguely sense a kind of faint pressure when he was close to Xiao Yan. This kind of pressure seemed to originate from deep within his soul, causing him to find it difficult to ignore. Xiao Yan revealed an uncertain expression in the face of Yi Zhong's question. He frowned and asked, "What can happen to me?" From the way Xiao Yan acted, it seemed he was unaware of the slight change. Yi Zhong was somewhat stunned when he saw Xiao Yan's lost manner. Could it be that he was mistaken? It is not that you are mistaken. This fellow's spiritual strength seems to have risen during this retreat. Tian Huazunjia finally shifted his eyes away from Xiao Yan. He smiled as he spoke. Spiritual strength? Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard this. He immediately fondled his chin and mused, "Now that you mention it, I seem to have suddenly found it much easier to refine pills when compared to before. Moreover, my control over the flame has become even more exquisite as well. However, can't spiritual strength only be grow when one's level increases?" My strength is currently still at the level of a 4-star Dou zone. It is only a little more stable compared to when I had just advanced to it. Tianhua Zunjia glanced at Xiao Yan with a strange expression. A moment later, he finally raised his eyebrows and said, "Looks like that teacher of yours did not inform you about matters relating to spiritual strength, but this is only natural. An ordinary person can only bend according to this exceedingly mysterious thing known as the soul. They cannot control it. Even the you previous only knew how to control your spiritual strength, but you do not have a deep understanding of it." Xiao Yan and Yi Zhongfeel pondered Tianhua Zunjia's words. Xiao Yan came to a sudden but complete understanding while Yi Zhong continued frowning. This argument was something that he had seen in some of the ancient books in the clan. Spiritual strength does not have a difference in grade, but it possesses a difference in state. Tianhua Zunjia faintly smiled and explained, "Of course, very few people these days have heard this statement because this kind of spiritual state is something that most experts cannot touch over their entire lives. Do you know why so many alchemists have remained at the 7th tier all their lives? It is because of this spiritual state." Spiritual state. Xiao Yan frowned. He had really never heard of this thing. However, the soul is the source of life. Nothing will exist without the soul. If one's soul was not destroyed, one would still possess a thread of life. Anyone would maintain a healthy respect for this kind of mysterious thing. However, Xiao Yan only knew that his spiritual strength was quite strong. He understood little else. Moreover, Xiao Yan had only reached the level of a tier 5 alchemist back when Yao Lao was captured. At that time, he was unqualified to learn about whatever spiritual state. He had lacked the teaching of Yao Lao during these few years, causing him to be completely unaware of some of the information related to peak-level alchemists. This so-called spiritual state was one of those things. What I have said is likely something that only alchemist grandmasters who have reached the 8th tier know. Otherwise, one could only find information in some ancient books, Tianhua Zunjia slowly explained. If he had not been from this era, it was likely that he would have been unable to provide Xiao Yan with an explanation. The spiritual states are divided into 4 levels. The mortal state, soul state, heavenly state, and God state. Most people, even alchemists who are below the 8th tier, remain at the mortal state. There is only slight variations in might between most people's spiritual strengths. In the past, you were at this level but just much stronger than an ordinary person. With luck, some tier 7 alchemists may be able to vaguely touch the soul state. If a person's spiritual strength has reached this level, it will gain a certain effect. That effect is to endow a soul, providing a medicinal pill with spirituality. You should be aware that most tier 8 medicinal pills possess a spirituality. It is due to this spirituality that enables them to reach the 8th tier. Regardless of how outstanding the pill refinement technique of an ordinary alchemist is, the medicinal pill that they create will never reach the 8th tier if they are unable to provide the pill with a spirit. Heavenly state, you should be aware that when it comes to a tier 9 medicinal pill, its intelligence will not be any different from an ordinary person. This is equivalent to a kind of creation, the creation of life. One must not only provide it with spirituality, but one must also have the might of nature. In order to achieve this, one would need to reach the almighty heavenly state. It is likely that very few people on this continent can achieve this level. As for the D state, this only exists in legends. Even I have only heard of it. However, I think you should be aware of the top tier of the spiritual states. God tier. All that I can tell you is that this state is related to the D tier medicinal pill. The D tier medicinal pill is related to the legendary Dou Qi. However, it is not known just how many people have failed to reach this state. Tianhua Zunjia's voice was regretful when he finished speaking. However, Xiao Yan's group was no longer able to sense the regret in his voice. The few of them had been shaken into a giddy state by the words Tianhua Zunjia had uttered. Other than Yi Zhong, who had some vague memory of spiritual states, everyone else, even the little fairy doctor, felt a little lost. She had just advanced to the Dou Zun class. In terms of experience, she was unable to compete with an old demon like Tianhua Zunjia. It seems that I have also read these theories in some ancient books. However, they did not describe it in such detail like old Mr. Yao. When I saw them back then, I thought that they were merely a fallacy and did not pay much attention to them. Yi Zhong finally recovered after a while. He spoke in a somewhat vexed manner. My Yi clan ancestor was also a tier 8 alchemist back then. However, he did not leave behind any information regarding spiritual states. The soul is an extremely mysterious existence. Some alchemists would be at a complete loss even if they broke through because of a lucky opportunity. Tianhua Zunjia glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "The previous you did not have the qualification to come into contact with this information. I originally thought that your teacher would have told you about it. However, seeing your appearance, it seems that I inferred poorly. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed and explained, I was merely a tier 5 alchemist when teacher fell into the hands of the Hall of Souls. How could I come into contact with such information? Your current spiritual state seems to have touched the soul state. When you can enter the soul state will depend on how blessed you are. It is rumored that there was a special training method for training one's spirit during the ancient times. It is called soul technique. However, it has clearly been lost because even I have never seen anything about the so-called soul technique. Tian Huazunjia laughed. The spirit can be trained? Xiao Yan immediately cried out in surprise upon hearing this. His face was filled with disbelief. On the current Dou Qi continent, one's soul could only be strengthened along with the increase of one's might. Alternatively, one could consume some natural treasures, but being able to train it through a training method was something that Xiao Yan had never heard of. I have already said that it was during the ancient times. Tian Huazunjia rolled his eyes as he replied. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head upon seeing him roll his eyes. Training one's spirit. This was really a little too unbelievable. Xiao Yan was not too interested in whatever soul state. His crazy pill refinement during his retreat had caused his head to remain in a semi-conscious state, which resulted in some tier 7 high-grade medicinal pills failing despite having a chance to succeed. However, he felt that something was not quite right now that he thought of it. He had clearly sensed that he had become a little more familiar with refining tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill. Looks like I will need to find an opportunity to study it properly in the future. If I wish to advance into the 8th tier, I will need to comprehend these so-called spiritual states. Xiao Yan mused in his heart. Tian Huazunjia's words had undoubtedly opened a new world for him to explore. Only now did he understand that the soul was related to the advancement beyond that of a tier 7 alchemist. No wonder there are so many tier 7 alchemists while tier 8 alchemists are so rare. It is likely that some tier 7 alchemists are not aware of the so-called spiritual states. However, it would be best if I am able to obtain a kind of soul technique that enables me to train my soul. With this thing, I should be able to advance to the soul state in a much smoother manner. Unfortunately, it has already been lost. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with regret when he thought about this. The loss of these soul techniques might be the main reason why the current generation of alchemists had difficulty advancing to the 8th tier. I wonder if the Pill Tower possesses a soul technique. By being able to become the holy ground in the hearts of a countless number of alchemists, it is likely not an ordinary place. Hopefully, I will be able to obtain some news regarding a soul technique on my trip to the Holy Pill City. Who knows when this kind of thing will appear? Xiao Yan sighed. He had made up his mind. During this trip of his to the Holy Pill City, finding a soul technique would be an important task. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1127, Hurrying to Holy Pill City. Chapter 1127, Hurrying to Holy Pill City. All the members of the Yi clan were standing at the entrance of the manor the next day. Their eyes were searing hot as they watched Xiao Yan's group in front of them. Whether the Yi clan would be able to gain a Pill Tower's elder seat would depend on Xiao Yan's placement in the 5 great clans test. The Yi clan would only be considered to have been elevated if Xiao Yan successfully enters the top 3. With the protection of the Pill Tower, they would be able to develop in peace. Although they would definitely be unable to surpass a clan like the Chao clan within a short period of time, they would, at the very least, possess the ability to protect themselves. The Yi clan might end up producing a genius of the younger generation like that which Chaoing from the Chao clan. Then the Yi clan would be able to gradually rise and regain its former glory. Second elder, third elder, I will follow Mr. Xiao Yan and the rest and head to the Holy Pill City. Therefore, I will leave this Yi clan to you. Yi Zhong spoke in a deep voice to the 2 elders in front of the members of the Yi clan. Yes, first elder, remain at ease and get ready for the Holy Pill City. Although our Yi clan has declined, we still have some relationships with the Pill Tower. An elder from the Yi clan spoke. The few elders from the Yi clan beside him nodded in agreement. Yi Zhong sighed and nodded. With the continuous decline of the current Yi clan, some of their past relationships had been lost. However, it was fortunate that not everyone was as ruthless as the Chao clan. Moreover, it was due to these relationships that the Yi clan was still able to barely hold on to its name and have a chance to survive despite having failed the previous 2 tests. Xiao Yan glanced at the sky and softly said, "It is already almost time. Elder Yi Zhong, let's leave." After a night of rest, the dazzling feeling that Xiao Yan had displayed yesterday had gradually been withdrawn. However, he vaguely understood that his current spiritual strength was a little different from what it had been in the past. If one had to give an explanation, it would be that his current spiritual strength had an additional soul aura about it. The 4 great states of a soul seemed to be of some use to an alchemist. Moreover, the training of Dou Qi did not appear to be much help based on Xiao Yan's senses. The training of one's soul and the training of one's Dou Qi were two completely different methods. Perhaps there were two types of training methods in the ancient times. However, across the Dou Qi continent now, the training of one's Dou Qi was considered to be the orthodox path. The soul was something that not only Xiao Yan but even some elite Douzuns did not understand how to strengthen through training. Yi Zhong smiled and nodded upon hearing Xiao Yan's voice. After which, he ceased remaining any longer. He turned around and swiftly walked to a plaza located in the northern part of the city. There was a wormhole located in Yi City. It was not very large, and it was unable to reach Holy Pill City. Instead, they needed to make quite a few transfers along the way in order to reach their final destination. Other than Xiao Yan, the little fairy doctor, and Tian Huazunjia, only Xan Lan and Yi Zhong from the Yi clan were part of their group. After all, it was pointless for more people to go when it came to such a matter. It was better for them to remain in Yi City to protect the clan. The few of them followed Yi Zhong as they traversed the city. Around 10 minutes later, they appeared in an open ground in the north. Although the Yi clan had declined, an elderly tiger did not lose its might despite being skinny. Hence, this wormhole that others coveted still belonged to the Yi clan. Clearly, Yi Zhong had already given instructions regarding their traveling through the wormhole. Hence, open ground was empty when they entered. Xiao Yan's group climbed up the stone stairs, and a slowly rotating wormhole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This wormhole of Yi City appeared to possess a grand feeling. However, from the looks of the little chaotic spatial ripple slowly being emitted from the wormhole, it seemed that this wormhole had not been maintained for many years. Ugh, back when my Yi clan was still at its glorious peak, there were two elite Douzuns who were willing to maintain the wormhole. However, with the decline of my Yi clan, we no longer have the ability to get help from an expert of this level. It is really embarrassing, Yi Zhong bitterly laughed. He lamented as he looked at this wormhole. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He said, "It's fine. Once we return from this trip, I will get the little fairy doctor and old Mr. Yao to help you maintain it. In that case, I will thank the three of you. Let's get moving." Yi Zhong nodded with some gratitude. After which, he took out a somewhat complicated-looking, small, black boat from his storage ring. His hand rubbed it before he gently stepped forward. After which, he walked into the slowly rotating black wormhole. Xiao Yan and the others followed close behind. Xiao Yan's group appeared within the quiet spatial tunnel. Yi Zhong tossed small black-colored boat, and it soared with the wind, transforming into an enormous boat. This space boat was the most luxurious boat Xiao Yan had ever seen since he had entered the Central Plains. From the looks of it, this Yi Zhong had really spent a lot to obtain it. The few human figures leaped onto the enormous boat. After which, Yi Zhong rubbed over the front of the boat in a familiar manner. A circular energy light barrier spread over, wrapping the boat within it. Immediately, the boat shook and suddenly increased its speed. With a swoosh sound, it flew through the seemingly endless wormhole. Yi City does not possess a wormhole that leads directly to the Holy Pill City. Hence, we can only head to a city called Qingling City. The wormhole from that city can reach the Holy Pill City. Yi Zhong turned and spoke with a smile to Xiao Yan's group on the boat. It requires 3 days to reach Qingling City from this place, and it will take around 4 days from Qingling City to the Holy Pill City. Therefore, we will reach the Holy Pill City in about 7 or 8 days. All of you should rest in the boat during this period. There are individual rooms within the boat. Leave the matter of controlling the spaceboat to Xan Lan and I. Xiao Yan's group did not say anything in regards to Yi Zhong's suggestion. After chatting for a while, they entered the cabin and found their own rooms. Journeying through the wormhole was bitter and quiet. However, it did not trouble Xiao Yan's group, who were used to lonely training. Xiao Yan had remained in his own room during the few days' journey, studying his spiritual strength. After listening to what Tian Huazunjia had said yesterday, Xiao Yan had become more curious about the soul. However, this examination did not produce any results. Xiao Yan had difficulty sensing the mysterious condition he had entered while refining pills a couple of days ago. However, one good thing was that Xiao Yan could sense an improvement in the medicinal pills he refined now compared to before. He knew that this improvement should be related to his soul. Although his entry into that state back then did not allow Xiao Yan's soul to completely advance to the soul state, it had, at the very least, enabled his spirit to gain an additional soul aura when compared with an ordinary mortal state. Hence, the quality of some of the medicinal pills he had refined was even better than before. Xiao Yan sank into his soul during the few days of travel through the wormhole. The days swiftly passed by. Only when they were about to exit the wormhole did Xiao Yan return from this condition. The group safely arrived at Qingling City. After a brief rest, they continued their non-stop travel to the wormhole of Qingling City and rushed to the Holy Pill City from there. Xiao Yan finally witnessed the terrifying allure of the pill gathering while traveling through Qingling City. Various alchemists had been all over the streets, dazzling his eyes. It was the first time he had seen alchemists in such numbers. Even the alchemist grand meeting held in the Jiama Empire was far from able to compete with the alchemists in this Qingling City regardless of quality or quantity. Moreover, this was merely just a city within the pill region. It was really difficult to guess just how terrifying the human traffic would be when all the alchemists gathered in the Holy Pill City. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly became fiery hot when he thought of the grand scene of tens of thousands of flames rising, tens of thousands of cauldron falling, and tens of thousands pills being born. Even his blood had begun to boil at this moment. If one did not witness such a scene even once in one's life, it would indeed be a regretful thing. The pill gathering was the grandest gathering in the alchemist world. The ultimate aim of a countless number of alchemists was to stand out in the pill gathering. In order to achieve this, they had put in years of effort and perspiration. Participating in the pill gathering was equivalent to obtaining the qualification to compete with the elites on the continent. This was a type of acknowledgement of one's strength. Who would be the greatest as the flames in tens of thousands of cauldrons simultaneously rose? Xiao Yan's group's blood was boiling from excitement as they accompanied the slow and long line of humans entering the dark black wormhole. The interior of the wormhole was as dull as ever. However, it was no longer quiet. Countless numbers of spaceboats were rushing through this spacious spatial tunnel. Noise filled the spatial tunnel as they moved. The legendary Holy Pill City became closer amid this noise. After 4 days of continuous traveling, a circular, silver glow vaguely appeared in the distance of the wormhole. This glow emitted a shocking spatial ripple. The noise emitted from the many spaceboats suddenly and strangely became completely silent as everyone approached the silver-colored circle made of light. Numerous human figures in alchemist robes walked out of rooms within the spaceboats. Their eyes contained a wild heat as they stared at the silver-colored light circle. Holy Pill City, the holy ground in every alchemist's heart. Xiao Yan placed his hands behind him. His eyes were focused on the silver light circle in the distance. The blood flowing within his body quietly began to boil again at this moment. Holy Pill City, Pill Tower. I, Xiao Yan, have arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1128, Dan Clan. Chapter 1128, Dan Clan. One after another spaceboats flashed past like the falling stars in the night sky. After which, they swarmed toward the enormous, silver light circle like fish entering the ocean. The black-colored spaceboat Xiao Yan's group was riding followed the flow. It resisted the incomparably intense spatial ripple and entered the light circle. Finally, it disappeared. When the boat charged into the silver-colored light circle, the intense spatial ripple caused the entire spaceboat to violently jolt. However, this jolt lasted less than 10 seconds before it disappeared. The silver light that filled the eyes of Xiao Yan's group gradually weakened. A moment later, the silver-colored light glow erupted. A powerful, eye-piercing glow caused Xiao Yan's group to reflexively shut their eyes. A gentle wind blew over while Xiao Yan's group shut their eyes. This gentle and warm feeling caused their tensed hearts to gradually relax. After which, an extremely ear-piercing mixture of noises suddenly entered their ears from all directions just as their mood was gradually becoming relaxed. This caused Xiao Yan's group, which did not have the time to take precaution, to feel a little dazed for a moment. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. A large open space that was completely built from crimson stone stood in front of his eyes. This open ground seemed to stretch to the horizon. All Xiao Yan could see was a redness that filled the land. From the looks of it, this place was at least 1,000 meters wide. Xiao Yan's group was just like tiny ants when standing within it, appearing inconspicuous. At this moment, this crimson open ground seemed to be filled with people. Noise was being emitted from all directions. Finally, it gathered together and charged to the sky. Even the clouds in the sky had become a lot paler. Is this the Holy Pill City? Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of air as he looked at this open ground, which was so vast that one could not see its edge. Currently, some distorted ripples were continuously appearing in the space behind him. Spaceboats rushed out of these ripples one after another. After which, the spaceboats swiftly became tiny. The people within them fell from the sky like beans, one after another. Clearly, this was an exit point of a wormhole. This is merely one of the spatial points of the Holy Pill City's outer region. There are a total of 8 such spatial exits in the outer city. Yi Zhong glanced around him. His eyes appeared a little complicated. The Yi clan had seldom come to this place after it had declined. During each of the 5 great clans' test, they had also visited with a crestfallen mood. After which, they would leave in a dejected manner after having lost all their face. Xiao Yan's mouth trembled upon hearing this. Just this open ground was around 10% of the size of Yi City. However, this holy pill city possessed 8 of them? Coco, there is no need to be surprised. The holy pill city is divided into the outer region and the inner region. Currently, we are located in the outer region. The pill tower is located in the inner region. Of course, regardless of whether it is the outer region or the inner region, they are all territories of the pill tower. Yi Zhong involuntarily smiled upon seeing Xiao Yan. This holy pill city might be called a city, but it is far from what an ordinary city can compare with. Its size is such that even some expert Dou zones would need nearly half a day to fly from the north to the south. Currently, traffic has yet to reach its peak. It will really be terrifying 1 month before the start of the pill gathering. Don't think that this holy pill city is so big. At that time, there will definitely be a need to squeeze in. Yi Zhong laughed. You should not underestimate the allure of the pill gathering. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He only now understood what a country bumpkin he was after having reached this holy pill city. He had finally witnessed a large city today. Where do we head to first? Xiao Yan organized his emotions. His gaze, along with that of the little fairy doctor and the others, arrived on Yi Zhong. It was the first time that they had come to Holy Pill City, and they were unfamiliar with this place. They still needed to rely on Yi Zhong, who knew the way. The test for the 5 great clans will occur a few days from now. We have traveled for the entire day, let's find a place to rest first. I will bring you to the test location for the pill tower tomorrow. You need to obtain an alchemist tier badge that the pill tower recognizes. Yi Zhong mused for a moment before replying. An alchemist tier badge? Xiao Yan was startled after hearing this. He asked, there is still a need for this thing? Xiao Yan had only obtained an alchemist badge once. It was the tier 2 alchemist badge he had obtained when he was training in the Jiama Empire. After that, he had never obtained any other badges. Coco, a badge that is recognized by the pill tower cannot be compared with other places. This pill tower is infamous for being exceptionally strict. It is precisely because of its rigorous policies that its tier badge is widely used across the continent. It possesses a shocking effect no matter where one is. If you wish to participate in the pill gathering, one must be in possession of a tier badge. Otherwise, one will not be allowed to participate. Yi Zhong smiled as he replied. Xiao Yan slightly nodded and did not resist too much. However, he had not participated in this kind of tier test for many years. Thus, he was indeed a little curious. Yi Zhong smiled after seeing Xiao Yan did not voice any objections. He identified their position and took the lead in heading to a resting area. However, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared in the distant sky behind. Immediately, a snow-white carriage driven by a silver-colored Pegasus appeared in the sky. The snow-white carriage, that had suddenly appeared, immediately attracted the focus of a countless number of eyes. Numerous shocked voices resounded over the open ground. It is the Void Heavenly Horse Beast? Just who is this? They have appeared in such a grand manner? Void Heavenly Horse Beast? Xiao Yan also raised his eyebrows upon hearing the exclamations that were transmitted from below. His eyes revealed a shock as he looked at the snow-white carriage. He had heard of such a magical beast. Although it was only rank 6, it was an extremely rare beast. They possessed the ability to fly through the void. Moreover, their speed was even faster as well as more comfortable when compared to a spaceboat. Many people wanted to own a Void Heavenly Horse Beast. Due to their rarity, however, there was demand with no supply, yet this mysterious snow-white carriage was able to use a Void Heavenly Horse Beast to drive a carriage. This grand manner was really impressive. The gaze of Yi Zhong by the side paused on the snow-white carriage. A moment later, he let out a frown. Does Elder Yi Zhong know who the owner of this carriage is? Xiao Yan involuntarily asked when he saw him frown. Do you see the pill-shaped clan crest on the carriage? That is the special indicator of the Dan clan. If I have guessed correctly, the ones seated in this carriage should be the people from the Dan clan who are going to participate in the test this time around. Yi Zhong nodded as he replied. Xiao Yan glanced over after hearing this. He noticed a golden-yellow, round clan badge. It appeared just like a medicinal pill. Dan clan, Xiao Yan mumbled in his mouth. He slowly nodded. The 5 great clans of the Pill region were Dan, Xiao, Bai, Zhou, and Yi. Currently, the Dan clan kept the lowest profile, but their strength was something no one doubted. The Chao clan was the most renowned. The Bai clan could be considered a wealthy family within the Pill region, and they possessed some say. The Ke clan was a little weaker, but it was many times better when compared to the Yi clan. On the whole, the Yi clan was in the worst condition among the 5 great clans. The remaining 4 great clans, including the weakest Ke clan, were able to steadily maintain their clan's position in the Pill region. Since the members of the Dan clan have arrived, it is likely that the other 3 clans should arrive soon. Yi Zhong voiced his thoughts. I wonder just who the Dan clan will send to represent them this year. Can the Dan clan be comparable to Chao Ying from the Chao clan? Xiao Yan fondled his chin and asked. This? I am not very certain. The Dan clan has always kept a low profile, but this clan could also be considered to possess a great amount of alchemical talent. During its glorious period back then, they had occupied 3 seats among the elder seats of the Pill Tower. Yi Zhong replied with some embarrassment when he heard Xiao Yan's question. However, normally speaking, the ones who participate in the test are usually not the strongest among the younger generation because it is not too difficult for them to pass this kind of test. This will also be our opportunity. After all, the chances of obtaining the top 3 position will improve if this is the case. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He was aware of how important this test was to the Yi clan. If he did not help them, they could forget about attempting to fight for the top 3. With just the abilities of their younger generation, it was likely that they would not even possess the qualification to even pass. The snow-white carriage drove the void heavenly horsebeast and disappeared into the distant sky amid clear hoof sounds while Xiao Yan's group was conversing with one another. Let's go, we'll find a spot to rest first. Tomorrow, we will go to the testing association of the Pill Tower and get a tier badge. We will consider the other matters after that. Yi Zhong laughed. He was still secure knowing Xiao Yan's strength. However, the only thing he was worried about was that the younger generation dispatched by the 4 great clans would be even stronger than usual. After all, the pill gathering was approaching. The members of the younger generation who would come were definitely not ordinary. Yi Zhong turned his body after uttering his words. He flew to the exit of the crimson open ground. Xiao Yan, the little fairy doctor, and the others followed close behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129, Night Meeting in the Stars Realm. Chapter 1129, Night Meeting in the Stars Realm. Xiao Yan's group followed Yi Zhong for around half an hour before they finally descended. They had come to a region to the south. There was a somewhat spacious courtyard located where Xiao Yan's group descended. However, this courtyard was clearly a little old and damaged. From the looks of it, there had not been anyone living here for many years. A wooden plaque was located at the front of the courtyard. There were 2 vague characters still identifiable on it. Yi Manor. This is a property of my Yi clan. However, with the decline of the Yi clan, there is no longer anyone cleaning this place. Still, it is not a bad location to temporarily rest. Yi Zhong turned his head and spoke to Xiao Yan's group after looking over the courtyard. Xiao Yan's group naturally did not have any requirements about where they stay. Moreover, this Yi Manor might appear a little old and damaged, but it was superior in terms of being quiet. Although there was still quite a great amount of traffic around, it was quite remote when compared to other places. Coco, it is fine if there is no problem. It is already getting late. Everyone should rest first. There are still important matters to do tomorrow. Along with the flow of time, night slowly began to scatter down from the sky, wrapping the entire Holy Pill City within a blurry night. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back in a small yard within the Yi Manor. He raised his head and looked to the bright stars. It was a long while later before he slightly frowned. I have not sensed even a little ripple related to the 3000 burning flame ever since I entered the Holy Pill City. It is likely being sealed or hidden by the experts from the Pill Tower. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before turning his gaze to the obscure starry sky of the inner region in Holy Pill City. The 3000 burning flame was formed within the stars. It would remain in the distant sky when it was created. If Xiao Yan had guessed correctly, the 3000 burning flame should be in the starry sky of the Holy Pill City inner region. Ugh, the skills of the Pill Tower are really secretive. Looks like I can only take the proper route. Xiao Yan softly sighed in his heart. He was just about to turn around and return to his room when his ears moved. He turned his head and looked at the door to the yard. The little fairy doctor was quietly standing there in a white-colored dress. The moonlight from the sky diffused down and landed on her body. She appeared just like silver yarn with an additional alluring enchantment. Have you not gone to rest? Xiao Yan was startled when he saw the little fairy doctor. He then smiled and asked. Xun Er instructed me to protect you properly before she left. How can I stop working before you rest? The little fairy doctor replied with a sweet grin. Xiao Yan could not resist laughing upon hearing the little fairy doctor's saucy words. She had undoubtedly become a lot more cheerful after having resolved the issue of the woeful poison body. There should not be any problem with your woeful poison body, is there? Xiao Yan studied the little fairy doctor, who was slowly stepping through the moonlight, before he asked in a concerned manner. It should be fine. Currently there is a thumb-sized poison dan within my body. All of the woeful poison qi within my body is suppressed within it. The current me is able to completely control it. The little fairy doctor thought for a moment before replying. That's good. I can only help you until this point. You can only rely on yourself and what you wish to do in the future. However, the woeful poison body is not an ordinary constitution. Moreover, there has never been anyone who could completely control the woeful poison body in the past. Hence, I do not know how refining a poison dan will impact you in the future. Xiao Yan nodded as he responded. The little fairy doctor slightly smiled. She turned her eyes and suddenly asked, Have you told Xun Er about the matter regarding Kai Lin? Xiao Yan was stunned upon hearing this. He immediately felt a little embarrassed as he shook his head with a bitter smile. The matter regarding Kai Lin was merely an encounter that was filled with lust. After that incident, Xiao Yan had gradually gained a greater understanding of this woman through their encounter. He had to admit that he had begun to feel a complicated feeling for this cold but alluring Queen Medusa. This was especially the case regarding Kai Lin, suspected of being pregnant. It had been a number of years since Xiao Yan had left the Jiama Empire. If Kai Lin was really pregnant, based on the rules of the Snake People race's pregnancy, currently, it was likely that the little Xiao Yan had already been born. Xiao Yan's heart once again felt an extremely complicated feeling upon thinking about this. He appeared happy but distressed. Various emotions gathered together, appearing as though the bottles of 5 tastes had broken. One would be unable to differentiate the sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness. Ugh, when the boat gets to the bridge, there will be a way. When I see Xun Er next, I'll tell her those things. Xiao Yan shook his head. He calmed his own emotions inside. There are some things that I will naturally not be able to continue hiding, but it is not rare for a man to have multiple wives and concubines on the Dou Qi continent. I think that Xun Er will not mind, the little fairy doctor comforted upon seeing Xiao Yan's worry. Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile and nod in the face of the little fairy doctor's comfort. Xun Er was not an ordinary girl. She definitely possessed a position within the Gu clan that other people had difficulty imagining. Otherwise, 2 elite Dou Zuns would not be protecting her all the time. Even if Xun Er were to agree when the time came, it was likely that the Gu clan would use this as an excuse to hinder them. The little fairy doctor changed the conversation topic after seeing that Xiao Yan had no intention of speaking more about this matter. The two of them sat down on the stone stairs in front of a room, raised their heads, and studied the endless starry sky. It has been many years since we have watched the night sky together. However, the night sky in that little valley near Qingshan town is still more beautiful. After softly chatting for a long while, the little fairy doctor leaned her lovely body gently against a stone pier by the side. Her eyes were slowly shut as she softly muttered. She had actually fallen asleep. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He turned his head to look at the pretty face that was filled with warmth. Back then, they had been striving to their own targets. Currently, they had reached a height that they would never have dared imagine back then. I will accompany you to watch the night sky there once we return to the Jiama Empire. The little fairy doctor's pretty face slowly became more gentle, like she had heard Xiao Yan's soft voice. Xiao Yan took out a large, black robe from his storage ring. He gently used it to cover the little fairy doctor's delicate body. He also slowly got up and took 2 steps forward. Raising his head, he looked to the bright starry sky. While he focused intently on the sky, he suddenly discovered something. When compared to the other night sky, this night sky of the Holy Pill City seemed to be filled with spirituality? Xiao Yan knit his brows. He placed both of his hands behind him as he quietly stood under the vast and endless starry sky. Xiao Yan had stood for nearly 2 hours. During these 2 hours, his body remained unmoving, appearing like a statue. Both of his eyes watched the flickering stars in the sky. This posture of his had just reached the 3rd hour mark when the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was suddenly lifted into a slight arc. He slowly shut his eyes. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength spread out from between his eyebrows like floodwaters the moment he shut his eyes. His majestic spiritual strength unfurled. After which, it reached into the bright starry sky. The spiritual strength unrolled in the sky like a wave of water. That unusual feeling of being filled with spirituality had accompanied his spreading spiritual strength. It quietly inscribed a vague imprint on Xiao Yan's widespread spiritual strength like a mysterious, searing seal. Xiao Yan, who had his eyes shut, did not discover that his completely still body had begun to emit a weak fluorescent glow at this moment. This kind of fluorescent glow was extremely mysterious. One's naked eye was unable to see it. Instead, one must use one's spiritual strength in order to sense it. The somewhat withered yellow grass around Xiao Yan's body began to lose its withered yellow color under the shine of this weak fluorescent glow. Buds quietly appeared, causing it to appear full of spirituality. At this moment, Xiao Yan was naturally unable to know about the changes around his body. With his spiritual strength spreading further, that blurry imprint grew. Xiao Yan's soul appeared to be a bath under warm sunlight in the face of the deepening searing imprint, causing him to feel an unusually potent feeling of comfort. The spreading of his spiritual strength continued for an unknown length of time. Suddenly it barged into an unknown place and abruptly shook. By the time Xiao Yan recovered, he discovered that his soul's sight could see an endlessly large dragon curled up on the ground. Both of its huge dragon's eyes were tightly shut. A kind of strange, purple-black flame lingered over its body. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly felt a familiar feeling when his spiritual strength saw the purple-black colored flame. A soft gasp immediately sounded within his soul. 3,000 burning flame? Who dares to peep into the star region of the Pill City? A stern cry suddenly sounded from deep within Xiao Yan's soul while he had gasped. This sudden, stern cry caused Xiao Yan's spreading spiritual strength to blast apart. Immediately, it quickly disappeared from this overcast star space. A kind of faint spirituality was vaguely left behind following the scattering of Xiao Yan's soul. It is actually a soul state spirit? A vague, mysterious voice sounded within empty space after appearing to have sensed the remnant spirituality of the soul. Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut in the distant manner within the outer region of the Holy Pill City, suddenly opened them. His legs took 2 unsteady steps back. His expression was a little pale as he turned to the deepest regions of Holy Pill City. The place he had sensed the 3,000 burning flame earlier was definitely in that direction. Pill City Star Region, the places where the 3,000 burning flame was sealed, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130, Branch Tower. Chapter 1130, Branch Tower. Xiao Yan's eyes were locked on the sky of the Holy Pill City inner region. It was a long while later before he slowly withdrew his eyes. He rubbed his forehead with his hand. Xiao Yan's head was currently feeling a little giddy due to the terrifying cry from earlier. It is indeed worthy of being the Pill Tower. There is such a frightening expert, Xiao Yan softly sighed. He let out a bitter laugh. The owner of that cry earlier did not even reveal a figure, yet it had shattered Xiao Yan's soul with just mere words. This strength was likely something that only some Tier 8 alchemists could achieve. Xiao Yan gradually withdrew his mind. His gaze swept around him, and he immediately became dull because the courtyard was currently filled with a kind of freshness. Tender, green grass protruded from the ground, dyeing the withering yellow ground with a great amount of life. What's this? Xiao Yan frowned. He clearly remembered this place being old and damaged where wild grass grew in clusters during the day, yet why had there been such a drastic change? Could it be because of what happened earlier? Xiao Yan suddenly pondered the change after this idea appeared in his heart. Earlier, he had been guided by this starry sky, and he seemed to have vaguely entered a mysterious state. Xiao Yan shut both of his eyes slightly the moment he thought of this. A moment later, he suddenly opened them. There was some shock and joy that was difficult to hide within his eyes. The spirituality that is within my soul seems to be much denser when compared to before. Xiao Yan was extremely unfamiliar with this so-called soul state. He did not know how he could strengthen the spirituality within his soul. Hence, he could only rely on occasionally entering a unique condition in order to improve. However, such a condition was something that he could only encounter but not seek out. Other than the time when he had refined pills until he had gone crazy, it had only appeared tonight. Regardless of what the case was, the growth of the spirituality within Xiao Yan's soul was considered a good matter to him. Based on this speed, it is likely that I will be able to advance to that so-called soul state if I enter a mysterious condition a couple more times. If that is the case, I will be confident during this pill gathering. Xiao Yan slowly stretched his lazy waist after having sensed the comfort from the spirituality that filled his soul. All this while, he was having greedy thoughts. While Xiao Yan was feeling joyous over the increase in the spirituality within his soul, there was information flowing within an empty space in the distant inner region of the Holy Pill City. After which, the information was exchanged. There is someone who peeped into the star region earlier. However, it was fortunate that he did not wake the 3,000 burning flame. Otherwise, there would have been some trouble again. An elderly voice slowly sounded within the emptiness. Have you discovered who it was? No, however, this person's spiritual strength is quite strong. Based on my guess, he is likely a Tier 8 alchemist who had stepped into the soul state. Could it be someone from the Hall of Souls? They are really interested in the 3,000 burning flame. Based on some information I've obtained, the Hall of Souls will dispatch someone to join this pill gathering. If they are allowed to obtain a spot in the top 10, it is likely that they will act on the 3000 burning flame. A low, uncertain voice suddenly sounded. I don't know. Although I have shattered the soul of the person peeping in, it was merely a wisp of soul. It did not cause much harm to the actual person. Strengthened the defenses a little. The 3000 burning flame will become stronger as it absorbs the light from the stars. It is impossible for us to continue sealing it. However, its grudge is very great. Once the seal is undone, it is likely that the entire Holy Pill City will be destroyed by it. It will be the best if someone can subdue it. Of course, the one who subdues it must not be someone like a member of the Hall of Souls. Quite a number of alchemist souls in this continent have landed in their hands. Those fellows from the Hall of Souls, what exactly are they planning to do? They have captured so many spiritual bodies. Ugh, I feel a little uneasy. The space descended into a silence after this person spoke. It is rumored that even Yao Chen has landed in the hands of the Hall of Souls. The silence continued for a while before a low, deep old voice slowly sounded. Yao Chen ha, what a distant name. Ugh, originally, he should also have a seat among us three great heads of the Pill Tower. However, his mind is not here. Those fellows from the Hall of Souls are really overboard, but I think that you have all heard of the big battle within the Pill region some time earlier. It is rumored that there is someone among them who is Yao Chen's disciple. Haha, Yao Chen's disciple ha? I really wish to meet him. By being able to be selected by that extremely picky fellow to be a disciple, it is likely that he possesses quite outstanding abilities. I wonder just how he will compare with the Chao clan and the Dan clan. Those two are of a monster-like class. Based on their momentum, they will very likely possess the qualification to be the next great heads of the Pill Tower a century later. Ah, forget it. There is no need to be bothered about anything else. The pill gathering is about to start. We should organize it properly. As for the Hall of Souls, they might be strong, but they cannot do as they like. If any soul-stirring conspiracies are uncovered, the Gu clan and some of the hidden ancient factions will not allow them to do as they like. Currently we just need to prevent the 3000 burning flame from landing in the hands of the Hall of Souls. Let's scatter first. Be more attentive during this period of time. Yes. After this voice sounded, the conversation between the great heads of the Pill Tower slowly ended in this illusionary space. When the little fairy doctor woke up from her deep sleep the next morning, she was a little startled upon seeing the scene of spring within the courtyard. You have awakened? Xiao Yan, who was training on a large rock, also opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at the little fairy doctor, smiled and asked. The little fairy doctor slightly smiled. She stood up and the black robe on her body rolled down. Her body vaguely trembled upon seeing the robe. After which, she squatted down and picked up the black robe. Her hand gently rubbed the robe as a warmth flashed across her grayish-purple eyes. Mr. Xiao Yan, have you woken up? An elderly voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Yi Zhong's figure appeared at the door. He involuntarily smiled when he saw Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor inside. Xiao Yan leaped down from the stone and asked with a grin, "Are we about to leave?" Yi Zhong nodded and replied, "Let's go. I will bring you to the test location of the Pill Tower to get a tier badge that is recognized by the Pill Tower. The little fairy doctor and the rest can remain here. They need not follow this time around." The little fairy doctor hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. She looked at Xiao Yan. Only when he tilted his head did she softly utter, "The both of you should be careful." Xiao Yan smiled. His eyes interacted with Yi Zhong for a moment before turning around and heading out of the Yi Manor. Xiao Yan followed Yi Zhong. They walked for around 10 minutes after leaving the Yi clan before they finally stopped in front of an ancient stone tower in the outer city of the Holy Pill City. A countless number of alchemists were coming and going outside of this stone tower. The noise transformed into numerous waves that spread apart. This is a branch tower that the Pill Tower has established. It is similar to the branch associations of some empires' alchemist association. Yi Zhong led Xiao Yan as they followed the human flow into the ancient stone tower while he softly explained. Xiao Yan swept his gaze around the interior of the stone tower after entering. The interior was unexpectedly spacious and was not smaller than the headquarters of the Alchemist Association in the Jiama Empire. At this moment, the interior of the tower had quite a number of alchemists wearing various alchemist robes that represented different tiers as they shuffled around the tower. The north of the tower is a transaction area. Many alchemists will exchange medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, etc. that they need there. Yi Zhong pointed to the north of the tower after describing the makeup of the tower. However, there is usually nothing good in this place. In 2 days' time, the Holy Pill City will have a special auction. That auction is one where alchemists can trade with each other. Only those alchemists recognized by the Pill Tower have the qualification to participate in it. We can perhaps make a trip there. Quite a number of rare items frequently appears in that place. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows upon hearing this. An auction that was completely made up of transactions between alchemists was really quite rare. However, he was indeed a little interested in this. Moreover, even if he could not find the things he needed there, he would gain some exposure from it. Haha, follow me. The southern area is where the tier recognition is being held. Yi Zhong smiled. He turned his body and walked to the south. Xiao Yan also swiftly followed. By the time Xiao Yan and Yi Zhong arrived at the test area, there was already a long queue there. Yi Zhong slightly frowned upon seeing this. He said to Xiao Yan, "You should wait here for a while. I will try to use some connections. If we continue to wait in this manner, it is likely that we will not be able to finish the test today." Xiao Yan nodded. His eyes sent off Yi Zhong's back. After which, he habitually took a step back. Immediately, he sensed his back collide with a softer body. Ah! A soft exclamation sounded behind Xiao Yan. He hurriedly turned around and saw a young lady had fallen on the ground after colliding with him. He extended his hand in a lightning-like fashion and grabbed the young lady. "Don't!" The young lady hurriedly cried out when she saw that Xiao Yan was grabbing at her. However, her voice was a little late. Xiao Yan's hand had already reached her arm with lightning-like speed. Before he could use any force, however, his expression had become horrified. This was because he realized that the spiritual strength lingering between his eyebrows was gushing out and beginning to show signs of surging into the body of this young lady. Xiao Yan violently bit the tip of his tongue. He released his hand as though he had suffered from an electric shock. After which, he took 2 steps back with some lingering fear. His eyes were shocked as he looked at the small, pale-faced, young lady in front of him. There was a badge on the chest of this young lady. The badge was a circular drawing that appeared like a medicinal pill. Someone from the Dan clan? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131, Test. Chapter 1131, Test. The young lady was really quite young. She merely looked around 18 or 19. Her delicate body was small while her pretty face appeared pale. From the looks of it, she seemed to be in a sickly state. Of course, the thing that attracted Xiao Yan's eyes was not this young lady's outer appearance. Instead, it was that circular-shaped badge on her chest. He had seen this badge on the mysterious snow-white carriage when he had arrived in Holy Pill City. Hence, he understood that this badge was the clan badge of the Dan clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Pill region. Are you alright? The young lady supported herself to her feet with her hands. She timidly glanced at Xiao Yan and softly inquired. Xiao Yan's mind only shifted away from the badge of the Dan clan upon hearing the young lady's voice. His eyes looked at the young lady in front of him with surprise. The horrific scene from earlier had caused his heart to pound at this moment. Earlier, he had clearly sensed an extremely strange suction force had erupted from the interior of this young lady's body. Under the suction force, even his soul could not resist but show the terrifying signs of being sucked out. Xiao Yan rubbed his hand. He took another step back without anyone noticing. This young lady might appear 17 or 18, but she emitted a strangeness. Moreover, she was someone from the Dan clan, which kept an extremely low profile. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily be a little more cautious. "I'm fine." The young lady only let out a gentle sigh of relief after seeing Xiao Yan shake his head. However, her gaze was a little strange when she looked at Xiao Yan. It seemed that she was a little surprised that Xiao Yan could remain fine even after having touched her. "I'm sorry," the young lady swept her eyes over Xiao Yan's face and apologized to him. After which, she turned around and rushed off without waiting for Xiao Yan to reply. She merged into the human flow and disappeared. Xiao Yan's eyebrows were involuntarily knit when he saw this young lady go, whose every action was emitting a strangeness. He vaguely felt that this young lady was not simple. "Xiao Yan, follow me." Yi Zhong's voice suddenly sounded beside Xiao Yan's ears while he was deep in thought. Xiao Yan hurriedly recovered. He looked at the frowning Yi Zhong, who had walked to his side, and asked, "Can we enter?" Yi Zhong nodded. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I have used some connections that can allow you to use a special examination room. However, there are some other people in that examination room now. In my opinion, perhaps we should come tomorrow?" Xiao Yan looked at the somewhat dim expression of Yi Zhong. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are they the other clans?" Yi Zhong was startled upon hearing this. He bitterly smiled, nodded, and sighed. Coincidentally, the Bai clan and the Qiu clan are also here to take the test. In the past, these two clans had been suppressed by the Yi clan. Now that they have turned things around with much difficulty, they naturally act like little men intoxicated by their success. Every time we meet, they take the opportunity to mock me. This old face of mine is fine with it, but I'm afraid they may utter some awful words to you. Xiao Yan smiled. He patted Yi Zhong's shoulders and said, "We have already come. Don't tell me that we should return empty-handed?" Yi Zhong hesitated for a moment upon hearing Xiao Yan. He could only nod his head as he said, "All right, you should just act like you have not heard them no matter what they say." Yi Zhong turned around after saying this. He walked along a special path. Xiao Yan followed close behind. The two of them successfully entered the special path in front of the many surprised eyes around them. They passed by the somewhat dim path before a bright light suddenly appeared in front of them. Xiao Yan and Yi Zhong followed the light forward. An extremely spacious room immediately appeared in the eyes of the two of them. This room was very spacious. Moreover, it was extremely quiet. Not the least bit of noise from the outside world was transmitted into this place. At this moment, there were nearly 10 plus people standing in the room. All of their eyes paused on Xiao Yan and Yi Zhong at this moment. He, Elder Yi Zhong. It is unexpected that you have brought someone to take the test. Looks like the other people also know that this is a rather embarrassing errand. Before Xiao Yan and Yi Zhong could say anything after they had just entered the room, an ear-piercing laugh was transmitted over. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. His gaze followed the voice only to see a gray-clothed, old woman. Her parted mouth was filled with yellow teeth as she revealed a ridicule in her eyes while looking at the two of them. There were 3 white-clothed, young men standing behind the gray-clothed, old woman. 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them had nice appearances, especially the white-clothed lady. She had a tall, lovely body that was sexy and well-proportioned. It possessed a great amount of allure. The eyes of the 2 men beside her continuously pausing on parts of her body. There was a fiery heat and greed within their eyes. The white-clothed lady appeared extremely cold. Her pretty eyes swept over Xiao Yan and Yi Zhong, and her eyes contained a disdain and ridicule that she could not hide. Currently, the Yi clan was no longer able to hold on to the name of being one of the 5 great clan. It was a little embarrassing mentioning them. This noisy old woman is someone from the Bai clan, Yi Zhong's face twitched because of the old woman's ridicule while he softly introduced her to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. His eyes landed on another spot. There were also 3 people standing there. The one leading them was a yellow-clothed, old man. There was a man and a woman behind him. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. They appeared like an extremely matching pair. Although these 3 people did not utter any mocking words, their eyes merely swept over Xiao Yan's group before turning away. Their disdain and contempt was even more infuriating. Although Yi Zhong did not introduce these 3 people, Xiao Yan also understood that they should be the so-called members of the Qiu clan. Kuko, have the people from the Yi clan also arrived? There was a white-haired, old man in purple alchemist robes within the room. The smile on his face was much more sincere when he saw Yi Zhong. Clearly, he had some sort of friendship with Yi Zhong. I have troubled Elder Wei Li. Yi Zhong cupped his hands to the white-haired, old man as he courteously replied. Ugh, what is there to be so courteous about between the 2 of us? The old man who was called Wei Li sighed when he saw how Yi Zhong acted. Alright, Yi Zhong, there is no need to be so long-winded. I do not wish to be delayed because of you. Is this brat the person that your Yi clan has sent over? Why does he not even have a tier badge? Don't tell me that he has never obtained a badge from the pill tower? The gray-clothed, old woman waved her hand impatiently. She immediately glanced at Xiao Yan and coldly laughed. I have really never obtained any badge from the pill tower, this is also my first time here. Xiao Yan honestly replied in the face of the ridicule from this gray-clothed, old woman. As expected. A harsh smile was lifted on the corner of the gray-clothed, old woman's mouth when she heard this. The cold, white-clothed lady by the side also looked at Xiao Yan with some disdain. Her voice was indifferent as she said, this is a special examination room. Only someone who is being tested for a badge that is tier 5 and above has the qualification to enter. Is Elder Yi Zhong not aware of this? You should manage yourself properly. The people from the Bai clan have a really poor upbringing. Yi Zhong's expression sank as he coldly reprimanded. The face of the white-clothed lady changed slightly upon hearing Yi Zhong's chilly cry. She immediately let out a cold snort. It has been a few years since we have met. Yi Zhong, your temper is really becoming worse. However, if your Yi clan is unable to enter the top 3 in this test, it is likely that you will have to give up your position as one of the 5 great clans. The gray-clothed, old woman mocked. Alright, this is the Holy Pill City. It is not the territory of your own clan. If you have any objections, you can head to other places to take the test. That white-haired, old man frowned at this moment and spoke in a deep voice. The room became much quieter after everyone heard the white-haired, old man speak. We will follow the order of arrival. Xiao clan, you will take the test first. The white-haired, old man's eyes turned to the 3 people from the Xiao clan who had not joined the conversation. He faintly spoke to them. The man and woman behind the elder from the Xiao clan swiftly stepped forward upon hearing this. They cupped their hands respectfully to the white-haired, old man. What tier badge are the 2 of you preparing to take? The white-haired, old man swept his eyes over them as he randomly asked. Tier 6 middle grade. The white-haired, old man raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He looked at these 2 with some surprise. It was considered quite good to be able to take the test for the tier 6 middle grade at this age. It seemed that this Zhou clan had gained some talent during these years. The 2 of you should wait for a moment. You will head to the Xian gate in a while. There will naturally be someone who will test you inside. The white-haired, old man pointed to the second of 4 doors from the left as he instructed them. This man and woman with good looks nodded and took a step back. They exchanged looks with one another, appearing a little proud. The surprise of the white-haired, old man caused them to feel quite satisfied. By clan. The 2 men behind the gray-clothed, old woman were the first to step forward after seeing the eyes of the white-haired, old man turn toward them. They said in a clear, loud voice, tier 6 middle grade. The voices of these 2 were quite loud. It caused the man and woman from the Xiao clan earlier to change their expressions. A soft snort was immediately emitted from their nostrils. That cold white-clothed lady slowly stepped forward after the 2 of them and uttered, tier 6 high grade. The expression of the old man from the Xiao clan changed slightly upon hearing this while the gray-clothed, old woman displayed a proud smile on her face. Not bad. The white-haired, old man slowly nodded. This Bai clan was filled with talent. Compared to the Yi clan. The white-haired, old man sighed in his heart when he thought of this. His eyes turned to Yi Zhong as he said, Yi Zhong, it's your turn. All the gazes within the room instantly gathered on Xiao Yan after his words sounded. There was faint disdain in their eyes. The Yi clan had lost quite a lot of face during these years. Xiao Yan slowly stepped forward in front of the many gazes. He glanced at the white-haired, old man and asked, what is the highest tier that I can be examined for in this place? The white-haired, old man was startled when he heard this while the others let out mocking laughs. Tier 7 middle grade. This is the limit I can examine here because the old me is merely at the tier 7 low grade. Which tier test do you wish to take? Xiao Yan slowly nodded and randomly uttered, in that case, tier 7 middle grade. The ridicule within the room immediately ceased when these words sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132, Tier 7 Middle Grade Alchemist. Chapter 1132, Tier 7 Middle Grade Alchemist. The atmosphere within the room had become unusually quiet because Xiao Yan's earlier sentence. Their eyes were stunned as they looked at Xiao Yan. It was a moment later before the shock disappeared and slowly transformed into scoff. Yi Zhong, since when has your members of the Yi clan started playing this kind of grand tactic? This is the testing point of the Pill Tower. It is not your Yi clan's testing area, the gray-clothed, old woman coldly laughed after being the first to recover. The 3 young man and woman from the Bai clan by her side turned their mocking eyes to Xiao Yan after the old woman's cold laugh rang out. It appeared as though they were watching a show. None of them believed that this little fellow, who had never come to the Pill Tower, would possess the qualification to take the test for a Tier 7 middle grade alchemist badge. Although the 3 people from the Qiu clan did not laugh like the Bai clan, their eyes swept across Xiao Yan with some doubt. Clearly, they also thought that this little fellow was bluffing. This place will not tolerate you joking around. Are you certain you wish to take the test for a Tier 7 middle grade badge? The white-haired, old man also revealed a shock in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he asked in a deep voice. While the white-haired, old man spoke, his eyes also turned to Yi Zhong beside Xiao Yan. The shock in his heart involuntarily became even more intense upon seeing the slight smile on Yi Zhang's face. Could this little fellow really possess such an ability? Such a young Tier 7 alchemist. This was a little incredible. Yes. Xiao Yan continued to nod upon hearing the deep voice of the white-haired, old man. He immediately cupped his hands together and asked, I will be troubling Elder Han. May I know what steps are needed in order to take the test for a Tier 7 middle-grade alchemist? The expression of the white-haired, old man also became graver after hearing Xiao Yan's insistence. If Xiao Yan was not a fool, he would not use this test to seek his own humiliation in such a situation. Even though this was the case, he really felt some disbelief in his heart. Since you insist, we will do as you say. Hopefully, you are not joking around. Additionally, you can just call me Deacon Han. I am unworthy of the title elder, Han Li slowly nodded as he replied. Qi. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. However, a snicker sounded from the side. He turned his gaze, only to see the cold woman from the Bai clan. The corner of her mouth contained a chilly ridicule. Clearly, she despised Xiao Yan's actions. According to normal circumstances, she was the one being tested for the highest tier among those present. She would naturally be the most dazzling person within this special examination room. However, this kind of situation where she was the center of attention had been broken by Xiao Yan's random disturbance. Her heart was naturally a little displeased. Moreover, in her heart, she felt that Xiao Yan was attempting to act grand by taking the test for the Tier 7 middle grade badge. With the Yi clan declining to a point where it could not decline further, how could it be possible for such talent, which even the Bai clan could not compete with, to appear? Xiao Yan merely smiled in the face of a certain woman's laugh that was full of contempt. What he had experienced was far from what this woman, who had been greatly sought after within the clan, could imagine. His mental state would not be affected by this kind of childish enmity and disdain from her. Since everyone has already decided, we should begin. Han Li waved his hand. After which, he pointed at the 4 doors behind him. Each of these 4 doors had their own ancient words above them. They were Tian, Di, Xian, Huang. Those taking the test for the Tier 6 middle grade should enter the Xian room. The one taking the high grade should enter the D room. Han Li's gaze turned to Xiao Yan after saying those words. He said, as for you, you will wait for their test to finish. After which, I will personally lead you into the Tian room and personally conduct the test for you. Xiao Yan titled his head in acknowledgement. Everyone else should enter their respective rooms. Han Li nodded and commanded after seeing that no one had any objections. Hearing this, the other 5 people from the Bai and Xiao clan, with the exception of Xiao Yan, separated and entered the rooms that represented their level. The white-clothed, cold lady appeared like an arrogant swan as she entered the D room alone. The remaining 4 people entered the Xian room. The place gradually became quiet after the 5 people entered the rooms. Xiao Yan stood there. His eyes swept around him before he shut them to recuperate. That old woman from the Bai clan glanced at Xiao Yan. She spoke in a sharp tone, appearing to be dissatisfied with the silence. Yi Zhong, the young people that your clan teaches these days are really becoming arrogant. No wonder you are unable to find any members of the younger generation you can use these days. Yi Zhong coldly smiled and replied, using one's position to bully others. It is just that the old me does not wish to argue with you. With your Tier 7 low grade level, you do not have the qualification for the old me to pay attention to you. Did you not forget your disgusting mannerisms when my Yi clan was strong back then? Yi Zhong's fierce retort caused the old woman's face to instantly become green. Her eyes were dark and dense as she stared at Yi Zhong. She laughed sharply. Alight, I will remember these words of yours. Once your Yi clan is removed from the 5 great clans, I will let you regret the words that you have said today. The old man from the Qiu clan by the side slightly frowned. Although he also looked down on the Yi clan, which was in decline, it did not reach the point of adding insult to injury. After all clans rose and fell. No one could guarantee that the other party would not rise again. Noisy, not only are the young from the Bai clan uneducated but even the old are the same. Yi Zhong's expression was gloomy in the face of the sharp voice from the grey-clothed, old woman. Before he could speak, Xiao Yan opened his eyes. He coldly glanced at the woman and faintly spoke. Little bastard, who do you think you are? You dare to speak to me in this manner. Xiao Yan's words caused the face of the grey-clothed, old woman to turn dark and chilly. Yi Zhong's strength was a little stronger than hers. Therefore, she was able to endure a little of his cold mockery. However, this Xiao Yan was merely a member of the younger generation in her eyes. The body of the grey-clothed woman moved after uttering these words. She rushed forward very quickly, and her sharp nails ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's throat like blades. Xiao Yan's dark black eyes looked at the old woman rushing over. He narrowed his eyes and slowly clenched his hands under his sleeves. The Dou Qi within his body was flowing at this moment. He did not mind giving this noisy old woman a lesson she would not forget in this place. Stop! Just when the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body surged and he was prepared to attack, a human figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him. He cried out in a deep voice, "This is a branch tower of the Pill Tower, not your Bai clan." You better keep yourself in check. The gray-clothed, old woman's expression changed when she saw Han Li was blocking in front of Xiao Yan. Her body immediately moved, and she took 2 steps back. Her gaze was dense as she stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Little bastard. You better not let this old me find you alone. Otherwise, I do not mind letting the Yi clan lose a member of the younger generation." When she finished speaking, the old woman's dark and cold eyes slid to Yi Zhong, who had not moved. A strange smile surfaced on Yi Zhong's face and the face of the old woman's dark and dense eyes. If this old woman were aware that even Tianxi from the Ice River Valley had been beaten by Xiao Yan to the point of being seriously injured, would she have the courage to utter these words? Xiao Yan's eyes were calm as they glanced at the gray-clothed woman. He slowly spread his hands under his sleeves with his palms facing up. If Han Li had not suddenly intervened, it was likely that this hateful old woman would no longer have the strength to say anything by now. Xiao Yan's calm, disregardful gaze resulted in the gray-clothed, old woman feeling an urge to twitch the corner of her eye. This brat, although he did not speak much, each and every action he made was filled with an endless amount of arrogance. This point also caused Xiao Yan to appear displeasing in her eyes. The eyes from the old man from the Qiu clan also paused on Xiao Yan's body. He immediately shook his head as he quietly sighed in his heart. This member of the younger generation from the Yi clan really could not make it. Offending an expert from the Bai clan in such a place was really not a logical thing to do. The room had become much calmer after Han Li appeared. However, the eyes of the gray-clothed, old woman became denser as she looked at Xiao Yan. They caused one to feel somewhat chilled. Creak. This unusually quiet atmosphere continued for an unknown amount of time before the tightly shut Qian door was slowly opened. 4 people slowly walked out. Other than one person, whose face was flushed red, the chests of the remaining 3 had a badge on them. A flame was winding around the badge, forming a tower shape. There were 6 purple gold stars emitting a glaring glow on it. If one were to carefully observe these 6 purple gold stars, one would discover that the 6th star was a little dimmer compared to the previous 5 stars. This was the indication of the middle grade. If it was the low grade, the star would be even dimmer. However, if it was the high grade, the star would be as bright as the other stars. The Tier 6 middle grade test has completed. 2 people from the Qiu clan have passed while 1 person from the Bai clan has passed. Han Li glanced at the 4 of them before slowly speaking. A smile surfaced on the face of the old man from the Qiu clan upon hearing this while the gray-clothed, old woman frowned. She viciously started at the man who had failed to pass the test. Soon after these words from Han Li sounded, the tightly shut D door was slowly opened. A white-clothed woman slowly walked out with arrogant footsteps. Her voluminous chest had a flickering badge. There were 6 bright purple gold stars on it. Tier 6 high grade. The test for the Tier 6 high grade is over. The Bai clan has passed. The announcement of Han Li made the arrogant smile on the white-clothed woman wider. She felt the envious gazes and her vanity was greatly satisfied. The cold woman walked to the side of the gray-clothed, old woman. Her eyes stared at Xiao Yan with great interest. She really wanted to see just how he would let his grand act end. Next will be the Tier 7 middle grade test. I will personally conduct the test. Follow me. Han Li's gaze was somewhat helpless as he glanced at Xiao Yan, who had appeared indifferent from the beginning. He shook his head and walked to the Tian examination room. Xiao Yan did not hesitate upon seeing Han Li walk away. He followed Han Li and the both of them slowly disappeared into the room in front of the many gazes. The gray-clothed, old woman's group might have already finished the test, but they did not immediately leave. Instead, their eyes revealed ridicule as they stared at Yi Zhong and laughed in a dark manner. TCH, I want to remain behind and see if that brat still has that awful mouth when he fails the test. Yi Zhong, looks like you will lose some face again today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133, Teaching a Lesson. Chapter 1133, Teaching a Lesson. Yi Zhong placed his hands behind his back in the face of the ridicule from the gray-clothed, old woman as he waited for the final test result. Another half an hour passed before the tightly shut Tian door was slowly opened with a slight creaking sound. The attention of everyone in the room was braced when they saw that there was finally a reaction. After which, their eyes instantly focused on the door. A white-haired figure slowly stepped out after the door was opened. At this moment, Han Li was knitting his eyebrows. He shook his head and softly sighed. Joy immediately surfaced on the gray-clothed old woman's face when she saw how Han Li acted. After which, her eyes turned to the area behind Han Li. Xiao Yan's skinny figure was slowly appearing at that spot. All the gazes within the room immediately paused on his chest when he appeared. That spot was currently still empty. TSK Tisk. A mocking expression quickly surged on the gray-clothed, old woman's face after she failed to see any tear badge on Xiao Yan's chest. A proud laugh was involuntarily emitted from her throat. That white-clothed, cold lady by the gray-clothed, old woman's side also lifted the corner of her mouth. She slowly shook her head. This person was indeed a clown who only knew how to act great. It was funny that she had really waited here for half a day. That old man from the Qiu clan also shook his head. His eyes contained some pity as he glanced at Yi Zhong. This Yi clan really appeared to be finished. Yi Zhong merely frowned in the face of the gazes within the room that were filled with various emotions. However, his expression was not as pale as the others had imagined. He was clearly aware of Xiao Yan's ability. Although he did not dare to say he was 100% confident that Xiao Yan could obtain a Tier 7 middle-grade alchemist badge, he was, at the very least, 80% confident. Moreover, looking at Xiao Yan's expression, it did not appear to be that of someone who had failed. Hee, trash is trash. No matter how one jumps, one will only be a clown. The Yi clan is finished. The gray-clothed, old woman's ear-piercing laughter sounded within the room. The joy within her heart at seeing Xiao Yan fail was really not something that could be described by mere words. Han Li frowned in the face of the sharp laughter from the gray-clothed, old woman. He focused on her and faintly said, "It is a little too early for you to be happy. Who told you that he has failed the test?" Han Li's voice had halted the laughter of the gray-clothed, old woman. Her face immediately became a little volatile as she coldly laughed, "Deacon Han, there is no need to give any face to Yi Zhong. If this brat has passed the test, why is it that I cannot see his tier badge?" Han Li looked at this gray-clothed, old woman somewhat pitifully. He shook his head and said, "He has already successfully passed the test for the Tier 7 middle grade level. The reason why I did not give him the tier badge is because the old me feels that he should be able to get an even higher level badge. Therefore, I am debating on if I should let him head to the Pill Tower headquarters to take another test." Han Li's voice was undoubtedly as if a bolt of lightning had exploded on the ground. It caused everyone's faces to instantly stiffen. Their gazes of disbelief were gathered onto Xiao Yan's face. The white-clothed lady in particular was full of disbelief. The expression on her face was extremely interesting. "Deacon Han, we should forget about the matter of heading to the headquarters to be tested." Xiao Yan appeared to have not witnessed the stiffened faces as he spoke to Han Li in front of him. Han Li was startled upon hearing this. He could only nod his head as he took out a dazzling badge from his storage ring. After which, he courteously handed it to Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, "Since you insist, we will do as you say. If you have the time, I advise you to head to the Pill Tower to be tested. I believe that you have that ability." Xiao Yan randomly flipped the badge after receiving it. This badge was dark with vigor. There was a flame burning on the badge. An enormous tower was within the flame. The tower had 7 purple gold bright stars on it. However, the 7th star was a little dimmer than the others. Numerous gazes within the room were startled as they looked at the dazzling badge that Xiao Yan was flipping around in his hand. The room immediately became completely silent. Tier 7 middle grade. Not even that gray-clothed, old woman, the old man from the Qiu clan, or even Han Li had ever reached that tier. Now, however, this badge that represented glory had landed in the hands of Xiao Yan, who appeared to be an extremely young man. Yi Zhong's face was filled with smiles. He fondled his beard, especially when he saw the interesting expressions of the gray-clothed, old woman and the others. Joy that was difficult to describe surged out of his heart. Ever since the decline of the Yi clan, it had been a long time since he had seen these fellows reveal such expressions. The gray-clothed old woman's face was volatile as she looked at the badge in Xiao Yan's hand. A moment later, she finally could not resist uttering, "Deacon Han, issuing tier badges is not a joke. Are you certain that there is nothing wrong with the test?" Han Li's expression sank upon hearing her words. He demanded, "Are you doubting that the old me has tampered with it?" The gray-clothed old woman hurriedly smiled upon seeing Han Li's sunken face. "How would I dare? However, it is just that I find it difficult that the Yi clan, which has declined to such an extent, would be able to produce such a young Tier 7 alchemist." The white-clothed lady beside the gray-clothed old woman also slowly recovered. Her eyes were complicated and strange as she glanced at Xiao Yan. Her contempt had already completely disappeared at this moment. Although she was at the Tier 6 high grade level, she clearly understood just what kind of great gap was between her and a Tier 7 alchemist. Moreover, this Xiao Yan was a Tier 7 middle grade alchemist. Under this Tier 7 middle grade alchemist badge, all of her pride was not even worth mentioning. A person they had mocked since the beginning received a test result that far surpassed them. This was equivalent to giving all of them a tight slap to their faces, causing them to feel a fiery pain. What is there to be proud of? He is just a Tier 7 middle grade alchemist. I do not believe that he can rescue your Yi clan. The gray-clothed old woman could not resist mocking after seeing the smile on Yi Zhong's face. However, she did not sense her words containing an exceptionally dense sourness. Let's go. The gray-clothed old woman did not intend to stay any longer after being turned into an ashen state by the Tier 7 middle grade badge. She let out a cold cry, turned around, and left. Wait. The gray-clothed old woman had just turned around when a faint voice suddenly sounded. Her footsteps paused as she turned around. Her eyes contained a cold smile as she looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Brat, are you intending to see the old me out? You have just said that I am trash, right?" A slight smile was present on Xiao Yan's face as he looked at the gray-clothed old woman. He softly asked. The gray-clothed old woman narrowed her eyes. A chill flashed across them as she said, "Young fellow, don't tell me that you don't allow others to say anything about you? It looks like the teachings of the Yi clan have indeed become worse and worse." Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. His foot gently stepped forward and the muffled sound of thunder appeared. His body suddenly disappeared in the process. The face of the old woman changed the moment Xiao Yan's body disappeared. She flipped her sleeves and a majestic Dou Qi surged out of her body. Her dark and dense eyes swept all around her. Bang! The low and deep sound of rushing wind materialized from behind the gray-clothed old woman just as her body was pulling back. Her face turned cold as she turned around and threw a punch forward. A vast and mighty force lingered over her fist, causing waves of ripples to be formed in the space. The fist from the gray-clothed old woman had just been thrown out when the space in front of her fluctuated. A simple punch penetrated through the space and ruthlessly collided with her fist. Bang! A powerful wind ripple surged out when the two fists collided, shaking the gray-clothed old woman's group until they hurriedly pulled back. Grug! The face of the gray-clothed old woman turned pale almost instantly after the two fists collided. Shock surfaced on her face. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Her body flew backwards and finally collided with a wall. With the exception of Yi Zhong, everyone in the room revealed stunned faces upon seeing the gray-clothed old woman spitting out blood in defeat within the first exchange, especially for those three other members of the Bai clan. They clearly understood the strength of this gray-clothed old woman. She had the strength of a dozong, yet she was unable to even block one punch from Xiao Yan. The three of them exchanged glances with one another. The white-clothed lady among them was so shocked that her face had paled. Xiao Yan's figure slowly appeared in front of the ashen-faced, gray-clothed old woman. His eyes indifferently glanced over her as the corner of his mouth was lifted into an ice-cold arc. Who do you think you are? You dare to utter the word trash in front of me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134, Alchemist Trade Fair. Chapter 1134, Alchemist Trade Fair. Everyone in the examination room looked at the gray-clothed old woman who was unable to even last for one exchange against Xiao Yan. Some cold sweat surfaced on their foreheads. Xiao Yan had attacked suddenly, and he did not hold back because of the other party's status. He could be considered ruthless. Han Li's face was similarly a little stunned. He only bitterly smiled and shook his head a moment later before glancing at Xiao Yan. This fellow was not as gentle as he looked when he became ruthless. Deacon Han, I'm sorry to fight in this place. Xiao Yan's eyes indifferently glanced at the gray-clothed old woman who had collapsed on the ground. After which, he turned his eyes to Han Li. That warm smile from earlier once again appeared on his face as he spoke apologetically. When everyone saw the smile once again appearing on Xiao Yan's face, no one in the room dared to threaten him as a little sheep whom they could randomly mock. This was predominantly true for those three members of the Bai clan. They took a couple of cautious steps back, afraid that Xiao Yan would suddenly attack them. Even the gray-clothed old woman was no match for Xiao Yan, much less the few of them. Ugh! Han Li sighed. A moment later, he could only wave his hand and say, she can be considered to have reaped what she sowed with regards to this matter. However, your attack is a little too merciless. Forget it, Bai Wei, bring your people and leave. The white-clothed, cold lady clenched her silver teeth upon hearing this. Her eyes were a little terrified as she glanced at Xiao Yan. She led the other two members of the Bai clan. They lifted up the gray-clothed old woman, who was lying unconscious on the ground after spitting out some blood. After which, they left this examination room in a somewhat miserable manner. The three people from the Ke clan by the side also did not wish to stay in this place any longer. Their eyes glanced at Xiao Yan with alarm and uncertainty before they withdrew. You little fellow, you really just attack as you wish. Although I feel extremely refreshed in my heart, the Bai clan will definitely not let this matter rest in the future. Yi Zhong could not help but shake his head after seeing the others leaving in a dispirited manner. Xiao Yan smiled and replied, "It's fine. If the Bai clan wishes to find trouble with me, I will just have to accompany them." Coco, looks like the Yi clan is very confident in passing the test this time around. Yi Zhong, congratulations. Han Li slowly stepped forward, cupped his hand to Yi Zhong, and congratulated with a smile. I shall borrow your auspicious words. However, with this matter having occurred, the Bai clan might really send out an expert when the test of the 5 great clans begins. Their intentions will be to force our Yi clan out of the top 3 spot. Yi Zhong bitterly laughed. Yes, there is this possibility. The Bai clan has long disliked your Yi clan. They will definitely not hold back if they can add insult to injury. Han Li also frowned slightly and nodded. He said, from what I am aware of, the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Bai clan is a young man named Bai Ying. This person is not even 20, but he has already reached the tier 7 middle grade level. Moreover, he has remained at this level for 3 years. If the Bai clan were to send him, it is likely that your Yi clan would find it difficult to enter the top 3. Bai Ying. I have heard of this person. He can be considered someone who possesses a great amount of talent in medicinal refinement. Even Xiao Dan from the Qiao clan is much poorer than him. Yi Zhong's expression was a little solemn. If this Bai clan were really going to send out Bai Ying, the situation would end up a little unpredictable. Other than the Yi clan, the other 4 great clans among the 5 great clans were all extraordinary. They did not lack talents comparable to Qiao Dan in terms of pill refinement. These people had a great reputation even when placed within the pill region. Even though the Yi clan had Xiao Yan's help this time around, it was still not an easy matter for it to obtain the top 3 spot. The matter today had completely offended the Bai clan. Additionally, they had offended the Qiao clan some time earlier. Therefore, these 2 clans would definitely send out some troublesome competitors to obstruct the Yi clan. As for the Dan clan, this clan might keep a low profile, but they always steadily alternated between the top or second spot in every test. However, no one had ever seen them falling to 3rd place. Hence, this Dan clan would also be a hidden competitor. Thus, the top 3 spots were basically occupied by the Qiao clan, the Dan clan, and the Bai clan. It would not be easy for the Yi clan to squeeze in. Forget it. There is no need to form such a headache. Since things have already developed to such an extent, we can only leave everything up to fate. Han Li comforted when he saw Yi Zhong's vexed appearance. His gaze immediately turned to Xiao Yan as he laughed. Moreover, the helper that your Yi clan has invited this time around is also not an ordinary person. He might even be comparable to these geniuses from the 3 clans. Yi Zhong only smiled upon hearing this. He sighed, currently, I can only place all my hopes on him. The survival of the Yi clan will be determined by this test. Xiao Yan and Yi Zhong said their goodbyes to Han Li after remaining in the branch tower for some time. The both of them randomly roamed the outer region of the Holy Pill City. With the approaching pill gathering, the Holy Pill City's crowds were also becoming terrifying. Whether it was day or even night, the entire city was so noisy that it could shake the sky. Moreover, with the increases in human traffic, all sorts of people would naturally be mixed among them. Some strange items also began to spread through this place. There was no lack of genuine treasures among them. Of course, this was only the case if one's eyesight was sufficiently good. Yi Zhong finally stopped Xiao Yan, who had wanted to continue roaming about, when the sky was gradually becoming dark. Forget it. If you wish to search for treasures, the alchemist trade fair that will be held the day after will truly be an eye-opener for you. The things there are mostly extraordinary. If you are lucky, you might even be able to obtain an unexpected treasure. Xiao Yan helplessly nodded after hearing Yi Zhong's words. Back then, he had randomly obtained the Skyfire 3 mysterious change from a trade fair. Unfortunately, it seemed that he currently did not possess such good luck. Yi Zhong led the both of them out of the trade area after seeing Xiao Yan withdraw his mind. After which, they hurried back to the Yi clan. Night gradually spread across the sky and once again covered the Holy Pill City. The bright stars lit the empty sky above. They flickered one after another, causing the sky to appear brilliant. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind him in a quiet courtyard. His body was just like a sculpture as he stood under the endlessly vast starry sky. From the looks of the frost that had appeared on his hair, it seemed that he had already stood at the spot for quite a while. This bitter standing continued for another hour or so before Xiao Yan finally opened his tightly shut eyes. His eyebrows came together. I am unable to enter the condition from last night this time around. Ugh, it looks like I can only rely on chance. Xiao Yan softly sighed. He had been thinking that if he could enter that condition a couple more times, he would be able to increase the density of the spiritual aura within his soul, and his soul might be able to advance to that so-called soul state at some point in time. At that time, refining a tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill would no longer pose much of a problem to Xiao Yan. If he were in his peak condition, he might even be able to challenge a tier 8 medicinal pill. At that time, Xiao Yan would have the confidence to stand above everyone else even in the pill gathering. However, this kind of thinking was too misty. The condition from last night was one that he could meet but not desire. No matter how Xiao Yan calmed his heart, the starry sky appeared just like everywhere else, becoming ordinary. It seems that I must go and take a look at the so-called alchemist trade fair the day after tomorrow. It would be best if I am able to obtain something to train my soul there. Xiao Yan shook his head and finally gave up this futile effort. He let out a bitter laugh, turned around, and entered his room. Since he had already planned on participating in the alchemist trade fair, he would need to prepare some things that could attract others. Otherwise, even if someone else's thing caught his eye, it was likely that he would have to quietly give up if he was unable to take out something that the other party was satisfied with. Xiao Yan completely locked himself within his room during the next day. The little fairy doctor and the others did not disturb him. In any case, by looking at the hot air that spread from his room, all of them could guess that Xiao Yan was perhaps refining something again. Xiao Yan hid in his room and refined for 1 day and 1 night. Only when the first rays of morning sun cut through the darkness and shot into the small courtyard the next morning did the tightly shut door slowly open. Xiao Yan walked out of the room. He took in a violent gasp of fresh air. The corner of his mouth parted into a smile as he rubbed his storage ring. Although he was a little pressed for time, it was fortunate that he still had some remaining stores from before. In a manner of speaking, he could be considered quite a wealthy person. Yi Zhong, the little fairy doctor, Tianhua Zunjia, and Xian Lan were already standing outside when Xiao Yan left his room and entered the courtyard. They were all looking at him with smiles. He, are you ready? Yi Zhong involuntarily laughed when he saw Xiao Yan's manner. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. After which, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go and take a look at just how great this Holy Pill City's alchemist trade fair is." After saying this, Xiao Yan swiftly walked out of the courtyard. After which, he walked in the direction of the alchemist trade fair that Yi Zhong had mentioned 2 days ago. The little fairy doctor and the rest grinned behind him and followed behind at a steady pace. They were also somewhat interested in this so-called alchemist trade fair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1135, Blood Essence Demon Fruit. Chapter 1135, Blood Essence Demon Fruit. The Holy Pill City's alchemist trade fair possessed a grand reputation within this region. This trade fair was not as chaotic and messy as other trade fairs. If one had to rank various trade fairs, the trade fair Xiao Yan's group was headed to this time around could be considered a high-class one. It was far different from those small trade fairs that one had been to. The location of this trade fair was in the outer region of Holy Pill City. However, its location was not bad. It was at the intersection between the outer and inner region. It was rumored that this trade fair was supported by the Pill Tower, and was the reason why it had developed into such a grand affair. It was precisely for this reason that murdering and robbing when exchanging for things within the trade fair seldom happened. After all, no one could escape being chased by the Pill Tower within this pill region. Alchemist Trade Fair. Xiao Yan stood in front of a building that occupied a vast space as he looked at a pale green, wooden plaque. The words "Flying Dragon Dancing Phoenix" were written on it. He involuntarily wiped off some cold sweat. This trade fair was known by this name. At the moment, the front of this trade fair was filled with people. The human flow was just like floodwater as people moved to and fro. Countless numbers of people in alchemist robes successfully walked by the guards located at the entrance of the trade fair in front of numerous envious gazes. They then entered the building. Is this the place? Xiao Yan looked at the grand trade fair. He turned his head and asked Yi Zhong to his side. That's right. Yi Zhong grinned and nodded. He immediately reminisced about fond memories. It has been many years since I have been here. It has changed quite a bit. Xiao Yan smiled after confirming his target. After which, he slowly walked to the front door of the trade fair. When the cold and stern-looking guards were about to stop him, Xiao Yan took the Tier 7 Alchemist badge, which he had just obtained from the test the day before, out of his storage ring. He gently stuck it on his chest. The stern-looking guards slowly took a step back upon seeing the badge on Xiao Yan's chest. After which, they bowed to him. According to the rules of this alchemist trade fair, alchemists Tier 7 and above were allowed to bring some companions. Hence, Xian Lan and the rest were not stopped. Instead, they were allowed to follow Xiao Yan through the spacious front door. There was a spacious and cool pathway behind the large door. Xiao Yan's group had successfully arrived. After which, a seething noise suddenly pounced toward them, entering into their ears. Xiao Yan's eyes swept around him as he stood at the exit of the path. An extremely spacious hall appeared in front of him. Many orderly stone platforms were present within the large hall, appearing like street vendors. There were some people who appeared to be vendors seated behind the stone platforms. They appeared lazy and not like businessmen at all. Of course, they were not businessmen. The crowd within the large hall was terrifying. Moreover, most of them were wearing alchemists' robes. Clearly, they were alchemists. Quite a number of alchemists were swimming through this spacious hall. Occasionally, they would pause and carefully observe some of the items that had been placed on the stone platforms. If there was something that caught their eye, they would stop and begin discussing the terms of the exchange with the vendor. Haha, this alchemist trade fair is also divided into regions of different grades. This is merely the region of the third grade. The second grade region is on the second floor while the first grade region is on the top floor. However, there are conditions one must meet in order to enter the areas above. Yi Zhong laughed behind Xiao Yan. One must reach the level of a tier 6 alchemist in order to enter the second floor, while one must, at the very least, reach the 7th tier or be of the Dou Qi class in order to enter the third floor. Xiao Yan slowly nodded and smiled as he said, "Let's look around and see if we can find anything good." After speaking, Xiao Yan took the lead and walked into the large hall with great interest. After which, his eyes began to sweep over the surrounding vendors with the intention of finding the things he needed. Yi Zhong could only helplessly nod his head when he saw what Xiao Yan did. The few of them followed close behind him. Wandering around this crowded large hall exhausted a lot of time. Xiao Yan had only looked at 20+ vendors when 1 hour had passed. What really left him speechless was that he had gained nothing. Although the quality of the items here was much higher compared with some trade fairs, it had not reached a point where he was interested. The things in this place have already been strictly filtered. Moreover, these fellows are all people with extraordinarily sharp eyes. It is not an easy task to obtain a treasure that others did not discover from the hands of these people. Yi Zhong behind Xiao Yan finally could not resist saying after Xiao Yan gradually became disappointed. If you really wish to seek treasure, you will need to head to the second or third floor. Xiao Yan involuntarily rolled his eyes when he heard this. He muttered, "You should have just said that earlier. How can I disturb you when you are so excited? Let's go. We'll first head to the second floor." Yi Zhong shook his head. After which, he pointed in the direction that led to the second floor. Xiao Yan nodded and followed. With the qualification of Xiao Yan's group, it was naturally not a problem for them to head to the second follow. Although it was a little strained in regards to Xian Lan, the guards hesitated for a moment, but after they saw the tier 7 middle grade badge on Xiao Yan's chest, they allowed everyone through. The noise was significantly reduced after they got to the second floor. The size of the second floor was also quite large. Bright crystals covered the floor, giving it a smooth, mirror-like surface. It caused one to feel a little dazzled looking at it. Quite a number of crystal platforms were present on the crystal floor. One could tell that the things on these crystal platforms were of much better quality than those below with just a glance from afar. The number of people on the second floor was far less than the floor below. Moreover, their tiers were also a lot better. All of them quietly looked at the items that caught their eyes before softly discussing the payment with the vendors. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly swept across these crystal platforms. It was a long while later before he finally stopped walking. His eyes paused on a jade box on a platform in front of him. A blood-red oval fruit was lying within the jade box. A blood aura seeped from it, causing it to emit waves of life force. The blood essence demon fruit was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient, a demonic fruit that absorbs essence blood. This fruit hid underground and absorbed the life force within essence blood before it eventually transformed into the shape of a fruit. The blood essence demon fruit was a key ingredient in refining the bone-growing blood fusing pill. This bone-growing blood fusing pill was the medicinal pill that Xiao Yan intended to refine at this pill gathering. Peak of the 7th tier. It could even step into the 8th tier. This bone-growing blood fusing pill was terribly difficult to refine. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients needed were unusually rare. The chance of one successfully refining it was extremely low. If Xiao Yan had not chanced upon a couple of lucky encounters recently, gradually filling his soul with spiritual qi and allowing him to feel his pill refinement become smoother, he would not intend to refine this bone-growing blood fusing pill. After all, this medicinal pill was indeed too hard to make. Of course, it might be difficult, but this bone-growing blood fusing pill was a medicinal pill that Xiao Yan needed to successfully refine. He needed to refine it because of Yao Lao. When he rescued Yao Lao in the future, he would need to resolve the issue of his body. Refining a body would require the bone-growing blood fusing pill. Yao Lao was not Tian Huazunjia. Xiao Yan would put in all his effort at all costs in order to refine his body. Only the bone-growing blood fusing pill would allow the body to be perfect. Refining the bone-growing blood-fusing pill would require 3 key ingredients. They were the blood essence demon fruit, 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine, and snowbone ginseng. These 3 types of ingredients need to all be prepared. Up until now, Xiao Yan had only come across this blood essence demon fruit in front of him. He had yet to obtain the other 2 ingredients. Such rare medicinal ingredients were things that even the Yi clan did not possess. Xiao Yan's eye swept over the blood-red fruit within the jade box, a bloody aura permeated it. Immediately, his eyes turned to the cellar behind the stone platform. He was a red-robed elder. A Tier 6 badge was on this elder's chest. "Kuko, this mister, has something caught your eye?" The heart of the red-robed old man was stunned when he saw the badge on Xiao Yan's chest. After which, he cupped his hands together and spoke with a respectful smile. "How do you want to exchange for this thing?" Xiao Yan did not delay any longer. He pointed at the blood essence demon fruit and asked with a grin. "Kuko, it is this blood essence demon fruit." This red-robed, old man clearly understood the item he was about to sell. He managed to reveal its origin. The people who could sell things here had eyesight that was not weaker than Xiao Yan. It is likely that Mr. should be aware of the rarity of this blood essence demon fruit. One will use it when refining some Tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill. The red-robed, old man smiled. He fondled his beard and said, "The old me wishes to use this blood essence demon fruit to exchange for a Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal formula that the old me has never practiced before." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. He faintly laughed. "You really do know how to joke. This blood essence demon fruit might indeed be rare, but a Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal formula is a priceless item. Who would take one out and exchange it with you?" Although Xiao Yan possessed many high-tier medicinal formulae left behind by Yao Lao, it did not mean he could fearlessly and randomly spend them. The blood essence demon fruit was indeed precious, but it was far from being able to match a Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal formula. Moreover, this medicinal formula had to be one that the other party had never practiced. The eyes of the red-robed, old man were a little embarrassed. He knew he was asking for too much. However, he refused to step back. After all, he was aware that the blood essence demon fruit was the most valuable and precious item among the things in front of him. Xiao Yan shook his head when he saw the red-robed old man refuse to lower his price. He turned around and instructed Xun Er, "We will first head to the top floor and take a look around. You cannot head up there, so you should just remain here. Find a spot and say that you wish to purchase the blood essence demon fruit, 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine, and snowbone ginseng. The conditions for purchasing them are fully refined Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal pills." Xun Er nodded when she heard his words. After assigning this task to her, Xiao Yan turned his head to the red-robed old man as he faintly said, "This is the price I will set to exchange for the blood essence demon fruit. It is up to you whether you want to exchange it. If you have thought it through, you can go and look for her." Xiao Yan ignored the red-robed old man's frowning expression after speaking. He turned around and walked to the top floor. A Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal pill in exchange for a medicinal ingredient. This was quite a good price. Xiao Yan was too lazy to say any more unnecessary words to this old man if he did not accept this offer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136, Copper Plate. Chapter 1136, Copper Plate. The red-robed elder did not even manage to open his mouth before Xiao Yan's figure disappeared by the stairway. Although he struggled over the price within his heart, he understood that the one who could hold out longer would gain the advantage in this transaction. All of them were experienced players when it came to attempting to play hard. It was only a matter of who could simmer until the other party could not endure any longer. That person would be the true winner. Xiao Yan was not surprised by the red-clothed old man's silence. Hence, his feet did not pause. Instead, he headed to the top floor. There were 2 elderly men standing at the entrance to the stairs that led to the top floor. These 2 people wore faces that were full of friendly smile. However, the robes on their bodies indicated that they were people from the trade fair. Neither of them wore an alchemist badge on their chest. However, from the vast and might Dou Qi that spread from them, it was obvious that these 2 people were strong expert Dou Zongs. These 2 old men were initially startled upon seeing Xiao Yan's group walking over. Their eyes swiftly flashed across the badge on Xiao Yan's chest. His bright Tier 7 badge caused surprise to flicker in their eyes. It was rare to find such a young Tier 7 alchemist. Their eyes paused on Xiao Yan for a moment before turning to Yi Zhong, the little fairy doctor, and Tianhua Zunjia. Their eyes slightly narrowed when they passed over the latter 2. Although they were unable to sense the exact strength of these two, they understood that these two were frightening existences who had advanced to the Dou Qi class. "Kuko, important guests, are you planning to head to the top floor?" Of the two, the yellow-robed old man took the lead to step forward. He cupped his hands together and asked with a courteous smile. Xiao Yan grinned, cupped his hands together, and nodded. "The few of you seem very unfamiliar. It should be the first time that you have come to this alchemist trade fair, right?" The yellow-robed elder asked with a smile. "Why? Could it be that one must be a regular in order to go up?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and questioned. "Kuko, sir really knows how to joke. The old me is only posing a random question. Please follow me if you wish to head to the top floor." The yellow-robed old man hurriedly shook his head upon hearing his reply. Although he was quite strong, those who could enter the top floor were all extraordinary people. He naturally did not wish to offend them. The yellow-robed old man took the lead as he turned around. After speaking, he walked forward. Xiao Yan's group slowly followed behind him. The few of them climbed up a short flight of stairs while following the yellow-robed old man. However, Xiao Yan discovered at least 5 hidden gazes sweeping over their group from some hidden areas during this short flight of stairs, which was just 20 meters long. "Looks like this alchemist trade fair does indeed have some background," Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. After which, he slowly climbed the final step. The most mysterious top floor appeared in his sight. The legendary top floor of the alchemist trade fair was not really spacious when compared to the 2 floors below. However, the sprawling decorations took some effort. This place was not as dazzlingly bright as the second floor. Faint green, warm jade covered the floor. There was a faint warmth surging into one's feet when one stepped on the floor, causing one's entire body to feel unusually comfortable. There were very few people on this top floor, but was covered with warm jade. At a glance, there were only a couple dozen people. However, Xiao Yan understood that these dozens of people were true experts or alchemist grandmasters who could stir a commotion in the outside world. The appearance of Xiao Yan's group naturally attracted the attention of some people on the top floor. Immediately, some gazes turned to them. Some surprise flashed across their eyes when they saw the badge on Xiao Yan's chest as well as the group behind him. Such a young tier 7 middle-grade alchemist and 2 elite Dou Qis. This lineup was quite strong. Just which wealthy faction did they hail from? Although these people felt curious in their hearts, all of them understood the rules of this place. Hence, it was naturally impossible for them to foolishly try to inquire. This was considered taboo in such a place. "Kuko, you can let me know if there is anything that you need. I might be able to provide you with some information." The yellow-robed elder spoke with a grin. Xiao Yan mused for a moment upon hearing his words. He nodded and replied, "I need 2 types of medicinal ingredients. 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine and snowbone ginseng." 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine, snowbone ginseng. The yellow-robed elder muttered the words in his mouth. He thought for a moment and said, "They are all very rare medicinal ingredients. They are likely used to refine a high-tier medicinal pill. I do not have any information about the 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine, but as for the snowbone ginseng, it must be said that your luck is good. There is a snowbone ginseng among the items being traded on this floor." "Oh?" Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. It was unexpected that a random inquiry had enabled him to obtain information about the snowbone ginseng. "Kuko, follow me," the yellow-robed old man grinned. After which, he turned around and walked to the northern corner. Xiao Yan hurriedly led the other 3 and followed. Xiao Yan's group followed the yellow-robed elder for some distance before they finally came to a stop at a corner to the north of the top floor. There was a jade platform placed on this spot. Curling chilly air rose from the platform before spreading apart, causing the temperature of the surrounding area to decline. There were some medicinal ingredients, scrolls, medicinal pills, etc. sparsely displayed on the jade platform. From the looks of it, all of them appeared to be extraordinary items. There were quite a number of people gathered around the jade platform. Clearly, they were quite interested in the things on it. Xiao Yan's eyes leaped over the jade platform and paused onto the gray-haired, old man's body behind it. This old man was sloppily dressed. His face was filled with a laziness as he bent over the jade platform. He ignored the surrounding observers and dug in his ear without any concern. "Kuku, old Yen. Your business is quite good today, right?" The yellow-robed old man squeezed to the side of the stone platform as he smiled and asked the gray-haired, sloppy, old man. "Good my ****. These people only look, but don't buy. They even say that these things are too expensive. If they think they are too expensive, they can head to the lower floor to shop." The sloppy old man rolled his eyes. He spat saliva on the ground without due care of his image. The surrounding people were a little embarrassed upon hearing his words. However, this kind of trade fair was not a suitable place to argue with him. Hence, they could only awkwardly leave. Xiao Yan was startled by the attitude of this sloppy, old man. His gaze swept over the other party's chest. There was also a Tier 7 badge there. However, it was a Tier 7 high-grade badge. Clearly, the other party was a Tier 7 high-grade alchemist. Mister, this is the snowbone ginseng that you need. However, the things this old yin sells are all quite expensive. Therefore, you should be mentally prepared. The yellow-robed old man pointed his finger to the jade platform where a cold air lingered. There was a jade box there. Inside the jade box lay a snow-white, bone-like ginseng. Xiao Yan's gaze focused on the snow-white ginseng. He slowly nodded a moment later. From the looks of the glow forming above the ginseng, it should be the snowbone ginseng. There is no need to look. No fakes exist here. Do you wish to buy it? The sloppy, old man glanced at Xiao Yan. His gaze paused a little longer on the badge on Xiao Yan's chest. If you wish to obtain the snowbone ginseng, the price is a Tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill. Xiao Yan slightly frowned upon hearing this. Tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill, this fellow was able to utter such words. This old mister, the snowbone ginseng might be precious, but the medicinal pill that it can be used to refine is merely a high-grade 7th tier pill. Moreover, that is on the precondition of it acting in consort with other rare medicinal ingredients. Isn't it a little overboard to seek this price for just this snowbone ginseng of yours? Xiao Yan slightly smiled and asked. Lad, you really have a way with words. However, your words are reasonable. The old me shall take one step back, a Tier 7 middle grade. However, the precondition is that you must take out a medicinal pill I want, the sloppy old man laughed. After which, he changed his tone. Clearly, the so-called Tier 7 high-grade pill he had started off with was purposefully attempting to fool others. Xiao Yan only nodded upon hearing these words. Using a Tier 7 middle-grade medicinal pill to exchange for the ingredient was a condition he could accept. Of course, despite being able to accept that condition, Xiao Yan did not immediately agree to the terms. His eyes slowly swept over the jade platform. Although this sloppy, old man kept a terrible appearance, it must be said that the things he sold were all high-quality items. The other few rare medicinal ingredients displayed caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a little speechless. The price of these medicinal ingredients would likely not be lower than the snowbone ginseng. Xiao Yan slowly shifted his eyes. Just when he was about to withdraw his gaze, it suddenly paused. He was staring at the corner of the jade platform. There was a faint yellow copper plate at that spot. That copper plate was covered with some green copper rust. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to see some vague and unique drawings on it. The items on the jade platform all looked good. At a glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary items. Only this faint yellow copper plate appeared like trash among a pile of treasures. It did not attract one's attention. Xiao Yan's eyes paused on this copper plate. His eyebrows were slightly knitted. After he carefully observed it, he discovered that he was unable to see anything that stood out on this copper plate. Based on his senses, he found that this thing was so ordinary that it could not be anything more. However, it was this extremely ordinary feeling that caused Xiao Yan to feel a little strange. Xiao Yan, if it is possible, try to obtain that copper plate. I have seen that drawing once. It is something that only appeared in the ancient times. Although I do not know its exact use, anything related to the ancient era is usually not simple. While Xiao Yan was feeling uncertain, a gruff, elderly voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Xiao Yan's heart was shaken upon hearing Tian Huazunji's voice being transmitted to him. However, his face revealed nothing. A moment later, Xiao Yan slowly nodded. A fiery heat that an ordinary person would not discover surged into his dark black eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137, Exchange. Chapter 1137, Exchange. Xiao Yan's eyes merely paused on the copper plate for a moment before they shifted away. Immediately, his eyes swept another round over the jade platform. Along the way, he even acted as though he was interested in some other medicinal ingredients. This continued for a while before he randomly picked up the copper plate on the jade platform in a gentle manner. A faint coolness spread the moment the copper plate entered his hand. Of course, this was not because the copper plate was special. Instead, it was due to it had been stuck within cold air for a long period of time. Xiao Yan flipped this copper plate with some interest. His finger gently rubbed it. The rough feeling caused it to appear just like an ordinary copper plate. If not for the somewhat complicated drawings on it, it was likely that no one would truly treat it as a treasure. Xiao Yan was unable to understand the complicated drawings on it. Moreover, due to the presence of some copper rust, the drawings had become a little distorted. It was difficult to clearly see what it was. This is actually an item from the ancient times? Xiao Yan's heart felt some disbelief as he flipped this copper plate. No matter how he tried to probe it, he was unable to discover the slightest uniqueness. If Tianhua Zunjia had not secretly transmitted words into his ears earlier, it was likely going to be very difficult for him to connect this thing in ancient times. Although Xiao Yan felt some disbelief in his heart, his face appeared extremely calm. He looked as though he merely felt curious about this copper plate. That sloppy old man merely rolled his eyes in the face of Xiao Yan's manner. However, he did not say anything. Xiao Yan was not the only one who was interested in this copper plate. There were quite a number of treasure seekers who had studied it in the past. However, no one ended up exchanging anything for it. Stop dawdling. This copper plate's value is more expensive than the snowbone ginseng. Moreover, there is no bargaining. The sloppy old man dug in one of his ears and spoke in a causal manner. Xiao Yan's finger paused while it rubbed the copper plate. He smiled and asked, "Is there anything unique about this copper plate? It is even more valuable than the snowbone ginseng?" "I don't know." The sloppy old man curled his mouth and gave an answer that stunned Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled. This old fellow was really strange. He was able to give such an answer in a righteous manner. At this moment, the surrounding observers involuntarily laughed because of the sloppy old man's reply. Clearly, they had seldom seen a stall owner of such quality. Although I am unaware of what the use is of this copper plate, I can tell that this is an item from ancient times. The sloppy old man swept his eyes over those who had laughed before snickering. The surrounding laughter immediately halted when these words sounded. Numerous surprised eyes locked onto the copper plate in Xiao Yan's hands. Everyone knew that any item related to the words ancient times was definitely not ordinary. However, they still found it difficult to believe that this ordinary copper plate was related to the ancient times. Compared to the surprise of these people, Xiao Yan's hand involuntarily tightened when he heard the words being uttered by this sloppy old man. It was unexpected that this old man had such sharp eyes. If Tianhua Zunjia had not informed him, Xiao Yan would not have been concerned about this copper plate. From the looks of it, the eyesight of this sloppy old man was quite great. "Kuko, may I know how old Mr. is certain that this thing is related to the ancient times?" Xiao Yan's heart tightened, but his face still contained a smile. He gently placed the copper plate down, turned his eyes to the sloppy old man and inquired with a smile. "The drawing on it is something I have seen in some ancient books. However, you can forget about asking me of its use. I have no idea. Would I take it out and sell it if I really knew what it is?" The sloppy old man rolled his eyes and answered. "In any case, I believe this thing is related to ancient times. It is up to you if you wish to buy it." Everyone present exchanged looks with one another in the face of the sloppy old man's answer. They helplessly shook their heads. How could they simply rely on this one-sided claim of his? No wonder no one had exchanged for it despite having sat here for such a long time. Xiao Yan felt a headache in the face of this old fellow. It appeared that nothing worked on him. After letting out a bitter laugh, Xiao Yan asked, "What does old Mr. wish to exchange this copper plate for?" "A Tier 7 high-grade medicinal formula." The sloppy old man laughed. It was rare that there was someone interested in this thing. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed once again upon hearing what he wanted. He shook his head, regretfully glanced at the copper plate, and said, "It's too expensive. Even if it is really as Mr. has said and this copper plate is an item from ancient times, there are many things that have been left behind since ancient times. Among them are ordinary day-to-day items. Just this drawing alone is insufficient to assess its value. Forget it, I shall exchange for the snowbone ginseng," Xiao Yan sighed. He took a jade bottle out of his storage ring and gently placed it on the jade platform. He said, "Old mister, this is an elemental heart pill. A Tier 7 middle grade. If you consume it when refining a pill, it will aid in stabilizing your mind. Hence, it will increase the chances of successfully refining a pill. You will not lose out if I use this to exchange for the snowbone ginseng, will you?" The elemental heart pill was considered quite a good assisting medicinal pill. It was really effective for an alchemist. Many alchemists would think of ways to get their hands on a medicinal pill with this kind of effect before beginning their refinements. After all, the things an alchemist were most afraid of during refinement was being interrupted by someone or being unable to focus their mind. With this kind of medicinal pill, they would be able to avoid such disturbances. Moreover, the elemental heart pill was considered the top choice among these assisting medicinal pills. Its actual value was much greater than this snow bone ginseng. Hence, Xiao Yan was not worried that this sloppy, old man would not accept it. As expected, a surprise surged up the face of the sloppy, old man when the words elemental heart pill entered his ears. He swiftly grabbed the jade bottle and poured out the pale white medicinal pill in it. After which, he placed it under his nose and sniffed with all his might. It is indeed the elemental heart pill. The eyes of the sloppy old man immediately brightened after having carefully examined it. This elemental heart pill was a great help to alchemists. Many instances had taken place where he tried his best to prepare some assisting medicinal pills before refining a medicinal pill. However, the best medicinal pill he could refine with such an effect was tier 7 low grade. It was not that he did not have the ability to refine an even higher grade medicinal pill. Instead, it was because he did not have the medicinal formula to do so. It is not a bad thing. Lad, you are really generous. I have a good impression of you, the sloppy, old man smiled as he spoke. He stuffed the medicinal pill into his storage ring. After which, his eyes were a little fiery hot as he looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan grinned. He took the jade box with the snowbone ginseng in it from the jade platform and placed it in his storage ring. After which, he turned around with the intent to leave, having not seen the fiery hot eyes of the old man. Hey, wait, the sloppy, old man hurriedly shouted. He could not endure any longer when he saw that Xiao Yan was about to leave. Why? Xiao Yan turned his head and looked at the sloppy, old man in a somewhat doubtful manner. Little fellow, don't you want this copper plate? I swear to you that it is definitely an item from the ancient times. The sloppy, old man pointed at the copper plate on the jade platform as he spoke with great enthusiasm. Xiao Yan glanced at the copper plate that was quietly lying on the jade platform and shook his head. He somewhat regretfully said, I cannot afford to exchange for it. No one would be willing to take out a tier 7 high-grade medicinal formula. The sloppy, old man rubbed his hands together and chuckled, forget it. I shall take a step back. I don't want a tier 7 high-grade formula. As long as you trade the medicinal formula of the elemental heart pill for it, I will give it to you. What do you say? Xiao Yan was startled when he heard his words. His face was hesitant. The medicinal formula for the elemental heart pill might not be as valuable as that of a tier 7 high-grade medicinal pill, but it was also worth a lot. Using it to exchange for this copper plate had somewhat exceeded the bottom line in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan, exchange for it. It is likely that you will not lose out. This thing is indeed something from the ancient times. It is just that this old fellow doesn't know how to open it. Tian Huazunja's low voice once again sounded in Xiao Yan's ears just when he was hesitating. Xiao Yan nodded in his heart when he heard Tian Huazunja's message. Tian Huazunja's experiences were far from what others could compare with. Since Tian Huazunja had put it this way, it was likely that he felt confident. The sloppy, old man thought that Xiao Yan was a little unwilling when he saw him remain quiet. He immediately clenched his teeth and took out another jade box from his storage ring. Resting in the jade box was another snowbone ginseng. Moreover, the color of this snowbone ginseng appeared better than the one that Xiao Yan had purchased earlier. Since you need the snowbone ginseng, it is likely that you intend to use it to refine a medicinal pill. If you hand the medicinal formula for the elemental heart pill to me, I will add another snowbone ginseng on top of this copper plate. What do you say? The sloppy, old man spoke with some pain. This snowbone ginseng was something that he had originally kept for himself. A smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face upon hearing his words. He nodded. One should place a limit on everything that one did. If he were to anger this old fellow to the point where he took back the copper plate, it was likely that Xiao Yan could only leave with a bitter smile. From the eccentricity of this old fellow, it would not be strange for him to do such a thing. Xiao Yan flipped his hand. A white-colored scroll appeared in it. After which, he tossed the scroll to the old man, who hurriedly received it. Xiao Yan smiled upon seeing the excited manner of the sloppy, old man. After which, he stored the better quality snowbone ginseng into his storage ring. Next, he extended his hand to grab the copper plate. A purple metal fan suddenly appeared just when Xiao Yan's hand was about to touch the copper plate. Subsequently, it swiftly pressed on the copper plate like a bolt of lightning as a clear sound was emitted. At the same time, a faint laugh was also slowly transmitted over. Coco, this copper plate has also caught my eye. Would you be willing to part with it? The smile on Xiao Yan's face was slowly withdrawn when the purple-colored fan appeared. A chill surged within his dark black eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138, Profound Xian Sect. Chapter 1138, Profound Xian Sect. Xiao Yan's eyes paused on the purple-colored metal fan. After which, he slowly turned his head. There was a white-clothed, young man with a warm smile behind the fan. However, this smile contained a sinister aura no matter how one looked at it. 3 old fellows stood close behind this white-clothed, young man. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the bodies of the 3 before they solidified. The 2 old men toward the back had a vast and mighty aura. Their strength should have reached that of 8-star Dou zones. On the other hand, the elder who was standing at the front caused Xiao Yan's heart to be surprised. Dou Zun. This elder appeared a little lazy. His hands were inserted into his sleeves, appearing similar to that of an ordinary old fellow. However, with Xiao Yan's sharp spiritual perception, he could sense that this person's strength had reached the Dou Zun class. The sudden intervention of the white-clothed young man had caused numerous surprised gazes to be thrown over from the surroundings. Surprise flashed across their eyes when they saw the 3 old men standing behind him. From the way the young man could bring along such a lineup, it seemed that the background of this group was quite strong. Cuckoo, this friend. I can pay you double the price that you have given over. However, can you give this copper plate to me? The white-clothed young man smiled at Xiao Yan. The purple-colored metal fan in his hand was tightly pinned against the copper plate. He did not show any signs of releasing it. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the white-clothed young man. A moment later, he slowly shook his head and faintly said, "No." After uttering those words, he curled both of his fingers and gently flicked at the purple-colored fan in a lightning-like manner. A hidden force suddenly erupted and shook the fan until it shifted aside. After which, Xiao Yan's hand moved like lightning and grabbed the copper plate. Xiao Yan's sudden attack caused the eyes of the white-clothed young man to turn slightly chilly. The young man's counterattack was not the least bit slow. His finger flicked his fan. With a puff sound, the purple-colored fan opened. The surface of the fan cut at Xiao Yan's hand like blades. That sharp aura cut the space itself until slight crack lines formed. Xiao Yan's expression did not change because of the white-clothed young man's vicious retaliation. Xiao Yan flicked his finger on the copper plate and suddenly swept it back. His finger turned into a palm, carrying a vast and mighty strength as it violently smashed into the purple-colored fan. Bang! A low and deep noise resounded over the floor. Under this palm, the purple-colored metal fan appeared to heavily press into the jade platform. Before the white-clothed young man could pull it back, a flying leg filled with strength swung toward the face of the white-clothed man like a hanging antelope's leg. The face of the white-clothed young man slightly sank when he saw the swinging leg of Xiao Yan, which was filled with strength. However, he could only release the metal fan at this moment. He took 2 continuous steps back before dodging Xiao Yan's leg. Brat, how presumptuous! The 2 elders behind the white-clothed young man, with 8-star Dou zone strengths, faces sank the moment the young man stepped back. They strode forward and appeared in front of the young man. Both of their hands were just like eagle claws as they grabbed toward Xiao Yan's shoulders. The 2 of them were just about to attack when the little fairy doctor in Tian Huazunjia slowly appeared in front of Xiao Yan in ghost-like fashions. The little fairy doctor coldly laughed. She flicked her finger and 2 wisps of grayish vapor shot out. Be careful! The lazy-looking elder, who had not intervened, expression changed in the face of these 2 wisps of ordinary-looking grayish vapor. Both of his hands were clenched and space itself distorted until it solidified. After which, it blocked the 2 wisps of grayish vapor. Although the grayish vapor was blocked, there was still a faint stench that entered the nostrils of the 2 old men. Immediately, the Dou Qi within their bodies fluctuated in a chaotic fashion. Their faces were shocked as they hurriedly stepped back, suppressing the uprising of the Dou Qi in their bodies as they did so. Why? Are you intending to snatch it by force? The little fairy doctor faintly asked. She glanced at the white-clothed young man and the old man, who had distorted space, after teaching the remaining 2 old fellows a lesson. The 2 old men were pulled back by the lazy-looking elder before they realized the situation in front of them. Some cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Although the 2 of them were quite strong, they were able to sense the frightening strength of the little fairy doctor and Tian Huazunjia. Therefore, the cries they were about to emit was forcefully swallowed by them. 2 Dou Zuns, this time around, they seemed to have kicked a metal plate. The white-clothed young man's eyes sank as he looked over the little fairy doctor and Tian Huazunjia. However, he suddenly smiled and said to Xiao Yan, I am Chen Xian from the Profound Xian sect. May I know your name? Profound Xian sect? A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind when he heard this name. Currently, he had an understanding of the factions within the Central Plains region. This so-called Profound Xian sect possessed a powerful reputation. It was not the least bit inferior to the Ice River Valley. Moreover, it even had traces of surpassing the Ice River Valley because behind this Profound Xian sect was the renowned Profound Sky sect. One of the 2 renowned sects on the continent. The factions across the Central Plains region were extremely complex. The so-called one hall, one tower, two sects, three valleys, four pavilions could not completely encompass all the factions on the Central Plains. The Central Plains was incomparably vast. There were quite a number of factions that kept a low profile. The strength these factions possessed was not much weaker than the ranked factions other than the Hall of Souls and Pill Tower. Some of these hidden factions, like the Gu clan, could not be underestimated by the Hall of Souls or the Pill Tower. There were three lower sects controlled by the Profound Sky sect. The continent called them the three lower sections. This Profound Xian sect was one of them. The strength of the Profound Xian sect was comparable to even a faction like the Ice River Valley. After all, even if one did not give the Profound Xian sect face, they would have to give the Profound Sky sect face. This ancient sect had been survived through the generations for thousands of years. Its foundation strength was frightening. I am just an unknown person of the younger generation. There is no need for you to pay any attention. I am the first to find this copper plate, and I do not have any intention of selling it for the time being. Although Xiao Yan knew that this Profound Xian sect was not an ordinary sect, Xiao Yan would not hand this copper plate to the other party because of it. He was not even afraid of the Hall of Souls, much less this Profound Xian sect. A faint gloominess flashed across Chen Xian's dark face when Xiao Yan spoke these unceremonious words. He immediately let out a cold laugh. His gaze turned to the sloppy, old man. Due to Xiao Yan having flicked the copper plate earlier, the copper plate had landed in the old man's hands. As long as you hand the copper plate to me, I will pay a price that is double his. A chill flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes in the face of Chen Xian's words, that suggested he was rich and powerful. This fellow was really someone who would want a mile if one gave him an inch. The sloppy, old man played with the copper plate in his hand. He looked at Xiao Yan and Chen Xian with some interest. A moment later, he finally smiled and tossed the copper plate to Xiao Yan in front of Chen Xian's eyes. He said, "Everything must be done in an orderly manner. The old me is not someone who would do anything for money. Since I have already accepted his thing, I will naturally not turn around and sell it to other people." A smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face after he received the copper plate. He cupped his hands to the sloppy, old man and smiled as he said, "Thank you, old mister." The sloppy old man waved his hand and said, "This is the territory of the Pill Tower. I really don't believe that anyone would dare behave atrociously here. Forget about the Profound Xian sect. Even if a member of the Profound Sky sect were to come here today, they would still have to keep themselves in check. An ugly expression flashed across Chen Xian's sinister face when he heard the words of the sloppy, old man. His eyes were ice cold as he stared at the old man. After which, he turned to Xiao Yan and slowly said, "An additional friend is equivalent to an additional path. Offending someone for something that you are unsure of is not reasonable." Xiao Yan smiled. He put the copper plate in his storage ring in front of Chen Xian. After which, he raised his head and looked at Chen Xian. He said, "I'm sorry. I think that I am not blessed to be a friend of yours. I also need this thing. However, if you have the patience to wait, I might give it to you for free once I study it." Xiao Yan once again cupped his hands to the sloppy, old man after speaking. Finally, he raised his foot and walked toward the stairs. Humph. Xiao Yan had just raised his foot when the two old men, who had just suffered some losses, shifted their bodies and blocked his path. The smile on Xiao Yan's face was slowly withdrawn after his path was blocked. Before he could open his mouth, two majestic auras slowly surged out of the little fairy doctors in Tian Huazunja's bodies like floodwater. "If you do not get lost in 3 breaths' time, you'll die." The little fairy doctor's grayish-purple eyes were dangerous as she stared at the two people blocking their path. Killing intent churned within her clear, cold voice. The many people on the top floor were attracted by the auras that had suddenly erupted. However, they were not surprised by the auras of the two Dozuns. All of those who could come to this floor had seen many great things. It was frequent for them to meet with elite Dozuns. Naturally, there was nothing for them to feel surprised about. The expressions of the two old men changed in the face of the frightening auras of the little fairy doctor in Tian Huazunja. Under this pressure, they reflexively backed off. This was because they could vaguely sense that if they were even a little slower, they might really end up lying here as two cold corpses today. Xiao Yan's dark black eyes faintly glanced at the two red-faced old men who had swiftly pulled back. After which, he turned his head and looked at Chen Xian by the side, who had narrowed his eyes. When their eyes met, Xiao Yan said, "Don't offend me. Otherwise, you will not leave this pill region alive. Trust me." After those words sounded, Xiao Yan ignored Chen Xian's face as it turned chilly. He turned around and walked to the stairs. The little fairy doctor, Tian Huazunja, and Yi Zhong by the side hurriedly followed. Chen Xian's eyes were dark and dense as he glared at the backs of Xiao Yan's group. Only when this group disappeared from his sight did the corner of his mouth part into a dark, icy cold smile. Old Xian, help me investigate this group of people. Coco, it is the first time that this young master has met anyone who would threaten me. How interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139, Spirit Nourishment Powder. Chapter 1139, Spirit Nourishment Powder. Xiao Yan's group successfully descended from the top floor. After crossing the final flight of steps, Xiao Yan finally stopped. He turned his head, watched the frowning Yizhong, and involuntarily smiled. He asked, "Is Elder Yizhong worried about that group?" Yizhong nodded his head with a bitter smile upon hearing this. He sighed, "The profound Xian sect is quite strong. It is unexpected that we have met them here. From the looks of the white-clothed man's guards, it is likely that he has quite a high position within the profound Xian sect. With the style of the profound Xian sect, where they take revenge for everything, it is likely that they will not simply let things be after we have offended them today." Xiao Yan faintly smiled and replied, "This is something that we have no choice over. You need not be overly concerned. I will receive any tactics he forms." The current Xiao Yan possessed the qualification to utter these words. With his current strength, he would not be afraid of anyone below the level of a Dozun if he completely erupted. Moreover, if he really went crazy and threw an extermination fire lotus, even an elite Dozun would have to temporarily seek shelter. Moreover, there were 2 genuine elite Dozuns currently beside him. This lineup and strength was sufficient to fight some top-tier faction. Although the profound Xian sect's background was tough, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to hand the copper plate to Chen Xian given his character. Since both parties would not back down, a conflict was bound to occur. Yizhong found that he was unable to say anything more after hearing Xiao Yan's words. After experiencing the matters from last time, he had been thinking that Xiao Yan possessed a powerful background behind him. Otherwise, how was it possible for him to force back a super-strong expert like Bing He? Xiao Yan was naturally unaware of what Yizhong was thinking. After descending the stairs, he took one lap around the second floor. Finally, he found the stall Xian Lan occupied. Xian Lan, who was bored waiting for a buyer to find her, was joyful when she saw Xiao Yan's group. She hurriedly stood up. "How is it?" Xiao Yan smiled and asked. "He, that old fellow has finally given in," Xian Lan laughed. After which, her pretty eyes turned to the red-robed elder, who was looking at them from a short distance away. "Are there any other gains?" Xiao Yan smiled. This old fellow failed to endure. "None. The 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine that you mentioned is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. I have asked quite a number of people from this place, but none of them have it." Xian Lan shook her head as she helplessly answered. Xiao Yan nodded. He was not surprised by this result. After all, the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine was indeed very rare. Moreover, this thing was something one needed to have when refining some high-tier medicinal pills. Even if some people own this thing, seldom would anyone be willing to trade it for other things. Xiao Yan got Xian Lan to pack up. After which, he turned around and walked to the red-robed old man, who had a bitter smile. Xiao Yan grinned at the old man and took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. "Don't say that I have caused you to suffer a loss. This is an elemental heart pill. I will use it to exchange for your blood essence demon fruit. You have gained more from this transaction." The bitter smile on the red-robed elder's face disappeared upon hearing that the pill Xiao Yan had taken out was the elemental heart pill. He curiously examined it before nodding in a satisfied manner. "If you have any more blood essence demon fruit, 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine, or snowbone ginseng, you can come to the Yi Manor in the north to look for me. I will take all of them. Moreover, the price I will offer will definitely be to your satisfaction." Xiao Yan randomly picked up the jade box from the crystal platform and touched the blood essence demon fruit in it. A creamy feeling spread from the tip of his finger. Only then did he nod his head and store the item in his storage ring. At the same time, he uttered those words with a smile. The red-robed old man also grinned and nodded upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. The elemental heart pill was of great help to an alchemist. Moreover, it was quite troublesome to refine it. Even some alchemists who had reached the middle grade of the 7th tier had a low chance of success when refining this medicinal pill. This was why the elemental heart pill was so expensive. The old man had indeed gained more by using this medicinal ingredient to exchange for an elemental heart pill. Xiao Yan did not continue to stay after informing the red-robed old man. He led his group to the stairs and descended them before leaving the alchemist trade fair. After which, they hurried back to the Yi Manor. Xiao Yan anxiously got Yizhong and the rest to shut the manor's door after having returned to the Yi Manor. He led Tian Huazunjia and the little fairy doctor into a room after that. The three of them surrounded a table within a room. That strange copper plate they had obtained earlier sat on the table. The copper plate was pale yellow in color. Many curly earthworm-like, green rust covered the surface. This copper rust had eroded and covered some of the drawings on the copper plate. Old Mr. Yao, are you certain this thing is worth as much as the elemental heart pill's medicinal formula? Xiao Yan stared at this copper plate that could not appear any more ordinary. He had already used various methods on it. Even the drawings on the copper plate had been carefully copied by him. However, he was still unable to obtain even the least bit of information from the copper plate. Tian Huazunjia smiled as he watched Xiao Yan, who had ended up empty-handed despite using various tactics. He let out 2 bursts of laughter and purposefully said in an unfathomable manner, "Lad, if it is so easy to undo the secret on it, do you think that you would have the chance to enjoy its benefits?" Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he heard Tian Huazunjia's words. He said, "In that case, can old Mr. Yao please tell me just how great this thing is?" Tian Huazunjia smiled in a pleased manner upon hearing Xiao Yan's tone. He extended his hand and took the copper plate. After which, he placed it in his hand, tilted it to the fire lamp, and waved it at Xiao Yan. "Have you discovered anything?" Xiao Yan carefully studied this copper plate. He could clearly see the twisting earthworm-like rust under the reflection of the light. He helplessly shook his head and said, "Old Mr. Yao, please don't keep us guessing." "How impatient." Tian Huazunjia shook his head. He curled his finger and a thread of Dou Qi agglomerated at the tip. It transformed into a tiny Dou Qi needle. After which, Tian Huazunjia controlled this extremely dense Dou Qi needle and carefully inserted it into the green-colored copper rust on the surface of the copper plate. Under Tian Huazunjia's careful removal, the green-colored copper dust began to slowly fall and land on the surface of the table. Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor watched what Tian Huazunjia did. They faced each other. Both of them were at a loss. Tian Huazunjia ignored these 2 lost sheep. He spent nearly half an hour before he had removed the green-colored rust from the copper plate. Just when Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor thought that Tian Huazunjia was about to explain the mystery of the copper plate, Tian Huazunjia randomly tossed the copper plate aside in front of their stunned gazes. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched when he saw what Tian Huazunjia did. Xiao Yan really did not understand what he was playing at. "Ugh, the 2 of you might be quite strong, but your experience is indeed lacking." Tian Huazunjia raised his head and helplessly shook his head when he saw the expressions of the other 2. After which, he curled his palm and a suction force was emitted. The green-colored copper rust was pulled into his palm. After which, it agglomerated into a thumb-sized green-colored ball. The true secret does not lie with the copper plate. Instead, it lies with this inconspicuous copper rust. How can you only use common sense to deduce an item from ancient times? Tian Huazunjia flicked his finger and tossed the green-colored copper rust to Xiao Yan. He said, "Use the heavenly flame to burn it. I also wish to see what exactly is inside." Xiao Yan carefully received the green copper ball. He glanced over it before summoning a cluster of jade-green flames with a somewhat doubtful attitude. After which, he swept the green-colored copper ball into the flame. After this burning, Xiao Yan finally discovered some of the unique aspects of this copper rust. He found that this copper ball did not show any traces of melting regardless of how high the temperature of the jade-green flame was. "There is indeed something here," Xiao Yan quietly and joyfully cried out in his heart. He hurriedly raised the temperature. This continued for over 10 minutes before the green-colored copper ball finally began to show signs of melting. With the increase of the melting of the copper ball, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered a gradual change in the green color on the copper ball. Tiny pieces of yellow dust quietly fell from the melting copper a little at a time. Finally, they remained suspended within the flame. They flickered just like spirits, hinting like they were filled with a dense spirituality. The faint yellow dust specks gradually fell. After around 2 minutes, they ceased falling. That copper ball disappeared the instant after all the dust fell. Following the annihilation of the copper ball, 5 pieces of pale yellow dust remained suspended within the flame. They flickered and seemed to be filled with a spiritual luster. There were no other changes no matter how the flame burned. This is. Xiao Yan's eyes were startled when he saw the 5 pale yellow specks of dust within the flame. He felt a little lost. They were clearly not things he recognized. After being at a loss for a moment, Xiao Yan's eyes slid to Tian Huazunjia beside him. However, Xiao Yan saw that he was deep in thought. It was only a long while later before Tian Huazunjia slowly exhaled and said in a gruff voice, "If I have guessed correctly, these things should be something that only existed during ancient times. Spirit nourishment powder. It is correct to trust the old me." Little fellow, if you compare this thing to a tier 7 middle grade medicinal formula, you are the one has gained a great deal. Spirit nourishment powder? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows as he watched Tian Huazunja's expression suddenly become joyful. His mouth softly muttered some words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140, Anonymous Word Formula. Chapter 1140, Anonymous Word Formula. What is the use of this spirit nourishment powder? Xiao Yan's eyes were shining as he looked at the 5 tiny pale yellow specks of dust within the room. He licked his mouth and inquired. Tian Huazunja fondled his beard. He mused for a moment before slowly replying, "This spirit nourishment power was quite renowned even during the ancient times. It is not only an item one must have in order to refine medicinal pills tier 8 and above, but it is also able to nourish one's soul if the dust merges with the soul, gradually strengthening the spirituality of one's soul. From there, one could step into that so-called soul state." Joy surged into Xiao Yan's eyes the moment he heard Tian Huazunja's words. It seemed that these inconspicuous little things hid great ability. During ancient times, some of the alchemists who had touched the soul state would try their best to obtain this spirit nourishment powder. This thing is just like a magnet that attracts spirituality. If it merges with one's soul, it would enable the soul to fill with spirituality without one realizing it. Moreover, it also possesses a good catalytic effect when it comes to some unique conditions where one would gain an understanding. Tian Huazunja smiled and replied. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. The joy in his eyes was difficult to hide. He really did not take a loss from this transaction. The value of this so-called spirit nourishment powder was indeed far from what the medicinal formula for the elemental heart pill could compare with. Moreover, the thing that surprised him was that this powder could strengthen the spirituality of one's soul. The soul state required the soul to be able to bestow a medicinal pill with spirituality. However, the precondition of this effect was that one's soul must be filled with sufficient spirituality. Nevertheless, if one did not have a special method to train one's soul, one would not be able to sense this so-called spirituality. Moreover, this kind of soul training method had completely disappeared after a countless number of years of history. Hence, one could only borrow the help of external items or lucky encounters in order to enter a mysterious condition and raise the spirituality of one's soul. Similar to the 2 previous experiences that Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, this kind of condition was something that one could luckily encounter, but not attempt to seek out. Naturally, one could not enter it just because one wanted to. Hence, this kind of mysterious item, that could strengthen the spirituality within one's soul, had become exceptionally rare and precious in this era. Only a small number of tier 8 alchemists are able to refine this kind of spirit nourishment powder after learning how to refine it. However, I think that the refining method of the spirit nourishment powder has already been lost. Tian Huazunja's eyes were a little curious as he stared at the shiny powder within the flame. I have only seen such a thing in some ancient books and have never personally seen it. If you wish to refine a tier 8 medicinal pill in the future, the chances of success will be significantly raised if you add this spirit nourishment powder into it. After the refinement, the pill will be even purer than other tier 8 medicinal pills. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's face after he had listened to Tian Huazunja's words. It was the first time that he had heard that one needed to add this so-called spirit nourishment powder when refining a tier 8 medicinal pill. Cook, the secret of this thing can be considered to have been broken, and the old me can be considered to have finished my task. Otherwise, you will end up nagging my ear saying that I have caused you to lose a medicinal formula. Tian Huazunja smiled after seeing Xiao Yan's face. After which, he stood up and said, "It is already getting quite late, and you should rest early. Tomorrow is the so-called 5 Great Clan test. Do not tarry. That old fellow Yi Zhong has placed all of his hope on you." Tian Huazunja turned around and left after speaking. The little fairy doctor also said something to Xiao Yan. She briefly hesitated before slowly leaving. Xiao Yan smiled as he watched the 2 of them leave the room. His eyes turned back to the 5 pale yellow pieces of dust within the flame in front of him. After musing for a moment, he finally could not resist beckoning with his hand. A soul nourishment powder escaped from Xiao Yan's flame and remained suspended in front of him. Xiao Yan slowly shut both of his eyes after staring at this spirit nourishment powder. While his eyes were shut, a suction force suddenly surged out. This suction force caused the shiny, pale yellow speck to transform into a tiny ray of light that shot into Xiao Yan's forehead before it finally disappeared. Xiao Yan's body intensely trembled when this powder merged with his forehead. His face suddenly tightened as waves of faint pain were emitted from his head. Xiao Yan frowned. He endured the faint pain he felt. Based on his senses, the spirit nourishment powder was like a bullet as it ruthlessly attacked his soul before penetrating through it. Fortunately, this kind of pain did not last for long before it gradually disappeared. Xiao Yan only sighed in relief after feeling that the pain gradually disappeared. However, he had just sighed in relief when he suddenly sensed his surroundings form a strange fluctuation. Threads of a faint, unusual flow seeped from this fluctuation before slowly invading his forehead. After this unusual flow entered his body, Xiao Yan immediately felt a wild joy. He sensed the spiritual aura contained in his soul begin to grow at an extremely slow pace. It is actually spiritual aura? Xiao Yan had thought of all methods to increase the spiritual aura within his soul, but he had failed to increase his soul by even a little. However, with this spirit nourishment powder, spiritual aura, which could not be improved by relying on an ordinary method, could be extracted by him and merged with his soul. Xiao Yan felt a wild joy as he sensed the strengthening spiritual aura within his soul. It was a long while later before he gradually focused his mind. After he calmed down, a pale yellow dust of light vaguely appeared in his mind. An unusual suction force was being emitted from it. This kind of suction force was weak, but it appeared to possess a kind of strange strength that extracted spiritual energy, which many experts could do nothing about, from the surroundings. The seemingly chaotic spiritual aura slowly seeped out of the space around. It continuously entered through the space between Xiao Yan's brows. This spiritual aura absorption continued for nearly 3 hours before the glow and suction force emitted by the pale yellow dust gradually weakened. Clearly, this kind of spirit nourishment powder was unable to last for long. The glow emitted by this light particle dimmed. A long while later, a slight crack suddenly sounded within Xiao Yan's head. The spirit nourishment powder cracked apart and that strange suction force came to a halt. The surrounding spiritual aura immediately disappeared. It was futile regardless of how Xiao Yan tried to suck it in. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed upon sensing this change. However, just when he was about to withdraw from this condition, feeling helpless, the spirit nourishment powder, which was about to disappear from his mind, suddenly unleashed an intense glow. Even Xiao Yan's soul felt an intense pain under this glow. The intense pain gradually subsided. While Xiao Yan was still feeling panicked, an extremely vague, elderly mumble was emitted from where the light erupted. The limit of soul, shut the heavenly spirit, absorb the spirit forge, the soul. The indistinct elderly voice softly resounded in Xiao Yan's mind. It appeared just like sacred words, causing one to gain a trance-like feeling. The trance-like feeling did not cause Xiao Yan to become absent-minded. Although the elderly voice in his mind was unclear, he still tried to remember as much as possible. This elderly voice resounded 3 times before it completely scattered. Xiao Yan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. There was an expression of contemplation on his face. It is rumored that some experts are able to leave behind a spiritual imprint on certain items. If I have guessed correctly, that elderly voice from earlier should have been left behind by an expert from the ancient times. However, due to the great amount of time that has passed, the voice has become indistinct, Xiao Yan softly muttered to himself. The limit of soul, shut the heavenly spirit, absorb the spirit forge, the soul. Xiao Yan frowned and softly muttered. A moment later, he thought, it seems to be a kind of word formula. However, it is clearly incomplete. I wonder what it is used for. Xiao Yan mused for a moment to no avail. He could not help but helplessly shake his head. After which, he stored the 4 remaining pieces of spirit nourishment powder into his strong ring. The effect of this thing, being able to absorb the spiritual aura, was too important to Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, it could only last a very short period of time. He could not afford to squander them. Hence, he could not easily use it. After all, he might need these things to increase his chance of success when he refined medicinal pills in the future. Xiao Yan softly sighed as he sat cross-legged on the bed. After which, he slowly shut his eyes. His mouth also moved slightly while he did so. If one were to carefully listen, one would discover that Xiao Yan was whispering the word formula he had obtained from the spirit nourishment powder earlier. A low and indistinct sound slowly resounded around the room. This continued for half an hour before the calm interior of the room finally began to form an unusual ripple. Swoosh! Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened when that ripple was formed. His face was filled with shock. An instant earlier, he had sensed the presence of spiritual aura within his surroundings. This kind of thing had only happened twice to him when he had entered the strange conditions before. However, Xiao Yan was certain that he had not entered that kind condition earlier. Xiao Yan tightly knit his brows. A moment later, he suddenly clenched his hand. A glaring glint erupted within his dark black eyes. Is this because of that word formula? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141, Absorption. Chapter 1141, Absorption. Xiao Yan's eyes were fiery hot as he observed the room where the fluctuation had formed earlier. Shock and joy was difficult to hide on his face. He had clearly sensed the existence of the spiritual aura when he entered his training state earlier. Spiritual aura was a kind of extremely mysterious energy. It did not possess the might of Dou Qi, but it was a great nourishment to one's soul. However, spiritual aura seemed to be mixed in everything and was extremely difficult to sense. During ancient times, alchemists were able to sense spiritual aura's existence and absorb it due to them possessing some special soul skills. However, in this era, the mysterious soul skills had completely disappeared. There were few alchemists who knew how to sense spiritual aura and absorb it. Xiao Yan had tried an unknown number of methods in order to sense spiritual aura. However, his efforts were futile with the exception of his entries into those mysterious states, which had caused him to feel quite helpless. Spiritual aura was really a great luxury to the alchemists of this era. The joy on Xiao Yan's face was gradually withdrawn. He suppressed the fluctuations within his heart and once again slowly sank into his mind. He continuously chanted the word formula he had obtained from the spirit nourishment powder. Xiao Yan shut his eyes and continued chanting for half an hour. The quiet space within the room finally began to show signs of a slight fluctuation once again. The fluctuation did not cause Xiao Yan to feel overly shocked this time around. From his senses, he was able to tell that threads of extremely tiny, chaotic flows had suddenly appeared in this empty space that was filled with natural energy. These flows were hidden very deep and were covered by dense natural energy. If not for the word formula, Xiao Yan would not have been able to detect the flows. Are these spiritual auras? Xiao Yan's mind focused on these faint flows. A moment later, he began to understand something. These kinds of spiritual auras were extremely faint, and they were very weak. Even if they were occasionally absorbed into one's body, they would be crushed by the surrounding natural energy during circulation. No wonder there were very few people who could sense the existence of spiritual auras. Xiao Yan felt joy within his heart as he sensed the existence of spiritual auras for the first time under his normal training condition. If he managed to successfully absorb these spiritual auras, his soul would sooner or later advance to the soul state after being gradually filled by these spiritual auras. At that time, his alchemist level would definitely be able to advance to the 8th tier guru stage. The 7th tier was the grandmaster stage, the 8th tier was the guru stage. The difference between these tiers was one that was extremely difficult to overcome. If Xiao Yan were able to successfully advance to the 8th tier, even those super strong elite Dozuns would treat him politely. With this status, Xiao Yan clearly understood the treatment he would receive even from Xun Er's clan would definitely not be poor. After all, a tier 8 alchemist was quite a rare existence even on the Dou Qi continent. In order to obtain a tier 8 medicinal pill, some experts of the Dozun class would be willing to lower themselves to act as a bodyguard for someone. This was something that one did not even need to mention. A fiery heart rose within Xiao Yan's heart as the various benefits and treatments he would receive after advancing to the 8th tier flashed across his heart. He hurriedly calmed his heart. After which, he was suddenly stunned. The reason why he was stunned was because Xiao Yan had suddenly discovered that he did not possess a method to absorb the spiritual auras. That anonymous word formula had given him the ability to sense spiritual auras, but did not teach him the method to absorb them. A spiritual aura was not like natural energy where one could randomly absorb it. A spiritual aura was extremely fragile. Even the slightest pressure would cause it to disappear. If one did not possess a special method to extract the spiritual aura from the great amount of natural energy, it was impossible for one to successfully absorb it. Xiao Yan sat in a stunned silence like a fool. At that moment, he felt as though he wanted to cry, but tears would not come out. He had managed to sense the existence of spiritual auras after much difficulty. In the end, he discovered that he was unable to absorb them. It was just like he had discovered a treasury that was filled with gold, only to end up discovering that the treasury was locked when he got there. He could only look at it from the door, but could not put the gold into his bag. Ugh, there is still more to this word formula. This part that I have learned is only a small portion of it. Xiao Yan finally recovered after a while. He bitterly smiled, shook his head, and lamented. Xiao Yan sighed. He was dull for a moment before he finally violently clenched his teeth. Everything was always difficult in the beginning. He had already endured through this most difficult beginning. How could he be unable to resolve the subsequent problems? Since he did not have a method to absorb it, he would use the stupidest method. Absorption through swallowing. Xiao Yan once again entered the training condition after having made up his mind. After which, he widened his mouth and violently absorbed the natural energy mixed with spiritual auras into his body. Before Xiao Yan had the time to control this energy that had just entered his body, the wisps of weak spiritual auras mixed in with the energy were like porcelain vases. With a clang the whips was pressed until nothing was left before disappearing. The first failure did not exceed Xiao Yan's expectations. It would really be strange if he managed to succeed at such a thing the first time around. After refining the natural energy that he had absorbed into his body, into Dou Qi, which merged into his body, Xiao Yan once again sucked in another cluster of natural energy. This time around, he isolated the wisps of spiritual auras mixed within the energy with lightning-like speed the moment it entered his body. Subsequently, he carefully removed the energy around the spiritual auras a little at a time, much like removing the silk from a cocoon. This was a task that really tested Xiao Yan's ability to control his mind. With Xiao Yan's current control ability, he only managed to remove finger-sized wisp of a faint spiritual aura from the energy after having failed over 20 times. Xiao Yan sighed in relief, appearing as though he had been relieved of a great burden. He looked at the spiritual aura he had managed to obtain after spending over an hour. Fortunately, he was able to sense the position of the spiritual aura by relying on this anonymous word formula. Otherwise, this kind of stripping method would definitely not work. Moreover, even with this being the case, he had spent a little too much time. However, Xiao Yan understood that once he practiced until he was familiar with the method, he should be able to increase the output. Although it would not be comparable to using an orthodox absorption method, it would, at the very least, enable his soul to fill with spirituality. Reaching the soul state and breaking through to a Tier 8 alchemist was only a matter of time. Xiao Yan's mind carefully controlled this tiny wisp of spiritual aura and gradually shifted it up. After which, it entered the spot between his eyebrows. Xiao Yan immediately felt a cooling feeling being transmitted from his mind after this wisp of spiritual aura entered the spot between his eyebrows. His heart was quickly filled with joy. He understood that this was a phenomenon that would only occur after the spiritual aura within his soul grew. Clearly, this method of his might be clumsy, but at least it did something. Regardless of what the case was, it was, at the very least, better than having gained nothing. It is indeed difficult without any orthodox training methods. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a bitter laugh when this wisp of spiritual aura entered his soul. Just this single wisp of spiritual aura had exhausted 1 hour of his time. The effort he had put in and the reward he had obtained were not even. However, he did not have any other solution at this moment. After all, regardless of how small it was still something. If other Tier 7 high-grade alchemists were aware that he was able to absorb spiritual aura, it was likely that their eyes would turn red from envy. This was the case even if it was only a tiny wisp of spiritual aura. After comforting himself in his heart, Xiao Yan sighed, and he once again focused his mind, entering his training state. Next, he began the incomparably difficult and complicated task of extracting spiritual aura. An entire night swiftly flowed by amid Xiao Yan's tireless training. Xiao Yan, who was seated on a bed, finally opened his eyes when the first rays of morning light landed in his room. His dark black eyes appeared to have gained an exceptional sparkle. After an entire night's effort, Xiao Yan had successfully absorbed 8 wisps of spiritual aura. This was a result that he had only obtained after he had become familiar with the method toward the end of the night, reducing a significant amount of time in the process. The absorption of 8 wisps of spiritual aura caused the spiritual aura within Xiao Yan's soul to fill. Hence, a night of exhaustion not only did not cause Xiao Yan to feel the least bit tired but had instead gave him a kind of extremely refreshed feeling. It did not lose to the refreshness of training for an entire night. Xiao Yan let out a long breath and leaped down from his bed. He was quite satisfied with the results of the night. Although the effect of this night could not be compared with that of him having entered a unique state, it won in terms of being long-lasting. As long as Xiao Yan desired it, he would be able to absorb spiritual auras anytime he wished. Based on this speed, reaching a Tier 8 alchemist was only a matter of time. After arranging his clothes, Xiao Yan, who felt refreshed, pushed the door open and exited the room. He saw Yi Zhong, the little fairy doctor, and the rest were already waiting for him in the courtyard when he exited the room. Yi Zhong hurriedly raised his head when the room's door opened. Only after seeing that Xiao Yan's condition was excellent did he sigh in relief. Xiao Yan smiled to the group. He was naturally aware of Yi Zhong's anxiety. Today was the day of the so-called 5 Great Clan test. The test today would determine the fate of the Yi clan in the future. Everything rested on Xiao Yan's shoulders alone. One could even say that the life and death of all the members of the Yi clan were held in Xiao Yan's hand, but... Mr. Xiao Yan, are you prepared? Yi Zhong cupped his hands together and respectfully asked. He clearly understood that today was the day that the Yi clan's fate would be determined. Xiao Yan slowly nodded as he looked at the elderly face of Yi Zhong. He inhaled a deep breath of air and took the lead, walking out of the Yi manor. This relaxed laughter caused Yi Zhong's tensed heart to slightly relax. Let's go. Today, I shall meet these so-called 5 great clans and see just what abilities they have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142, Gathering of the Five Great Clans. Chapter 1142, Gathering of the Five Great Clans. The location of the Five Great Clan test was in a special hall within the inner part of Holy Pill City. This was an exclusive place where all the clan tests over the generations happened. This place had been built by the Pill Tower. From this, one could tell how greatly the Pill Tower valued this test of the Five Great Clans. This kind of test was not conducted secretly. Instead, it was semi-open to outsiders. Some people with sufficient qualifications and strength would hurry over to this place before the test began. The position of the Five Great Clans was always watched by a countless number of people because everyone knew that this was a shortcut to enter the upper echelons of the Pill Tower. As long as one climbed this large tree known as the Pill Tower, one's strength and reputation would soar overnight. Currently, the Yi clan's position among the Five Great Clans was precarious. If it failed to pass the test this time around, it would lose its position among the Five Great Clans. Once the Yi clan lost its position, other factions, who had already been eyeing their spot, would come swarming in all at once. Hence, many factions, who wanted to get into the upper echelons of the Pill Tower, paid great attention to this Five Great Clan test. Xiao Yan's group followed Yi Zhong to the front of an extremely grand examination venue that occupied a vast amount of land. They discovered that this place was already packed with black masses of human heads. Occasionally, there would be groups of people, who appeared to have a strong background, passing through the tight defense of the hall's entrance. They would successfully enter the hall. Let's go. Yi Zhong looked at this enormous examination hall. His fists trembled under his sleeves. This place had etched deep memories into his mind. Each test would make him feel humiliated. Yi Zhong took the lead to walk to the entrance of the hall after uttering those words. Xiao Yan's group followed close behind. Yi Zhong's group, which had suddenly walked forward, was naturally quick to attract the attention of the crowd around. Numerous gazes immediately shot over. Private conversations erupted outside of the hall when they saw the clan badge on the chest of Yi Zhong's group. Quick, look! They are members from the Yi clan. If they fail again this time around, it is likely that they will fall from being one of the Five Great Clans. Once they lose the protection of the Pill Tower, it is likely that the Yi clan will no longer have an easy time. Ugh, that's right. Back then, the Yi clan was so grand. Only the Dan clan among the Five Great Clans was able to compare with it. Unfortunately, now, luck changes over time. A bitterness surfaced in Yi Zhong's eyes when he heard the conversations of those around. The decline of the Yi clan was undoubtedly the greatest blow to him. He had put in everything for the return of the Yi clan. Now, he had even placed all his hope on Xiao Yan. If the Yi clan failed again, it would be finished. Yi Zhong's group successfully arrived at the entrance of the hall in front of many gazes. The many guards at the entrance glanced at the Yi clan's badge on the chest of Yi Zhong's group in an indifferent manner. There was faint ridicule in their eyes. The failure of the Yi clan during these years was a humiliation that was difficult to wash away. Although their hearts mocked the Yi clan, these guards did not dare to publicly make things difficult for them. They randomly waved their hands, moved their bodies out of the way, and allowed the group to pass. At the same time, they cried to the interior of the hall. The Yi clan has arrived. Yi Zhong was expressionless, appearing as though he had not sensed the disdain from the guards. He led Xiao Yan's group. They slowly entered before disappearing from the sight of the countless numbers of eyes outside. After entering the large hall, a warm light scattered down. Xiao Yan sensed that there were numerous gazes containing various emotions being shot over from the hall as the light appeared on their bodies. Xiao Yan gently lifted his eyes and swept them over the interior of the hall. At this moment, there were quite a number of human figures seated on the surrounding seats of the hall. The surprising thing was that most of these people's auras were quite strong. Clearly, they came from some factions or clans that were quite powerful. Yi Zhong did not bother with the various gazes coming from all directions. He was aware that most of these people were anticipating the Yi clan to fail the test, giving an extremely good spot to them. The seats right at the front belong to the Dan, Zhao, Bai, Shou clans, the four great clans. Yi Zhong led Xiao Yan's group to the seats for the Yi clan as he softly informed them. Xiao Yan's eyes looked over after hearing this. He did indeed see 4 seats at the front of the large hall. However, there were only members from 3 clans currently sitting there. From the badges on their clothes, they should be the Dan, Bai, and Shou clans. Xiao Yan's eyes first paused on the Dan clan, which kept the lowest profile. After which, his eyes suddenly stilled. A gasp was uttered from his mouth because he saw a lovely, small familiar figure among the group from the Dan clan. That figure was the strange, young lady Xiao Yan had met back then at the branch tower when he was taking the alchemist test. The lady also turned her head after appearing to have sensed something when Xiao Yan looked over. Her gaze collided with Xiao Yan for a moment before she hurriedly turned away. She appeared quite timid. This girl is a little unfamiliar. However, by being able to stand in that spot, it is likely that her position within the Dan clan is quite high. Yi Zhong's eyes also paused on the young lady. He frowned before turning his gaze to look at a blue-clothed man beside her. His expression changed as he softly uttered, Dan Xian. It is unexpected that he has come. Looks like he is going to represent the Dan clan in the test this time around. Ugh. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced over after hearing Yi Zhong's worried words. There was a tall, blue-clothed, young man standing beside the young lady. This man's appearance was handsome, and his brows revealed a gentleness. However, this kind of gentleness was clearly only meant for the young lady beside him. Even though this was the case, it caused the blue-clothed man to appear gentle and refined. Dan Xian. Xiao Yan mumbled the name in his mouth. Coincidentally, the blue-clothed man also turned his head over. He exchanged glances with Xiao Yan before giving him a warm smile. This person is extremely talented in regards to pill refinement. He could be considered one of the top even within the Dan clan, and he is much stronger compared to Chao Dan from the Chao clan. It is likely that the only one who can suppress him within the Chao clan is that witch. If he is participating this time around, he will definitely rank among the top 3. Xiao Yan slowly nodded while he listened to Yi Zhong's soft voice. He was about to speak when he sensed some icy cold eyes. Immediately, he turned his head, only to discover that these gazes were shot over from the Bai clan seats. That old woman, who had been taught a lesson by Xiao Yan that day, was viciously staring at him from the seats of the Bai clan. Her expression made it seem as though she hated him. She seemed to feel the desire to pounce over and eat him. Xiao Yan acted as though he did not see her vicious gaze. He turned his eyes and focused on a white-clothed man at the front of the Bai clan. This man's body was covered in a faint chill. His face was cold. An icy glint flashed when he turned his eyes, causing one to be afraid of looking at him. He is the most outstanding member of the younger generation in the Bai clan, Bai Ying. The Bai clan has indeed sent him, Yi Zhong sighed upon seeing the cold, stern white-clothed man. This Bai clan really did not intend to give the Yi clan a chance to turn things around. Xiao Yan tilted his head. He exchanged looks with Bai Ying for a while. The corner of their mouths were lifted into a hostile arc that was filled with a coldness. While the few of them were conversing, they arrived at the seats of the Yi clan. After which, the few of them took their seats. Compared to the thriving groups of the others, their side appeared somewhat shabby. That Dan Xian and Bai Ying have both stepped into the level of a Tier 7 middle-grade alchemist. They will definitely be powerful opponents. The Qiu clan is still fine. Theirs is only a Tier 7 low-grade alchemist and will not pose much of a threat. However, Yi Zhong's eyes looked to the Chao clan seats when he spoke until this point. Currently, this clan, which was flourishing within the Pill region, had yet to arrive. Who will the Chao clan send this time around? Chao Dan. Xiao Yan appeared to be aware of Yi Zhong's concern as he softly asked. There are 3 people within the Chao clan who are called the future pillars of the clan. Among them, the strongest is Chao Ying, the witch, while Chao Dan is the weakest. There is one person above Chao Dan called Chao Xiu. This Chao Xiu's pill refining talent cannot be compared with Chao Dan, but he wins in terms of being far calmer than Chao Dan. After becoming an adult, he left alone and headed out to train. After returning to the clan 7 years later, he had jumped to the 7th tier. Based on my guess, he should currently have reached the Tier 7 middle grade level. Chao Dan was defeated by your hands last time around. This time, the Chao clan will likely send out Chao Xiu. Yi Zhong analyzed the situation. Xiao Yan slowly nodded. This Chao clan was full of many talents. It was not without reason that it was able to possess such a reputation. At the very least, the Yi clan was much lousier when compared to them. The Chao clan has arrived. A loud, clear cry was suddenly transmitted from outside of the hall while Xiao Yan was sighing in his heart. After which, it continued to reverberate around the hall for some time. Waves of commotion sounded within the large hall when this cry appeared. Quite a number of factions, that had been sitting quietly, hurriedly stood up. Their faces were full of smiles. With the current position of the Chao clan, the clan was worthy of their bootlicking. Xiao Yan also turned his head over. His gaze landed on the entrance to the hall. The tightly shut door at that spot was slowly opened and a graceful figure walked in from the shadows with soft, slow steps. This graceful figure walked out of the shadows and appeared in the light. The atmosphere within the large hall instantly became sluggish because of this figure's appearance. This lady had a tall and lovely figure. She was wearing a black-colored dress that emitted traces of her cold and haughty demeanor. Her skin was like snow. Her long hair scattered randomly over her shoulders. Her face was thin, but was exceptionally exquisite, appearing just like a porcelain statue that made one feel a desire to fondle her admiringly. This lady stood at the entrance of the hall. She raised her eyes slightly. Her long eyes contained a slight laziness while emitting a trace of enchantment, causing her to appear exceptionally alluring. Quite a number of people within the hall had become absent-minded because of her enchanting figure. At the same time, the lady's long lips slowly lifted into a faint curl. The instant this arc was lifted, her thin and enchanting face was instantly filled with temptation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143, Start of the Test. Chapter 1143, Start of the Test. The black-clothed lady's lazy eyes slowly scanned the interior of the large hall. Anyone who was caught by her eyes would feel a fiery heat and fear rise in their hearts. This lady was really filled with temptation. However, behind this temptation was a greater bone-deep fear. The name of this lady was something that almost everyone seated in this place had heard of. The witch from the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan. One of the future potential successors for the giant heads of the Pill Tower. That first title might not be a resounding one, but it was sufficient to get a countless number of people to view her as a goddess high above them. A giant head of the Pill Tower. This was a position that possessed a great amount of authority across the entire continent. Anyone seated here would truly experience what kind of feeling a monstrous authority was. The Pill Tower was the holy ground in the hearts of all the alchemists on the continent. One could even unceremoniously say that the giant heads of the Pill Tower were the spiritual leaders in the hearts of a countless number of alchemists. The ability of the Pill Tower to gather people was something that did not even need mentioning. This kind of summoning ability was completely controlled by the desire of the giant heads of the Pill Tower. Xiao Yan, the most outstanding genius the Xiao clan had ever produced, was a personal disciple of one of the three giant heads of the Pill Tower. With the direction she was currently developing in, it was definitely possible for her to become a potential successor of one of the Pill Tower's giant heads a century later. Moreover, if she was lucky, she might even be able to remove the title of potential. At that time, she would be one of the few female giant heads ever since the Pill Tower had been established. The glaring blow over the head of this lady full of such great achievement was sufficient to cause everyone in the hall to look up to her. The black-clothed lady swept her eyes over the hall. She did not sweep her eyes over the others. Instead, her eyes paused on the seats of the Dan clan. Of course, her eyes did not stop on the warm and elegant Dan Xian. Instead, they were looking at the timid, young lady beside him. That young lady bunched her eyebrows together after having appeared to have sensed Xiao Ying's focus. Their eyes crossed each other before the young lady quickly moved her eyes away. An enchanting smile surfaced on Xiao Ying's face when she saw her look away. Xiao Ying shifted her footsteps and walked to the Xiao clan seats. The members of the Xiao clan followed close behind. Xiao Yan finally saw a familiar person among this group, Xiao Dan. At this moment, Xiao Dan was closely following behind Xiao Ying. His lowered eyes would occasionally drift to the alluring figure in front of him. There was a deeply hidden fondness within his eyes. Xiao Yan's gaze paused for a moment on Xiao Dan before it turned to another strongly built man. This person had a serious face. His eyebrows were quite thick, giving him a stern feeling. He was the only male from the Xiao clan who did not feel the least bit of pressure when standing behind Xiao Ying. I think that person should be Xiao Xiu, right? Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his eyes. These three people represented the top strength of the younger generation from the Xiao clan. Of course, if it was Xiao Ying, it was likely that even some of the older fellows from the Xiao clan would be eclipsed by her. This witch was really not someone an ordinary person could compare with. Xiao Ying led the Xiao clan and walked to their allocated seats in front of the many gazes within the large hall. Her footsteps slightly paused when she passed by the Dan clan. She turned her head. Her pretty eyes landed on the weak, young lady as she sweetly smiled. Sister Dan Chen, it has been a long time since we have last met. That young lady, who was called Dan Chen, merely lowered her chin in the face of Xiao Ying's greeting. She did not say much. It is unexpected that you have also come this time around. It is likely because of the pill gathering, right? Haha, the Dan clan has really put in quite a great amount of effort. Could it be that it is planning to embrace the champion spot of the pill gathering this time around? Xiao Ying covered her mouth and softly laughed. Dan Chen appeared just like a little girl under the cold and arrogant demeanor of Xiao Ying. She did not show the slightest attempt to verbally spar with Xiao Ying. Miss Xiao Ying must be joking. The champion of this season's pill gathering will definitely land in your hands. The other people don't have the qualification. Dan Xian, who was in front of Dan Chen, smiled and replied on her behalf. You really have a way with words. However, you can forget about getting me to lower my guard because of them. Xiao Ying was non-committal in the face of Dan Xian's words. Her pretty eyes stared at Dan Chen as she softly said, "But I really wish to know just how much stronger you were compared to back then after having not seen you for 2 years. That state. I wonder if you have completely stepped into it." Dan Chen no longer revealed a delicate appearance when someone mentioned something related to pill refinement. She appeared to have turned into another person. Her eyes were focused on Xiao Ying as she said, "I also wish to know." Xiao Ying was not the least bit surprised in the face of Dan Chen's sudden transformation. Instead, she laughed and gently nodded. She waved her sleeves, turned around, and walked toward the seats of the Qiao clan. Her footsteps did not even pause when she passed by the Yi clan along the way. She climbed her seat at the front and slowly sat down. Xiao Ying completely ignored the Yi clan, but that Xiao Dan suddenly paused his steps. He revealed a cold smile to Xiao Yan and said, "It is unexpected that you have really intervened in this matter." Xiao Yan raised his eyes, smiled, and ignored Xiao Dan. A chill flashed across Xiao Dan's face when he saw Xiao Yan completely disregard him. He was just about to let out a cold cry when that strongly built man extended a hand to stop him. That man glanced at Xiao Yan indifferently and said, "Let's move. What would it look like if you made a big fuss here?" Although Xiao Dan felt a little unwilling, he still nodded hearing Xiao Xiu's words. After which, he let out a cold snort and walked to the seats of the Qiao clan. "Are you that Xiao Yan? I have heard Xiao Dan mention you." That man stared at Xiao Yan before faintly speaking. Xiao Yan's eyes looked at this man with a swift and fierce body. Looking at his outer appearance, it was really difficult to tell that the other party was a high-tier alchemist. However, this person was indeed as Yi Zhong had described him. He appeared more mature and much calmer compared to Qiao Dan. "Xiao Xiu, one of the 3 great geniuses of the Qiao clan. You are quite well known," Xiao Yan smiled as replied. "Genius is not used to describe someone like me." Xiao Xiu's eyes stared at Xiao Yan. After which, he glanced at Yi Zhong and the others by Xiao Yan's side. He slowly said, "Your level is quite high, but it is likely extremely difficult for you to rescue the Yi clan. Hopefully, you will not end up pulling yourself into a quagmire. Thank you for your honest warning." Xiao Yan smiled as he thanked Xiao Xiu. Xiao Xiu nodded. He was unwilling to say anything more as he turned around and walked to the seats of the Qiao. This fellow is indeed not as simple as that impulsive Qiao Dan, who is simple-minded. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Xiu's back, stretched his lazy waist, and softly commented, "Xiao Xiu's pill refining talent is not better than Xiao Dan's talent. However, his achievements are greater than Xiao Dan's." Yi Zhong nodded inside. This person possesses a strong perseverance. The Qiao clan is indeed very lucky to possess both Xiao Ying and him. "Big brother, what is there for you and that fellow to talk about? You must help me take revenge this time around. As long as you can stop that brat from entering the top 3, the Yi clan will be finished." Xiao Dan looked at Xiao Xiu, who had sat beside him. Xiao Dan spoke with dissatisfaction. Xiao Xiu glanced at him. He faintly replied, "He is not a simple person. I am not surprised that he can beat you. He might really end up getting into the top 3 this time around. He is also a tier 7 middle-grade alchemist, and he has achieved this at such an age. Moreover, he does not possess the usual arrogance of a young person. Clearly, his mental state is good. It is indeed not surprising if he enters the top 3 in this test." Xiao Ying, who was sitting in the leader's spot, played with a round jade bead using her long, snow-white hand. She did not turn around when she heard the conversation between the two. All she did was randomly utter some words. Xiao Dan felt even more displeased upon hearing this. It seemed he was unhappy that these two had evaluated Xiao Yan so highly. However, he did not dare to comment on anything to Xiao Ying. Hence, he could only swallow the words in his mouth in a dispirited manner. The ground within the large hall suddenly began to shake after the members of the Qiao clan took their seats. The position of the 5 great clans shifted backwards like some mobile ground. In the blink of an eye, an extremely spacious open ground appeared in the middle of the hall. A white-haired, old man, who was filled with energy, slowly stepped out when the arena appeared. His eyes slowly swept over the hall as he smiled and said, "Since the 5 great clans have all arrived, the old me shall not say too much. This season's test will be conducted by me. No one has any objections, do they? Kuko, Elder Shang, with your status in the Pill Tower, who will dare to doubt you?" Only Xiao Ying replied with a lovely smile when the white-haired, old man laughed because this person's status was a little too high for quite a number of the people seated here. This elder is called Sheng Yao. He is one of the 8 great elders of the Pill Tower and possesses a large say within the Pill Tower. He could be described as a true upper echelon of the Pill Tower. Yi Zhong softly introduced him beside Xiao Yan's ear. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He had sensed a vague pressure the moment this white-haired, old man appeared. This kind of pressure originated from deep within his soul. Therefore, he understood that this white-haired, old man was not an ordinary person. You girl, there is no need for you to lick my boots. These old bones of mine cannot endure it, the white-haired, old man grinned. After which, he swung his eyes around the arena and said, "It is about time. The candidates for the 5 Great Clans test, please enter." The private conversations within the large hall became quiet after these words were uttered by the white-haired elder. Xiao Yan gentle inhaled a breath of air. His fist slowly tightened under his sleeves. He turned his head, only to see the anxious anticipation within the eyes of Yi Zhong and Xian Lun. "Big brother Xiao Yan, do your best." Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at Xian Lan's anxious, pretty face. A pride surged out of his heart. After which, he gently stood up in front of the eyes of the entire hall. It is finally about to begin. Whether or not the big boat of the collapsing Yi clan could be saved by Xiao Yan's strength would be decided today. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144, Soul Test. Chapter 1144, Soul Test. When Xiao Yan stood up from his seat, 4 other figures slowly stood up from the seats of the 4 other great clans. In an instant, the eyes of the people in hall gathered on the 5 of them. The candidates whom the Dan and Xiao clan had sent out did not exceed Yi Zhong's expectations. They were Chao Xiu and Dan Xian. The Bai clan was represented by the most outstanding person among the clan's younger generation, who was the man called Bai Ying. The Ke clan's candidate was a small man. Although Xiao Yan did not know who he was, it was likely that this person was not ordinary since he was capable enough to be sent out by the Qiu clan. Elder Chang in the arena slowly swept his eyes over the 5 people. After which, his eyes paused on Xiao Yan. This elder had been friendly with the Yi clan in the past. However, due to the decline of the Yi clan over the years, the Yi clan seldom came to Holy Pill City. Hence, their relationship had become a lot paler. Nevertheless, Elder Chang felt some pity for the Yi clan's predicament. He had once helped put in some good words. This had enabled the Yi clan gain its final chance of survival today. The candidates representing the various clans, please step into the arena. Xiao Yan and the rest slowly walked down in front of the eyes of the entire hall upon hearing Elder Chang's faint words. After which, they stood in the arena some distance apart while carrying some caution. Dan Xian from the Dan clan greets Elder Chang. Dan Xian stood straight as he cupped his hands to Elder Chang and respectfully greeted him. Chao Xiu from the Chao clan. Bai Ying from the Bai clan. Xiu Qi from the Qiu clan. Chao Xiu and the others cupped their hands together and greeted the elder after Dan Xian did. This Elder Chang was one of the 8 great elders of the Pill Tower. Their positions were far from what some ordinary elders could compare with. Even the 5 great clans treated him with respect. Xiao Yan, the representative from the Yi clan, greets Elder Chang. Although such a formality was useless, it was something that still needed to be done. Xiao Yan was not some young and inexperienced person. He would naturally not act arrogant and omit this courtesy. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when it immediately caused numerous surprised eyes to be thrown onto him. However, all those seated were well-informed people. They were vaguely aware of the relationship between Xiao Yan and the Yi clan. Hence, they did not appear too surprised. After all, this kind of test did not explicitly restrict the 5 clans from getting the help of outsiders. Xiao Yan this name is quite frequently heard recently. Elder Chang fondled his beard and laughed. He was naturally mentioning the matter of the Ice River Valley some time earlier, which had caused a big uproar. The soul-stirring battle that had erupted within Yi City had become one of the topics that was frequently talked about across the Pill region. It was merely some minor fight. How can it catch the great eyes of Elder Chang? Xiao Yan smiled and replied. How can it be a minor fight? You even dared to randomly attack someone from my Bai clan. Clearly, you look down on my Bai clan. Although the Ice River Valley cannot do anything to you, you should be aware that this is Holy Pill City, not that small Yi City. Bai Ying from the Bai clan by the side coldly laughed after Xiao Yan spoke. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal fashion in the face of Bai Ying's cold ridicule. He did not argue with him. Instead, he crossed his 10 fingers in front of him and acted as though he did not hear Bai Ying's provocation. Bai Ying coldly smiled upon seeing how Xiao Yan acted. He had also heard that Xiao Yan was a tier 7 middle-grade alchemist. However, this was not enough for him to be afraid of Xiao Yan. The tier 7 middle grade possessed a divide between the strong and the weak. He had already advanced to this level a year ago while Xiao Yan had just obtained the tier 7 middle grade badge a couple of days ago. Elder Chang did not hinder this kind of disharmonious atmosphere between the two. This kind of thing was commonplace and could not be considered special. He would let them randomly find fault with each other as long as they did not hinder the progress of the test. Since there is no problem, let the test today begin. Elder Chang slowly stepped back. An item covered by a black cloth was behind him. He extended his hand and pulled off the black cloth, revealing a stone tablet that was around 10 feet tall. Actually, it was not accurate to describe it as a stone tablet because this stone tablet was transparent, giving it a crystal-like appearance. Our test is divided into 3 sections. This first section is soul testing. It is common knowledge that the spirit is the most important foundation of an alchemist. Only with a powerful soul will one possess sufficient spiritual perception and spiritual control. Elder Chung pointed to the middle of the stone tablet. There was a circular smooth plate there. He said, each of you will insert your spiritual strength into this plate. It will test the value of your spirit. This value is called a soul value by the Pill Tower. As long as one soul value reaches above 400, one will have passed the test. The highest record during the soul value test of the 5 Great Clans examination is held by Xiao Yan. Back then, her soul value had reached 976. No one has broken it until now. Elder Chang's eyes turned to the leader's seat of the Qiao clan when he spoke until this point. A black-dressed Xiao Yan was supporting her cheek with one hand at that spot. Her other hand was playing with a round jade bead. Her casual and unconcerned manner did not change just because she had become the focus of the surrounding gazes. Since all of you know the rules, let's begin. Who will go first? Elder Chang withdrew his gaze and smiled as he asked Xiao Yan's group. The 5 of them fell into a silence after Elder Chang's voice sounded. A moment later, the man called Qiu Ji from the Qiu clan finally took the lead to step forward. After which, his hand gently touched the stone tablet. Both of his eyes were shut as spiritual strength moved along his hand and surged into it. Beep beep beeper dot. One could see the smooth mirror plate in the middle of the stone tablet suddenly emit a beeping sound after his spiritual strength was inserted into the stone tablet. After which, the blood-red number on it suddenly soared. This continued for around 10 seconds before it paused on the number 707 in front of numerous eyes. Qiu Ji finally released his hand after the number stabilized. He glanced at the number on the plate and sighed in relief. This number was already considered high. Some ordinary Tier 7 alchemist would not even be able to reach this number. Xiao Yan by the side fell deep into thought after looking at the number. He was able to sense that this Qiu Ji possessed a great spiritual strength. However, this final value was only 707. From this, he could vaguely sense how terrifying Xiao Yan was. After all, she had far exceeded this number 2 to 3 years ago. He wondered just what level the current her had reached. With this result, Qiu Ji slowly stepped back. After all, this number had far exceeded the passing mark. There was no longer a need for him to be worried about anything. Bai Ying closely followed after Qiu Ji stepped back. He coldly smiled as he glanced at Xiao Yan. Only then did he place his hand on the stone tablet. He inhaled a breath of air before his spiritual strength erupted from him. Beep beep beep. As Bai Ying's spiritual strength continued to pour out, the blood-red number on the plate swiftly began to soar. Within a couple of seconds, it had already reached 700. After which, it continued to beep. It stopped at the value of 785. Some private conversations broke out within the large hall when everyone saw the number on the stone tablet. The faces of the members of the Bai clan were filled with pride. The white-clothed woman, Xiao Yan had met when he was being tested for the tier badge at the branch tower, was currently looking at Bai Ying with a glint in her eyes. Elder Chang slowly nodded when he saw the number on the Nirvana plate. This result could already be considered to be among the top. This reputation of being the strongest among the younger generation of the Bai clan was really not some mere bragging. After Elder Chang pressed his hand against the empty air, the conversations within the hall finally began to stop. His eyes turned to Xiao Yan, Dan Xian, and Xiao Xiu as he smiled and said, "It's your turn." The 3 of them exchanged glances with one another upon hearing this. That Xiao Xiu smiled faintly and said, "Since the both of you choose to be the last, I shall be first to step forward and show my inadequacy." It should be noted that in Chinese culture saying that oneself is incompetent is considered humble, but it should not be taken at face value. After saying this, Xiao Xiu walked forward and slowly approached the stone tablet. He touched the tablet before his eyes opened wide and an extremely strong energy surged out of his body like a volcano erupting. Beep beep beep. After a surge of energy from Xiao Xiu's body, one could see the blood-red number on the plate swiftly begin to rise. Within the blink of an eye, it had broken past the 800 mark and finally came to a slow halt at the value of 846. Some shocked gasps appeared within the large hall as everyone looked at the soul value on the stone tablet. This value could already be considered very good among the Tier 7 middle grade level. "Both of you, it's your turn." Xiao Xiu slowly stepped back and spoke after turned his eyes to Dan Xian and Xiao Yan. Dan Xian slightly nodded upon hearing this. He gave Xiao Yan a faint warm smile before slowly stepping forward. Dan Xian had undoubtedly caused a countless number of eyes within the large hall to gather on him the moment he stepped forward. Chao Ying, who had been acting unconcerned, threw her pretty eyes over. Dan Xian was a renowned talent from the Dan clan. Many people knew that Dan Xian would be the successor of the Dan clan in the future. His ability and character caused him to possess such qualifications. Dan Xian stopped in front of the stone tablet in front of the many gazes. His hand was gently placed on the stone tablet, but his face did not reveal the slightest anxiety. Dan Xian's hand touched the stone tablet. He slowly shut his eyes and a majestic spiritual strength slowly surged out of his body. Even his surroundings had vaguely become distorted. This caused some surprise to flash across the eyes of Elder Chang by the side. His vast and mighty spiritual strength surged into the stone tablet. After which, a quick beeping sound once again resounded over the arena. The blood-red numbers on the plate began to swiftly soar at a speed that caused one's heart to race. The soaring number broke through the 700 mark in the blink of an eye. The next instant, it broke through 800. Only at this moment did its speed begin to slow. However, the number continued to slowly leap up. Finally, it broke through the peak of the 800 category amid sounds of people inhaling cool air. It finally stopped at the value of 903. The entire place was silent as everyone looked at the blood-red number on the plate. Numerous gazes filled with praise were shot onto Dan Xian. He was indeed worthy of being the next successor of the Dan clan, and he was indeed not someone that an ordinary person could compare with. Elder Chang smiled and nodded at this moment. Since Dan Xian was able to reach such a number, it was likely that he would advance to a Tier 7 high-grade alchemist very soon. Moreover, his young age was extremely commendable. In the future, he might even have the qualification to step into the guru realm. Surprise flashed across Chao Ying's pretty eyes from the Chao clan seats. The corner of her mouth was lifted into a faint arc. This Dan Xian was indeed quite strong. Although he was still a little lacking, he was considered quite outstanding when compared to others of similar age. The gasps of surprise continued for a while before gradually quieting. After which, everyone's eyes gathered onto the final figure. This was the last opportunity for the Yi clan. If Xiao Yan's final number failed to surpass Bai Ying's and enter the top 3, it was likely that the Yi clan would be finished. Yi Zhong's group was also anxiously watching Xiao Yan at this moment. If Xiao Yan failed to enter the top 3 on the first section, there was really no need to continue the subsequent tests. Xiao Ying slightly raised her eyes. Her enchanting, pretty eyes stared at Xiao Yan with great interest. She really wanted to know whether this fellow, who had some reputation, had the ability to save the Yi clan or if he was just acting calm. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a breath under the focus of all the eyes present. His expression was calm as he slowly stepped forward. After which, his hand gently pressed against the stone tablet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145, Stunning the 4 Others. Chapter 1145, Stunning the 4 Others. All gazes present gathered on Xiao Yan, who was slowly walking to the stone tablet. The testing of the few people earlier might be eye-catching, but the one everyone was anticipating was still Xiao Yan. This was because he was representing the Yi clan by taking this test. This first test would thus determine the fate of the Yi clan from now on. Whether or not they could stay a member of the 5 great clans would all be determined by this test. Xiao Dan's eyes were viciously staring at Xiao Yan's back. The corner of his mouth contained ridicule. If the Yi clan wished to pass this test, they would need to enter the top 3 in every segment. Currently, the first 3 places of this soul test were occupied by Dan Xian, Xiao Xiu, and Bai Ying. None of those 3 competitors were ordinary people. Xiao Dan did not believe that Xiao Yan really possessed such an ability. Xiao Yan's feet paused in front of the stone tablet under the focus of all the eyes present. He raised his hand and touched the stone tablet. The stone tablet was ice cold. It was as though he was touching a piece of ice. There was a slight piercing pain from the spot where his hand made contact with its surface. This kind of feeling appeared to penetrate deep into his soul, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Xiao Yan, the Yi clan must enter the top 3 if it wishes to pass this test. Currently, the one ranked 3rd is Bai Ying. His soul value has reached 785. Only if you surpass him will the Yi clan stand a chance. Elder Chang stared at Xiao Yan from beside the stone talisman. His expression was a little grave as he softly informed Xiao Yan. If the Yi clan were to fail this time around, it was likely that nice words put in on their behalf would not be able to prevent the Yi clan from being eliminated from the 5 great clans. Xiao Yan slowly nodded. He had a better understanding than anyone that he was currently controlling the fate of all the members of the Yi clan in his hands. Both of Xiao Yan's eyes were shut. His entire figure appeared to have instantly become silent. Even his breathing had weakened. Silence covered the interior of the hall. Not the slightest unusual sound appeared. The entire hall appeared to have been covered by a kind of faint pressurizing atmosphere. This kind of silence continued for around half a minute or so. Just when everyone within the hall were looking at each other, an unusually vast and mighty spiritual pressure slowly swept out of the body of the young man in front of the stone tablet, like a large dragon had just awoken. Bang! A deep, muffled sound erupted around Xiao Yan. At the same time, an invisible spiritual storm formed around his body. The space around him had become extremely distorted when this storm was formed. When this storm appeared, Elder Chang, who was closest to Xiao Yan, had a sudden change of expression. His body hurriedly pulled back, and his eyes stared intensely at the blurry figure within that distorted space. It was not the first time that he had seen such an unusual phenomenon occurring during the test of one's soul value. When Xiaoying had taken the test back then, she had also stirred such an unusual phenomenon. However, when compared to Xiao Yan, it seemed that the spiritual storm of hers back then was a little smaller. Dan Xian, Xiao Xiu, Bai Ying, and Xiao Ji in front of the stone tablet also experienced a change in expressions when they saw this unexpected change. They hurriedly took over 10 steps back. At the same time, their eyes were shocked as they stared at that figure, especially Bai Ying. His expression was exceptionally shocked. Never had he expected Xiao Yan to reach such a shocking level. The jade bead rotating in Xiao Ying's hand, while she sat on the Chao clan's seat, suddenly paused. Her temptation-filled eyes were focused on that blurry figure in front of the stone tablet. Her face finally revealed a surprised expression. She had actually misjudged this time around. Moreover, she did not expect this young man called Xiao Yan to hide his true abilities so deeply. The invisible spiritual storm stirred an uproar throughout the entire hall. It was a while before the storm finally weakened. Around a dozen plus seconds later, it finally completely disappeared. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew the hand in contact with the stone tablet after the spiritual storm scattered. After which, he turned his eyes to the plate in the middle of the stone tablet at the same time as everyone else. 1395. The blood-red number remained on the plate in a startling manner. That number caused the entire place to turn dead silent. Many eyes seemed to have solidified as they remained on the number without being able to shift away. The silence continued in the large hall for a moment before it was broken by numerous sounds of cold air being inhaled. Many eyes contained shock that was difficult to hide, as they looked at the somewhat skinny back of the figure in front of the stone tablet. 1395. This number was more than 300 points greater than the record Xiaoying had set back then. When Xiaoying had broken the record for the first time back then, she had been bestowed the title of witch, yet Xiao Yan had currently broken the record that she had left behind. Moreover, he had even tossed the record far behind him. This result was really shocking. Xiao Ying's eyes were also startled when she saw the blood-red number. Her eyes immediately landed on Xiao Yan with some interest. She softly laughed. Interesting, this Central Plains region does indeed have many hidden talents. I have never discovered someone like this in the past. Looks like the pill gathering will be extremely interesting this time around. Chao Dan, who was behind her, also stared at the stone tablet in a stunned manner. He only recovered a moment later. A jealousy inevitably flashed across his eyes when he heard the admiration and high regard suggested in Xiao Ying's tone. He clearly understood Xiao Ying's character. One could count the number of people from the same generation whom this extremely cold woman viewed seriously with one's hands. Moreover, he clearly understood that he had yet to attain that qualification. However, that Xiao Yan, whom he had mocked a couple of times, had reached this stage ahead of him. This was a blow that caused him to feel extremely terrible. Yi Zhong and Xan Lan in the Yi clan seats, who had tensed hearts, finally sighed in relief at this moment. The both of them appeared to have been relieved of a great burden. The result that Xiao Yan had obtained was too dazzling. It had even reached a kind of dreamlike stage. They never doubted Xiao Yan's abilities. At the same time, however, they did not expect him to break the record set by the witch from the Chao clan on the first test. The Yi clan is saved. Yi Zhong's excited hand slightly trembled. His various worries during this period of time had completely disappeared at this moment. He believed that with Xiao Yan's extraordinary abilities, it should not be too difficult for Xiao Yan to obtain at least a third place in the remaining two sections. Elder Chang by the side of the stone tablet was startled as he looked at the blood-red number. A moment later, he finally nodded. After which, his eyes looking at Xiao Yan had become unusually hot. 1395, other people might not be certain about what this number represented, but he clearly understood it. This represented that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already reached the Tier 7 high-grade level. Moreover, the most precious thing of all was Xiao Yan's age. By being able to reach the Tier 7 high-grade level at such an age, it was likely that only Qiao Ying among the younger generation could compare to him. In other words, the Pill Tower had discovered another demon-like genius after Qiao Ying. Of course, Elder Chang would naturally not think that Xiao Yan could really stand shoulder to shoulder with Qiao Ying. After all, that record was something that Qiao Ying had created 2 to 3 years ago. Today, it was likely that she had already reached an even more terrifying level. Xiao Yan's age was similar to hers. If one were to really compare them, it was likely that Qiao Ying was a little better. This was indeed the case based on common sense. However, how would he know that this current number was not Xiao Yan's full strength? One should always hold a little back in everything one does, leave oneself with some room to form tactics. Xiao Yan was used to doing this. Moreover, creating this result was also something that was beyond Xiao Yan's expectation. Although Xiao Yan did not anticipate it, he was able to understand why his soul value was this high. This was related to the spiritual aura within his soul. Although spiritual aura did not possess the great might of Dou Qi, it appeared to be able to cause the value of one's soul to be raised. If one alchemist had spiritual aura and another did not, the result of the test would definitely be vastly different even if they were of the same tier. Xiao Yan had quietly suppressed the spiritual storm when it had appeared earlier and prevented his spiritual strength from completely erupting. Ultimately, he believed that holding something back would provide him with the greatest guarantee of security. Haha, not bad, not bad. Elder Chang fondled his beard and laughed. From the looks of it, he appeared extremely excited. If he were to report this matter to the top, it was likely going to stir quite a large commotion. The soul test will end here. The person ranked first is naturally Xiao Yan, who represents the Yi clan. Additionally, I will also congratulate him for breaking the record. It is likely that this record of his will not be broken in any test for a very long period of time in the future, but... Everyone in the hall quietly let out a bitter laugh upon hearing Elder Chang's voice. This Yi clan was indeed like a 100-foot worm that refused to buckle. Even in a life-and-death situation, they were able to find such a terrifying helper. From Xiao Yan's performance, it was likely not going to be a problem for Xiao Yan to enter the top 3 in the 2 subsequent tests. As long as they passed this test, the Yi clan would once again possess the strength to survive. Next, will be the last 2 sections of the test. Once these 2 sections are over, the final result for this season's 5 Great Clan test will appear. Elder Chang smiled at Xiao Yan. His smile was filled with an additional earnestness and friendliness. He was undoubtedly much warmer when compared to his indifferent self earlier. Xiao Yan also smiled in response to Elder Chang's friendliness. He took 2 steps back, only to sense a gaze that caused his soul to feel a little fear. He turned his head, and his eyes collided with the black-clothed lady in the leader's seat of the Qiao clan. The corner of Qiao Ying's mouth was lifted into a slight arc that was filled with temptation when she saw Xiao Yan shoot his eyes over. A bewitching aura spread all over the place, causing her to appear like a beautiful demon spirit that had descended into the mortal realm. A cautiousness quietly rose within Xiao Yan's heart in the face of the fearless demonic temptation of this demon spirit. This lady was not someone that he could randomly touch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146, Spiritual Control. Chapter 1146, Spiritual Control. The next test is called Spiritual Control. Elder Chang smiled as he looked over the candidates. After which, he took out a dark black metal bead from his storage ring. The surface of the metal bead was extremely smooth. Moreover, it did not contain the slightest luster. The complete black color gave it a kind of heaviness. This is a bead that has been formed from spiritual metal. It is called Soul Testing Bead. If this thing is held by a hand, it will appear extremely light. However, it will appear extremely heavy to one's soul. When this spiritual control test begins, many of these soul testing beads will scatter down from the ceiling. You are required not to use any Dou Qi. Instead, you will use your spiritual strength alone to support them. The one who takes the most soul testing beads will be in the top segment of this test. The ranks will be determined based on the number of beads received. Elder Chang took a glance at Xiao Ying when he spoke until this point. After which, his eyes turned to Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, "The record of this test of one's spiritual control is also set by Xiao Ying. Back then, she had picked up 89 beads. This record has yet to be broken even now." The numerous eyes from around the hall immediately gathered on Xiao Yan when they heard Elder Chang's words. They really wanted to know whether this young person called Xiao Yan would be able to break all of the records left by Qiao Ying back then. These fellows really overestimate this person. Earlier, it must have been his good luck that allowed him to get that kind of result. The corner of Xiao Dan's mouth trembled as he let out a cold snort. Xiao Ying glanced at him and casually said, "This Xiao Yan is indeed someone with ability, and he does not rely on good luck. I really wish to see just what kind of result he will obtain during this spiritual control test." The magnitude of the soul value represented whether the spiritual strength of an alchemist was strong. However, a true alchemist did not merely just look at the strength of their soul. If one wanted to refine a high-tier medicinal pill, one would require an exceptionally agile and high degree of control over their spiritual strength. Otherwise, it would end up being similar to using a large hammer to smash an egg. There was plenty of strength, but the egg would also turn into smithereens. Only a person with a powerful spiritual strength and extremely familiar with his spiritual control could truly be called an alchemist. "How is it? Are you ready?" Elder Cheng smiled at Xiao Yan's group and inquired. The group slowly nodded upon hearing his question. Their spiritual strength slowly bubbled from the spot between their eyebrows, ready to erupt any time. "I shall first remind everyone. Do not possess the vain hope of completely receiving all of them in one go. Scattering your spiritual strength is an extremely foolish act in this kind of test," Elder Cheng seriously reminded. After which, he turned around and quickly moved away. At the same time, densely packed, dark black holes were revealed in the ceiling. A moment later, dark black metal beads poured down from the ceiling like a storm. Swoosh swoosh. Xiao Yan's group began to reflexively dodge them as they looked at the soul-testing beads that came pouring down like a storm. After which, they maintained a distance from each other while a thought passed through their hearts. Vast and mighty spiritual strengths poured out from between their eyebrows. Due to the reminder of Elder Cheng earlier, Xiao Yan did not scatter his spiritual strength into a net shape. Instead, he gathered it into an invisible hand that grabbed the densely packed, dark black soul-testing beads with lightning-like speed. Of course, perhaps using the worded here was more appropriate because the large, invisible hand did not randomly grab around. Instead, it found its target before two invisible fingers quickly rushed out. After which, the bead would steadily be pincered between two spiritual fingers. It is indeed very heavy. Xiao Yan shivered within his heart when he sensed this weight. His eyes swiftly swept around, only to see Bai Ying and Xiao Ju dodging the soul-testing beads that were smashing down in a somewhat miserable manner. The spiritual strength that spread over their heads did not slow down the soul-testing beads even a little. Instead, the beads penetrated through their spiritual strength. Clearly, this was due to their spiritual strength being overly scattered. Other than these two people, the situation of Chao Xiao and Dan Xian was significantly better. Although they appeared to be running around in circles due to this being their first time, they quickly adapted to the challenge. They tried their best to gather their spiritual strength together. After which, they did not act greedily as they received the falling soul-testing beads from the sky one at a time. After Xiao Yan had received the first soul-testing bead, he had clearly appeared much calmer. He also understood the weight and uniqueness of this soul-testing bead. Immediately, a thought passed through his heart. The large spiritual hand whizzed out, carrying the low and deep sound of rushing wind. One by one, the dark black soul-teasing beads were continuously grabbed by his hand before they were gently suspended beside him. 1 bead, 2 bead, 3 bead, 4 bead. All the eyes within the hall became anxious as they looked at the soul-testing beads that were continuously added to the black-colored bead circle around Xiao Yan's body. The many gazes within the large hall became anxious as they quietly counted the number of soul-teasing beads within their hearts. 43, 44. While soul-testing beads were continuously being added to the area around Xiao Yan, Xiao Qi and Bai Ying had no choice but to withdraw due to their soul being unable to withstand the heavy burden. When they withdrew, a total of 31 and 43 soul-testing beads remained suspended in front of them. Xiao Xiao also helplessly withdrew soon after Xiao Qi and Bai Ying did so. There were 56 soul-testing beads suspended in front of him. Only Xiao Yan and Dan Xian were still persisting after Xiao Xiao withdrew. However, Dan Xian's expression gradually became a little red as the soul-testing beads continued to fall. His breathing also quietly became more intense. Whew. After enduring for another few minutes, Dan Xian finally exhaled for a long time. He glanced at the soul-testing beads suspended in front of him. There were 66 of them. Boom boom boom. A breath was exhaled from his mouth. Dan Xian also sensed that he had already unleashed his spiritual strength to its limit. At this moment, any additional soul-testing beads would be the final straw that would cause the camel to collapse. Dan Xian's heart relaxed and his spiritual strength scattered. The soul-testing beads floating in front of him appeared to have immediately lost their support as they emitted a clear banging sound while falling one by one the ground. Xiao Yan smiled when Dan Xian automatically admitted defeat. He ceased continuing to catch soul-testing beads. His finger gently rubbed the many soul-testing beads in front of him. After which, the soul-testing beads began to rotate around his body at high speed, emitting a whistling, wild wind. 93. Thank you for going easy on me. Xiao Yan pressed his finger gently and the rotating beads slowly stopped. He flicked his finger and the many soul-testing beads fell down. Immediately, he cupped his hands to Dan Xian and the rest. He smiled and thanked them. Dan Xian and the other competitors could only bitterly laugh in the face of Xiao Yan's smile. From Xiao Yan's leisurely manner, it was obvious that he had yet to use all his strength. Even though this was the case, the result he had obtained had already broken the record set by Chao Ying. Bai Ying's face was green. However, he no longer dared to speak any mocking words. Xiao Yan's performance during the 2 rounds of tests had already caused him to clearly understand that Xiao Yan's strength was indeed far from what he could compare with. Clap clap. After the soul-testing beads around Xiao Yan fell to the ground, a loud applause immediately sounded within the large hall. The performance of Xiao Yan during these 2 rounds let everyone know that the Yi clan had been saved. The corner of Chao Ying's mouth lifted amid this applause. Her pretty eyes studied that somewhat skinny back. A faint fiery heat was present in her eyes. During all these years, that little girl from the Dan clan, Dan Chen, was the only person she had seriously viewed as an opponent among the alchemists of her generation. Now, perhaps, there was an additional young person called Xiao Yan. Elder Chang smiled as watched Xiao Yan. There was a satisfied expression that could not be hidden on his face. 93 beads, for more beads than the amount Xiao Ying had grabbed back then. Moreover, from the leisurely appearance of Xiao Yan, it was obvious that he had done it casually and had yet to put in all his effort. Not bad, not bad. Elder Chang continuously uttered 2 not bad. When one reached this level of his, one would be less concerned about power or whatever. He liked to see more and more outstanding young people appear within the Pill Tower because only through members of the younger generation would the liveliness and potential of the Pill Tower be guaranteed. Xiao Yan still remains first in this second segment. Dan Xian is second while Chao Xiu is third. Yi Zhong and Xian Lan from the Yi clan seats revealed an even denser smile on their faces when they heard Elder Cheng's announcement from the arena. Xiao Yan's performance had completely exceeded their expectations from the beginning. In this 5 great clan test, Xiao Yan had truly let them know what was called domination. Elder Chang in the arena fondled his beard and spoke with a grin, spiritual strength is the foundation of an alchemist. However, this test of ours only intends to test one's soul, but it also requires one to display spiritual attacks. After all, this is one a pretty good attacking method of an alchemist. The final test is very simple. The 5 of you will enter this circle and use your spiritual strength to fight each other. The last person remaining in the circle is the victor. Elder Chang pointed at a 100-foot large red circle as he stated with a smile. The 5 of them nodded upon hearing his words. They were just about to enter the circle when a lovely laugh suddenly sounded within the hall. Elder Chang. The Chao clan wishes to place a substitute midway through. May I know if we are allowed to do so? All the gazes within the large hall turned and finally paused on Chao Ying's alluring curves. Her curves were prominently revealed as she placed her hands on the table and leaned her lovely body forward. Elder Chang was startled. He began to slightly frown. Haha, Elder Chang. According to the rules, the clan who won the last competition has the right to one substitute. Relax, I will not try anything funny. It is just that my hands are itchy and wish to give it a try. Moreover, you can also treat it as though the Chao clan has given up, so you can eliminate the Chao clan. It will not influence the results of the test. What do you say? Chao Ying curled her mouth into a slight smile. Her soft question was clearly directed at Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147, Spiritual Fight. Chapter 1147, Spiritual Fight. The interior of the large hall had become much quieter because Chao Ying's sudden request. Numerous gazes alternated between her and Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, it appeared that this witch from the Chao clan had become itchy due to Xiao Yan having broken 2 of the records she had set. All the people with ill thoughts for the Yi clan involuntarily began to gloat when they saw what she wanted to do. Now that things had developed to this extent, they had already understood that the Yi clan had retained its position among the 5 great clans with Xiao Yan's help. Even if Chao Ying were to intervene now, Xiao Yan would definitely be able to claim the second spot even if he could not take the first. Hence, the overall situation had already been determined. Of course, despite the overall situation having already been determined, being able to see Xiao Yan suffer a little in Chao Ying's hands was also another kind of revenge. Hence, sounds of agreement appeared within the large hall after Chao Ying had opened her mouth. Elder Chang slightly frowned. His expression was also a little helpless. He knew that Xiao Ying's outer appearance might be smiling, but her heart was quite cold. The reason she would suddenly do something like this might indeed be partly because her hands were itchy, but an even larger part of it was to diminish Xiao Yan's grand aura. Elder Chang mused for a moment before turning his eyes to Xiao Yan. He was not extremely against this matter. Xiao Yan's talent was indeed extremely great, but it was not a bad thing to grind away some of his spirit. The eyes of everyone in building gathered on Xiao Yan, awaiting his decision. Xiao Yan stared at Xiao Ying, who had curled her mouth into a slight smile. A moment later, he also slightly grinned as he said, "Since Miss Xiao Ying has already put it this way, I, Xiao Yan, would appear to be someone without bearing if I do not play with her." An alluring smile was revealed on Xiao Ying's exquisitely enchanting face when she heard Xiao Yan's words. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Mr. Xiao Yan really has a way with words." Xiao Ying's hand gently tapped the table after she replies. Her body drifted over like a butterfly. After which, she gently landed in the arena. Her pretty eyes landed on Chao Xiao and softly said, "Big brother Chao Xiao, allow me to come and play." Chao Xiao helplessly shook his head. Chao Ying's position within the Chao clan was extremely high. Even the clan had to treat her words seriously. Moreover, Chao Ying had been reaffirmed as the leader of the Chao clan's group during this trip. They needed to treat any words she said as orders to be carried out. Hence, despite knowing Chao Ying's actions contained a little willfulness, he could only slowly withdraw from the arena and head back to the seats of the Chao clan. Elder Chang did not say much after hearing Xiao Yan agree. He pointed at the red circle on the ground and said, "Since there are no questions, please enter the arena." Xiao Yan's 5-person group nodded upon hearing his words. After which, they entered in an orderly manner. They stayed a certain distance apart from one another because everyone understood that everyone was their opponent at this moment. They needed to ensure a safe distance. The 5 of them occupied 5 spots in the red circle. After which, all of them sat down with their legs crossed. They were using spiritual strength to fight, not Dou Qi. At this level of theirs, their spiritual strength was already able to leave their bodies and launch attacks. Hence, they did not need to shift their bodies. Elder Chang slowly stepped back when he saw that the 5 of them were prepared. He suddenly waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice, "Let the test begin." 5 waves of vast and mighty spiritual strength surged out of the bodies of the 5 competitors after Elder Chang's cry sounded. After which, the spiritual strength lingered over the surface of their bodies. Their eyes were cautious as they looked around them. Their vast, mighty, invisible spiritual strengths covered the entire arena. The faint spiritual pressure caused some of the people within the large hall to feel suppressed. This kind of feeling originated from deep within one's soul and was completely unrelated to the might of one's Dou Qi. The fight within the arena was a fight of a different domain. Cough. The stalemate in the arena continued for a while before it was finally broken by a sudden coughing sound that had originated from an unknown place. 5 vast, mighty spiritual strengths turned into 5 invisible, large pythons that surged from between their eyebrows with lightning-like speed. After which, they began to explode in the middle in an extremely chaotic manner. Bang! An invisible spiritual ripple spread out from the point of collision, and a wild wind was suddenly formed. It whistled within the large hall. The wild wind caused wave after wave of rustling sounds to form within the large hall. This powerful spiritual collision caused the 5 figures within the red circle to tremble. It was still alright for Xiao Yan and Xiao Ying. Their shoulders slightly shook before recovering to normal. On the other hand, Dan Xian's, Bai Ying's, and Xiao Ji's bodies were forced back quite a distance by that force. Xiao Yan's eyes were locked intently on Xiao Ying, who was over 100 feet in front. He knew that she was the strongest opponent in this battle. During that soul collision earlier, the other party had clearly targeted him. It was fortunate that he was already prepared. Thus, he did not appear overly miserable during this first exchange. Dan Xian and the other 2 were all people who were implicated in their battle. Xiao Yan's and Xiao Ying's spiritual strength was far from what they could compare with. Dan Xian and the 2 others also sensed this kind of situation. Although they were a little unwilling to resign to it, it was still the truth. There was no other way to put it. The gap was there. No matter how they struggled and resisted, there would not be much of a change. This spiritual fight was completely a fight between Xiao Yan and Xiao Ying. The 2 of them were the true main characters. Bai Ying was present in a corner. His eyes were sinister as he looked at Xiao Yan. There was an unwillingness within his eyes. He was a dazzling person within the Bai clan. However, he had ended up as a supporting character to Xiao Yan today. How could he willingly accept this? He is indeed not simple. Xiao Ying's hand parted the black hair that had fallen in front of her forehead. The smile on her enchanting face became more bewitching. Her hands formed a seal before suddenly solidifying. Her vast, mighty spiritual strength swiftly gathered around her after her hand seal was formed. Within the blink of an eye, it transformed into a spiritual phoenix. The phoenix flapped both of its wings and space itself swiftly became distorted. There was even a faint, dark black spatial crack spreading from it. Although the spiritual phoenix was invisible, the pressure that spread from it caused the solemn eyes of quite a number of people in the large hall to pause on the empty space in front of Xiao Ying. Go! Xiao Ying's finger gently pressed against empty air. A clear phoenix cry suddenly resounded over the large hall. That spiritual phoenix flapped its wings as it carried a wild wind and rushed toward Xiao Yan. With the speed of the spiritual phoenix, it appeared in the air above Xiao Yan within an instant. When it was about to strike him, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his shut eyes. A cold cry erupted from his mouth. Break! An enormous, invisible hand suddenly formed when the word sounded. After which, it violently smashed into the head of the spiritual phoenix. Bang! The wind crossed each other and carried a wave of a wild and fierce spiritual storm. The hard ground was cracked apart, forming numerous arm-sized lines. The spiritual storm arrived quickly and disappeared quickly. Xiao Yan's body, which was seated on the ground, was forcefully pushed back by that terrifying force for a distance of 3 steps. On the other hand, Xiao Ying borrowed the advantage the attacker and merely moved back a distance of 2 steps. Even though this was the case, it still caused quite a number of people present to be greatly shocked. They did not expect Xiao Yan to possess the qualification to collide with this witch without falling to a disadvantage. The storm not only caused Xiao Yan and Xiao Ying to move back. Dan Xian and the other 2 competitors were pushed back a couple of meters once again. Immediately, they let out bitter laughs. Dan Xian and Xiaoji stood up, cupped their hands to Elder Chang before leaving the area of the red circle. In the face of such a situation, they would merely be playing a supportive role if they continued to stay. Bai Ying tightly clenched his teeth after the 2 people gave up. He looked at Xiao Yan, who was only focusing on Xiao Ying. A dark, vicious expression flashed across his eyes. His hand seal suddenly changed. Spiritual strength erupted from his body without being held back. After which, it transformed into an invisible, large python. It carried a sharp, fierce aura as it rushed toward Xiao Yan. You don't know your limits. Xiao Yan knit his brows after sensing Bai Ying's sudden attack. His eyes immediately became icy cold as it was turned toward Bai Ying. He waved his sleeve and an incomparably vast, mighty spiritual pillar shot out and collided with the python. Bang! When the 2 collided, the seemingly fierce and vicious spiritual python immediately crumbled. Bai Ying's face quickly paled and a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. His body was just like a kite with its string broken as he flew out. Finally, he violently smashed into the ground. Numerous exclamations sounded within the large hall after everyone saw Xiao Yan randomly defeat Bai Cheng until he was left in a miserable state. The people from the Bai clan faced each other. Their moods immediately became dispirited. They no longer felt the pride that they had displayed earlier. The most outstanding person from their clan could only occupy the lowest supporting role. Xiao Yan did not even blink his eyes after randomly defeating Bai Ying. His eyes refocused on Xiao Ying, who displayed an enchanting smile. Her smile contained a kind of dangerous feeling similar to that of being targeted by a poisonous snake. You are indeed very strong and did not do your best during those tests earlier. Xiao Ying slowly spread her long arms. Her gentle snake-like body caused quite a number of men to feel the impulse of thinking other thoughts. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of Xiao Ying's laughter. He knew that this lady in front of him might be beautiful, but she was a beautiful snake that would eat people alive. If he had a lapse of judgment while he fought with her, it would light the fuse of one's defeat. There are currently only the 2 of us. Let's not delay things any longer. As long as you can receive 3 of my spiritual handprints, I will withdraw from the match. Of course, even if you withdraw now, you can still preserve your second position. The Yi clan can still be saved. Therefore, are you going to receive my attacks or are you going to leave? Xiao Ying sweetly smiled. Her hands were spread in front of her. She appeared perfect, just like a masterpiece. Her beauty caused many hearts to throb. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148, Secretly Learn. Chapter 1148, Secretly Learn. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ying when she suddenly smiled. He naturally knew that the Yi clan would successfully retain its spot in the 5 great clans if he were to pull out now. However, the other party had already made such an offer. If he were to withdraw now, he would end up appearing weak. Moreover, Xiao Yan was also extremely interested in Xiao Ying, who was called a potential successor of the great heads of the Pill Tower. This was because he knew that Xiao Ying would also participate in the pill gathering. At that time, she would definitely be a great opponent of his. If he could exchange blows with her here, he would be able to gauge her skill a little better. He would not end up being caught off guard at that time. Of course, the fight between spiritual strengths was naturally unable to represent the strength of one's alchemist abilities. However, being able to observe something and gain a rough estimation of the other party's strength was helpful. Due to the various reasons stated above, Xiao Yan would naturally not choose to voluntarily withdraw. Hence, he needed to receive Xiao Ying's provocation. Xiao Yan slowly nodded after making up his mind in his heart. His eyes stared at Xiao Ying as he said, "Miss Xiao Ying, please." The smile on Xiao Ying's face became even more filled with temptation when she heard his reply. She covered her mouth and laughed in a lovely manner. "Mr. Xiao Yan does indeed possess an extraordinary demeanor, however, if this is the case, this young lady shall reveal my incompetence." After her soft laugh slowly sounded, Xiao Ying slowly extended her long white hand. She immediately formed a strange hand seal. When this hand seal was formed, Xiao Yan abruptly discovered a vast, mighty spiritual strength was swiftly forming in her palm. He could vaguely see a partially visible handprint in that distorted space. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the hand imprint of Xiao Ying. He knit his brows slightly while feeling amazed in his heart. This hand seal was able to maneuver spiritual strength and agglomerate it into an attacking form. He could sense that the spiritual strength gathered on her palm was not weaker than the spiritual phoenix earlier. However, the might of the two was very different. In other words, this strange hand seal of Xiao Ying possessed the unique ability to gather spiritual strength and strengthen it. This kind of effect was somewhat similar to Dou technique. The alchemists from ancient times were able to unleash the might of the spiritual strength to its limit, and they could even compare with the Dou techniques of some experts. This kind of technique is called a soul skill by the alchemist from ancient times. Xiao Ying's hand maintained that strange hand seal. She revealed a smile to Xiao Yan and softly said, "Currently most of the soul skills have already vanished. However, I am using a kind of soul skill that has yet to disappear. It should be quite strong. Be careful." Soul skill. Xiao Yan felt a chill in his heart when he heard her words. His eyes immediately became a little heated as he looked at the strange hand seal maintained in Xiao Ying's hands. He had heard Tianhua Zunjia mention these things before. However, the thing that caused him to feel a little uncertain was that the soul skill Tianhua Zunjia had mentioned were soul training methods. Compared with what Xiao Ying was displaying, clearly this soul skill was a spiritual attacking method that could not be used for training. Could it be that soul skills are also divided into offensive and training types? Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. This kind of situation was likely one that could only be described if one explained it by categories. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still wanted the handprint soul skill of Xiao Ying. After all, with this thing, the might of his spiritual strength would soar. This was another type of life preservation skill to him. Soul skills were just like Dou techniques. If an expert who practiced Dou Qi did not have a Dou technique, he would only be able to rely on the power of his Dou Qi to fight another. However, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought with someone who possessed a Dou technique. This was the situation Xiao Yan was currently facing. Xiao Ying possessed a soul skill and was able to unleash her spiritual strength to its maximum. However, he could only rely on the might of his spiritual strength to block her. If this continued for long, Xiao Yan would naturally suffer a disadvantage. Xiao Yan's eyes studied Xiao Ying's strange hand seal. The way he looked at it was as though he was planning to firmly remember it in his mind. The corner of Xiao Ying's mouth was lifted slightly after appearing to have sensed Xiao Yan's eyes. Immediately, her hand seals changed in a lightning-like manner, forming some illusory figures that caused one's eyes to be dazzled. A cold cry was clearly emitted from her mouth. Mysterious spiritual palm imprint. After the cry sounded, Xiao Ying's vast and mighty spiritual strength coagulated on her hand. A spiritual handprint that was similar to a palm rushed out as fast as lightning. It forcefully tore through space, forming a dark black gap. Although the spiritual handprint was invisible, this kind of unusual pressure caused even those people a great distance away to feel some difficulty breathing. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to slight Xiao Ying's attack. His expression was solemn as a majestic spiritual strength surged from between his eyebrows. After which, it agglomerated into a large spiritual fist that ruthlessly struck the spiritual handprint. Bang! The large spiritual fist and the handprint collided with a bang. An invisible ripple of wind erupted from the point of the collision. A powerful wave rolled across the open ground below. The hard stone floor emitted a bang as it cracked into fragments. Xiao Yan's body was shaken by that terrifying invisible force until he flew over a distance of 10 steps when the two collided. Only then did he slowly stop. At this moment, he was less than 100 feet from the red boundary line. Again. Xiao Yan had undoubtedly fell into a disadvantage with this first true exchange. However, his face did not reveal the slightest dispirited expression. On the other hand, he suddenly raised his head, stared at Xiao Ying with hot eyes, and commanded her in a deep voice. Surprise flashed across Xiao Ying's beautiful spring water-like eyes when she saw that Xiao Yan had been pushed back a distance of around 10 steps when receiving this palm imprint of hers. She clearly understood the might of this palm of hers. Even some Tier 7 high-grade alchemists would not have an easy time receiving it, yet Xiao Yan had managed. This fellow was really not a simple person. He might be a great opponent during this pill gathering, much like Danshan. Xiao Ying's eyes slightly flickered. The smile on her face became more alluring. She possessed a haughty character that desired to win. Her greatest desire was not to be invisible, but she truly wanted to meet some people who possessed the qualification to be her opponent. In the past, Danshan was one of them. However, that girl was usually well hidden by the Dan clan, afraid that some accident might happen to her. If not for big matters, she would not leave the Dan clan. This was why Xiao Ying felt itchy-handed when she saw Xiao Yan. Xiao Ying gently inhaled a breath of air. Her voluminous chest rose in the process. Both of her hands were extended and each of them formed a unique hand seal. Immediately, both of her hands appeared to be fighting each other as they changed with lightning-like speed. Numerous incomparably majestic spiritual strengths began to linger between both of her palms after the change of the seal formed by her hands. An unusual spiritual pressure caused the faces of quite a number of those in the hall to slightly change. Although those seated were not ordinary people, they had seldom seen anyone who could use their spiritual strength to such an extent. After all, the training of Dou Qi was the mainstream method of this era. Something as mysterious as one's soul was only strengthened with the strengthening of Dou Qi. Hence, they felt some disbelief in their hearts when they saw that Xiao Ying was able to unleash her spiritual strength to such an extent. Xiao Yan's eyes were heated as he watched Xiao Ying's hand seal swiftly change. A wisp of jade-green flame slowly rose in both of his dark black eyes as the spiritual pressure headed his way. When the flame rose, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that Xiao Ying's lightning-fast hand seals had become extremely slow at this moment. The hand seals that an ordinary person would find baffling caused Xiao Yan to suddenly feel a kind of empowering understanding. Xiao Yan's spiritual control had reached a high level. This soul skill was a method to use the smallest amount of strength to unleash the greatest might. No one had explained it to Xiao Yan in the past. However, after Xiao Ying had displayed this soul skill in front of him today, she seemed to have helped him open up a totally new world. The many times of confusion he felt in the past on how to display spiritual strength was suddenly resolved at this moment. Xiao Yan had never lacked any treasure. What he had lacked was a key to open it. Bang! Xiao Ying's lightning-like hand seal suddenly stilled. At this moment, her hands were maintaining a kind of mysterious seal. An ordinary person would only feel completely confused when looking at it because this kind of seal was completely unrelated to the seals for a Dou technique. A gentle smile flashed across Xiao Ying's face after her hand seal was formed. Immediately, her left hand was suddenly pushed forward. When the hand seal moved, a vast, mighty palm print rushed out like a tiger that had descended from the mountains. A low, deep tiger roar resounded within the soul of everyone in the hall. That invisible, majestic palm imprint was swiftly magnified in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. His hair had also been blown until it drifted in the air. The ground in front of him, which had turned to pieces, began to emit cracking sounds as the pieces were shattered into dust. Roar! While the palm imprint was being magnified in Xiao Yan's eyes, a low, deep roar suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's throat. He changed his fist to a palm and his fingers rapidly flashed. At the same time, he began to form a couple of seals in a somewhat unfamiliar manner. The seals had just been formed when that vast, mighty palm suddenly arrived. It heavily struck Xiao Yan's palm. Boom! An invisible ripple surged out like a wave. Xiao Yan's seated body shot back, leaving behind a deep gully along the way. Boom! Xiao Yan's fist violently smashed against the ground. It formed a 10-foot deep pit before his body was stabilized. He slightly turned his head, only to see that there were only 3 meters or so until the red line. Xiao Yan had once again received her attack in a miserable fashion. However, the searing heat within his eyes became more intense. He stared at Xiao Ying and laughed, again. Xiao Ying's expression slightly changed. She inhaled a deep breath of air. Her right hand maintained a seal for a moment before it slowly changed. After which, a majestic palm that was a couple of times stronger than earlier appeared just like a storm. It carried a soul-stirring dragon roar, which resounded over the hall. Xiao Yan suddenly widened his eyes when Xiao Ying's palm print, accompanied by a spiritual storm, rushed away from her palm. His fist changed to a palm, and his palm into a seal. When Xiao Yan's extremely unfamiliar hand seal was unleashed, his vast, mighty spiritual strength began to swiftly agglomerate with a kind of special trajectory. Xiao Ying's eyes suddenly narrowed when she saw Xiao Yan's hand seal. A shocked expression appeared on her face for the first time. This was because the unsmooth hand seal was the exact same hand seal she had unleashed earlier. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149, Being Victorious. Chapter 1149, Being Victorious. Xiao Yan's hand seal was choppy and slow. He appeared like someone who had just learned it. While his hand seals were being formed, the majestic spiritual strength that permeated around him was swiftly gathered. An invisible spiritual palm print vaguely formed around his palm. However, this palm print being formed was a little illusionary when compared to Xiao Ying's. Xiao Ying's eyes were shocked as she stared at the hand seal, which Xiao Yan was unfamiliar with. It was as though a great storm was churning in her heart. She had never expected Xiao Yan to remember all of her hand seals in his mind within this short instant. Of course, the thing that caused her to feel the greatest disbelief was that Xiao Yan had not only memorized the changing hand seals, but he was also able to use them after just seeing them. When Xiao Ying had come into contact with this soul skill for the first time, she had practiced it for a long while before she was able to gradually understand the combination method between the spiritual strength and the finger seals. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan was able to do this after a short few minutes. This kind of thing, even she, who was said to possess demonic talent, could not help but feel shocked. Of course, this did not mean that Xiao Yan's talent far exceeded that of Xiao Ying's talent. After all, his spiritual strength had already been displayed until the pinnacle during these years of training. This spiritual handprint that Xiao Ying had displayed was not a very high-class soul skill. Hence, Xiao Yan being able to fiddle around and grasp some of its tricks was not something difficult to understand. Xiao Yan had already established an incomparably firm foundation for basic things. As long as he was given some opportunity, the difficulty he would experience while mastering a soul skill would be many times easier than that of an ordinary person. These things were all things that Xiao Ying was unaware of. It was due to this that she still felt incomparably shocked upon seeing this scene. The huge spiritual storm quickly became larger in Xiao Yan's eyes. As the spiritual pressure neared, Xiao Yan's quick and choppy hand motions became more smooth and the changes in his fingers started to seem like he was almost done. Xiao Yan's eyes were staring firmly at the spiritual storm that was rushing over. An instant later, his changing hand seals suddenly paused. A low, deep cry erupted from his throat. Ha! The cry was just like thunder. After which, his mysterious palm print was heavily pushed forward. The sharp sound of whistling wind suddenly resonated within the large hall after the palm was pushed out. That invisible palm imprint carried some permeating spiritual strength as it collided with that spiritual storm in front of the anxious eyes within the large hall. Bang! The two collided and a low, deep explosion immediately resounded over the interior of the large hall. The souls of quite a number of people emitted a piercing pain at this moment. Crash! Invisible spiritual ripples swept out from the point of collision and spread over the stone floor of the arena. At this moment, the floor was completely shattered into a cluster of powder. Dust flew in all directions, causing the visibility of the large hall to be significantly reduced. The raging spiritual storm continued for nearly 1 minute or so before it slowly disappeared. At this moment, those miserable human figures were finally able to stand up. After which, numerous eyes instantly turned to the arena that had been destroyed and was completely different now. Dust gradually settled on the arena. The scene within was absorbed by the eyes of everyone in the hall. Xiao Yan was seated on a rock platform that was less than 1 meter in radius. There were a couple of bottomless holes in front of him. At this moment, his sleeves were completely tattered. His appearance was a little miserable. The area within a 30-foot radius around Xiao Ying, who was in front of Xiao Yan, was fine. Even the clothes on her body still appeared clean. However, the current her revealed a solemn expression. Her eyes were unblinking as she stared at Xiao Yan across from her. From the appearance of the two, it was obvious that Xiao Yan was at a disadvantage. Elder Chang, who had already withdrew into the distance, finally sighed in relief after seeing that the fight between the two of them had come to an end. After which, he drifted over. His eyes looked all around him as he involuntarily shook his head with a bitter smile. These two people were really destructive maniacs. 3 palms are up. You have one. Xiao Ying gently sighed. She elegantly stood up and softly informed him. Xiao Yan slightly smiled when he heard her words. He stood up, coincidentally revealing the red line behind him. He had received all of her 3 palms and was not sent out of the red circle. According to the rules, he had won this match. Xiao Ying's words had just sounded when the interior of the large hall immediately became much quieter. The expressions of those members of the Qiao clan had become a lot stiffer. They had never expected Xiao Ying to lose. This bastard is really lucky. Xiao Dan's face was green as he softly cursed. Xiao Yan is not an ordinary person. Other than Xiao Ying, none of the members of the younger generation within the Qiao clan could contend with him, Xiao Xiu faintly continued. This is only the initial exchange. If they meet during the pill gathering, Xiao Yan might not be able to beat Xiao Ying. Xiao Dan's expression became uglier upon hearing Xiao Xiu's words. He had once exchanged blows with Xiao Yan. Back then, Xiao Yan might have been very strong, but he had definitely not reached this current level. Clearly, during these short few months, the other party was swiftly improving. However, this improvement speed was really a little too shocking. The silence within the interior of the large hall continued for a moment before it was broken by waves of soft surprised gasps. It was the first time that they had seen Xiao Ying admitting defeat in front of someone from the same generation during all these years. The name Xiao Ying was really too well known within the Pill region, the title of which contained a reputation under her fierce and incomparable ability. It was indeed very difficult to find someone from the same generation who was comparable to her. Yi Zhong and Xian Lan and the Yi clan seats revealed faces that were filled with shock and excitement because Xiao Yan's result. Xiao Yan had submitted a perfect answer sheet during this test that caused even them to feel disbelief. First in all three sections. This result was likely something that the Yi clan had only obtained during its peak. The Yi clan is saved. The little fairy doctor in Tianhua Zunjia also smiled after seeing the excitement-filled faces of those two. Her pretty eyes immediately slid to the skinny back in the arena. He had never disappointed anyone from the start. No matter who his opponent was, he never lost his confidence. It was this kind of confidence, filled with vitality, that enabled Xiao Yan to be filled with an exceptionally alluring charm. A person must ultimately believe in oneself in order to obtain true success. Miss Xiao Ying, thank you for going easy on me. If you were to really attack with another palm, I might no longer possess the ability to receive it. Xiao Yan randomly tore off the tattered parts of his sleeves in the arena. After which, he cupped his hands to Xiao Ying and laughed in a clear voice. You are thinking of secretly learning this spiritual handprint of mine, right? Xiao Ying spoke in a half-smiling manner while she lifted her pretty eyes after seeing Xiao Yan's free and easygoing manner. Xiao Yan was involuntarily a little embarrassed upon hearing Xiao Ying's straightforward. This spiritual handprint was not very difficult to learn. It was likely not a very high-class soul skill. However, for him, who had never practiced a soul skill, it was undoubtedly a rare treasure one would have a difficult time finding even if one had a vast amount of gold. Xiao Ying covered her mouth and laughed when she saw Xiao Yan's embarrassment. She gently shifted her footsteps and walked to his side. Her watery eyes stared at Xiao Yan's face as she cunningly laughed. If Mr. Xiao Yan has the time, we might perhaps be able to privately have an exchange. I also know some other soul skills. It will depend on whether you have the ability to secretly learn them. A faint fragrance came flying over. Xiao Yan looked at the bewitching face that was within close proximity. A ripple rose within his heart along with some caution. His face was expressionless as he smiled and said, if I have the time, I will definitely find Miss Xiao Ying to spar. Although he had luckily won this fight, Xiao Yan understood that this was a warm-up for a witch like Xiao Ying. After this exchange, Xiao Yan clearly understood that this witch from the Qiao clan was indeed not an ordinary person. She definitely possessed the ability to fight for the top 3 spots during this pill gathering. This was because Xiao Yan could sense that Xiao Ying had never truly used all her strength since the beginning. This time around, he relied a little on his luck in order to secretly learn the spiritual handprint Xiao Ying had displayed. Moreover, Xiao Ying would naturally not share all of the soul skills she practiced with him as she had said. With what happened this time around, she would definitely prevent such a thing from happening again when she sparred with Xiao Yan in the future. Therefore, Xiao Yan could just imagine attempting to secretly learn those soul skills. Based on Xiao Yan's guesses, this witch was likely a little displeased at having suffered a small loss this time around. Therefore, she wanted to find a chance to get back at him. Xiao Ying was unconcerned when she saw Xiao Yan's vague reply. After this contact, she had gained a simple understanding of Xiao Yan's character that completely ignored what others said. She understood that the person in front of her would not easily fall for her beauty like the other men. However, everything must be like this in order to be somewhat challenging, no? The pill gathering is about to begin. Hopefully, I will be able to meet you there. I know, earlier, you also held back. Xiao Ying's pretty eyes meaningfully studied Xiao Yan. After which, the corner of her mouth was lifted into an arc that was filled with temptation. She immediately turned around and walked out of the large hall, leaving Xiao Yan with the sight of a lazy yet haughty figure. Xiao Yan looked at that figure and gently sighed. This woman was not easy to deal with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1150, Unwelcomed Guest. Chapter 1150, Unwelcomed Guest. Everyone within the hall watched as Xiao Yan led the members of the Qiao clan out of the hall. They faced each other and quietly sighed. No one had expected such a dark horse to suddenly appear in this 5 great clan test. Even Xiao Yan from the Qiao clan could not suppress him. Some people did not wish to stay for long after the test ended. Hence, they began to turn around and leave one after another. Some of the factions which had some relationship with the Yi clan in the past also began to greet Yi Zhong at this moment. Although the Yi clan had declined, they had managed to keep their position within the 5 great clans. In the future, they would also maintain an elder's seat. Their position might not be comparable to the Qiao clan, but it was not something that an ordinary faction could compare with. Yi Zhong smiled in the face of the greetings by these people. The Yi clan might have some time to breath during this period of time, but they did not have the capital to be arrogant. After experiencing days of decline and desperation, Yi Zhong clearly knew what words to say that would be beneficial to the Yi clan in the future. Xiao Yan randomly replaced the clothes on his upper body. After which, he slowly walked to the Yi clan seats and smiled at Yi Zhong and the others. Big brother Xiao Yan, are you alright? Xian Lan hurriedly inquired after seeing Xiao Yan walk over. Xiao Yan grinned and waved his hand. He was just about to speak when his eyes slid. He saw the Dan clan walking toward them with Dan Xian at the front. Greetings to Elder Yi Zhong. Dan Xian cupped his hands to Yi Zhong before swinging his head to Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, "Coco, Mr. Xiao Yan really surprises others. It is unexpected that even Xiao Yan is unable to deal with you, Xiao Yan had a good impression of Dan Xian. He and Xiao Shou were the same in that they were people who would accept their loss and would not act like Piquing. Hence, after seeing Dan Xian taking the initiative to congratulate him, Xiao Yan also smiled as he said, "You have witnessed my awkwardness, humble phase." She had yet to use her full strength. Otherwise, I would not have been able to endure her attacks. While he spoke, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily slid to the young lady behind Dan Xian. At this moment, she was staring at him out of curiosity. A bright redness immediately surfaced on her face when she saw Xiao Yan looking over. She immediately shrank her head like an ostrich and hid behind Dan Xian. "Coco, this is my younger cousin's sister. She doesn't really like people she is unfamiliar with," Dan Xian spoke apologetically. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He had come into contact with this young lady before and knew that there was something strange about her. Moreover, from the way Xiao Yan had looked at her earlier, it was obvious that this young lady was someone who did not reveal her true strength. However, Xiao Yan felt surprised that he was unable to sense Dan Xian's spiritual fluctuation. "Mr. Xiao Yan, if you have free time in the future, you can come to the Dan Manor within Holy Pill City. At that time, I will definitely share a hearty drink with you." At this moment, the large hall was in a mess and Dan Xian was unwilling to stay for long. After chatting a little with Xiao Yan, he smiled, cupped his hands together, and gave his goodbye. Xiao Yan's eyes sent Dan Yuan's group out of the large hall. Only then did he turn his head to Yi Zhong's group and shrug his shoulders. This was the good thing about displaying one's strength. It allowed one to be held in high regard by the others. "Since the test is over, we should also leave." Xiao Yan stretched his lazily waist and laughed. "Wait," a voice suddenly sounded behind Xiao Yan after he uttered those words. Xiao Yan turned his head around with some uncertainty, only to see Elder Chang hurrying over with a face full of smiles. "Elder Chang, is there a matter?" Xiao Yan did not dare to slight Elder Chang as he hurriedly asked with a smile. Elder Chang smiled and fondled his beard. He first turned his eyes to Yi Zhong and sighed, "Yi Zhong, congratulations. You have retained your position in the 5 great clans. This is all thanks to Elder Chang helping us deal with the situation. The Yi clan will firmly remember this great favor." Yi Zhong bitterly smiled as he replied. Elder Chang waved his hand. His eyes landed on Xiao Yan as he commented with a smile, "However, your Yi clan has really found an outstanding helper this time around. You are called Xiao Yan, right?" Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. "I have heard of your matter with the Ice River Valley. Yao Chen is your teacher, right?" Elder Chang smiled as he inquired. Xiao Yan's eyes turned slightly cold. Before he could reply, Elder Chang waved his hand and laughed. "There is no need to be so anxious. If we are to talk about it, even the old me received Yao Chen's advice back then." Xiao Yan's heart relaxed a little. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to hide who his teacher was. After which, he slowly nodded his head. "Ugh, that old fellow's eyesight is still that sharp, how envious." Elder Chang sighed. His tone contained an envy that could not be hidden. Xiao Yan could only smile at these words. The reason you have come to the pill region this time around should be because of the pill gathering, right? Elder Chang changed the topic and suddenly asked. Xiao Yan did not hide anything regarding this. He immediately nodded. The pill gathering is about to begin, however, I am hoping for you will come with me to the pill tower before then. Perhaps it might be helpful for you. Elder Chang fondled his beard and suggested in a serious manner. Xiao Yan was a little startled when he heard his words. He asked with some hesitation, go to the pill tower? Xiao Yan had always adopted a fearful and respectful attitude toward the pill tower. This large being was able to rank alongside the Hall of Souls. It was likely that its strength was extremely terrifying. I think that the association head and the others would be interested to meet you. Meeting them would not be detrimental to you, Elder Chang solemnly explained after having sensed Xiao Yan's hesitation. Association head? Xiao Yan's heart pounded. A person addressed like this by Elder Chang, who was one of the 8 great elders of the Pill Tower. Who else could it be other than the 3 mysterious heads of the Pill Tower? From what I witnessed, it seemed that you were extremely interested in Xiao Ying's spiritual handprint. Her spiritual handprint was learned from the Pill Tower, Elder Chang laughed. His voice was tempting. The temptation was not useless. Xiao Yan's eyes turned to Elder Chang almost immediately. He mused for a moment before slowly nodding. With the strength and position of the Pill Tower, there was no need for them to play any tricks if they wanted to harm him. Hence, it should be alright to accept. Kuko, let's agree on this matter. I will personally head to the Yi Manor to bring you to the Pill Tower in a couple of days. Elder Chang finally smiled and replied after seeing Xiao Yan nod. Xiao Yan grinned and nodded again after hearing the elder's words. He chatted for a moment longer with Elder Chang before leaving the large hall with Yi Zhong and the rest. The smile on Elder Chang's face was slowly withdrawn as he watched Xiao Yan's back disappear into the distance. He muttered, from what the association head had said, the Hall of Souls will dispatch some people to participate in this pill gathering. This 3,000 burning flames must not land in their hands. Therefore, all the Pill Tower could do was try its best to search for some trustworthy people with skills to beat the Hall of Souls. The test of the 5 great clans was considered quite a grand event within the Holy Pill City. Quite a number of factions were paying attention to the outcomes. Hence, soon after the test was over, what had happened within the large hall appeared to have grown wings as the news spread. The Yi clan had obtained the top position. This information was like a heavy bomb to the factions and people waiting for the humiliation of the Yi clan. Many people had even been discussing whether or not the Yi clan was qualified to retain its position among the 5 great clans. However, this sudden information seemed to have given them a ruthless slap, causing many people to fill with disbelief. After the information began to spread and become clearer, some of the people understood the reason for this matter. All of this was due to a young man named Xiao Yan. Hence, within a short few days, Xiao Yan had become a hot topic within Holy Pill City. Many people were extremely interested in him. A dark horse comparable to Chowing had suddenly appeared. While the outside world had turned into an uproar over this matter, Xiao Yan had begun to keep an extremely low profile. He seldom left the Yi Manor, choosing to stay within it all day. He quietly practiced the spiritual handprint he had secretly learned from Chowing. Time slowly flowed by amid this quiet training of his. The start of the pill gathering approached following the flow of time. With this approaching pill gathering, a massive crowd began to flood into Holy Pill City. Almost every part of this spacious area was filled with a countless number of human figures. Some of the inns and hotels in the city were completely full. This region had become the place where a countless number of gazes in the Central Plains region gathered. Xiao Yan was seated on a stone chair with his eyes shut in a quiet courtyard deep within the Yi Manor. Both of his hands were forming numerous mysterious hand seals at a very slow rate. If one were to carefully observe, one would discover that these hand seals formed the spiritual handprint Xiao Yan had secretly learned from Chowing back then. Although Xiao Yan was considered slow at using these hand seals, he no longer looked as unfamiliar with them as he had back then. Moreover, with the change of his hand seal, the spiritual strength between his eyebrows would automatically spread out. Immediately, it orbited the seals in a unique way. The change in the hand seals continued for around 10 minutes or so before it slowly stopped. Xiao Yan's eyes were slowly opened. A turbid air was gently released from his throat. The turbid air left Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan slowly stood up and placed both of his hands behind him. After which, he turned his body, and his dark black eyes stared at an empty space within the courtyard. He faintly asked, "Since you are here, why are you still hiding yourself? You are indeed worthy of being that old fellow Yao Chen's disciple. Your perception is quite good." A slight fluctuation immediately materialized from that empty space after Xiao Yan's voice sounded. Soon after, a human figure wrapped in a black robe slowly surfaced from the distorted space. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the unwelcome guest. He could sense a familiar feeling from the other party. Someone from the Hall of Souls? Xiao Yan's tone was icy as he suddenly asked. Coco, I have heard that the bone-chilling flame of that old fellow Yaochen is with you. I am here to borrow it. The black-robed human figure laughed. A deep blue flame slowly rose from his body after his voice sounded. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed when he saw the deep blue flame. See heart flame? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.